Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Odyssey Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy NFL opener day. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton running things behind the glass live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we have a ton to get to. We're going to be joined by NBC5 this morning for a little NFL and Cowboys preview, and we have Jerry Jones sitting down for over an hour plus with Stephen A. Smith at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Babe Laufenberg is going to join us for the first of his weekly segments at 8:40. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. And yesterday, Bobby, you were hanging out with Stephen A. and Everson Walls.
Yes, Stephen A. and I, longtime friends.
Yes.
It was good to see him. Good to get. No, honestly, this is who Chris Arnold is. Like when people think maybe we're like joking or like, there's no way those CA stories are true. They're true. He is the Forrest Gump of radio. He's involved in every major story. And Stephen A. walks in the Star and has to go right up to Chris Arnold and say, Chris, what's up? And then he's asked him about like, well, where's Clarence? I got to catch up with Clarence. And so I got a chance to say hello, and I made sure to identify the outlet. I almost said, just as a bit, Bobby Belt 105 The Fan.
Wait, when you say he's the Forrest Gump of radio, do you mean like he's everywhere, or he simps for a girl that wants nothing to do with him until she absolutely needs him?
No, it's definitely the first part. There is no simping with Chris Arnold. Okay. People simp for Chris Arnold.
What did you pick up out there?
Yesterday it was Micah Parsons is, every time he steps up there to talk, it amazes me where it's like, is he just this off the cuff? And is he this is he just this smooth talking to me? Or does he come in there with stuff that it's just like he thinks through every angle of what am I going to be asked? What are the discussion points? And I'm going to have this stuff loaded up, because it's always so smooth and clean and extended. And so he was good yesterday. There was a lot of weird points that he made, I thought, but overall, I thought he was really good.
Micah Parsons on what he wants to be this season. I think this is the clip where we get the assassin.
It's the killer, the hitman, and the assassin. The killer, he's sloppy. He's probably going to get caught. He's not very good at what he does, but he's a killer. He's raw on the streets. Call it like that. And you got the hitman. The hitman might not get caught, but you know who did it. He's probably a little bit more clean. And the assassin, you don't even know he's there. You don't even know he done it. You know what I'm saying? So each time you really want to develop, and I think at this 4th year mark for me, I think I'm ready to be an assassin.
Perfect. So just keep it out. Keep going.
It's very much a
lion, assassin, hitman, and assassin are the same thing. Okay, and killer, a killer, hitman, and assassin. They're all the same thing. At the end of the day, the same job is done. And a lion too. Their job is to kill. Their job is to just kill, and that's the thing.
You also tweeted something that you thought would disturb RJ Choppy, and we're hearing more and more and more about Micah Parsons not lining up to rush the passer every single down.
Yeah, we've got the audio clip of it. Do you want to hear it? Peyton, this will be clip 25. This is Micah talking about how Zimmer plans to use him.
I know y'all look at that PFF stuff, but y'all gonna see I'm moving around a lot. I don't think there is a side. I think I got my own personnels and stuff. It's going to be exciting, I'm going to say that. You know, and I think I'll probably play every single person. And I think this is the first year where I could be in the 2-eye. You know, I could be in the 3, I could be in the 4. I mean, it don't matter. Like, I could be a linebacker, be in the slot. You know, I could almost be the safety if you look at it that way. In some
How many different positions do you think you'll play Sunday?
I don't know. He got the packaging, but, you know, at the same time, it's all about calling a good game. You know, if we're giving up a lot on first down, it's going to be hard to get in those packages. If we're giving up, and, you know, they're winning in the marks of the field sticks, you know, all that stuff matters. But if we do what we do, I think I could play a lot of different positions.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother you to hear him say that Zimmer has packages ready for him to essentially play safety and slot?
Safeties can rush the passer. That's all I care about. Like
The Jamal Adams package.
Yeah, I don't care where he lines up. He doesn't have to line up just in one spot. Right? Now, I do like that because I am a man-to-man. I don't like trickery. I don't like strategy. I like, you know, my strength versus yours. That's what, you know, fastball. I feel like
Toxic masculinity.
Yeah, strike people out with fastballs. Don't try to fool me on a curve.
So, Bobby, you and I were humongous fans of the Zimmer hire.
Mm-hmm.
How is all this resonating with you and does it make sense?
It doesn't bug me. I like the idea of using him in a variety of different ways. Because as Zimmer explained this offseason when we had played the audio of him doing what is it, the Doomsday podcast? How would you say that?
Doomsday. Zimmer is on with us here. Werder and Mosley. Doomsday.
So as Zimmer explained there, he had said that, you know, I can't just rush Micah on a double-A gap blitz every single time because he's going to be the guy that gets hit by the center every single time. And so he's like, we got to drop him into coverage sometimes and change up where he's going to be. I like hearing that Micah saying, I think I'm going to go against every single guy on the offensive line at some point during the game. I will rush the tackles, the guards, the center. You're going to see me everywhere. And I think that using him in that variety is the best way to use him.
So that's Micah Parsons jumping out yesterday talking about being the assassin. And then just when I was ready to shut it down and watch the Rangers barely hang on to a win over the New York Yankees, Stephen A. Smith drops the hour-plus interview with Jerry Jones. I thought it was really good. Interviews are just so much better when you sit down one-on-one. Stephen A., I thought, did a really nice job with his questions. Jerry was not kind of rambling all over the place, and I think we got a lot of good stuff from this, and y'all know that we'll make fun of audio clips when we deem it necessary. This is Jerry, and he wanted to let it be known that he's very sensitive, and all the stuff that we say and that fans say does get to him and bother him. Choose how much you want to believe that. But this is Jerry sounding genuinely surprised over all of our reactions to this Cowboys offseason.
Well, I feel a lot better than some of the critiques that maybe I'm getting more than they are, but I'm sensitive to them. Okay. But I'm frankly a little surprised. I'm surprised that it isn't more apparent to fans that we put an outstanding team together. I think the team is in better shape to roll than it was last year.
Really?
And I do.
Really? I do. Now, he says that every single year. But
every year. He's the ultimate, I'm in the best shape of my life, only as the GM.
Exactly.
The best job I've ever done.
It sounds like they're sitting in the offices going, and they're reading over the reviews of the tweets and all the job that the PR has to relay what's being said about them, and they're like looking at each other confused and befuddled. Now, maybe they end up being right, but if they are wrong, and we are as confident as we are, Choppy's probably the least confident, in terms of still believing, we all believe that they're a good football team. They're not good enough. But it surprises me that Jerry's surprised and that they may be sitting around looking at each other like, well, why are people angry? I don't get it. I don't understand. We didn't add anyone. We're threatening everyone with their jobs. That is our symbol. That is our signal, our virtue signal to the fan base that we're not going to put up with this, and we're going to put everyone on notice. And he sounded genuinely surprised over all the offseason criticism.
I think we talked about this throughout the offseason. I think Jerry and Steven, when they would talk, sounded like they were feeling it more than they had in years past, where they were feeling the heat from the fans and they had an understanding of it. I think now it's just Jerry is getting swept up in the season's about to begin, and he's puzzled. I think that's where he's puzzled, is that people aren't getting overwhelmed by I know it was a bad offseason, but man, football's here, and I'm so excited about this team, is that they're not excited.
So Stephen A. he asked him a great question. He said, choose one of the three to describe your spending. Are you brilliant at spending? Are you frugal? Or are you cheap? Choose one of the three words. And Jerry's like, that's a great question. And Stephen A. threw all the numbers that we see on Twitter and all the stats that were with the Arizona Cardinals. And last in spending over the last year, 2 years, 3 years. Why have you been last in the spending category as the old oil tycoon?
I grew up being taught to have a big front door and a small back door. Get a lot in and let as little out as you can. Right. That was fundamental. What I would tell you is that if you look at any team in the NFL, over a period of time, we spend the same amount of cash. We do. We just defer it in different ways or at different times.
I mean, look, that's true because the league has a rule, right? You get 95% of your cap over, 4-year stretch or whatever it is. So he's right. They just have a different philosophy on how to spend it. They spend it on their guys. They don't spend it on on free agents. I happen to agree with that because you're buying free agents. You're getting guys in that are not familiar with the area, with the team, with the system, and then you're getting them past their prime. The moment you hit free agency in the NFL, you're essentially almost already past your prime.
And Jerry went on to explain, and he tells us the same old stories over and over and over again, but he told the 55 Broncos story where he's flying on a private jet, he lands, there's this old dinky Bronco waiting to pick him up, and the pilot is like, whoa, this doesn't make sense. Where's your limo? Like, where's the fancy luxury car? And he's like, you can't have it all. Where we are now, we had the Russell Wilson window. I'm paraphrasing what he's trying to say. We had the Russell Wilson, Brock Purdy, rookie quarterback window. We didn't win the championship. Right. Now we're moving on to the window where we have to pay and reward all these young draft picks. And the formula for that has to be attached is young players who have to develop and have to grow from within versus going out and spending the money on free agents. That money has to be spent on our own stars that developed as draft picks.
Here's where the Cowboys...
Which makes sense to me.
Yeah, but here's where the Cowboys consistently miss the point. And where I think what you were just saying, Chop, about the way the Cowboys approach it is a little off. There's a difference between building through free agency and participating. They don't participate. And you can't just not participate. I've referenced it before. There was about an 8-year stretch, 8 consecutive years, where every Super Bowl winner that year, the previous offseason, had handed out more guaranteed money to an outside free agent, one, than the Cowboys that same offseason gave to their entire outside free agent class. Other teams that are winning Super Bowls are doing it different than you are. You need to participate at some level.
But also and maybe the Chiefs are a bad example because they've got him. But I mean, the Cowboys never would have done the Tyreek Hill thing. Never.
Yeah, but because also they believe in retaining everybody.
Exactly. That's the thing. They would I think they would participate in free agency if they didn't also believe in just retaining everybody. They are allergic to moving on from good players. I don't mean good, but I mean high level players. They're allergic.
Yeah.
They don't, for some reason.
Tyreek Hill never would have left here.
Exactly. Yeah, as I said, and I know you're talking to Peyton, but that's what I just said to Bobby. Tyreek, they never would have done that deal. They would fundamentally would not have believed in walking away from that. And Jerry, when he says this is as good as I felt, I think every year Jerry does some form of this. It's almost a protection. It's can't be me. My roster's great. It's got to be the coach.
Here's Jerry on signing the quarterback, which it really does sound like he wants to do, I believe.
Dak is a long-term decision for the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. I think Dak, one of his unique things is that he's going to be able to, his makeup, what he is, his skill levels, what he is as a person and a quarterback will age well as you look at quarterback age and viability. I think it will age well as he moves into the next 5 or 10 years of his life. I think he's the kind of quarterback that gets better and better. That we certainly know that time, oh Father Time, that it makes a big difference as we get older. But quarterback is a place that experience can manifest itself in wins. Also, the hard times, the mistakes that have been made, if you've got the right kind of makeup, that's a plus. You need rewarded for having gone through that because you, not Stephen A. I'm pointing to, I'm talking about Dak Prescott, you know how to use a hard time and turn it into an asset. He does that.
So that's Jerry talking about how Dak will mature and be good in maturing as a quarterback, and I would presume that would be a check in the keep Dak here category.
Yeah, when he talks about 5 to 10 years, and I saw a clip yesterday. I know it was an hour-long talk, so I don't know if it's in here, but I saw a clip yesterday, too, where he made another reference to something about 5 years in the future with Dak. But, well, 5 years from now, I look at him and yada, yada, yada. That, to me, says the Diana Rossini thing was wrong. Is that I think that they are looking, if they want to get him here, I think they want to get him here for, it sounded almost like Jerry tipped his hand a little and was indicating like, we'd like to get a 5-year window open with him here.
So that is part one of the Jerry sit down with Stephen A. Smith. Wyatt Langford strikes again, and how a Tinder date could get you fired from your job, just like this person who works in the NFC East. The crazy story out of the National Football League as opening night is here. Sean, RJ, and Bobby getting you ready for it on The Fan. But I'm getting you ready for BetterHelp, H-E-L-P, BetterHelp.com. Get matched to the best therapist for you.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Yates ready and deals, and there's a high drive well hit to left center field. Langford back at the wall. He leaps, he makes the catch, and the ball game's over. Wyatt Langford catches it at the top of the wall in left field. I'm not sure whether or not that ball would have gone out, but Langford makes sure it doesn't. And this game has mercifully come to a close.
And mercifully, because of what the bullpen did in giving up 4 runs late before Kirby Yates had to come in for a third of an inning, and Wyatt Langford makes the leaping catch in order to take the series over the New York Yankees. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan. And in addition to the catch, Langford with 3 hits. He also scored 3 times right after the walk-off grand slam.
Yeah, it was it was the walk-off the day before and a catch to end it the next day, and what a 2 games for him. And they do take the 2 of 3. A very long baseball game, 3 hours and 11 minutes. I mean, we're getting that. That was an average. That was an average a couple years ago, and now it's like, okay, we are getting too long here.
Well, an 8-run comeback will do that.
Yeah, no. I will take all the 3 hour and 11-minute baseball games if they would have been scoring 10 runs all year.
That's right. That's right. But
really,
yeah,
4-run comeback, but it was a 10-2 deficit before 10-6, and Giancarlo almost made it worse.
Almost made it 10-9, and then you know, obviously now you're down to 1 run, and you're in a world of hurt at that point, still with a lead. But really nice series for the Rangers, who have been playing much better baseball. It's like they get out, they're out of it almost. Essentially, they're out of it. They're not physically, technically out of it, but they pretty much are. Now all of a sudden they start playing good baseball.
Eovaldi was money for Boch and company. Unfortunately, you get the news that Corey Seager may be shut down for the season with a hip. And Simeon also had the day off, and they scored 10 runs.
Jerry and the Cowboys have been all about all in. The Rangers were about dug in, and that's been one of the things that we've done.
Well, that should be your favorite team then.
Yeah, because I'm dug in, and I was correctly dug in on this one because
you were.
I'm so glad that the Rangers just committed to trying to salvage a bad season, a bad team, and said, man, we really need to hang on to these dozen veterans that aren't going to be here next year in the name of, God forbid, young, cheap talent that can be with us for years into the future on a team that seems to be having financial issues. I wouldn't want that young, cheap talent around here. That would just be awful. And now you get to you lose Corey Seager once again, probably for the rest of the year. That's disappointing because he's been, in large part, over the last couple weeks before this little run here with the Yankees, where he was kind of your offense. There was that stretch of like 10 days where Seager was the only Ranger to hit a home run.
8.5 back in the division.
Oh, baby.
Houston lost. 8.5 back in the wild card, and you start a series against the Angels.
22 games left. 8.5 back. There's still a chance.
Start a series against the Angels, and that means they timed it up perfectly with the Elvis Andrus signing, as he's going to retire a Ranger, and they timed it up perfectly with Ron Washington coming to town so that everybody can be part of the ceremony.
This is 4 against the Angels.
No.
Let's just say they bring out a broomstick.
Oh. A big broomstick?
You're ready to get hurt again.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, how many back after the Angels series would have you regretting or rethinking saying this thing was over? Would it have to be 4? It'd have to, like Houston would have to lose all 4 of their next series.
That would put them,
because then you're
18 games left. I will say if they are 6 back.
Okay. Then you're at Arizona for 2, at Seattle for 4, Toronto for 3.
Seattle can't get out of their own way.
And Seattle for 3 again before Oakland and the Angels to finish out the year.
Yeah. Seattle can't get out of their own way. Toronto's, they're so out of it. They've given up as well. It would get to 6 games back after this series, and then we'll reevaluate. How about that?
There's a little bit of a problem here. If you told me that they're going to be 4 games back after this stretch, and the team that's leading in the division is Seattle, I feel better about it. Not just because of the way Seattle's playing, but all the teams you just listed off, you didn't list Houston there. Like, you have no way to control your own destiny in closing that gap at all. And so, if they were able to close it to 4, and I knew they had 8 games against the Astros the rest of the way, maybe I'd be like, all right, I'm holding on to hope a little bit. But this'll still be a team that finishes below 500, and they're going to have to reload for next year.
Meanwhile, Yankee fans are freaking out that Aaron Judge is slumping at the wrong time. He went 0 for 3 last night, and Bobby thinks he has found the culprit.
Paw Patrol will be there on the double.
Yep, this is the fault of Paw Patrol. So
Chase, Zoomy?
About 10 days ago, he was on the Paw Patrol spinoff, Rubble and Crew.
Oh, yeah, Rubble.
Okay, so Aaron Judge made an appearance. He was the voice. They had a little animated character for him. He supplied his voice.
Also, Aaron Judge does love the kids, unlike the Little League World Series team.
Yeah, exactly. He just doesn't like loudmouth legendary Little League coaches or whoever that guy was. But just as the excitement was starting to build for this home run chase, like, oh my gosh, we're going to get another record here, he's gone freezing cold, and it syncs up to the day with his appearance on Rubble and Crew. So now people are talking about the Paw Patrol curse. Since that time, the Yankees are 3-6, have fallen out of first place, and over that 9-game stretch, Aaron Judge's OPS is .554.
Ugh.
Pretty terrible. He's batting 176 overall. He has not homered in 9 games.
Yikes.
I think this can only be
curse, man.
This is absolutely on Paw Patrol.
I agree.
Or Rubble and Crew.
Rubble and
Sorry.
Crew. Chase,
I guess that's like calling
Sky,
Laverne
Rocky.
and Shirley Happy Days.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the payload is coming up at 6:40. We have a ludicrous ticket giveaway. Did you see him throw out the first pitch for the Braves with the arms? That is absolutely incredible. But the insane story out of D.C. with this Washington Commanders employee. Was this a Tinder trap? Who wants to take this?
It was a they call it the American Swiper. That's the OMG Media is an American Swiper. So I guess, Bobby, OMG Media is now, it used to be Project Veritas.
Yep.
And this James O'Keefe is the leader of this gotcha journalism type thing. Is that what it is? That's basically what it is.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, or just call it secretly recording people in compromising positions.
Yeah. Right. So this is Commanders VP Rael Entine, and he is on a date with this girl. He thought it was a date. It's not a date.
Multiple dates
with this girl. And he goes right in. Like, she basically asks him point blank about the players, about what they're like, about what they're, are they offensive in any way? And he goes right into it.
Okay, just walk me through again your breakdown, your just description of the Commanders players.
Over 50% of our roster, right, is either white religious, and God says the gays.
Meet Rael Entine, the Vice President of Content for the Washington Commanders.
Another big chunk is very low-income African American that comes from a community that is inherently very homophobic.
Okay.
All right. He got right in.
Homophobic, low income.
Yeah, he went right in.
She's asking this too, like someone who's wearing a wire. Okay, so tell me again. So tell me again why all these
Where
players
do I drop
suck?
the package?
Yeah.
Yes. Where?
Where's the Coke? And then he talks about fans.
Yeah, he didn't stop there.
All of us who apparently choose and prefer to breathe through our mouth.
Most of the fans, I would say, are high school educated alcoholics.
They're like lower class people.
I hate to use that term. I would just say mouth breathers. I know, it's way worse.
He revealed that his job is to essentially operate, quote, state-run media.
My job is to sell hope to the fans, right? I need them buying tickets. When there's not much hope to sell, I still gotta dig deep to find it.
Why do you think there's not much hope to sell right now?
Because we had like pipes leaking sewage on our fans in the middle of a game. And I have to put out a social post saying like, it wasn't sewage water, we promised. That is state-run media.
That was with FedEx leaking.
FedEx leaking. Yeah, he is. So he's the VP of content. So like any kind of, he has to go to the players and basically ask them, hey, will you help us out with this video, right? You know, so he has to go to all these guys, all these players.
Yeah,
Then-
he's Carter Freeman, basically.
Then he says what, many said during the Colin Kaepernick stuff and the social justice initiatives, that it's just a bunch of BS to save public face.
So how do you explain the fact that the NFL is very much into like social justice?
It's performative.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's not done out of the goodness of their heart, morality. It's done because George Floyd changed the game. I mean that the social justice efforts are a performance for the sake of public perception and not because they want to actually push progress.
To get support from liberals.
No, I don't. I think it's to make as much money as possible. I think the NFL cares about the bottom line, like any corporation, above all else, and they don't need to really pinch pennies because they make so much revenue. Therefore, they can faux prioritize DEI for the sake of good publicity.
How did this girl and this organization know to target this guy?
That's a great question. I have no idea. I just assumed that they said, let's just go to the most dysfunctional organization and find somebody that we could talk to, because everybody with the Commanders is an idiot.
Then you had to make it match up on the dating app to connect with him. Then the cell phone looks like it was set up like right on the breadbasket, staring right at him. How did he not see that? Maybe they have some type of investigative equipment.
It could have been a lapel camera on a brooch.
I don't know.
You said, Bobby, brooches are huge now. Everybody's stealing grandma's brooch.
For somebody that spent that entire dinner, it sounds like, talking about like, just undereducated drunks and stuff like that. He sounded drunk and undereducated. The fact that he wasn't noticing this. By the way, where he got a start in this business? Oh, KNBR out there in San Fran. That's where he got his first gig, according to his Twitter profile, where all his tweets are protected.
And then this will be fun now for KMC tomorrow with Jerry Jones. We have Mike McCarthy at 6:30. We will not be asking McCarthy about this because this Commanders employee who just got suspended, not fired. Right now, he's just suspended. He decided to bring up Jerry's name.
NTN also reveals that Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones is the one who really runs the NFL, and reveals that Jerry Jones, quote, hates gay people and black people, unquote.
I don't think the commissioner of the NFL hates gay people, hates black people. So Jerry Jones, for instance, the owner who really runs the NFL, I think he hates gay people and black people.
What about Roger?
Oh yeah, he's a puppet.
So Roger's a puppet?
Yes, a $50 million puppet.
Boy.
NBC5, please don't run this on your broadcast of us talking about this right now.
How do you think Corey is going to ask Jerry this question?
Are you embarrassed?
No, Jerry, come on, you're an ally, right?
Jerry, pretend we were all black and that Bassick was gay.
Yeah.
Would you be doing this interview?
Oh my God.
Might be the only time Bassick speaks up in a Jerry interview if Corey said that.
Please, Corey, don't ask it like that.
All right, so that is the Commanders employee suspended. But look, there were like some things in here that people believe about NFL fake. We all know that every organization lies and spins things, but then fake PR leaders.
Oh, I'm admittedly completely backed into a corner here on this one because I completely hate when I think we throw labels on people around way too easily. Oh, this person's homophobic or this person's racist. But I also am a technicality guy, and I don't like how this audio was obtained.
This is all RJ cared about walking in. He's like, how was this recorded and how was this released? He didn't care about what the guy said or anything. It's always the defense attorney, better call Chop. Why did Peyton Russell email us last night how to break a girl's heart? It's part of the payload with Sean and RJ next. But let me go ahead and get you set up for mycomputercareer.ed.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is time for the payload every Thursday at this time, and we'll jump right to it, guys. I need relationship advice from y'all. The Tolos, 877-881-1053.
You should just ask Carter, since apparently he scares the living life out of you. God, I have never had to yell at Peyton like in the last commercial break as NBC5, our television partner, is in here recording.
TV Peyton.
RJ and Bobby. Peyton comes stumbling in here. Hey, can you just do me a favor and move your cameras, because Carter is going to get upset that our webcam is being blocked by. We're recording the commercial breaks.
We're in a break. What are they filming?
We're in a break. Can you just please? He's so terrified of Carter, and he wouldn't stop. I'm like, Carter, it's Peyton. It's fine. No, if you could just like alter it or like turn this down a little bit, because Carter is going to be mad and upset.
Right. And look, and I love going to California every year, and I love going to Michigan every year. Okay, but that 3-week stretch, I really do lose my tan. Okay, and nothing means more to me than my tan. And
you've never had a phenomenal great tan.
Oh, you should see when I get in the sun. Oh, it's
I've seen you every day for
golden,
15 years.
It's so nut brown. It's so Greek golden nut brown.
You're a wannabe brownie,
bro.
You're a wannabe.
So I'm a little washed out right now, Peyton. Okay, and the lights are on me, and now you created a shadow effect.
You've had lights on top of you for this whole week, Chop. You're fine. I promise you, you're fine.
These are not UV. Okay.
So Carter, that's why your shot may be altered a little bit because of TV coverage.
Stunned that he fears Carter more than you.
Hey, coming in here to tell NBC5 over Carter over NBC5.
I was just asking, can we just move it a little bit to the left? It was blocking your
Carter
face,
to
Sean.
make another video.
If the camera was blocking
Tell him
Choppy or
at
Bobby,
8:15
I
when he
would have
gets
left it. I would have left it there, but it was blocking you, Sean.
Oh, okay.
I know who's the star.
All right, my bad.
But guys, I do need relationship advice because as you look at the calendar, it's September, and you're thinking, okay, what's in September? Well, my birthday and Choppy's birthday's in September, so we can celebrate that.
Happy birthday, Chop.
15 days. But so my girlfriend Mackenzie is starting to decorate the house with holiday spirit, and you're thinking, what holidays are close by? There's nothing close by.
Labor Day.
No, it is Halloween, and you're thinking, okay, well, when's Halloween? It's 2 months away, basically. 2 months away, and she is already starting to decorate the house with Halloween stuff. She loves Halloween. She loves holidays in general, but she gets a head start on, holidays. So Halloween, she has a bunch of pumpkins and skeletons, all this, so she'll decorate the house. And I'm like, okay, you need to calm down a little bit. It's September. And she was doing this over the weekend, Labor Day weekend. She's already putting stuff out. And I'm trying not to be rude here, but I don't want to break her heart. But how do I tell her
I've never heard of the early Halloween decorator.
Christmas is fine. You get away with Christmas, but Halloween, I didn't get. But she loves Halloween.
I'm considering already putting Christmas lights up. I'm ready.
So, are you usually a costume person?
I mean, for like a Halloween party, like I'll do a little costume for that, but like that's it.
And has she picked out y'all's? Or you do have to do a couples?
We didn't do a couples one last year. We were technically dating on Halloween last year. We didn't do one.
Okay.
So
how much is up in the house, and how do you get out of this? Help him out here like you did the Commanders official.
Well, he did, after going to your party over the weekend, he does not run his house, so I don't think he has options.
Carter decides you think Carter's like put the skeletons in the corner.
He is terrified of redheads. Is what I'm learning.
You were dying to unleash and unveil your discussions with her. You guys had a weird dynamic going on at the party.
I wanted.
Peyton was coaching her.
I wanted so much. Yeah, Peyton was coaching her, telling her what she could and couldn't say. It was very controlling.
So is it bothering you? The decorations?
No, because no one else is coming over to the house. But if we had company over, it would be. I would have to start putting some things up.
Because like they're just general fall decorations, right? Like the leaves, the pumpkin. That's just general fall.
Skeletons?
No.
Skeletons is not general.
This
fall.
is Halloween, Chop. This isn't just fall decorations.
There's more than that. All right.
You know, I would say just take a L on this one. Pick your battles.
Yep.
You're not having multiple people, a ton of people. It's good that she's festive. It's better to be festive than like dead inside.
I've never heard of somebody treating Labor Day to Halloween though like Thanksgiving to Christmas, where it's like, well, day after Thanksgiving, got to go get the tree, got to go to decorate.
And also, like, how much is she asking you to help? If she's not asking you to help, what the hell do you care?
No help at all. I haven't had to buy anything. We went to Target. She bought like the candy corn pillows and ghost blankets, all that stuff. So it's out there, but she's buying it. But it's there.
I live in Wild Kingdom. Okay, we have 48 indoor houseplants. She's asked me for zero help on these things, so I don't care. Like, knock yourself out.
2 months out for pre-Halloween. Who else deals with this on the Franco Injury Attorney text on YouTube or Twitch? Can you come up with something for him?
Yeah, if you would really like to get out of this, are any of these a lot? Are any of these living?
No.
Living skeletons.
There's no spiders.
Any of the flowers that she put out? Nothing. All right, so here's what you got to do. You've got to find a way to rot the pumpkins out. So you're going to go to Google. You're going to find a way to rot the pumpkins. It's going to take a little bit. But you'll say, man, the smell. I can't take the smell. We've got to get rid of it.
Are they real pumpkins?
No. These are because here's the thing. They're fake pumpkins, and they're just little things. But she's not done yet. This isn't like she's done. She's adding stuff as the week goes on. So she starts off with little, skeletons and skulls around the house.
What about?
Are you religious?
You guys have a dog, right?
That's what I was going to go with.
Are you religious?
Dog.
Feed the dog. Go ahead.
Are you religious?
Yeah.
She grew up in Alabama.
Yeah,
you tell her this is the devil's holiday.
This is.
Do you want to go to hell, Mackenzie?
Right.
Like that's how you put.
Got to go religious.
I would feed the dog a little bit of chocolate.
Oh God!
And
oh my gosh!
We're not trying to kill the dog.
Please cut this camera.
I feed the dog a little bit of chocolate and be like, "This is what you get. You got all this Halloween crap laying around. You got Hershey Kisses. You got cotton.
Literally.
All your candy, all your Halloween spirit, or have the dog eat like a skeleton finger off.
Leave a horse head in her bed.
Just a little slight choking episode, and that will scare her off of it.
Well, the worst part is she has a costume for the dog too. That's very Halloweeny. So.
HOA. Is any of this outside the house?
Oh yeah.
No, nothing's outside the house. It's all inside. I know. So HOA can't.
I would lean into religion.
I think I just slowly, because she's slowly putting stuff up while I'm at work, or over the weekend when I'm gone, working Cowboys games. So I think I start taking stuff down, just start hiding stuff and play a little game with her. But
just let it be.
Yeah, I can let it be. I can survive.
Yeah. What do you think is her feeling in your category that she would be venting to us about? Like, oh, he's got a problem with my Halloween decorations. I have a problem with this.
Oh, so whenever we first moved in, I had a Texas Longhorn flag up that I wanted to put like on the wall in our bedroom, and I put it up there as a decoration. She said, absolutely not. This is not a frat house. So she took it down
and put a Texas Tech one up.
No, she did not. But I have bobbleheads like Rangers and Major League Baseball bobbleheads that I have up, and we have a corner in the game room where they can stay. And so it's there. And then I have other pictures that are on the wall here and there. But, when it comes to bedroom stuff, she's like, all right, this is what we're going to do. It's not going to look like a frat house here.
Oh, so she's bossy in the bedroom.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, Sean, I as a McKenzie expert researcher after this weekend feel like I can weigh in on this. So when you say, what is her thing? Like, if you're annoyed by that she can't control that, I would say that her thing that she's annoyed she can't control is the growth of Peyton's mustache is what I discovered over the weekend. Is Peyton, she's telling us she's not a big fan of the mustache.
Yeah, she says it, but, for the first few months before I shaved it, because I don't think I shaved it for the first 4 or 5 months we started dating, she was fine with it. But then I shaved it once, and she was like, okay, you look a little better without it. But I don't care. I run my face. Payload every Thursday at this time. Guys, football season starts tonight. The Chiefs and Ravens. You know what that means. Tay-Tay, is she going to be in the crowd? Oh, Taylor Swift. Well, we might have an update from Barstool. This is KFC Barstool giving us an update that there might be rumors that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are soon to be splitting.
Tuesday on Reddit, pictures of an alleged document from Full Scope Public Relations, the company that represents Travis Kelce, went viral on Reddit, saying that this is the comprehensive media plan for Travis Kelce following his breakup with Taylor Swift. Now, these bullet points say things like emphasize that it was a mutual parting of ways and that they're focusing on their privacy right now. Now, the second page here lists all the outlets that they're going to be doing media. They say that Travis is going to be doing mock interviews to get prepared and that he still respects Taylor and he's excited for the football season. But this part right here is what has the internet buzzing, because it says that the announcement date and the official release of this document is supposed to be September 28th, 2024, as if Taylor and Travis have already planned their breakup. So now the internet is obviously on fire. The people who thought that this was a fake relationship from the beginning think that they have their smoking gun, saying that this was a perfect one-year sham relationship for PR purposes.
I don't believe it, but it's out there, and the fact that there's a date, I think everyone's just going to be waiting for September 28th.
The fact that they have a date makes this ridiculous, but a contract for the breakup. NFL fans were also ticked off because I guess in the official NFL promo for the season, Taylor Swift was in there like 6 times, and there were like other star players who were not included at all. Are we going to do this again this year? Are we going to do all this Taylor Swift hate Bobby again throughout this entire season?
I hope not, because they're a cute couple, man. Whatever, just let them do their thing.
Yeah, he's the unlikable one in the couple. He's the one who makes me roll my eyes, not her.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh yeah, especially when being compared to his brother.
Look, this is
his brother's the ultimate likable bro, right?
I'm very disappointed in Peyton and in KFC Barstool for not spotting that this is an obvious fake.
Yeah,
this is not a legit contract. And Full Scope, the PR department actually released a statement last night where they're like, BS, not true, and we're getting lawyers involved trying to figure out whoever lied and set us up this way. But it would not be the most ridiculous contract we've ever heard of in sports. If you need to know what that one is, just Google JJ Redick.
Why?
Just Google JJ Redick girlfriend contract
just
in your
Google
free
it.
time.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll Google it.
Halloween decorations included. The Payload Thursday edition here with Sean and RJ. We have a ludicrous ticket giveaway to hook you up with. And why Jerry Jones is talking about lubrication from behind. That's from him. That's from him. Next on The Fan.
They say if you look good, you feel good, and the folks at Boardroom Styling Lounge can help you with that. Boardroom20.com. Find a salon near you. They're celebrating their 20th anniversary.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Thursday and happy opening NFL season. Got the entire morning squad with you on the home of America's team and the World Series champs, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. Peyton running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby was out at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco yesterday, and so was Stephen A. Smith for an hour-long sit-down with Jerry Jones, and one of the questions was, yo, man, we knew what the numbers were going to end up being. Why did the CeeDee Lamb contract take so long?
I haven't, and I'm not trying to be cute, but I don't see any rewards or I don't see any penalties on your timer. On does he get on the field, and is he on the field when he ought to be out there? And so I had no urgency at all about getting him to the field. Now I'm sensitive about what fans and all of the ones that are against the Cowboys, as well as all the ones that are for the Cowboys. and I want to look good as well as anyone else. But it was important for us to, on every aspect, to really try to husband as much of the resources that would go in Lamb's direction. It was critical for us to husband $1,000, $50,000, $100,000, because in our system, that's that much more that we've got to pay Parsons, or that's that much more for us to pay that young offensive lineman that we want to renew his contract 3 years from now. It's a zero-sum game.
So, Bobby, two parts of this. One, there's no penalty for waiting when we all keep talking about the leaves and the leapfrogging that takes place. We've had insiders come on here and say nothing was going to get done until the Justin Jefferson deal happened. And then part two is it took us a while to allocate and get our resources and funds in order to pay him.
Yeah, there's a lot that's in that clip, including the...
They just don't believe there's any penalty in waiting.
Well, yeah, because...
He loves to back end it, excuse me, Chop. He loves to back end it by saying, I am basically head of the National Football League, or I'm the head of knowing where the league is going with all of our deals and the salary cap. They just believe because they know the cap is going up, they can wait to pay more versus, and correct me if I'm wrong, versus still trying to save while the cap is going up.
Right. So, but Bobby's always brought up the term percentage of the cap.
Yeah.
So if they had signed CD a year ago, or 2 years, let's say that they signed Dak when they could have. I guess it would have been more than a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and they signed him to whatever that deal would have been, $50 million as opposed to $60 million. Yeah, today, 2 years later, that would have been a steal of a deal. But when they signed it, and for the first year, it would be exactly the same as waiting, because $60 million today is what $50 million was a year ago or whatever. So while today, if we look at it while we're here today, yeah, it looks like a great deal. But when they signed it, they'd still be in the same boat they're going to be in now for that first year.
Yeah, the Cowboys,
but then it's a multi-year deal.
Right, but we'll be in the same position in 2 years.
They're always
That's how
re-signing. They look at it as we're always re-signing. The Cowboys would look at it and say, okay, I can pay $50 a year earlier, but that also means that I'm not spending $40 that year. Is that I'm actually spending? They look at it as $10 million lost to wait, or they look at it as a changeover where it's like, all right, I can save myself $10 million here, or I can save myself $10 million in this area. It doesn't matter because we're moving it all around. They believe that the quarterback market, I think, and a lot of times players in general, I think Jerry believes that the market's like completely inelastic. Like there's nothing that's going to affect, like demand or price is not going to affect any of that. And so I think it's wrong to say there's no penalty in waiting, because Steven has clearly said they were penalized for waiting on Dak the last time and had made that pretty clear. And so I think that that's a wrong statement there. I'm also very confused when he was listing out the dollar amounts, how he said $1,000. And then he went dollars for the rest of them.
Very gone with the way. He went very like that transatlantic accent.
So Stephen A. Smith is a Dak hater when it comes to getting this next money because of the postseason. And Stephen A. asked him, where is the evidence when it comes to true winning time that you should extend number 4?
There is a case where you have to think that something's going to happen that hasn't happened yet. Otherwise, you're sitting right there with everybody else having measured the experience. In Dak's case, I look at his basic great qualities, and then I fundamentally see someone that is getting better. I think he got better with Mike, with coaching him directly as his offensive coordinator.
Okay.
I think he has improved since the day that he got here, if you really want to look at that.
So you think he was better last year with Mike McCarthy as both the head coach and the play caller than he was when Kellen Moore was here as the offensive coordinator?
Well,
is that fair?
Without diminishing or demeaning Kellen, he was definitely better last year.
Okay.
Definitely. And by the way, room to get better, room to grow. I think that's a fact.
Okay, so there's a
I take a ton of issue with a lot of what was said there.
Okay, because I'm looking at there's two viewpoints. People will either view it as if you haven't, that means you can't, or if you haven't, that means you just haven't.
Right.
It doesn't mean you won't. And I think like that's where people get muddled up, and a lot of the media they try to be sensationalist, like, well, he can't win the big game. Well, why can't he win the big game? Has he not? Can he not win it because he physically is incapable of it, or he just hasn't? Because I think there's a massive difference.
Of course.
Do you
have your decision on that?
Look, if you win 12 games 3 years in a row, I think you absolutely can. We are talking about
you've said
rarefied
multiple
air.
times
But they're
the problem
bullies,
is
I
the
know.
quarterback.
Yeah, look. Don't try to reason with me.
No.
Don't try to do that.
I have to remember what you said. You said when we know the problem is the quarterback.
Yeah. He absolutely can win the championship. Absolutely can. Is he elite enough to win multiple? And I believe the answer is no.
Okay.
So, my personal viewpoint on that is if I don't believe you're good enough to win multiple, I got to find a new one.
Okay.
Do you believe Eli was good enough to win multiple?
No, but I also don't want to live in that world. Like that's a really wild world to live in. You have to have a career year at the same time your defense has a career year if you're Eli Manning. You know what I mean? Like he had to have.
You don't have to have that. You don't have to have a career year. You have to have a career 3 weeks.
Sure.
Or 4 weeks.
Yeah, but
which he's capable of.
But that's a wild way to live.
You were ready to run off a list of issues in that response.
I mean, the biggest thing to me is just, again, the insistence is so disingenuous to me that, well, clearly, like...
By the way, he's a Dak advocate in all these clips.
Yes, yes.
This makes me believe even more that it is getting done.
But I don't like I'm a Dak advocate because of what Mike's done to put him in this position and what Mike has done to bring...
he's also advocating for the head coach.
Which he shouldn't.
He shouldn't?
No, he shouldn't.
Why not?
Because this should not even be your head coach at this point. And to
it is.
dig in, but to dig in on this idea.
And the guy did finish second, and I know your follow up to it, and I think you're right. He did finish second in MVP under the guy calling the plays after what I do believe was Dak and others ripping up Mike's initial plan early in the start of the season.
Yeah,
but he does have to advocate for his head coach, who is already probably pissed off because he does not have an extension.
Like, what you want him to say? Did you want him to say, well, we should be giving him a better head coach, and we'll do that next year?
No, my problem is not that. My problem is that I think he believes what he said. And I think that no, because
Mike's not a negative. He's not he may not be a plus, but he's not a negative. He's not a below average head coach of the NFL.
You think he's better than Jason Garrett, Bobby?
McCarthy?
Or you think they're exactly the same?
I think they are pretty much the same coach, just with different, they do things differently. And so, okay, maybe Jason's strength is this, Mike's is this. But ultimately, if they were to get an overall grade, I think their grade is they're the same person.
Okay. Anything else from that you wanted to finish
just
up with?
That I think the problem to me is not, again, that Jerry... I don't think he's blowing smoke. I think this is his opinion that he thinks, man, this is one of the reasons why we kept him. I think he actually absolutely believes that. That's a problem to me because it tells me that I think he has a misunderstanding with what's wrong. It tells me that he doesn't I don't feel like he has a good beat on what is wrong with this team and why they aren't winning.
And that is
a big part of it is the head coach.
Mike McCarthy tomorrow, 6:30 live on Sean and RJ. Then
Please don't clip that, Laura.
Then Stephen A. took it to GM Jerry, and of course he told Clarence Hill, "Hey, no one can effing come in here and do as good a job as me with the contracts and everything." And this is Jerry repeating, "I am the best for this position."
I have made so many mistakes, period, in my day. I've made them. And I know that most people do make mistakes, but I've made some that took me years to recover from. And so there's no sure thing in those decisions. I do feel, and this may be where the rub comes, I don't feel at that level of decision making for this team, for this situation, is there's someone better than me. I don't. To think, though, that I don't change philosophy regarding our football team is wrong.
All right, he wanted to throw that in at the end, which again is probably a little bit of a misnomer nationally. Jerry calls the shots.
Right.
Jerry's in control. And Jerry just wants the title. I believe that. Yeah. Again, it's like I always talk about, it's his dream to be football guy. He doesn't care about being billion-dollar businessman. Just like the rock star wants to be the Hollywood actor and the Hollywood actor wants to be the athlete.
It's, there's that agent survey they did a couple of, last week or whatever, where they said there's no hierarchy with the Cowboys. Like, it's very, very weird. Like, the idea, the misnomer that everybody is just under Jerry's thumb, I think it's almost too opposite of that. There's no structure.
We've had glory hole. We've had circumcising mosquitoes. And now we have lubrication.
Money helps ease the pain. Yeah. It do. Yeah. It really does. I had this guy call me, and he said, we're supposed to cut
Stop. I should have set this up better. Number one, Stephen A. was asking about the Cowboys' $10 billion evaluation. And then see if you can figure out what radio show Jerry Jones was alluding to here.
Money helps ease the pain. Yeah. It do. Yeah. It really does. I had this guy call me, and he said, we're supposed to cut the questions off on a radio show. Mm-hmm. It had been a few years back. And he said, how does it feel, a guy of your stature, your pocketbook, how does it feel to have gotten it stuck up your, like that? And I said, well, I've had it stuck up there when I didn't have money, and I've had it stuck up there when I have some. Feels better when you got a little money. It's lubricated.
Oh, my Lord, you just used the word lubrication.
Well done. It's well done.
There you go. Nice. So there's your drop. Moving forward, Pay.
It's lubricated.
Stephen A. sitting down with Jerry Jones, part 2.
Coconut oil?
No.
We don't have to go into it anymore.
Aster blood.
We have a ludicrous ticket giveaway to hook you up with here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. RJ Choppy's hot takes, his bold predictions for the NFL season, plus the neighborhood watch. Don't be drinking the water in Grand Prairie. That and the Luda ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway next.
Let's get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Y'all know how much I love talking about training and work.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Experts help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
And we are commercial-free with a ludicrous ticket giveaway. Jam-packed with local news and the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Craig Way previews the huge Longhorn game at 9 o'clock. And Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. But tonight is the start of the NFL season with the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Now we can watch this game, right? You and I can watch this game?
That's right. I'm waiting for this to get resolved before I have to bail on DirecTV before Monday Night Football.
Did you not enjoy when you were in when we were in Oxnard? Did you not enjoy the user friendly nature of the YouTube TV?
You know what? I honestly did not use after that first night when we got in and I was freaking out because I didn't have Bravo on the
fanning himself
on the hotel TV, and Bobby gave me the account. I did not go back to it. I'm trying to remember what I just kept on television. No, it couldn't have been Below Deck. That's when I usually just would leave Below Deck on it and go and go and go and
the
go.
The original or Mediterranean?
Deck.
I think it's Mediterranean, but that's Bravo as well. But Bobby, my question for you is, since I have your YouTube TV login information, can I just use that? Or does that kick you off? How would that interfere with you?
I don't think it would kick me off.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if saying it into a microphone over 100,000 watts would somehow jeopardize that. But I don't know, we haven't gotten kicked out of our Amazon or our Prime account since over the weekend with Inside Out 2 when we set that up on the TV. So that's still on two TVs in two different places.
Okay. Yeah, $27.
$27 to buy Inside Out 2. A movie.
That is.
What? No, I don't know what that is.
It's an animated movie.
27?
$27. Was that to rent or keep?
Keep. No, renting it was $24, buying it was $27. So I'm like, well, I'll spend the extra $3, I guess.
So I think we can watch tonight. Should be on NBC, and RJ Choppy is here with his big, bold season predictions.
All right. Bold NFL season predictions, starting right away with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson loses the starting job to Justin Fields.
No offense. I think that is a very easy, lame prediction.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're going to, I mean, to me,
Have you
it's
watched Russ play?
I have. Have you watched Fields play?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, this thing is going to end up like 10-7 in terms of games split, or 9-8.
Okay.
Like both are starting games in my opinion. But so I would agree. I would agree with that big bold hot take.
Not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction.
Yeah, about as bold as Deron
right.
Bland's been practicing pretty well out here in Oxnard.
For whatever reason, the amount of people who have Pittsburgh in their top 10 of power rankings is blowing me away.
Top
this year.
10?
We just had one the other day. Top 10. They were number 9. They were ahead of the Cowboys.
Number 9.
Well, they are automatically, a 500 team.
They are.
And then I guess the thought is Russell Wilson better than Kenny Pickett?
Right.
Did you upgrade at quarterback?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know that they did. So I'll do one more Steelers one. They finished last place in the division for the first time in 36 years.
Cincy, Cleveland, Baltimore. I mean, I would agree with that. Although we probably have said this a few times in years past.
Yeah, not an overreaction because I feel like they're the easy worst. But it's like this run with the NFC East not having back-to-back winners for as long as it has. It's like as fluky as it is. At some point, you just gotta go. I don't know. Like, I mean, this is just Tomlin. Like Tomlin Tomlin always finds a way.
I'm struggling with it. I think that they could. I mean, I think they obviously will, but the Browns one throws me for a loop. Next one. The Titans will finish ahead of either Jacksonville or Houston in the AFC South.
All right, that is a hot take. You're a Trevor Lawrence guy more so than I am. Everyone has just given Houston the division. The team that I thought you were going to throw in there that I'm having a really difficult time with is Indianapolis. Because everyone has Anthony Richardson high up in their fantasy draft.
Big time.
What is Anthony Richardson?
Anthony Richardson, one of my favorite stats that I was reminded of yesterday. Anthony Richardson has started 10 games at quarterback since his high school career. So from college into the pros, Anthony Richardson has started 10 games.
It's very Trey Lance.
Trey Lance started more. Like Trey has started more games at quarterback since high school than Anthony
Make
Richardson.
your case for the Titans in believing that.
This is more of a pose of this question, holy cow.
You're not believing it.
I believe that. I do think that they are a legit player, for a wild card.
Why?
It's the NFL. This is what happens, and I do like Will Levis.
You like Will Levis?
I do. I like big athletic quarterbacks. I mean, he's got that aspect to him. But you got to also, you have to find a way to pick random teams.
Yes,
that are going to make it. There's going to be at least 3 surprises out there.
I'm going to say overreaction. I just don't think Tennessee's very good. Now, Tennessee's over under 6.5 wins. I have seen a couple different places where people are saying take the over on Tennessee.
What did you think of Levis?
I liked him okay. There were clearly issues with his game. He was not a guy I would have taken probably in the first round, or if I would have taken him, I would have taken him back end of the first. But no, I mean, he looked good last year.
Right? He was late first.
He got into day 2. He got into the second round. But I think when you watch him play last year, I was more encouraged watching him in the spurts that he got to play than I would have anticipated. So he's arrow up for me.
So Tennessee over Jacksonville or Houston. I'll say that's not happening.
Okay. Bo Nix wins.
I would love to just kick Tennessee out of the whole NFL.
Oh, I would too.
I can't stand anything about them.
So boring.
I hate talking about them. I hate watching them. I hate everything about them.
They're like the I don't know. There's a team that is more unlike their own city. Nashville's the fun, up and coming young person, and they're just this boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they really belong in Indianapolis.
They have been boring the entire time they've been in Tennessee. They're just with the Eddie George offense. Then. Even their stud receiver, it was Derek Mason, and he was really good. But it was that's like the Tom Bahali of receivers, where it's you're good, but you're just boring.
Bo Nix wins Rookie of the Year, and Sean Payton gets all the credit, and Bo Nix will be forever known as a system guy because he is playing under Sean Payton's overlord of PR team.
That is, I'm going to say an overreaction just because I'm still not buying the Bo Nix hype. Bo Nix was the quarterback of all the guys that were at the top. He was the one I was the lowest on, even lower than Daniels. And it's just not. I'm not moved by the preseason. I think you can see like issues with the inaccuracy, the way he locks on first reads. And now look, some of that is you're extrapolating a little bit. You're having to project a little bit because he's not asked to do the same sort of things at Oregon that he would be asked to do in the NFL. But I just did not see it with Nix.
You're buying.
I like Bo. I like the. How about this? I don't necessarily like Bobo, but he played 60 games in college. Like that's a lot. There's not really anything that is going to fool him. So from his career arc may not be the highest like ceiling, but I think from a ready to play today, him and Penix are probably more ready than anybody else. From they've seen it all.
Let me ask a trivia question. We know that
30.
We know NFL MVP goes to quarterbacks. How often is the Rookie of the Year a non-quarterback award? How often does the rookie actually win? How often does the quarterback actually win Rookie of the Year? My brain is telling me does not.
I think it's been rare where we've had rookie quarterbacks pop off.
All right, here we go.
Like,
that would be the point of everything I just said.
Stroud, obviously, RG3, like guys like that.
So these are your last 10 winners.
All right.
Stroud, Garrett Wilson, Jamar Chase, Herbert, Kyler, Saquon, Kamara, Dak.
Okay. So that's 4 and 10. So they can win it. 4 out of 10 people.
Odell.
I'm gonna say it's not a crazy overreaction, but I will say this: the rookie quarterback hype this preseason was as strong as I can ever remember. Like
There's a lot of them.
Jaden Daniels is the truth. Of course, you got Caleb Williams. The Bo Nix hype that was through the roof. I mean, there were strong opinions being formed off of some preseason games off of these rookies.
Wow, you had 4 or 5. You had Matt Ryan, Percy, Sam Bradford, Cam, and RG3. 4 out of 5 years. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson remembers how to play football.
Man, this is such a good question. I don't know where to go with it. What happened from Houston? Happened from Houston?
I don't know that we ever got firm answers on what exactly happened from Houston with Deshaun Watson, but
it was firm.
It was firm, all right. Yep.
That's when you play the Jerry Lube drop, Peyton. Skip Bayless. Sigh. Bobby?
Until I see otherwise, like I'm assuming it's an overreaction because he's not. He looks like a broken football player to
me. Like yesterday, Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland tried to keep saying that he was injured. He was hurt. They have weapons. What's your take on what happened with him?
Look, I mean, was he even any good before he got hurt? And I know they're saying, well, he was hurt all year. I mean, was he? Was
he overhyped in Houston?
He was. So I always thought he was overhyped in Houston, but I also didn't ever question that he was a top 10 quarterback. It's just when people were trying to say, oh, he's like top 3 or 5 or whatever else. That's when I was a little bit, okay, turn it down a little bit. But, I mean, he's just been...
This might be one of the oddest fall-offs in sports. I'm trying to think of someone else who just plummeted.
Yeah.
He's 28.
Yeah, he's young.
He's not 33, 34. He's 28.
I know he went like 700 days without playing or whatever. Like, we should be past that.
I'm going to say the bounce back does not happen to him ever being a true franchise guy. I'm with Bobby. I have to see it first.
Yeah, I think he could get back close to the top 10 again. Like, he could get back, and I agree with Bobby. He was never like number 3. He could get back to the top 10, but being an elite, difference maker, I don't think so.
His QBR the last 2 years in Cleveland has been 40.4 and 42.9.
Oh, yikes. All right, there we go.
RJ Choppy with his bold NFL predictions here on your home of the Cowboys. We have a ludicrous ticket giveaway, the Neighborhood Watch, Warning Grand Prairie. But we also have hot seats and optimism. Bobby, take it away.
Yeah, let's go to optimism. The Athletic has their new Hopometer.
Hopometer?
So, yeah, their Hopometer. So the Athletic went out and surveyed different subscribers who are fans of various teams across the NFL, just trying to gauge, like, hey, where's your optimism right now with your football team?
This would have been good for NBC5.
Yeah.
If Peyton didn't kick him out of here, out of the studio,
Right, yeah.
as RJ Choppy and or Bobby Belt will be on television today or tomorrow.
So this is they surveyed hundreds of their fans, their subscribers who are fans of various teams, and they just wanted to gauge, all right, how do you feel about where things are at, like with your franchise, whether it's right now or into the future, like where's your optimism level with like the direction of your team? It's like the survey that they do with Gallup, like where's the general direction of the country? How you feeling about it?
Oh, good. I love a good Gallup poll.
Same sort of thing here. This was 12,000 fans who responded to this, and so break that up over 32 teams, whatever, like 400 fans each. But it looked at where are things at right now in terms of your optimism. Number one on this list is the Detroit Lions. They're the very top. 98.8% of fans said that they were optimistic about where the Lions are at. No surprise, 98.7%, the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the first one where I'm like, okay, this is a little bit surprising. Chicago is number 3. They must be really buying in on Caleb Williams.
Chicago and Detroit fans represent.
Oh, from a gambling standpoint, like it is wild how intense the gambling is on, and the bets are on Chicago and Detroit. Every year it's like that.
NFC North representing in a big way because number 4 is Green Bay. They are 97.1%. A lot of teams are there. There's
very
optimism.
nice people up there.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Eagles, not down. That's usually a pretty pessimistic fan base, I feel like. The Eagles are down a little bit to number 9, and they're 90.6%. So all this looks really positive. In fact, the top 23 teams in optimism all have at least 60% optimism about their team. And 23rd on that list is Buffalo at 60.7%. So it's like, okay, where do the Cowboys fall after a rough offseason? 24? Nope, that's Minnesota at 41%. Pittsburgh?
Minnesota Viking fans have more optimism than we do.
And they've lost their quarterback. Pittsburgh, next on this list at 25, also 41%. All right, is it going to be 26? No, that would be the Vegas Raiders and all their dysfunction. They are 39%.
Yes.
Next on this list, Carolina, who is like universally last in every power rankings right now. They're next. Okay, all right, what about number 28? Nope, that would be the Cowboys' week 1 opponent, the Cleveland Browns, at 35% optimism. That's very down for a team.
You're a playoff team.
Yeah, but they lost their quarterback. Now they got to turn back to Deshaun Watson. Next on this list, is it Dallas? No, it's New England. 24.7% optimism.
With Drake May sitting?
And then finally you get to the Dallas Cowboys, 19.9% of fans optimistic, ahead of only the Giants at 17.2%. and the New Orleans Saints at 16%. So this is a pretty startling number when you consider that they're just one of 9 teams that was even below the 60% threshold, and they're down at 20%. This is as negative as this fan base has felt.
And Jerry Jones told Stephen A. Smith he really can't understand it.
Well, I feel a lot better than some of the critiques that maybe I'm getting more than they are, but I'm sensitive to them. Okay. But I'm frankly a little surprised. I'm surprised that it isn't more apparent to fans that we put an outstanding team together. I think the team is in better shape to roll than it was last year.
Really?
And I do.
So there's Jerry sounding like kind of genuinely surprised and a little bit hurt over the way all of us have treated them this offseason.
Why would anybody question what kind of team I put out there, okay? Obviously, the team is always very good. It's always the coach or the quarterback's fault. That's how I have designed this system here.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the text and to win these tickets.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ludacris at the WinStar World Casino and Resort on Friday, October 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's catch you up with what's happening in your hood. It's every Thursday during the commercial-free Expressway. Congratulations to the Tola who wins those tickets. We'll have one more giveaway tomorrow, an hour after Mike McCarthy joins us at 6:30 on Sean and RJ. It's time for the watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
What the hell is going on in Grand Prairie? They are a mess right now out there in Grand Prairie. And we love our Grand Prairie peeps. And this is nothing of the residents' fault. They have 2 stories right now that are kind of dominating the local headlines. Let's start with the Facebook community group post of the week, which is something I saw yesterday in Grand Prairie, Texas Alternative Talk, which is like the edgier version of the Grand Prairie Facebook group. It's for the people who aren't going to be told what to do and what to say. An anonymous member in there yesterday posted, "What's the scoop on the new Grand Prairie ISD superintendent on paid admin leave effective immediately at tonight's special school board meeting?" It's like, what? I hadn't heard about that. And so I jumped in, and a bunch of people are, usually you can find somebody with a rumor or something in these comments who says, well, like, you know, my cousin is on the board and they say that it's this. Nope. There's no indication of why newly hired superintendent Jorge Arredondo was put on administrative leave yesterday by a 5-2 vote by the district while they investigate something and have lawyers go through something. There is zero clarity to this point that I've seen. Maybe there was an update this morning. I've Googled around. I've not seen one yet. But this is somebody who was pushed out of his last job for a controversy. This was not related to anything like inappropriate stuff. I think it was like mismanaging funds or something like that. But a couple months into this, a lot of people who are really high on him, like a lot of the responses I saw in the Grand Prairie community groups were like, I've liked this guy. I've liked what he had to say and some of the stuff that he was doing. Well, now he is, for some mysterious reason that they will not disclose while it's under investigation, they are putting him on administrative leave. And don't you feel like, okay, I understand you're innocent until proven guilty. We talked about the Rockwall story a couple weeks ago where that teacher had, that kind of got all blown up into the public and people were like, there wasn't anything legally to the case, so we don't know how much we can even talk about. But shouldn't you disclose what you're at least investigating in some general way if you're talking about the superintendent?
Well, what if they're investigating something that's very sensitive, very awful,
or incorrect,
or
once you put it out there, the stain is there.
Let's say they're investigating him for some crazy thing involving a child. Whether or not he's completely exonerated from that or not, it's out there, and there's no recovering from that.
Yeah,
man.
I feel like part of the issue people had with the Rockwall thing was like the school or the district or whoever didn't get out in front of it. Like they didn't tell parents what was going on.
Here's the thing. We don't have a right to know everything.
No, but I think you do have a right to know like who's in charge of your children.
Yeah, but he's not currently. He's on administrative leave, so he's currently not in charge of the children. Let them investigate, because what happens if there's nothing to this? And they've already put it out there that, oh, he did this with this person or whatever. Like, we don't have a right to know everything.
See, you're talking about a very public job.
Yeah,
and one that is like you're not afforded the same sort of there is disclosures that have to be made.
Is it different and more necessary to know if it's someone in more direct contact with your kid, like the teacher, maybe the principal, the superintendent, farther away?
What if it is mismanaging funds or something else, and you're just like, I don't like that this is. I mean, that affects your community and everything that's going on. You may still want to know that.
But yeah, again, still, like once the allegation is put out there, it's very, very difficult to overcome it, even if you're exonerated. There's going to be these idiots on these Facebook posts that are still going to shoot, dude. We have photos of the damn Earth, and people still think it's flat. So, I mean, what do you want to do?
I want them to disclose what they're looking at, because it feels like they're trying to keep something concealed is what it feels like. The other issue for Grand Prairie, they cannot drink water in their city right now. They can't shower, nothing. The Grand Prairie water supply has been contaminated by fire foam. This is from Fox 4 News. And there is no timeline for when it will be safe to drink.
What is fire foam? Like out of the extinguisher? What is fire foam?
I don't know.
We've got a lot of connections to the Grand Prairie Fire Department. Maybe we could ask them. Hey, give us some specifics here. Basically, the city of Grand Prairie says it detected a firefighting foam in its water supply on Tuesday night. The city is urging people who live north of I-20 to not use the water at all other than for flushing. Grand Prairie ISD actually canceled school for today. Nothing to do with the superintendent, I'm sure, and more about the water. They've set up water distribution at Lone Star Park because they're having to give out bottled water and like they've got different areas that are hosting, hey, come over to this YMCA, get a shower in, because right now Grand Prairie is saying can't do anything about it, and they say that there's no timeline for it yet. The mayor says roughly 60,000 people in Grand Prairie are affected. And credit to the folks of Grand Prairie. When I was looking at their Facebook posts yesterday and looking at their reaction to this, they've got a good sense of humor about it. There's a bunch of people talking about Grand Prairie, now the mustiest city in DFW.
The mustiest.
Yeah, because they're not able to shower. They're taking the RJ Choppy method, not willingly. They're kind of having their arm twisted into it. But Mayor Ron Jensen says around 1 p.m. on Tuesday, fire crews were battling a fire at a warehouse on South Avenue and used a foaming agent to put it out. He said, we're fairly certain that we had a backflow incident while treating the fire and suppressing the fire with foam. Do not drink, shower, bathe, anything with it. So This is obviously not safe, but the natural comparison and the one that we've seen a lot on the fan text already, like it's Grand Prairie is in kind of a Flint moment right now in terms of they have no access to clean water in Grand Prairie. So That's terrifying. 214 says we have a foam tank.
I feel like going out to Sunnyvale, even though I'm paying, $600 water bills, I feel comfortable drinking out of the faucet.
Yeah.
I feel like I've moved up in terms of my faucet consumption compared to where I was in East Dallas.
Yeah, there was also some Grand Prairie residents on Facebook yesterday I saw posting like fake surge pricing. Like, hey, I got bottles of water for $8 if you want to come by and get them. I'll hose you down in my in my Louisville neighborhood for $10. If you want to scrub, it'll be $30, like that kind of thing. So pretty good there. This is the Neighborhood Watch on 105.3 The Fan. All right, so do you need a job? Anybody in need of a job here? Peyton, you in need of a job?
Sure.
After Carter's going to fire you for not moving the NBC5 cameraman. Well, the North Texas Job Fair is going on this morning. They are looking for nearly 4,000 positions. Average pay for these jobs is $21 per hour. Some employers are offering up to $50 per hour. There are going to be nearly 80 employers that will participate in the 7th annual You're Hired Job Fest, hosted by Dallas County Judge Clay Lewis Jenkins. Chop, I know you're a big fan of that gentleman. And Workforce Solutions of Greater Dallas. The job fair will be today from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., so if you're looking to attend a job fair, you got about an hour and a half before that starts. It's going to be at Gillies Dallas, 1135 Botham Jean Boulevard. Free parking will be available. Again, not something you can get in Fort Worth, Choppy.
How's your boy doing with his first job?
He says he's been showing up to work on time. I guess I don't know for sure.
I think you would
that he's continued.
Wouldn't you have heard about it or no?
No,
That's
because
no longer.
he's on the different text now. So because he got a new phone when he left. And so the old phone, which was just kind of our family phone, was still the one that was getting texts of like, hey, where you at? Why aren't you at work? Stuff like that. They've now updated the group text, and he's over there. But
Kristen, has she settled down emotionally, losing her firstborn out of the house?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's still he comes over on the weekends, or he'll stop by and see her.
At least he comes over.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Well, he probably needs to eat like you did your
or
parents.
money.
No,
Yeah.
honestly, that's the thing that Kristen talking to different parents and stuff. They've been floored by. They're like, oh, you're not having to he's not just coming over and raiding your fridge or whatever. That's what a lot of kids that age do.
I
but
still do that.
He's been pretty self-sufficient at this point.
Means
so
he's still employed.
Exactly.
Still got that money.
He's holding it down. Now, he did run into the other day
a pole.
No. He had gotten his very quickly his debit card had become compromised. And Kristen called because she got the alert came through because it was connected to her email initially. So she called. She's like, hey, you've got an alert here asking if you spent this money on these gift cards and stuff. And he's like, no. And she's like, okay, well, you need to call them and cancel your debit card and get a new one. So he calls them and they're like, all right, it'll be 2 weeks or whatever it is to send you a new debit card. And so he goes, this is on the 26th. He's like, well, I gotta pay rent on the 1st. And so I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna approve the charges and say that it was me because I got to be able to pay rent.
Oh my God.
We're like, dude, get a money order or something.
Do kids know what checks are?
No,
I don't think they do.
How many? I think I've written.
I brought
how
out
many checks have you written in your life?
Oh, I used to pay rent in college with check all the time. I still pay rent with the check.
I think I've written 6 checks in my life.
Really?
Oh, wow. Yeah. When I would do rent before they had the port, I would do money order. And so, like, he could do money order. I don't know that he has checks, but
I brought out my checkbook at Platinum Chevy, and I felt so old.
It's an old feeling.
I'm like, I bring out the old checkbook. I don't balance it or anything.
I have the credit card down.
Did you put on your readers to look at it too? Like, do you guys take checks? But no, he was willing to let him approve charges that were not his. Like, I guess I'll take this penalty of all this, and then say, yeah, the next 5 days, whoever's got access to this can spend away. Because I got to pay rent, and there's no other way to get my money unless I have that card.
There's nothing. You are not an adult until you've been had identity theft.
What forms of payment do your kids have on them?
My oldest one has a debit card.
Okay.
And my younger one, they have a child debit card. It's like I don't know what it's called, but it's like an app they can use, and it's not Apple Pay or anything like that. But it comes with a card too.
Yeah, you can they've got these different ones where you can basically funnel money into it, and it's like, hey, this is your checking account that I control and I feed money into, and that they have access to. So that's what you have set up.
I have that set up for my younger. My older one's got his own checking account, his own debit card. I have access to it. I can obviously transfer money in there without having to use a Zelle or a Venmo.
Neighborhood Watch taking you around the Metroplex every Thursday here on Sean and RJ.
All right, if you're looking for a wild, crazy, awesome house party, apparently West Dallas is the spot. This is from Fox 4 News. A massive party at West Dallas home raises concerns about short-term rentals. So Dallas police broke up a massive party at a short-term rental on Ivanhoe Lane on Saturday. No arrests were made, according to Dallas police. A Dallas ordinance banning short-term rentals in single-family neighborhoods is currently on hold while it is challenged in courts. But there were neighbors filming. It looks like a clown car coming out of this house. The amount of people pouring out. It's just there's no way.
What I wish happened in my house. You didn't have a good party if you don't have a noise complaint.
Yeah.
Or you don't have a neighbor bringing it up to the HOA.
You don't have any neighbors.
Your party wasn't good enough.
It legit.
You don't have any neighbors yet. That's why there's no noise complaint.
Right.
It legitimately did look like a nightclub. You know how whenever you've been in a nightclub and it's it's shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
It's I can't hardly move. It looked like the number of people that are coming out there, the whole house must have been like that. But this has become a thing where people rent a house or, and then they will throw these giant ass parties. And there's all these liabilities that, Club Mavs, open it up, Peyton. There's all these different liabilities involved there. And it reminded me, looking at it, of the one time that my paranoia really, really took over and my straight-laced, just straight as an arrow upbringing was really challenged. And it was when I was 21. And I was down in Houston, and I was hanging out with my cousin and all his friends and stuff like that. And they're like, hey, we should do a hotel party tonight. I was like, okay, cool. And so they all pitched in cash, and I was the only one, of course, who had enough money on my card to be able to rent 2 rooms, which is what we did. We rented 2 rooms, and they were at the back end right by the pool, and they were right across from each other. It's like, oh, this is perfect. We kind of had a party room, then there was another room that was kind of like a sleep room, or a not sleep room, if you know what I'm saying.
The dungeon.
That was over on the other side there.
Swings.
But as we're about to leave, he's explaining to his mom what we're gonna go do. And she's like, hey, we're going to go do this hotel party, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, who's putting it on their card? And he's like, well, Bobby is. And this is already done. We're about to leave. And she successfully, not on purpose, I don't think, but she's just like, do you want that liability?
Yeah.
It's like, what liability? I was I wasn't thinking about it like that. But she's like, well, I mean, just you're going to, if something goes wrong, you're the one that's on the room. Yeah. And so I was like, crap, I hadn't really thought of that. And so we get there, and it's about double the people that I was told were going to be there. They are all taking illegal substances. They walked
marijuana.
They walked in there with a screwdriver. It's like one of these.
With a what?
They walked in there with a screwdriver. It was the embassy suite. So you know how they have that table there. They're like, we want to play beer pong. They unscrewed the table, pulled it off the wall, and were playing beer pong with it. And were so loud. And there was such a skunky smell emanating the entire hotel that I, in a panic of just, I'm going to be held responsible for this, couldn't even stay back there. I literally just sat in the lobby and just kind of walked back and forth and was chatting up the desk clerk.
Can you imagine him freaking out?
This guy?
Panicking?
Yeah, absolutely.
I did not sleep the entire night. I was like, I have to stay up in case anything happens.
So what was the damage?
They did break a table, but other than that, there was one complaint.
Break a table?
Somebody called somebody, well, it wasn't the table technically, it was when they were unscrewing it, they like pulled the little bolts
wall
out of the wall.
Oh my God.
But we ended up, I was sitting up there chatting with the desk clerk. He was very nice and everything. And so it worked out because when he did get a noise complaint, he was like, hey, is your room this one back? Some people are just saying it's kind of loud. Do you have some people back there? I was like, yeah, I got like 2 people. I'll go tell them to be quiet.
2 people, yes.
And so I had to go back there and tell a group of drunk, college-aged Houston partiers that, hey, can y'all keep it down? There's some people calling up front, and was promptly told, shut up, get out of here.
Neighborhood Watch taking place every single Thursday here on DFW Sports Station, home of the Ludicrous Ticket Giveaway. Final one tomorrow. We're going to have Babe Lawfirmer at 8:40, voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way at 9 to preview Texas and Michigan, and Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. But we have our brand new theme of the Cowboys season. Why? Mike McCarthy's magic number is 5, and get ready to fall in love with the term rooted. Plus, Ian Rappaport versus Meat Church Matt Pittman over the Dak deal. Inside the Star is next. But let me take you inside the greatness of Hurtado.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
home, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg will join us at 8:40 this morning. Voice of the Longhorns Craig Way at 9 to preview the Wolverines. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. And we have our theme. Mike McCarthy has picked his theme for the 2024 season. Rooted.
That's not Latin.
That's not Latin.
Aramaic, maybe?
Not Latin. I feel like that's why someone was baptized over the weekend, Sean.
Oh, well, congratulations.
This weekend? Yeah, it was. And that's like their big thing. It's called Rooted, and I don't know. I doubt this has anything to do with it. But it's a theological type thing that they're doing.
Okay.
I doubt it's the same thing, but I first thought I had flashbacks of that.
Here's what McCarthy said. Ties directly into things he learned from his blue-collar father. Quote, "It's based on the foundation we've built here over 5 years. I got good advice from my dad about living your life in 5-year increments and what you can learn in that time and space to not do too much too fast. It's more of a life lesson. We're in the 5th year of what we've done and what we have to build off of as part of the root system that is in place here, staying in the present, staying where your feet are. It was his advice to me early in my coaching career." And of course, this is all tied to Mike McCarthy winning the Super Bowl, I believe, in Green Bay in year number 5. And there's a Chinese bamboo tree.
Yeah.
It requires its seeds to be watered for 4 years without the reward of growth until year 5, when the tree not only begins to sprout, but explosively grows at a pace of upwards of 1 inch every 40 minutes.
Oh, baby.
3 feet per day to a height of nearly 90 feet in a month's time. There you go.
That sounds like Blue Chew.
Oh,
Every
baby.
40 minutes. Oh, baby.
So there it is with Rooted.
It's very Dan Lanning. Rooted in substance, not flash.
Jerry Jones.
Just real quick, did he think about this analogy at all?
It sounds like he thought a lot about
Yeah.
it.
I know,
He tied his dad into it. The tree going 5 years, Green Bay. How did he not think
Do you
about
think he
it?
just knew bamboo grew 1 inch every 40 minutes?
Still
You
not
just knew
enough.
that?
Still not like you could have just left it at Rooted. Instead, you wanted to make sure people understood. Hey, by the way, this is about how you've been watering a plant for 4 years and it's not grown a damn bit. But it's going to.
Process.
It's going to this year. And I'm telling you this, if in 2019, after Garrett was fired, they were to say, hey, McCarthy's going to come in here and execute a 5-year plan, there's nobody that would have agreed to hire him.
Well, Bobby, the past has already happened. And since you're 4 years in, you have to do everything you can to hype up the 5th year. And this makes sense in doing it with the tree explosion and the Green Bay Packers Super Bowl.
I'm glad he recognizes that they haven't grown it all under him in 4 years.
Do you remember what you said about like your toxic trait of once you make up your initial mind, you have the inability to change it whatsoever? It's coming through here.
Look, didn't we all mock the Nick Sirianni? There's this plant and it's like this is the same thing.
What would you have chose it to be?
I wouldn't,
Mr. Know-It-All.
I wouldn't.
What would be your theme?
I wouldn't have.
Since you're so damn smart, you give us a better. Thought process.
Why does there have to be a theme? Why do I have to?
Because it's a team. It's sports. That's what they do.
Why does there then like? Then you know what? I would put urgency. I would slap urgency on all the shirts.
Just shut up. Jerry Jones sitting down with Stephen A. Smith yesterday in Frisco, and Jerry with an update on McCarthy's status.
I agree with you that we have not had the playoff success that you would have wanted to have with a Super Bowl winning coach and Mike McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you firsthand, he's got outstanding ways with players.
Mm-hmm.
He's an outstanding coach, as hard a working coach as I've ever been around. He's an outstanding coach. What you're seeing, though, from me is just the way that I'm doing it right now. Certainly, I did not renew a lot of contracts. There's nothing to keep me from renewing a contract out here this afternoon. This is just the way that I wanted to do it so that we could basically speak to fans, team, everybody involved. We're putting things on the line. And by the way, I do feel it, Stephen. I'm not in any way trying to be smug here. I should really be in your switch shoes with me. Get over here and be the general manager.
This is what I said yesterday. This is Jerry's message to you. Two messages. One to the team and one to you listening right now on the home of the Cowboys. Yes, I did not add to the football team like y'all wanted, but the next best thing I could do to show you I'm dead serious is put everyone on notice. And the way I'm going to put everyone on notice is not give anyone any of their extensions and let them know, oh, yeah, you can get your ass whipped and humiliated and be the laughing stock of the playoffs by getting destroyed by the Green Bay Packers and still get rewarded. No, we're flushing complacency. That is a message that Jerry Jones is trying to pass across to you. And he just repeated it in that clip. Meanwhile, we already got Bobby teetering with his temper and his blood pressure. Let's just push him over the edge as RJ Choppy does not understand all the hot seat talk.
All right, so this is media watchdog time, okay? There's that movie, is it Mad Max, where Tom Hardy looks up and goes, that's bait? This is bait. They're using Cowboys.
No, this is bait. This is you bait. This is you baiting me.
Listen.
You're trying to turn me into Bob LaGreca.
So it's Don, I think.
I'm Bob, though.
Bob. Oh, I get you. Yeah, your name is Bob. CBS listed the coaches on the hot seat, and they ranked them. Okay, and I'll give you the rankings real quick. Number 5 is Brian Daboll.
Makes sense.
All right, who is 15, 18, and 1. That's a .456 winning percentage. Number 4, Nick Sirianni. 34 and 17, did reach a Super Bowl. Number 3 is Dennis Allen, who has won 34% of his games. He is 24 and 46 as a coach in the NFL, 16 and 18 with the Saints.
Real quick, is there a more generic, just like
name and person?
Nothing about Dennis Allen stands out to me. It's like, oh yeah, that would be your head coach.
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't possibly consider that.
Owns Tom Brady, that's why.
Robert Saleh,
which clearly is important in today's NFL.
18 and 33 with the New York Jets. And number 1,
all these make sense.
A guy who has won 63% of his games as a coach of the Cowboys, 42 and 25, Mike McCarthy. Now, if you want to have Mike McCarthy on the top 5 hot seats in the NFL, I'm not going to fight you on that one. Okay? You've been in the playoffs 3 straight years, and you haven't advanced beyond the expectations. Time to do that. But he cannot be in your top 3. You cannot have him ahead of Robert Saleh, who can't get out of his own way. You cannot have him ahead of Brian Daboll, who is showing that he is nothing more than a meathead. And you cannot have him ahead of Dennis Allen. He should absolutely be ahead of Sirianni. So, Sirianni went to a Super Bowl. I get it.
Bobby, I'll take this one.
He's not. There is no difference. Where's Sean McDermott on this list?
Sean McDermott should be on the list.
All right. You want to have Mike McCarthy on the list? I got no problem with it. He is only number 1 because of who he coaches for.
But this is why.
This is bait.
No, I don't think it's bait, but this is why he's above the other guys. All the New York Giants and New Orleans Saints have to do is make the playoffs. That's it. Or they got to be in contention. You just told NBC5, well, that if Mike McCarthy doesn't make the NFC Championship game, he's gone. So, which I agree with. So, where he has to go is so much farther ahead than these other guys. The expectation for him is so much greater that's why he's on that.
I agree.
If the Saints are a wild card, Dennis Allen's safe. If the Giants make the playoffs, Brian Daboll's a hero. If the Jets even make the postseason, I don't know. If they win one playoff game, Robert Saleh's good to go. If Mike McCarthy doesn't win 2 or advance to the round before the Super Bowl, he's probably gone.
It's disgusting.
Bam.
I agree with what you're saying. But here's my problem. If you're number 1, that means to me, you are most likely to be the first to be fired.
He is, I believe, the only head coach in the NFL right now that's not under contract past this year.
But there's almost it'd be very unlikely. We agree. It's far more
You're being
likely.
technical. You're being RJ technical.
Because he's not going to get fired during the season. Dennis Allen will get fired during the season.
I don't
Robert
think...
Saleh, Brian Day, they will get fired. The Cowboys are going to be too good. Mike, yes, is probably more likely to get fired at the end of the year because of the expectations. But there's zero chance that he's the first one fired.
I don't think he's going to get fired.
Mike.
I don't think he's going to get. I don't think he's going to get fired during the year. But they could lose this weekend to Cleveland. Okay, they could lose to Baltimore. You're talking about going on the road against Pittsburgh. That's always a weird game. You could lose to Detroit. If you are 2-4 rolling into San Francisco on primetime television and you get thumped again and go to 2-5, that might do it.
Yeah, I could see that.
And that would be, that'd be earlier than anybody
one.
else.
Week 7, that's the first one to get fired, no doubt.
I don't know whether Ian Rappaport is paying attention to the meat church, but yesterday, NFL insider and barbecue expert Matt Pittman came on the show and said, by the way, the Dak deal is a lot closer than farther away. And then Ian Rappaport crapped all over that later on TV.
My understanding right now is the two sides are not close. The clock is ticking. Of course, he is going to practice. He's going to play this season. There's no questions there. But if a deal that would, of course, make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, highest paid player in the NFL, if that doesn't get done by Saturday, you really have to wonder, is a deal going to get done at all? The stakes, Rich, are as high as it gets for the Dallas Cowboys. If Prescott, who's a free agent after the season, does not get a deal, then he goes into free agency as the highest profile free agent in NFL history. And then, of course, you have to wonder, would he even return to the Cowboys at that point? It is incumbent on the Cowboys to do a deal sooner rather than later. We will see if they actually get it done.
So that is Ian Rappaport disagreeing with Matt Pittman. Now, Jerry Jones yesterday with Stephen A. Smith. I mean, he was basically campaigning for Dak. Intangibles, getting better, improvement. He's the type of quarterback who is going to age fine under a 5-year deal. Well, Jerry was also sitting there talking about number 4 and saying, this is the reason. I asked this question to a lot of people who come on. Thomas Dimitroff was the last one. Are you re-signing Dak because of him, the player, or the scary alternative?
When you look at what he brings to the table, as opposed to the alternative. The alternative is not a one-year alternative. It's a several-year alternative. Fair. So when you look at the prospects of the likelihood of him over the next 5 years knocking on that door, I like those odds. And that, to me, is where you go. You pull the trigger on it.
So there he is. Everything is sounding like hopefully Ian Rappaport is dead wrong and Matt Pittman is our new NFL insider.
Yeah, and it's like clearly, I don't think Matt was saying that as like a fan, like, oh, I think we're getting close. Like,
him and Dak have a relationship.
Yeah, and he's got Dak is not the only person in that building he has a relationship with. And so, I don't doubt that. I believe Ian's going to be more plugged in on Dak than anybody else nationally.
So Brandon Cooks spoke yesterday, and he was pretty aggressive and strong. Bobby was out there, Cowboys insider, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, and Brandon Cooks was asked about his thoughts on all the hate that his QB gets.
I mean, it's blasphemy. It's unbelievable. I mean, the guy shows up every year in and year out, putting up numbers, leading his team. He can't do it all by himself, right? A lot of those great quarterbacks that I've been with, Tom and Drew, they, don't get me wrong, won a lot of games, won a lot of Super Bowls, but they had a lot of help around them as well, right? And so us players around them also got to step up. And so when we hear that disrespect, I take that personally, and as his teammates, we should take that personally, because at the end of the day, somebody got to be able to help him get over that hump so we can go win one.
So that's Brandon Cooks defending his guy, and I think the two of them have a ton of respect for each other. I think Dak said Cooks was like the best person he's met in the NFL, or best teammate that he's ever had. So a little Inside the Stars. We get set for the opener and the opening of the season tonight, the Chiefs versus the Ravens. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 this morning, but the Rangers kid does it again. Guess who joined InstaFace, and why don't you care about 105? That's next with Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-0 to Wyatt in the pitch. Line drive, right center, base hit. Rounding third and into scores Jankowski. Langford digging for second. The throw is cut off, and Wyatt's in there with a double. Juan Soto had no idea that Wyatt Langford was trying for second base. How about that? By now, the scouting report should be out that this guy doesn't stop at first, ever. It's 4-0.
That's the speed you talked about yesterday, Chop, and Wyatt Langford has emerged as the most exciting part of the end of the Rangers season. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the World Series champs as they get the 10-6 win. Scary at the end, but Wyatt coming up with the highlight reel catch as they beat the Yankees, take the series. They won 7 out of 9, and now 8.5 back in the division and the wild card with Nate Eovaldi on the mound.
Creeping up, baby. Creeping up. Be 6 by the end of the week.
Angels series
yes,
coming
sir.
up.
Yes, sir. Be 6 games by Sunday. And then then it's on. Then the race is on.
With Corey Seager on the 10-day IL and maybe longer.
Yeah, maybe longer. Now it's going to be like, let's see. So he can come off the DL with about a dozen games to go. And, they'll find out where they are. And if they're completely out of it, they really actually are completely out of it. But, then it's like, all right, do you want to play him? Or do you want to let the kids play? This is about the only reason to play him at that point would to be to allow him to get some more stats. Maybe that triggers escalators in his contracts, whatever. Yeah. So that'd be the only real motivation.
Does it exist, from everything we know about CY at this point, does it exist within his DNA to even when they're out of it just not be competitive with it though?
Probably not.
That's the thing. I think and Seager seems like he's intensely competitive that way. To where it's if he can come back, if this doesn't end his season, he's got the ability. I don't think they're going to say, well, let's just not take any chances.
You brought up how much luck we've had with Seager's injury. That was a big question when getting that was a $325 million deal. How would you summarize the fortune we've had with it?
Pretty good. I mean, when you factor in his years with LA. So in his time here, he played 151 games. All right, 119, so he missed about 40. And then so far this year, 123. And they're at 140 right now. So he's missed 17 games this year. When you look at what he's done prior to that, he missed about 70 games in his last year with LA. I mean, that's basically what he's missed in his 3 years here combined. He missed 130 games in 2018. So they've been very, very fortunate. In the COVID year, he played in 52 of 60, but in 2019 he only played in 134. So they've gotten incredibly fortunate when it comes to Seager's injuries. Like, they have kept him very, very healthy, and he has kept himself very, very healthy, considering what it was like, Bobby, like when he came over here, because that was a question.
Yeah, I mean, this is two different times. So, like, I mean, it didn't cost him games, but I mean, he had the injury heading into this season,
right?
The sports hernia. We know the amount of games he missed last year, which was 40 or whatever it was.
Hammy, right?
Yeah, he may end up missing similar amounts. I mean, this is still like 4 different injuries over the last 2 years that were significant.
Yeah, but like nothing compared to missing. You know, he only played 26 games in 2018.
Sure.
He only played 95 games in 2021. I mean, you're talking about, I mean, he missed 140 games over those 2 years.
Did we get another amazing athletic achievement in the sport of baseball that was not talked about enough?
Swing and a miss, strike 3. It was 105.5 miles an hour.
No way! 105.5? Are you kidding me?
105.5 miles an hour from Ben Joyce. Go Vols.
Very fast.
Very, very fast.
Was he dominant there?
He was very good. Yeah, he was very, very good. He didn't throw 105. He threw like 103, 102, you know, but he's fantastic. But this is funny because, like, this is an amazing, insane athletic achievement that, yeah, it's cool to see, and I would love to see. It's made for Instagram. It's made for social media. This is an athletic achievement I would never pay to go see. I would never go, like, he's a reliever.
You're not paying to see Joel Zumaya?
Yeah, I wouldn't pay to go see a relief pitcher gas up for 106. You know what I mean? Like, because first of all, you don't know that he's going to pitch that day. It's like, it's weird. It sucks because, like, this is an amazing athletic achievement. This is something that the human body is not supposed to do. And it does. And it did it. And we've seen Jordan Hicks throw 104 and Aroldis Chapman. There's been guys that throw hard, that have always thrown hard. And it's great we see a starting pitcher do that. But, you know, like, would you pay, this team's got a wide receiver. He runs 28 miles an hour. Cool. Like, I don't know. Like, I would go to the game just to go to the game. I wouldn't go to the game, like, to watch that athletic achievement.
The fastest pitch in MLB history was recorded on September 7th, 1974 by Nolan Ryan. And it was 100.8 miles per hour.
Wow.
It's just it's a different era completely. Like, we talk about era adjustments so much.
I would tune in though to watch someone throw this.
Yeah, if I got like a notification, hey, Ben Joyce is on the mound.
Yes.
Yeah, I would try to find
Chapman
the game.
was that way early. Like, when Chapman first came over, I think people were obsessed with, like, I got to see this.
Big announcement. Is it making you hate this head coach even more?
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here? Well, I am too. Over the past few months and not being with a team, I haven't had the opportunity to express my thoughts at a moment's notice. So now I'm changing that. I tried to join Snapface, but I couldn't find it. I decided this was a good place for me to land so I could talk to you and share what I'm up to, because there's a lot going on. So here I am. Hello, Instaface. See you soon.
I can't remember the NFL person who brought this up, but I think we did it as a half topic one day. Is Bill Belichick a freaking hypocrite? Is he a total, complete hypocrite? He's whoring himself out to every single media outlet. He's jumping on every single social media app after he insulted everyone, crapped all over them, and was disgusted by the entire thing. Or are you giving him a pass because that's just the coaching world?
Oh, that's a good question because, like, you know,
it'd be like Greg Popovich doing all of a sudden sideline reporting.
Yeah, he
he had like Parcells was. I thought Parcells. Rick Carlisle too. When Carlisle got here, he had just gotten done with ESPN, and I thought he had a much better temperament with the media, and than he did prior to that when he was with Detroit.
Wish it extended to the players.
Sure, but Parcells was kind of similar, right? He spent like a year at ESPN or whatever before he got here, and Bill is like. He's got that militaristic, I'm not going to tell you any of our secrets, so he has to hunker down into the shell of a coach, and then maybe we're seeing his real personality, because I remember people saying, like, when the whole hoodie persona happened, where he was wearing ripped, cut-off stuff, clothes, they're like, dude, Bill is like a really sharp dresser, like, when he goes to these events. And I'm like, really? It didn't sound it.
No, I don't know who told you that, but that was
it was like a player. It was like a
that person's an idiot.
Vrabel or
it was
Brewski.
It was Jalen Mills told us that when he came in studio.
No offense, Jalen. I take it back.
No, I don't think it's phony, because didn't we all kind of feel like that was always a persona with him? Like I thought so. Like
what was
like just the general snap face. Like we always thought that was like a whole bit anyway.
Yeah.
I thought
Nobody thinks it's actually.
It was a bit
Insta-face.
of not knowing the name of it, but for him to jump on everything and now be a part of it after he was the last person on earth that you'd even think maybe would be a commentator or get on Twitter or Instagram. I don't know.
My dad didn't used to wear Hawaiian shirts. He's at retirement age now. It's a different life you're leading. You gotta put that behind you.
Wow, what perspective
Thank
after
you.
8 o'clock.
I can only talk about my dad.
When
Not
you're
my mom,
retired,
so.
you wear Hawaiian shirts.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco. We need to get your dad on the show. That's what we need to do. We need to go ahead and call him up.
Nope.
For a little.
Wow.
I love my
shut it
dad.
down,
I
huh?
love my dad. My dad would pull no punches, and it would be awful for me.
Great.
All right, Chop, you want solo dining or diaper changes?
Let's go with solo dining because I'm a big proponent of this. I used to always go to restaurants by myself.
Really?
No problem. Now I was sitting at a bar. I wouldn't sit in the table.
Right.
Sitting at the table by yourself, I don't know. That just seems very, very boring. But sitting at a bar by yourself, there's nothing.
But you can go to like a Chipotle.
Yeah, absolutely.
A Panera.
Absolutely.
Something like that maybe.
But reservations for solo dining, single person reservations, are up 30% over the last 2 years. Now, could this be simply from people in the younger demographics not having any relationships, like because they don't want relationships right now? They don't like to be connected to another person face to face. Everything is done on their phone. Or is this the way our lives are? We're just so busy. You and your lady can't eat together, so you just go grab something. You're going to go eat by yourself. But for whatever reason, I would never think of making a reservation by myself. I would just, whatever. But for reservations to be up 30%, that's got to mean solo dining's up well more than 30%.
Did you ever solo dine while you were desperately searching the Metroplex for your partner?
No, never. I always got to-go boxes. I've actually solo dined, I think, twice since I've been in a relationship. Just because I walked into places and I
just to get a break from her.
Yeah, and they were like, all right, where do you want to sit? You got anywhere? And I just got nervous and was like, okay, I wonder where to go. I'll just go sit down and eat somewhere real quick.
Yeah, Bully Carter was the maitre d' up front. Be like, go sit in there. I don't care what you want to do. And you're like, yes, sir.
It's got to be like, all these stories that we read in Chopping It Up or other things, it's just like, you can now hire somebody to quit your job for you, or people want to do dates over Zoom the first time. This just sounds like it is a function of this generation that's coming up. Like, they just don't have the same sort of interpersonal interactions at all.
But I would be surprised that this generation would feel secure and comfortable enough to go sit in a place solo.
It's the self-love, self-care generation.
Yeah, they think pretty highly of themselves.
Oh, okay.
You met Jacob.
Diaper changes.
You want to hang out with a better class of people? Hang out with yourself, right? That's what I always say. Diaper change. What are your thoughts on changing diapers in an airplane in the seat? So or on the tray table. This is no. So they always say, like, a flight attendant will tell you that tray table is full of baby poop. Like, that's
baby poop?
Because that's where people change diapers. You're sitting in the window seat or whatever, you get your kid, your baby, you put them on the tray table,
you change the diaper. Well, this one lady is complaining because apparently the odor was so offensive in the airplane. Now, I suppose if it's like very difficult to get up and get out, there's no room in those. You probably have more room in your seat than you do in the bathroom.
Yes.
So what do you do? You got to change the diaper. Do you do it in the seat, or do you go to the bathroom and do it? And is it okay to do it in the seat?
No, man. You got to go in the bathroom. And that is one of my most hated places on earth. My balance, I could have won the Olympics in Paris with my freaking balance beam that I can pull off in an airplane bathroom of not touching the walls. I won't touch the walls. I won't touch the sides of the walls, and I just balance.
Are you one of the like the little strips, the little tissue paper that you can put on the seat?
Oh, I won't sit down. Oh, I won't. I'd rather go on myself than go in that bathroom. I'd rather go on myself.
I wouldn't do it myself. I would not care if someone did it, especially if they're on the window side and I'm on the aisle and they don't want to like get up and cross. But it's like I got to change the kid. I wouldn't care.
I would change a pee diaper.
A pee diaper.
I wouldn't change.
But I gotta have all the seats in the row.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Amanda would have to be on the window and then do it in the window, but not in the aisle. And I can't have a random stranger in our seating group. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can't do it. All right, so there it is. Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto continuing here as the start of the NFL season takes place tonight, and the start of our season takes place Sunday with this guy on the call. Cowboys color analyst makes his season debut. Babe Laufenberg previews the Browns next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to SodaWeightLoss.com.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way, previews Texas, Michigan at 9 o'clock. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. But right now, it is time for the return every single week at 8:40 of Dallas Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, man. How you been?
I've been great. It's like the prodigal son returns, right?
Yes, that's right.
And I'll be on, RJ and Sean, Bobby. I had to be honest with you. I had to look at my calendar this morning because it sure as hell felt like Christmas to me, getting to talk to you guys again. Okay,
nice,
I thought, is
Babe.
it December 25th?
What did you do during the off season? Like top 2 or 3 things that jumped out in the Babe off season.
Well, there's really only one thing that jumped out, but it jumped out like 3 or 4 times. I went to Montana with my son. My son lives in Denver now, my older son, and we went took a trip to a lodge in Montana, fly fishing, and we did a couple trips to Colorado, of course, where he lives. So really, that was it. Didn't have any fancy, go to the Amalfi Coast or something like that, which the rich people do. We just, we get a little cabin, put up a tent, we fish.
Have you added anybody to your weekly Jason Garrett and Troy Aikman lunches?
No, but Jason's about to get the boot. I'm not going to lie to you.
Why?
I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, he just doesn't show up. I always say, number one thing in life, show up. He'll be in Kansas City tonight for the KC Baltimore game, but he'll be in. He'll be in. I can't wait for Dak to retire, so we can bring him into the fold.
Okay. The invitation is just extended, just like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so my trivia. You guys ready for your trivia?
Oh, trivia is back.
Yeah, baby. Ready to see how you gamed
Trivia
it for
is
Peyton.
back. We got to get Peyton to do a little drum roll, or we have to have some kind of intro to the trivia. But here we go. So Nick Chubb, we know he's not playing, got the knee injury and all, and it's a good thing he's not. He has the second highest yards per attempt by a running back. He's a 5.3. Only one running back in NFL history has a higher yards per attempt. That man is
Jim Brown.
Bobby's going to get this. Jim Brown is right behind him at number 3.
Okay, so this is Raheem Mostert.
That'd be kind of a good guess, but no.
Marion
And
Motley.
obviously, that'd be a good guess, but no, he wasn't.
Jim Taylor.
Leroy Kelly.
Come on. University of Texas.
Texas.
Earl.
Is it Earl?
Not Earl.
No.
Not Cedric, not
Let's see if
Ricky.
Peyton can get it.
Chris
Let's see if
Sims.
Peyton can get it.
We got to think of
Peyton?
elite running backs here, guys. That would be Jamal Charles.
Damn it. They're playing the Browns. I'm very disappointed. I was expecting a Sam Rutigliano or Brian Sipe.
answer from you. Very disappointed.
So Peyton on the board early, 1-0-0-0. But that segues us to the run defense. And you've been talking about this for years, and you've been right about it for years. How do you feel about this year's Mike Zimmer version of the Cowboys run D?
Well, the way I talk about it is I'm really more concerned with stopping the pass and stopping the run. But obviously, that's been a focus here. And I found it very interesting that in training camp, I've never seen this many veteran players in the front seven, or any position for that matter, be acquired after training camp started, guys who were just out there. And they clearly weren't content with what they had, because they kept bringing in these guys. And now, of course, Linval Joseph, 35 years old, he's going to be in the thing. But here's my thing. Why are we so focused on stopping the run? They don't pay running backs, do they? The NFL has deemed them to be non-factors, right? They pay receivers. Let's stop those guys. So that's where my focus is always.
Really?
Stop the pass.
Yeah, stop the pass more important, but I don't think that the non-paying of the running backs mean that the running game is meaningless. It's just the way that they believe the running game can be achieved. I mean, against San Francisco and tougher and more physical teams, and last year and Aaron Jones, the game can still be controlled by it at times.
At times, but hey, you look at San Francisco. Christian McCaffrey, in the last 3 games, he wasn't here for the first one, that first playoff game at AT&T Stadium. He's averaged 3.5 yards, 3 yards a carry, and his long run in the 2 games is 8 yards. So the running game hasn't beat him against San Francisco. They don't score points when they played San Francisco. That's been their problem. But the running game, and I know Aaron Jones tore him up, but look what Jordan Love did to him.
Yeah.
I mean, all the big plays they had in the passing game, that's
okay.
Green Bay had their way either way. You know how they said make them one-dimensional? They couldn't stop either dimension.
Okay, fair. So I'll then kind of reverse it. Are we overreacting and freaking out too much to the Cowboys having what we think will be the worst running game in years going back to Zeke?
No, because I will say that puts a lot of pressure on your passing game. You got to be able to run just enough, to me. Hey, Kansas City, you look at, they haven't been a great rushing team. You look at the teams that won the Super Bowl, the Rams, and they weren't really necessarily great rushing teams with the great backs. But, the quarterbacks are winning the Super Bowls, right? I mean, the quarterbacks are winning. The days of John Riggins carrying it 40 times and leading Washington to a Super Bowl win, they're over. So they pay the quarterbacks, they pay the receivers, so we need to try to stop those guys, right? Matter of fact, going through the NFC, Matthew Stafford is the only quarterback in the NFC who has won a Super Bowl.
Wow.
So your path in the NFC is certainly a lot easier than going through the quarterbacks in the AFC.
Babe Laufenberg joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. All right, you're a quarterback. Let's evaluate Deshaun Watson. Is he going to resurrect his career? Were you able to watch tape of him before the injury last year? What's his issue?
Yeah, you know what's funny, RJ? When we have a little text, you and me and Sean, about, hey, what do you want to hit? you mentioned Deshaun Watson resurrecting his career. So I was racking my brain. I even called a couple buddies or texted them and said, hey, so you're trying to think of that guy. I mean, Kurt Warner, to an extent, he went to the Giants and was terrible. And I thought, oh, his career's over. And then he goes to Arizona and takes him to a Super Bowl. Warren Moon had a little bit of a down time in there. I mean, nobody would remember, but you go all the way back to Jim Plunkett. He got beat up in New England. He goes to the Raiders as an older guy, and he wins 2 Super Bowls there. So I don't know what to make of Deshaun Watson. I loved him. I loved him at Clemson. I loved him coming out. I loved him at Houston. He's only played 12 games in the last 3 years. I think that's a big part of the guy just hasn't played.
Yeah.
He was suspended for part of it. He's been hurt. So, to me, he's going to be a dangerous guy. But, yeah, can he get his career back on track? I don't know. I'll say this. With that defense, you don't need to score a lot of points.
Babe, do you see the Cowboys being about the same as last year, a chance to actually be better, or a decline?
I don't see him. They're not as good as the team that was down 27-0 to the Packers in the second quarter. I mean, on paper, right, they're not as good as they were last year. Now, that doesn't mean that Cooper Beebe doesn't become a better center than Tyler Biadasz. That doesn't mean that Tyler Guyton doesn't play better than Tyron Smith, although that would be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
But no, they've lost a lot. I mean, we've all seen it, right? You don't need to be a football expert to know they lost guys, and they didn't really get them replay. Eric Kendricks is your big signing, and I love him. Great player, older player, but they just did not replace the running game. I can't imagine it being great. Rico Dowdle's going to be interesting because we don't have a big sample size on him, so maybe he comes in and maybe he's Jamal Charles and he averages 5.4 carry. But again, on paper, going in, they're not as good as a team that was put together last year.
What else do we need to know about Cleveland? We rely on you for the X's and O's and the preview and the film study. What else is jumping out to you about the Browns?
They're two corners, Martin Emerson, Denzel Ward. I mean, you want to talk, you don't have shutdown corners anymore, really, because of the rules, but these are shutdown corners. They didn't allow a touchdown. If you go by Pro Football Focus, they didn't allow a touchdown last year, either of them. And the funny thing is, Cleveland, you guys may have touched on this, but their defense, number one in the NFL last year, number one pass defense, number one on third down, which to me is a really important stat because, you're getting teams off the field. They were top of the list. And, I mean, when you look at the numbers, you got to go back to, like, the 2009 Jets to match the numbers that Cleveland put up last year. But at home, they're a totally different defense than they are on the road, and I couldn't tell you why. But they gave up 14 points a game last year at home. That was the best in the NFL. They gave up 31 points a game on the road. That was last in the NFL.
Wow.
So at home, they were the best defense in the NFL, points-wise. On the road, they were the worst. One problem. They're playing in Cleveland. So you don't get the road Cleveland team.
Babe, Jerry gave an interview with Stephen A. Smith yesterday where he talked about the Dak and McCarthy work that they've done together last year and how much confidence that gives him. Heading into year two here, what are your expectations for that combination?
Well, I think it only gets better. I always look at that play caller and quarterback the way you do a pitcher and catcher, where that catcher flashes a sign, right, and that pitcher says, boom, it's exactly what I was thinking. So that quarterback play caller relationship has to kind of be the same, in my opinion, where that play comes into Dak's helmet and he said, man, just what I wanted. And I know they talk about things during the week and all that, but I've seen it where you're like, really, we called that? So, and we talk about year two in this offense or, with Mike as a play caller. I almost look at it as year 1.5 because it was a different offense after week 6 last year. They had the first 6 games. They ran about 48 5-yard hooks a game. And they came back after the bye, and it turned back to the offense a little more than it was. And that's when the offense improved, started scoring points, bigger plays. And I don't know if Dak had to come to Mike's meeting with Coach McCarthy, but it changed after week 6. It just did. We all saw it. And but again, should be better just by the fact that they've worked together now. And we'll see.
Great to have you back. Looking forward to it again, and have a fantastic trip to Cleveland.
Thank you. And I got one quick one for you here because I think you'll like it. Since 2010, the Cowboys are 6-1 against the New York Giants in openers. And it seems like they play the Giants every other year, and they do in the opener. They're 0-7 against everyone not named the New York Giants.
See,
they have not beaten a team since 2010 that was not the New York Giants in the opener. So here we go.
This is why we have you. The greatness of Babe Laufenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
And even though we had Babe Laufenberg today, no Below the Belt, I still got to remind you guys, Below the Belt is brought to you by A1 Air.
The voice of the Longhorns, Texas versus Michigan. Let's get you set for it with Craig Way after this.
It's good.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ball will be snapped from the left hash on 2nd and goal. Ewers looks right, throws to the corner, caught, touchdown Texas. Matthew Golden, his first touchdown as a Texas Longhorn.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we have the opening of the NFL season tonight. We're going to have the game on the Odyssey app, by the way. And, of course, college football has already started. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Texas Longhorn fan Bobby Roberto Bell. Same for Peyton in the back, running things here on DFW Sports Station. And we have a big one on Saturday. The Texas Longhorns versus the defending champs. What did y'all say the spread was for this?
I saw 7.5.
7.5. Texas favored by 7.5 in Michigan.
The voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way, will have the call, and he joins us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Craig. How are you?
I'm great, fellas. Good to be on with you this morning.
Thank you for joining us. We're asking this to all the Cowboys insiders, and I'll ask the same thing for the Longhorns to you. Do you think that the Longhorns have the same type of season, better or worse than last year?
It's a little more difficult question, I think, in the Longhorns case, only because of all of the change that has happened, not only to them, but in college football. The fact that they're going into the Southeastern Conference, it's a different look, it's a different feel. You know, we all kind of got in that rhythm for a long time in the Big 12 Conference. Traveled to one place, and you see how the teams are doing. You kind of knew how they were in the same faces year in, year out. I even knew the places to eat and the places to avoid in Stillwater. And there are more places to avoid than to eat in Stillwater, I'll tell you that. But, you learned all of those things over time. It's a real new frontier. It truly is. And it starts with going to a place they've never been before in college football, and that's Ann Arbor, Michigan. They've only played Michigan one time, and that was the Rose Bowl following the 2004 season. So it's a lot new. Certainly the talent that is in place there and on the roster is good enough to surpass last year. But anytime you're talking about getting past 12 wins in a conference championship, that's a pretty tall task, especially in a league like the SEC.
I assume Texas changed all their signs in preparation for this because they don't want Michigan stealing any signs of theirs. They do it last week.
Yeah, thank goodness for helmet communication now, right? This again, that's another thing of this whole new world, about having helmet communication that they have now. They actually have a 2-minute timeout. They call it the 2-minute timeout, not the 2-minute warning or whatever in college football. So, that's part of the other change that I was talking about. But it's a lot different now.
Our first road games of the year for 18, 19, 20-year-old, are they more difficult than they might be in, like, say, the NFL? Is that something that is kind of concerning to coaches the first time you go on the road every year?
I think there's always that consideration. I asked Sark that last night when we were doing his weekly radio show about, trying to get guys back in rhythm. And they had the same routine when they were in the Big 12, when they go on the road, and they would have meetings. And if the kickoff was later in the day, they would go to a movie as a team. They won't do that because it's an 11 a.m. Central Time kick tomorrow. But he said, the whole thing about game routine is something to get guys in the habit of doing. And I think your point is well made. When it's the first one, then it is different, and it's a little longer plane flight and those kinds of things. So yeah, I think there's always that in the back of their minds, but they try to keep everything on track and on routine.
Talking with the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way, here on 105 to the Fan. Okay, so Texas had the game against Colorado State last week as kind of the build-up for this one. Anything, obviously it was a beatdown, 52-0, but anything that they maybe want to clean up heading into this one? Colorado State was able to run the ball a little bit. Is that something that will be a bigger focus coming out of that first game?
I think so, and I think they want to run the ball a little bit better. We knew there were going to be some changes with the running game, not only because of not having a Jonathan Brooks back there, but then when they lost C.J. Baxter to the knee injury in training camp, and then lost the freshman Christian Clark to the Achilles injury, they were down 2 running backs. Now, the 2 regular, so to speak, starters that they would have, Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner, are really, really good, and we saw flashes of that, and we saw a young freshman and Jarrett Gibson look good as well. And they even have an SMU transfer, Belton Gardner, but they weren't quite as effective as they wanted to be with the run. Sark was saying that he didn't see as much breaking through a couple of things and more of falling forward. I mean, it was leaning forward, but still it wasn't quite as balanced as they wanted it to be. So I think there's that. And then on the defensive side, they pretty much took everything else away from Colorado State. They had the one thing with the running game that got them some yards that were longer than they wanted to see allowed, especially, they had to kind of balance it because some of that was coming later in the game when the Longhorns pretty much had the backups on there. But they like to say the standard is the standard, meaning if you're a second teamer or a third teamer and you're out there, they expect you to uphold it. Ultimately, they did in pitching the shutout, but there's always areas where you can be better, and Sark and the staff are certainly pointing them out.
So, running the ball better, stopping the run better, those are going to be some focuses. We played that clip of you calling the Matthew Golden touchdown, one of them from the first week. Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, obviously the 2 big receiver transfers here to Texas this year. How is that connection working, do you feel like, with Ewers and those 2?
Really good, and that was one of the questions I had, and one of the questions I think a lot of folks had as well. That C word, chemistry. How would it do when you have Xavier Worthy go to the NFL and Adonai Mitchell head to the NFL and J.T. Sanders go to the NFL? So How is it going to work? Even also with a newer tight end look as well, with Amari Niblack coming in from Alabama. But Gunnar Helm remains the lead target there. Juan Davis, the kid from Everman, is also another one of those guys that brings some things back, and they all got into the passing game. But to your point, I think Matthew Golden really stepped up. Isaiah Bond did. Silas Bolden is another guy to continue to watch. That's an Oregon State transfer who looks good in special teams. He's the one who caught that little flip pass from Arch Manning once he got in the ball game later in the game and scored a touchdown as well. And Golden had the 2 touchdown catches, including that no-looker, that kind of Patrick Mahomes look, since we're on NFL day number 1 here with the Chiefs playing tonight, that viewers threw to him. So I'd say they all incorporated nicely into the offense.
Craig, obviously, quarterback, it's just like the NFL, right? If you don't have a great quarterback, you don't have a chance at college game anymore. Year-to-year progression and jump, did Quinn look just as efficient and as good as it gets last week?
I think so, and I think they saw that coming throughout the course of fall camp. I think, and fellas, we know how this is because we've all been there and covered practices and things like this and been in interview sessions. I think the greater Austin local area media set a record for the number of questions about leadership this year when they were asking to talk about Quinn and how much he'd grown and improved. Now, can you tell us about how he's grown as a leader? This was like going on every week. And I was thinking, dude's been there 3 years. I think he leads, and but it was more than just that. I mean, he'd put on the right amount of weight, I think, and was in better physical shape. Remember, he'd lost some time due to injury the past couple of years. So I think all of that was on display, and the guys just really gravitate to him. And having said all that, they're really developing Arch Manning nicely. We saw some of that on Saturday. So if something does happen to Quinn, I think they'll be ready to go, that Arch would be capable of stepping in and doing what they need to get done out of that quarterback spot.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Did Arch's debut just kind of like set the scene to turn up the heat and, lead us to the road of controversy here if Quinn struggles when he has a couple hiccups?
Well, I think you want to make sure you have a guy who can step in and play the role right there or close to it. And I think they feel they've got that. By the same token, there's no mistaking that this is Quinn's team and he's the guy leading it. And, when he was out there by and large last year and the year before when he was healthy, he was pretty much doing the job. And I think that's the expectation again. And he gave no indication that it would be anything less than that this year. But like we were saying, by the same token, you want to have a guy who is capable of stepping in and not having a drop-off in production. I think they feel pretty confident about that.
Have you seen a leap? Did you see a leap from Arch this year in practice? And how surprised are you that he's been this perfect teammate versus saying, oh, I'm not going to start, I'm out of here?
I saw the step up during spring practice and watching him in the spring, and he had this fabulous spring game. And so that sparked a lot more conversation and things like that. I was also not surprised at all with the approach that he has taken because the family has been very, very, just firm in saying all along they wanted him to redshirt. I mean, his 2 uncles, who, of course, famously played in the NFL, said the same thing. Eli said that he was so glad he got to redshirt. Peyton said that he wished he'd had the opportunity to redshirt. He had to be kind of thrust into action pretty early in his career, still in his true freshman season. So I think everybody was glad that Arch, and he said so as well, that he needed the time to develop, that this was Quinn's team. That's why he didn't take any NIL endorsements or things like that. He said, I'm not the starting quarterback yet. It's not time for that yet. So, I started seeing these kinds of things when he first landed on campus and the comments that he was making. I did, to your question, from a production standpoint, really see it all step up for him starting in the spring, and it continued through the fall workouts.
Craig, over the last 15 years between Mac Brown, Charlie Strong, Tom Herman, Steve Sarkisian, Texas has always had, pretty consistently top 5 recruiting classes right around there. Obviously some down years. Why do you think these recruiting classes, these highly touted recruiting classes, are now clicking with Sark when they didn't really click the same way with Herman, or the last years of Mac Brown, or during the time with Charlie Strong? What is it about Sarkisian that these recruiting classes are actually coming to bear now?
Well, I think you'd have to go back, really, the history lesson that I've had recruiting analysts and experts tell me, that it really only takes one misfire on a recruiting class to start to derail a program. And if you have two, it can really throw it off track. And I think that's what happened right toward the end of Mac's time, 2009, 2010. If you look back historically, how many of those guys, how much retention there was, how many became starters. After 2009, they did not have a first-round draft choice all the way up until last year. So, there were a lot of things, I think, that contributed to that. It started that downward cycle, and then there was a confidence level, I think. There was also a step up in some of the other programs. Like, they'd had this long winning streak over Oklahoma State. That ended, and they went right into a spiral against that same school, that same program, Oklahoma State. And obviously they had the up again, down again type nature with Oklahoma. They'd lost 3 in a row, came back, won 2 out of 3, and then dropped 2 more in a row. And so they just couldn't seem to get consistent, I think, for a long time, even when they were getting some better recruiting classes. And it was just, I think it takes time, and Sark pointed this out. You just have to stack some really good recruiting classes against some veterans that bought in. I mean, he's got a couple of 6-year seniors that were there when Tom Herman came in David Benda and Jade Barron on the defensive side, who from the moment that Sark landed in town pretty much said to their teammates, ones around, this is the guy. We're going to be okay. We're going to do this. And there were a few that filtered out. But then once the better recruiting classes, signing classes started coming in, mixing in with those retained veterans, it made a difference. And that's ultimately what started the upward trajectory from 5-7 in Sark's first year to 8-5 the second year to 12-2 last year. All of those things, I think, added up to it.
Greg, thank you so much for joining us. Fantastic preview. Have a great season. We look forward to catching up with you again, and a good call on Saturday. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas. I'm looking forward to wearing a turtleneck to call the game. The high will be 60 on Saturday.
Oh, man. There you go. Craig Way, the voice of the Longhorns, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How scared is Tyler Guyton for Sunday? Let's talk about it with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, next on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Alright Lost. That's soda. Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40 here on your home of the Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, joined by Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, Peyton relayed to me that you watched the hour and 10 minutes of Jerry's sit-down with Stephen A. Smith. What jumped out to you the most?
Yeah, there were a couple of really good things. I almost have to tip my cap to Stephen A. I think there were a couple of things that a lot of people have been wondering. And I think the moment that stood out for me was when he asked him about cash spending. And he brought those numbers out. And then Jerry went down a path of, hey, you know, we make sure our players are taken care of. There's nothing wrong with that. And then Stephen A. kind of came back to it. He was like, hey, look, no one is ever doubting that you're taking care of your players. I'm asking specifically about this number. And I don't think Jerry had a direct answer for it. So I think that was the thing that probably stood out to me the most, but also talking about the importance of CeeDee Lamb to the organization, the importance of Dak Prescott, saying that, you know, he wants him around. Micah Parsons, towards the end of that interview, the importance that he has to this franchise as well. You know, they're going to have to really figure out the checkbook to be able to pay all three and get them all three in the building for the foreseeable future. They have one done. Now, how do they turn to these next two?
Didn't you get the impression, or look, we've talked about this 500 times in the offseason, but the way that Jerry explained, look, we all spend in the National Football League. It's just a matter of when and where. After hearing his explanation again, you give him more of a pass for this criticism from the fan base and media of not spending and being frugal down there at the Arizona Cardinals right now?
I'll be 100% honest. My pops told me not to speak on things you don't know 100% about. And when it comes to this cash spending thing, man, there is so much jargon and different dialogue and things in the CBA that I have to understand a little bit better to understand completely, you know, what's going on at the end of the day. But at least from my basis level of knowledge, you know, you see the numbers and you identify that, and that does speak towards, you know, how much the Cowboys are willing to take out of their own pocket to be able to get some of these things done. And so, but I will be 100% honest. That's something I need to look forward to in the CBA and maybe spend a little bit of time diving into maybe in the bye week.
Nick, like you mentioned, it's so complex, like the jargon and the technicalities and the way things work there. So it's one of those where you can't say like, oh, well, I can't necessarily address specifically their approach, but just by comparing to other teams and seeing the way that other teams operate and seeing that they don't operate the way the Cowboys do, or they don't seem to have similar constraints. Do you think it's enough, at least for Jerry, to kind of have a moment with his staff and say, hey, are we doing everything the right way here? Or are there areas where maybe we're not doing things as efficiently as we can?
Yeah, I think that's certainly worthy of a conversation. I mean, you look at the Saints, who are in quote-unquote cap hell every time we look up in March, and yet they figure out how to put a team together. And you could say the same thing with the Los Angeles Rams, you know, since they went quote-unquote all in to win that Super Bowl years back, and they've still been able to field some pretty impressive teams. Granted, they have probably leaned on the draft and develop strategy a little bit more than the Saints have, but, I mean, there are teams out there who are spending that amount of money and are still able to make it work within the cap. So, yeah, I think those conversations are definitely valid towards needing to happen. You know, and that's conversations that needs to happen with the entire front office. You know, that's a conversation that involves multiple people.
Did you also get the really strong impression like I did? Like he went down a laundry list of reasons why it sounds like he wants Dak to be here with the new contract. You agree with that?
Yeah, I don't think there is a doubt that both sides want Dak to be in Dallas for the long term. But whenever I look at this contract situation and I look at it more and more and more in depth, I don't see why, if I am Dak Prescott, I don't see why I would get that deal done right now. Yes, you're risking the fact that you go into the season, you know, just as you did in 2020 and potentially get hurt, and it could mess up what that deal could look like next offseason. Yes, you are risking that, but I would take that risk, you know, knowing what the season that I'm coming off of, as a MVP runner-up. Yes, I understand the playoff success hasn't been there, but there's only a amount of quarterbacks you can count on one hand who have more playoff wins than Dak Prescott in the entire NFL. So he still has that at the negotiation table, whether that be with Dallas or with another team. If I'm Dak Prescott, I am testing the open market and I'm getting the best deal possible just because I know that I have the leverage to be one of, if not the highest paid free agent of all time.
So you're going all the way to the end. You're going all the way to March, and you're going to be an actual free agent talking to other teams. You're not going to sign in the bye week if you're 5-1 or whatever. You're going all the way to the end.
Yeah, that's if I'm Dak Prescott. And at the end of the day, what does Dak want? Does he want to deal with that kind of pressure and that kind of stress throughout the entire season and in the next offseason, not knowing where he's going to be in January? That's a question he probably needs to ask himself at the end of the day. And if he feels differently about that, then yeah, maybe this is a situation where they sit down during the bye week and they come to an agreement, or maybe right before free agency starts when they have that legal tampering period. I mean, there are avenues, there are paths, more paths for the Cowboys to get this done than any other team. But even if he wants to stay in Dallas, if he wants to get the best deal possible, he tests that open market and he brings that to the negotiation table next March.
So based on what you said, do you think it's more likely then that Dak is the one that's holding this up?
That's my assumption here, because you look at all of the dialogue that Jerry Jones has been communicating, not only in the Stephen A. Smith interview yesterday, he had a press conference earlier in the week, throughout the entire offseason. We could go back to the State of the Union at the training camp, that press conference. He wants Dak Prescott in the building. He has always said it has to make sense for, what it looks like for Cap going forward. And it has to make sense for what kind of team that the Dallas Cowboys could field around him. And he mentioned it in the Stephen A. Smith interview yesterday. He said, to be able to field a team around Dak Prescott over the course of a contract that we could sign him to, he deserves a team that's worthy of being able to push for a Super Bowl. If we feel like we can't do that, then we can't do that. So I think that was a little telling as well. That number has to be able to work for them to be able to field this team around him. But on the same token, they've done a really good job of drafting and developing since Will McClay has taken over as a director of pro personnel. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into that. I think that they have the personnel in place to be able to make that happen as it stands here in 2024. But who's to say that same exact scenario does not stand in 2029 or however long this contract could get drawn out?
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, with us every Thursday here on 105.3 The Fan. What is Tyler Guyton saying about Myles Garrett?
Yeah, he's taking it super chill. I think that's probably the best way I could put it. We were trying to get him to, maybe give us some eyeballs or give us maybe a little bit of a, oh goodness, yesterday during the locker room, but he's composed and he's ready to go. We asked him straight up, what is this challenge like, seeing reigning defensive player of the year in week one as a rookie? And he said that my approach stays the same. I'm going into it like I have every other game. So, he's taking it, as it is. I think it's going to be a challenge for him. For me, and what I want to see from Tyler Guyton, I just want to see him bring his hands in. I've talked about it a little bit. His hands are super wide out in pass protection, and it really hasn't bit him yet. He's had success doing it against Micah Parsons. He had success doing it against Max Crosby. He even mentioned that in the interview yesterday. It's like, look, I have experience against a couple of these really top guys in the NFL. I feel like I'm prepared for Myles Garrett. But on the same token, I think Myles Garrett's going to have a power element that he has not seen from either of those two guys that I think he needs to bring his hands in and make it a little bit more close combat. But other than that, I think it's going to be a fun challenge for Tyler Guyton. I also think it's going to be a fun challenge for Terrence Steele. Don't be surprised if Cleveland and Jim Schwartz, he looks at this situation and he understands that Tyler Guyton might have some help over there on the left side. So he goes and attacks Terrence Steele on the right side with Myles Garrett. That would not surprise me. So I think there's going to be kind of a multiple layered approach from Jim Schwartz going into this game.
Have you made your prediction yet?
Yeah, I think the Cowboys take this one. I think it's going to be a low-scoring rock fight of a game. You have the over-under at 41.5. I think it comes comfortably under that. I've been saying 17-13 Cowboys all week, so I'm going to stick with that.
Whoa. Wow. Nick, heading into this game with the Browns, what's the one area when you're watching this and we've analyzed the game, what's the one area you're confident the Cowboys can exploit this, the Cowboys can have success either on offense or defense, and what's the one area where you're really concerned and feel like Cleveland's going to be able to exploit some things?
I'll start with the confident point. I look at the Cowboys defensive line and that Cowboys pass rush unit. I mean, the Browns are still playing musical chairs with their offensive line as we sit here on Thursday of Week 1. They're not 100% sure who's going to start at left tackle. They have some guys that they might have to move from one side of the line to the other. I think when you factor that in with the fact that Nick Chubb's not ready yet, Deshaun Watson will be coming back off his shoulder injury for the first time since November. I think he's going to be running for his life in that pocket. I think I think the Cowboys defense gets 3+ sacks in this game. So I feel really good about the Cowboys defensive line and their pass rush unit. As far as probably where there might be some concern, it might be literally on the other side of the ball in the trenches. I think that Browns defensive line, you look at the experience that they have up front, and granted, you still have Zach Martin, Tyler Smith, and Terrence Steele, guys that have been around for the last few years. But when you have 2 rookies starting on the offensive line, you'd be dumb to say that they're not going to go and attack those 2 guys. And I think when you look at the experience that they have up front, I think they're going to kind of get after them. How does that manifest in the run game? That's the big thing that I'm looking at. You know, if the Cowboys can just get over 100 yards rushing, I would consider that a good day against this Browns team.
Thank you so much, Nick. Enjoy the opener tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And we were talking about Tyler Guyton getting ready for Myles Garrett through Micah in practice. And yesterday, Micah gave another one of his classic headline clips. Peyton, what is the problem? I've given you 23 twice with the signal. What you give?
It's the killer, the hitman, and the assassin. You know, the killer, he's sloppy. You know, he's probably going to get caught. You know, he's not very good at what he does, but he's a killer. You know, he's raw on the streets. Call it like that. And you got the hitman. The hitman might not get caught, but you know who did it. You know, like, you know, he's probably a little bit more clean. And the assassin, you don't even know he's there. You don't even know he done it. You know what I'm saying? So each time you really want to develop, and I think at this 4th year mark for me, I think I'm ready to be an assassin.
So we got the assassin, and there was a lot of talk, right? We all raised an eyebrow when Micah's like, yeah, Mike Zimmer's coming in here, but, you know, he's going to have to adjust to me too. And there's all this talk about Micah playing linebacker and moving around and maybe not rushing the passer. So one of the questions to him yesterday was, how much does Zimmer's vision fit with your vision before the opener?
I think we align. I think I just had to show Mike, you know, what I'm capable of and what I can do. And everything that he thought I would be, I probably think I achieved that more. And, you know, he come up to me, he's like, man, you say you want to do this, you say you want to do that. And he was like, man, if you just do this detail so you could be the best ever. And I think he just opened up to my idea how I see things, you know. There's not too much more 6-tech for me. You know, he was like, all right, we'll get you out there. I was like, I make a living getting people out in space, Mike. Like, I play 6-tech if you need me to on certain times, but he's like, don't worry, we got you. And, you know, there's certain things that, you know, I think it's just part of life that you evolve and we grow. And I think at being with him, I grew as a player. And definitely on the mental side. And he grew, you know, into his players, and he adjusted me. So I think we evolved in a good way. Like, me and him about to meet again probably after lunch right here. So, you know, it just goes to show our relationship and how we're getting closer and how the faith he has in me into the system.
I'm glad that's being communicated to him, though, from Zimmer, the idea of the little details. Like, dude, if you will just hone in on these little technique things, you will not be stopped.
You think we should feel good about the relationship?
Yeah, I think it's good right now.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece where we don't have the best relationship. That's next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yates ready and deals, and there's a high drive well hit to left center field. Langford back at the wall. He leaps. He makes the catch, and the ball game's over. Wyatt Langford catches it at the top of the wall in left field. I'm not sure whether or not that ball would have gone out, but Langford makes sure it doesn't. And this game has mercifully come to a close.
That's a good way to put it, man. I turned on an episode of The Simpsons off the DVR when the 9th inning was going, and the episode was over and the 9th inning was still going, and I was like, oh, that's not good.
I cannot remember the last time I watched The Simpsons.
It's a damn fine program.
Now,
Seasons 2 through 8 are the best.
So are you watching new episodes?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, they have new episodes. It's still on.
It's still on.
Season? You say season 2 through 8 was the
correct?
Isn't like season 8 the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl?
That would have been 96, 97. So
doesn't sound like it's been very good for 30 years.
Simpsons greatness matches up with the Cowboys
Now, have
greatness.
they predicted a Cowboys win at any time? Because they predict everything.
Ooh, I don't think so.
Power rank Simpsons, Family Guy, and what would be a good third one?
South Park.
King of the Hill.
And South Park. King of the Hill.
King of the Hill's very underrated.
It helps you talking to the mic, Mike.
Family Guy's
And the
last.
Cosby Show.
And the Cosby.
Family Guy's last?
Yeah,
Family Guy.
I'm not saying Family Guy's not good. I just hold The Simpsons and South Park in very high regard.
Like just like flat out like what are the best shows? It would be South Park. Of those three, it would be South Park, Family Guy, Simpsons. But if you're talking about like influence and opening doors so that like these other shows, then it would be South Park, Simpsons, Family Guy for me.
Oh, Simpsons is
influence.
Wait, Simpsons influenced way more than any of the others.
Yes.
You know,
Family Guy
initially-
is The Simpsons.
Family Guy is. I think Family
It's
Guy
with a
is.
harder
It's
edge.
just.
Yes, we
it's
are
got
talking
a,
about influence.
It's got a harder edge to it for sure. They do things that nobody gets away with.
The edge for sure.
South Park to this day is, I still think it's funny because they did the Meghan and Harry Worldwide Privacy Tour episode. He's playing drums in the front yard. He's like, "Oi, leave me alone! I want my privacy."
Mike, was that ball getting out of there?
100%. Where the post-game show is at, I see it, and I'm like, oh, that's a home run for sure. And then I see Wyatt Langford's glove go over the wall as he catches it. Glove goes over the wall. I'm like, crap, that was a home run. They would have had the tying run up.
After this Angels series, the Rangers would have to be how many back in order for you to second guess yourself, all of us, in thinking that everything was over?
Well, it's over.
Okay.
They have to get to, you just start looking at the mathematics of it. If you get to 86 wins, like just give me the Rangers record the rest of the way to get to 86 wins, and that would mean the Astros can only win 85 games, which would mean the Astros can only win 7 more games or something the rest of the year.
Listen.
What about the wild card? 8.5 back in both.
No.
Okay.
I'd love to say yes, but no.
When they sweep the Angels, they'll be 6 back in the West and in the wild card. Right, there'll be 6 back. That's what's going to happen.
The
Prediction.
Astros are getting
18 to go.
0.7% chance of making.
Hell
the
yeah, it was 0.2.
It's bumped up,
not
baby.
quite 1, but it's getting close.
We're getting there.
Astros
We
are
were 1 in 500. Now we're creeping up to 1 in 100.
Can't win them all at once. You got to
true.
take them a game at a time.
What's coming up on the show, Corey?
One segment at a time, Sean, is how it's going to be all day long. One major reason the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl, and one reason they won't at 10 o'clock. My buddy's an idiot at 11 because we forced Mickey to move to 11:40 today, so we'll have him at 11:40.
That's true. Mike McCarthy had something to do with that, too.
Will he show up?
He's never on time. Bobby, I had a question for you. I know you don't have a microphone at this moment.
Best time to ask him a question.
I think it reflects poorly on the leadership of this organization when your head coach can't even be on time to the press conference that is his press conference.
Whoa.
Is that fair, or do you think that's unfair?
Look, it's year 5, and Mike McCarthy said his program does not grow for the first 4 years. The 5th year is when he's going to be on time. So if it's ever going to happen, it's going to happen now, Hagee.
Do you honestly look at that as an indicator?
Yes, I do. But I also...
Was Jason on time?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Mike just said no.
I don't feel like he was on time.
No, he wasn't.
He was more. He was
To his
closer on
pressers?
time.
I listened to those every day when GBag was on when we were nights. I was like, man, come on, dude.
We know one thing he did.
Not a well.
He put the clocks in day 1.
He did. I think I care about time more than most people, and I care about it mostly because we have a break structure. And then people are like, I can't believe you cut away from the press conference. I'm like, I wish you would have been on time. We could have figured it out.
Dude, look, when you're watching somewhere else, they're not even asking real questions. They wait till he goes off of the stage, and then they ask, I want to just jam a mic in that stupid thing and just be like, now we're going to really hear what we have. What are your real questions, Clarence, Jane, whoever
James
else?
O'Keefe.
And then we can really hear the real answers because they're like, hey, I don't want to ask my real questions while he's on the stage and it's on 105.3 The Fan. I'll wait till he walks off the stage and then we'll have another 20-minute press conference.
Mike, to be honest, though, you think if you ask him that question when he's piped into a switchboard that's like going out to a bunch of different. You think he's giving them the same answers?
No, but it's a waste of time to put it on the air when we know that they're asking waste of time questions and he's giving waste of time answers.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll tell you that. I think there's some stuff that is for that setting that you know you're going to get answers for. That he'll give you an answer that you can get onto the record, because that stuff that's in the walk-off, that's not on the record. And so that's not even stuff you can definitively say, this is what's happening. The stuff that he says at the podium is going to be on the record. So if there's stuff you know he'll answer there, you use those questions there. If there's other stuff where you just need clarity or something like that, you ask that in the walk-off.
If you want the good stuff, sign up for Tinder. Don't care if you're married or not.
What?
Bait someone in an NFL front office to go out with you on dates.
Masterfully.
Set up your camera.
Is this for the Commanders guy?
This is the Commanders guy who has been suspended for making some incendiary comments about a lot of people in the National Football League.
He's going to get fired, right?
I think he has to. Let's just run through these clips here of the undercover sting operation of the Commanders employee.
Okay, just walk me through again your breakdown, your just description of the Commanders players.
Over 50% of our roster, right, is either white religious, and God says the gays. Meet Rael Enti, the Vice President of Content for the Washington Commanders. Another big chunk is very low-income African American that comes from a community that is inherently very homophobic.
So literally, it feels like almost every single NFL player per this person is homophobic for wildly different reasons, but they're all homophobic, including Jerry Jones. Kind of wanted to ask him about that tomorrow.
Where did we say he got his start?
Who?
This guy. We found his profile. Oh, KNBR is where he got his.
Oh, in
professional
San
start.
Francisco?
Oh, in San Francisco. Right.
And now let's talk about the breathing technique, according to this guy, of most NFL fans.
Most of the fans, I would say, are high school educated alcoholics.
So they're like lower class people.
I hate to use that term. I would just say mouth breathers. I know, it's way worse. He revealed that his job is to essentially operate, quote, state-run media. My job is to sell hope to the fans, right? I need them buying tickets. When there's not much hope to sell, I still gotta dig deep to find it.
Why do you think there's not much hope to sell right now?
Because we had like pipes leaking sewage on our fans in the middle of the game. And I have to put out a social post saying like, it wasn't sewage water, we promise. That is state-run media.
And then I think she liked the term mouth breather so much, she asked...
Just real quick, do you think if he got dropped into North Korea, he would still use that terminology?
Are they mouth breathers?
A state-run media. Not the mouth breather part. The state-run media. Do you think he'd have a different respect for that terminology?
Yeah,
than,
probably.
I work for the Commanders. My life is so hard.
He's doing a great job, by the way, Sean. 78% optimism on that survey we were talking about earlier from the Athletic. Commanders fans are 78% optimistic, so he's doing a good job.
I want to hear a little bit more about us mouth breathers and drunks.
Most of the fans, I would say, are high school educated alcoholics.
Most NFL fans are high school educated alcoholics?
Yeah.
Really?
With a violent, I mean, there's fights in the stands all the time. Like, it is
So they're like lower class people.
I hate to use that term. I would just say mouth breathers.
That's not even bad.
I know, it's way worse.
I love your description of the NFL fans too.
Mouth breathers?
Mouth breathers. You said they're uneducated alcoholics with a violent tendency.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. I stand by that. All we need to do is look at their beer sales to know they're alcoholics.
How does this Nimrod not know he's being recorded?
I know.
Is that what you said,
Because
Steven Johnson?
He's a high school educated alcoholic.
She's like interviewing him.
Yeah.
It
really is.
It's like a 60
You said
minutes.
mouth breathers. Is that correct?
Right.
Yes.
And then
In a very newsy tone.
Yeah.
You said the mouth breathers?
as he's got I think he had a espresso martini in one date, and then he's got his what's the one with the burnt orange that we like? The
Orange
flavor.
Oh, the old fashioned?
Yeah, an old fashioned, and another one as well. And then this is for tomorrow, 10:30. Kevin Hagelin specifically promises to ask Jerry Jones about this.
Entine also reveals that Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones is the one who really runs the NFL, and reveals that Jerry Jones, quote, hates gay people and black people, unquote. I don't think the commissioner of the NFL hates gay people, hates black people. So Jerry Jones, for instance, the owner who really runs the NFL, I think he hates gay people and black people.
What about Roger?
Oh yeah, he's a puppet.
So Roger's a puppet.
Yes, a $50 million puppet.
You know, that would have held a little bit more weight if I hadn't learned earlier in the interview that he thinks every single person in the NFL hates gay people. But I did have that in my notes as I wanted to ask Jerry what his thoughts are.
I just want to know, how did this organization and woman like target this guy, know to get him? And then how did they match up on Tinder? How did you're not, it's supposed to be random, right? Like, did she just swipe left until bam, I got this guy from the Commanders?
I don't know. I think they did say it was Hinge technically that they were on.
Oh.
I don't know how, like, if you can look at the person's at their name, you can like search somebody's name on there, or you just pop up and find them. I don't know, but this is some like
he has a history. The James O'Keefe and that whole organization have a history of getting.
Is that who the organization was?
James
Okay,
O'Keefe.
I know
The
that.
guy talking was James O'Keefe.
They do, because they do a lot of political stuff.
Yeah, so they have a history of getting stuff where you're like, how did you get that? It certainly wasn't legally obtained, was it? And so, who knows? Maybe they knew, like, oh, we have this algorithm. If we're just in the same vicinity as him and we open the app, then he'll pop up on our feed or something like that. I don't know.
Tomorrow, Mike McCarthy will join us live at 6:30. We'll have.
As long as we're switching off questions, I'll ask that Jerry question. Will you ask Mike McCarthy why he's not ever on time to his press conferences?
You know, if he's in a good mood,
it's a Laura question.
At the end, we'll throw you guys under the bus and say, our midday show would like to know. So technically, we will ask if he's in a good mood. You're going to ask Jerry about the other stuff?
Sure, why not?
All right. Jerry Jones and two ludicrous Corey Majors. Not how to say. That's what happens when the mic's broken. Two ludicrous ticket giveaways tomorrow. Enjoy opening night. KMC is next on The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
We chapter your... Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick.
Man, all these people coming up to me at the Ranger games and wanting to take my picture and autograph. It's time consuming, but it's the power. I don't know. It's the curse. It's the blessing. What is it, of being as famous as I am?
I feel like for you probably view it more as a curse than a blessing.
No, it is cool. There are, to be honest, I know that we're getting ready to start the show and talk football, but there are so many Ranger fans out there that are fans of our show.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening. The reason I know that they're fans of our show is they're very specific on things that they like.
Okay. Yeah.
So I do, when it's cool when they yell Tolo and then they talk about our show and then they're specific about things that they like or things that we make them laugh and stuff like that. So
that's awesome.
So it is really cool. So like it or not, Kevin and Corey, like it or not, you're famous too.
We're famous.
I'm fine.
They just can't talk to you because you're not hired to do the pre and post game show out there.
Just as long as they listen one way or another, I'll be fine with that.
That dude got fired?
I've seen some fringy accounts.
No,
post
I'm seeing
that.
it right now.
Okay.
Louis Scruggs just posted it.
Okay.
Yeah, that dude got fired for all the comments about Jerry Jones and all that other stuff.
That's not surprising. When you work for the NFL and the Commanders and you say the Commanders is state-run media like North Korea, and you say that the league you work in is filled with uneducated, homophobic, and racist, mouth-breathing alcoholics, that's tough.
Alex,
that's going to be tough to keep your job.
Go ahead and hold on
What?
to that.
I didn't
Kevin
say
just
that.
said. I know you didn't say it, but it's more fun if we play it back like you did. It's just kind of fun. So.
Dear.
Masterpiece of the Week's going to be lit tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings, right there off of Lemon, ladies and
Hey, you
gentlemen.
feel like he has a good resume, though? Because he did sell Washington for a while.
He did.
And I guess if he successfully sold that, they're like, just don't talk to women, outside of the workplace with a whole bunch of things. But I think that you can sell this piece of garbage that we have working here.
He's got a job lined up.
All right.
Easy.
You know what?
Probably in politics.
Let's try to be transparent. For Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow in Dallas off of Lemon, please come to the show.
Mm-hmm.
That we do not draw well at that location the last couple of times that we've been there. We're going to be there. G-Bag's going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Buffalo Wild Wings. There's going to be beer specials as well. We're going to have giveaways, but for some reason,
you can get a picture with famous Mike.
That's true. Yeah. I know the parking there is a little
weird.
It's a little pain, but I hope you come see us tomorrow. We'll have fun.
Yeah, we'll be there, and I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm going to eat some wings right in front of you. Not you, but like just anybody.
Is that a threat?
Or we can all eat wings together.
Like a threat,
we can all eat wings together. That sounds like a good idea.
They have a lot of food there.
They do, man.
That is a good point. All right. Now, Mike, even though I know it's unlikely to happen, I did want to get y'all's feedback on this because I thought of a couple of different things. Give me one major reason why the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl this season and one why they will not. So I'll walk you through how The Athletic broke it down first, and I'll give you my reasons and we can jump from there. So The Athletic gives the Cowboys a 5.7% chance to win the Super Bowl. So about 1 in 17, give or take. And they said the reason the Cowboys could win the Super Bowl is because the defense improves without Dan Quinn. And then it says it's not that the defense was bad by any means, but did it get a little bit stale, and a new philosophy from Mike Zimmer could potentially take them to the next level. The reason why they won't win it, and I'm sure plenty of people will agree with this, because Dak Prescott can't overcome negative plays in big games. And that's what it boils down to. Doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. The rest of the time, it's just The Athletic says because Dak Prescott can't overcome negative plays in big games. Now, I have a reason I think they could win the Super Bowl and a big reason I think they cannot. My reason that the Cowboys could win the Super Bowl this year, CD and Micah take the next step up. All right, we'll all acknowledge that they are excellent players. For CeeDee Lamb, I feel like it's putting another season together like he just had and really asserting himself in the conversation of top 3 receivers. Because we talk about it from a fantasy perspective, he'll be in the mix. But when you ask people who the best receivers are, I feel like too often he gets left off the list. Another season like last year will firmly cement him on that list. And then for Micah, it's playing big time throughout the year, not getting tired, and showing up in the playoffs.
Kevin, I do agree with you on the CeeDee Lamb thing because like that just adds to it's undeniable that he's one of those top receivers. There, however, will be people out there that are like, yeah, but he did that against bad teams, or he did that against bad cornerbacks, or he's just a slot receiver. I agree with you. You just know you're going to see those texts.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think those texts have been proven inaccurate, but that's fine. Everyone can have their own opinions. I'm sure I have opinions that people really, really despise as well. But I think CeeDee and Micah taking another step up would put them over the edge.
And when it comes to Micah, I know he can do it at some point in a game.
Sure.
But when it's the most important time of a game, I want to see him Jordan it. And I think Micah, like, he says he wants that. He's talked about that his whole career. You know, I want to be that guy. I want to see whenever it's fourth quarter and you got to make a stop, dude, you're the one that did it. Whether you knocked the ball down because the pass was short or whatever, or you got in the dude's face and you made a sack happen. Those are the moments where you can really make a big impact in the game. And hopefully his legs are still there because he's able to, you know, he's not getting beat up by 300-pound dudes because he's on the line all the time. Hopefully they're playing a little more linebacker. Now, Mickey told us yesterday that since the Sam Williams injury, you're seeing him
off
more
the edge a lot.
at the line. So that kind of stinks.
I wanted to go different than the Athletic here. So here's the major reason that I think the Cowboys would not win the Super Bowl. And I understand history is a logical reason for that as well. The run defense doesn't get much or any better. Like, it feels like you need to see your run defense be significantly better if you're going to have a shot against these tougher teams and these physical teams and these playoff teams. And so that would be the big one for me. If you don't see a lot of improvement from the run defense, it's going to be trouble, just like all the other playoff appearances.
Yeah, I wish that I had a real answer for the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl because it's tough for me to see. You guys just pointed out how bad they play when it's a do or die game, which is the playoffs. They all just don't play well. And maybe it's, I know I don't want to go too far back and just crush the Cowboys, but maybe it's the environment they're in that they talk about, whether it's Dalton Schultz, whoever, when they leave, they're like, you can't even get in a workout without having 20 people staring at you through a window because there's tours going on, and stuff like that, that it just is too stressful to play for the Dallas Cowboys. So, look, I will say this. They can win the Super Bowl, and this is weird because it has nothing to do with them. If all the other teams play bad in the playoffs when they're playing the Dallas Cowboys, the Cowboys don't have anything to do with it. The other teams just have a bad game, and the Cowboys are able to have their normal playoff game, but the other team just played really bad, and I guess you took advantage of it. But I just think the Cowboys won't win. One, they're not talented enough to win the Super Bowl. I think they're talented enough to make the playoffs. I really do. So if you're like, Mike's a hater, I think they're talented enough to make the playoffs. I just don't think they're talented enough. I don't think they have the heart. I don't think they have what it takes to win in the playoffs. And unfortunately, I think best case scenario, Cowboy fans, is what you've seen the last 3 years.
By the way, The Athletic has the Cowboys as the sixth most likely to win the Super Bowl. Now, this is not a betting thing because we've talked before. I think betting includes a Cowboys tax where Cowboys fans might be more apt to bet on the Cowboys than maybe any other team. But The Athletic still has the Cowboys at 6, so you consistently see them in that top 6, 8, 10 range. So I think they're a playoff team as well for sure.
Kevin, for the reason that the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl, will win the Super Bowl.
Did you look at your notes for can?
And I looked at the wrong notes, too. Dak has failed enough times to finally start succeeding in the playoffs. He's learned enough to go, you know what? I have to be more prepared than anybody. When it comes to the Super Bowl that Aaron Rodgers won with Mike McCarthy, one of my favorite things to hear throughout that was Aaron Rodgers, while everybody was doing all the other events and doing other things to be, to be seen, Aaron Rodgers went back to his room to watch more film.
Yeah.
And it was like, I won't let a single detail be missed so that I don't win. And whether you believe it or not, Jerry Jones probably going to tell us tomorrow, look, man, these guys aren't signed. It's on the line.
Yeah.
And if it's a reality, if they're not signed and Mike McCarthy's not signed, and that's a reality, Do you get the best competition out of them because of it? Do you get the best effort because they know they have to go prove something, if not just to you, if to everybody else out there too? So if that's a reality, then I expect that you're going to get a guy in Dak Prescott that's like, I won't let any stone go unturned. I'm going to make sure that I'm prepared and then my team's prepared for it too. So Dak has finally failed enough to start succeeding in the playoffs. And you have to fail to succeed. You can't just always win. Like, it doesn't happen like that. You got to fail. We all do. We all learn from our lessons and then go on and get better because of it. Yeah, the reason they can't win the Super Bowl, Jerry gets them drunk the night before the game. And everybody's hungover.
The
and
night before the Super Bowl?
Yeah, or, playoff game or whatever it is. Yeah, he's like, you know what, guys? This is going pretty well. I'm pretty excited about this. Y'all proved everybody wrong. Everybody drink a bottle on me tonight. They all can't show up the next day. If you want a real reason, though, pass rush is non-existent. Aside from Micah, I'm very uncertain where it's coming from. I know people want to tell me DeMarcus Lawrence is that guy. I don't believe it anymore. DeMarcus Lawrence is really good in run defense. The sack numbers aren't there. If the pressure's there just a little bit, that's cool and everything. We got to add to that. The pass rush has to be a force for this team, in addition to them being able to stop the run. If that happens, the guys like Trayvon Diggs, Kalen Carson, those guys can have a little more time to turn their head around and get interceptions and force other plays to not happen.
And from the 214, I appreciate this. I'm just going to give you my general philosophy right here from the 214. Why is this even a topic? The Cowboys are not winning a Super Bowl. They're not even going to get past the first round. I know it didn't happen last year, but the year before that, they did get past the first round. I also don't think that they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I don't think that means you just ignore the team or the season. Like, the season opener is in 3 days. The NFL starts tonight. We're the home of the Cowboys. It is a relevant discussion to have, even if you don't think that they're going to win.
There you go. Yeah, I like that. And
You're welcome.
Kevin, Corey, Tony's failed enough in the playoffs and he never won. I love Tony Romo. I'm just saying. All right. He's Tony Romo, guys.
Look, and that's the worst thing that's ever happened.
All right, I'm familiar with that.
We're just destined to relive all of Tony Romo's failures with every quarterback that comes through here. Just keep comparing those for the rest of your life.
And that's why I don't want to do that, because the next segment could easily, we could just throw this question out and just, sit on autopilot. Who's better, Dak or Tony Romo in their career?
Let the calls fly
60
in.
All right.
bajillion
I'm
bits
excited
of feedback.
about this.
We're not doing that segment.
We should.
Why
Coming
not?
up next.
Yeah. I mean, we don't that's easy ratings right there. That's all we have to do.
Yeah, maybe we should.
I mean, look, Sunday is a must-win game, right?
What?
We
No,
just
it's not.
We just saw that on Fox Sports yesterday. They were like, "Look, it's a must-win game for the Cowboys."
They're an underdog on the road. How is that a must-win game?
Can't win them all.
Is
if
it
you
a
don't win the
must-win
first
for
one.
Baltimore tonight?
And
I think so.
Okay.
yeah, it's must-win for both
Man.
teams.
I mean, think about it. Last year on Thursday Night Football, the team that lost didn't even make the playoffs. Oh, wait, it was
They
the Chiefs.
won the Super Bowl.
But the Chiefs are playing again tonight to start the season
True.
off. So if they lose,
They can still win the Super Bowl.
should they
got
lose?
lucky.
Because last year they won the Super Bowl by losing the Thursday night opener.
You know what? That actually does kind of make sense to me.
They got lucky to
We're
win.
the
that Super
KNC
Bowl.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, there's a part 3 of NFL overreaction or reality. That is a fact. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
So far today from Murray, the Cardinals leading rusher. He's going to try to run for some more here. Kyler Murray hops inside the 10. Murray turning on the speed, and Kyler Murray puts the Cardinals on top with 10:26 to go.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 The Fan. It is a football Thursday. And remember, tomorrow the Friday football feast starts at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. But right now, It's time for NFL Overreaction or Reality Part 3. I'm not going to ask if you're ready because that failed on me the last couple of days. So question number 1.
Is this like Rocky 3 where we lose and Mr. T calls out and says, I'll show your wife what a good time is?
Yeah. And then his trainer died too.
What happened? Did
What?
Mr. T, is that where Creed came from?
No.
Maybe
Baby
so.
Creed?
Yeah,
No.
because Creed slept out of marriage.
Yes,
Did Mr. T sleep
that
with
is
Creed's
true.
Mr. T didn't have any illegitimate children as far as we know.
In the Rocky series.
Okay.
And you know what? As much as people talk about that volleyball scene in Top Gun, I think they should go back and watch Rocky Balboa and Apollo Creed
Playing in the water together?
running on the beach together and then jumping up and down and hugging after they finish the race. Like, check that scene out. There's some interesting camera work. All right. NFL Overreaction or Reality. Kyler Murray will get back to being good again.
He was good.
He was.
Oh,
Wasn't
man.
he in 2022? Was that the year that they started off like 10-1?
Yeah, they were they did
then
have a fantastic
They
start.
just
kind
of collapsed he got hurt. Hopkins got hurt, and it was just a total collapse. That's what I remember. If I have my years right, maybe it was 21.
21. He played in 14 games. He had 3,700 yards. 24-10 was his. Yeah. He was all right. His career, he's a 26-12 kind of guy. That's what his touchdown to interception ratio is. So that's good.
I don't know his contract status and everything. I don't think the Cardinals will be good, but I think he'll be good enough.
He started 10-2 that year.
In 21?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he'll be good enough that a team desperate for a veteran quarterback to take their team to what they feel like is over the top will be interested in trading for him.
Interesting.
Kind of Russell Wilson-like from Seattle to Denver type of deal. Now, I think he's better than Russell Wilson, me personally. But I think there's going to be some type of situation like that.
Yes. He will be good again this year.
Okay, but you didn't think he was good before? Is that
again? His numbers were his best year.
Yep,
3,900 yards, 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 11 rushing touchdowns. That's big.
Oh,
that's significant. He had 11 rushing touchdowns this year. He has never gotten double-digit rushing touchdowns again since then. I think he's all right. He just hit most of his career. He's been all right.
NFL Overreaction or Reality? Seeing a flyover at the start of the game is always awesome.
Yeah,
so
dope.
Rome Odunze, he said the thing that he's most looking forward to is seeing the Growlers fly over Soldier Field. And he was like, in college, you're always in the locker room for the national anthem and the flyover. I'm a big fan of fighter jets, and I finally get to see it. So, overreaction.
He's a big fighter jets fan?
He's a big
That's
fighter
cool.
jet
That's
fan.
cool.
Overreaction or Reality, the flyover is always cool.
As long as it's timed up right.
Okay.
There's been times where things got off-timed for like an opening day or something, and they're flying over at maybe the wrong time. Or like, where are they? And they're like, oh, they're running a little bit late, but it's still cool. You
Or
still
didn't
get
they do a flyover over a stadium that had a roof? And they're like, hey,
well.
I mean, they did fly over, I guess, but you know, nobody saw it inside that stadium.
On the TV.
I mean, it would be very impressive if for the Cowboys opener the next week, if they dropped like 5 of those parachute guys outside of the stadium, and somehow they have to figure how to get inside the stadium, avoid all the wires and avoid the screen, and then make it down onto the field. Like, that would be kind of scary, right?
Or land on the roof and then drop in through the roof. That would be kind of cool.
And then they pull their chute after they get inside, as you see them coming in at 150 miles an hour. That would probably be bad.
Kevin,
it feels too late.
When we were in Oxnard, it was Heroes Day. It was Veterans Day out there, and we were standing there, and Tad Carper, the PR guy for the Cowboys, he walked over and he goes, "This is the spot." And I went, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Go ahead and get your phones out." And I was like, "I don't know. All right, fine then." I got my phone out, and the Cowboys did a fighter jet fly over there, and I was just like, "That was really cool." Like, it was awesome to see that. And then I think we saw a B-52 fly over, or maybe a stealth. I can't remember. But yeah, it's always cool, man.
I agree. I think it's cool as well. All right, since you brought up the name Russell Wilson, NFL Overreaction or Reality, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields will start games at quarterback for the Steelers this year.
Yes.
I think so too.
Next question.
Is that okay? I'm sorry. I will get to the next question, I promise. But just quick follow-up. Is that just because, not that anyone will get hurt, do you think they'll see the Russell Wilson deal and be like, shoot, I don't know.
Yeah,
Let's
I
do
think
the
they're
other
going to
one.
have to try Justin Fields and like, can we do better? And then they might go, oh, we're not sure. Bring Russell Wilson back. And I think they have two guys that are below average starting quarterbacks. They're not horrible. Neither one of them are horrible, but they're below average starting quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think they're both mid as it gets.
Yeah.
And they'll realize that, and they'll try to bounce back and forth. Might even have opportunities, Kevin, where both of them are out on the field out there, because Justin Fields, they'll just say, hey, just hand him the ball.
I cannot rule that out. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I won't rule that out.
And who was it yesterday? We were like, let's do all the reverse, like all the backwards laterals and then pass downfield. And then like, that's how we're going to do it. That's what I would do. I'd just keep throwing it backwards with Fields and Russell Wilson and be like, all right, now somebody's got to be open down
Hold
there.
on. So your strategy on offense is fatigue for the defense?
Yeah.
You're like, if they run around long enough, they'll be like, that guy's about to drop.
This play's
Throw
got to
it.
be
Okay.
over.
I saw Roy Williams do that at Texas Stadium when he played for Odessa Permian. They would hand it off to him like on a reverse, and then he would reverse it, and then he'd reverse it, and you're just like, how long is this kid going to run? And he was pretty good at it. Obviously, he was a future NFL player going against high school kids, and he was in high school too. But it's like, I don't know how much longer he can keep running sideways.
But he did. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Garrett Wilson can be Aaron Rodgers' new Devontae Adams. By the way, just as an aside note, did you see that Devontae Adams had to come out again and say,
I like it here in Vegas, guys.
BS. Anybody who says I don't want to be here, it's BS.
My daughter likes her school. My wife likes being here. I got a Taco Bell in my house. I like being here in Vegas.
He has a Taco
No,
Bell?
he doesn't.
Oh.
It's a joke.
Have you seen that commercial? I actually have seen that commercial
No.
where he just has a Taco Bell in his house and there's an employee there and everything.
Kevin,
Not really.
the only thing
Kind
missing
of like
from
Sean's house with all his servants.
Garrett Wilson's resume is touchdowns.
Okay.
His receptions, 83 and 95. He had 1,100 yards his rookie season, 1,000 yards his second season.
And that's with suboptimal.
Name a quarterback
QB,
that
yeah.
was throwing to him. I mean, and it was Zach Wilson.
Chad Pennington.
Sometimes. Feels like it was Chad Pennington.
Not Chad Pennington.
Vinny.
I'm not
No.
saying Aaron Rodgers is going to be the old Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers is a far superior mental quarterback than those guys. I think that Garrett Wilson is going to be. I drafted him in fantasy, hoping on it because I think he's going to be one of those guys.
Question back to Kevin, because I think this is more important. Can Aaron Rodgers be that Aaron Rodgers?
See, I don't think so. I honestly,
At times.
I think it's more likely that Garrett Wilson can be Devontae Adams from a few years ago than Aaron Rodgers can be Aaron Rodgers from several years
I think
ago.
Garrett Wilson can definitely help out Aaron Rodgers in those instances. But man, for those last couple of years leading into his injury season, there are times when I would see Aaron Rodgers skip passes we've never seen.
Yeah.
And what's
And when
their
that
running
starts to
back's
happen,
name?
that's
Brees Hall.
concerning.
Yeah, I got a Brees Hall autograph card I'm bringing to the Dallas Card Show.
Good for
Starts
you, man.
today. Mike and Allen.
Wow.
I was just excited.
No, that's awesome.
I thought you were
I'm not
being
going
excited
today.
with me. Okay.
I'm going tomorrow after
Okay,
Buffalo
fair enough.
Wild
I'll
Wings.
go
He definitely did not
Man.
match your energy
He
there.
really
Yeah.
didn't.
But it is awesome.
All right. Corey, I'm going to start with you on this question, not because of what just happened, but because this is a Corey-geared
It's
question.
a Detroit Lions question, your favorite team.
Ooh, what would you guess about the other team, though? It's not Detroit Lions. There's another particular player that he likes a lot.
Look in my eyes, Corey. Now tell me who your other team is. I don't know.
This is the last dance for Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase,
Oh,
and
you
T. Higgins. NFL overreaction or reality?
Dude, I'm hoping my fantasy team's really good because I do have T. Higgins as well. And if Jamar Chase
You know the Bengals
isn't
could still
ready,
break up even if your fantasy team is
Oh
good.
yeah, we saw him break up, and then that girl went off on her own, and she got manic
No,
Monday.
that was the Bengals.
Oh, and then they shot the lead singer in the back after they broke up.
Whoa,
really?
Yeah.
They
John
were walking like it.
Lennon.
That
You
was the
moved
Beatles.
over to the Beatles?
It's two different bands.
I wasn't going to get
Sounds like the Bengals.
that. How? How does Beatles sound like Bangles?
Name the first three letters of both their bands.
B-E-A-B-A-N?
Actually, yeah.
Is it B-E-A-T?
I think it's B.
But the Bengals,
yeah,
they start with B-E.
And just admit this one didn't work out for you. And let's go to the next one.
It worked out well.
Okay.
Double down.
There were 4, doubling down. We have, on this station, we are doubling down with bad takes. Okay?
Oh, my God.
We got a couple of haters.
But yeah, man, I think T. Higgins is going to have a really good one. But I mean, if they're having this much trouble with Jamar Chase's contract, they're not going to pay T. Higgins next year.
No
they're going to be like, look, man, it was a good run. We really appreciate you. Your franchise tag lasted. Now it's up. See you later. So yeah, I agree with that's the case.
NFL overreaction or
He
reality?
can go into greener pastures.
Mike, I'm going to start with you against all my better judgment on this one.
I love it.
NFL overreaction or reality, the 49ers will suffer from the Super Bowl hangover. You know, for the longest time, it has been you lose in the Super Bowl, you're doomed that next year.
For the most part,
Yeah,
right?
for the most part.
I don't think so. I like Will Chambers, who works on the weekend. I like listening to him, and he doesn't think the Niners are going to make the playoffs. Like, that's one of his really hot takes.
Oh, that is a hot take.
I struggle to see that because their talent, I think, is the best. Now, you obviously can have the argument that you like or dislike Brock Purdy. You think that the team's carrying Brock Purdy. I don't think that. Now, I don't
either.
I don't think Brock Purdy's awesome, but I do think he's on that like top 10 quarterback. Like 7 to 10 is where I think he fits, but he could go up to top 5, and you could base it on, well, he has so much talent. That's the only reason why. I think they're going to easily win that division. Who do you think the biggest competition is to knock them out of their division?
I think
Rams.
Rams.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would probably agree with that. I don't think they are in the toughest division, so I think they're going to win that division, which puts them, I think they're going to have a top 2 seed, 1 or 2.
Because I'm not a big Seattle believer.
Yeah.
I don't think Arizona's going to do
So
much.
I think they're going to have a great year. Now,
Okay.
could they... anything can happen. In a one game, anything can happen in the playoffs. But I just think that they're going to be in the NFC Championship game again.
Corey?
Yeah, I see them in the playoffs. I see them battling for the NFC Championship game as well. They had that moment last year where, what was it, like a 3-game stretch where they couldn't beat anybody? Like they couldn't. They looked bad. We were like, whoa, what's going on? It was after they beat the Cowboys. And they both beat up on each other in that game. Obviously, they had the better one after that, but they went through a stretch. I know Deebo Samuel's injury kind of affected that as well, because when he's not on the field, their game plan changes. But I think they are a good enough team to be in that spot. I disagree with Mike. I think if Brock Purdy was on the Panthers, that Brock Purdy might not be starting in the NFL right now. He might be done.
Okay. Fascinating.
Because they're that bad of a team. But
Gotcha.
he has a really good coach. He has a really good team, and he takes advantage of what he has. Very good on his part to be able to do that.
I don't disagree with that.
That hangover, they were able to click and turn it back on and get back to the Super Bowl last year. So I just don't see. I think they're one of those teams that can do it as long as they don't get in the mentality of it's just going to work out for us.
NFL overreaction or reality, Sam Darnold will be the next quarterback to resurrect his career.
No.
All right.
Next question.
I had a feeling you would say that, so I have a bonus question.
Although throwing to Justin Jefferson makes you look good.
Yes.
It makes you look really good.
I want to see Kellen Mond. That guy.
Yeah, I still don't. He's long gone from the Vikings.
That's the only time the Aggies have been good in the last 30 years of football was Kellen Mond.
Did Kellen Mond ever throw up on the field
I don't know.
in the game?
I mean, look.
Did Johnny Manziel get him to top 5 in the country at the end of the year?
Yes, he did.
Well, then I am mistaken, and I admit my wrongs. Do you see how we do this here at 105.3 The Fan?
Sometimes I do, Mike. Bonus question.
Okay.
Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Well, it's the Cowboys.
Shut up. You don't think
How
that.
would it be anybody else?
Haven't they won every year we've been here?
With McCarthy needing a contract and Dak needing a contract.
Yeah, I mean,
CD
the
got
motivation.
paid because CD is good and everybody knows it. Dak, everybody's still questioning whether or not. That's why he hasn't gotten paid yet, Kevin. With all that on the line, how could they not win?
I'm going to pick The 49ers, baby. Let's go.
Okay.
I'll go with the Chiefs to three-peat.
49ERS.
That does not bother me like the other one. We're the Can't-See masterpiece right here on 105.3
Can't
The
spell
Fan.
49ers without numbers.
I was worried if you were going to try to spell out the 4 and the 9 to go
You
with
also
the
need
ERS.
letters. Yeah, you
need
got to spell
both.
them out with numbers and letters. What other team can say that? Not the Jaguars.
Or the Jets.
What? That's a great point,
Yeah,
y'all.
spell out their name.
Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets and spelling bee stuff with Mike Bassett.
Well, I think it's obvious. The Rangers average 10 runs a game with these two guys out of the lineup. Next.
Sean.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Yates ready and deals. And there's a high drive well hit to left center field. Langford back at the wall. He leaps. He makes the catch. And the ball game's over.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed that ninth inning, it was quite spectacular. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The Rangers threw 54 pitches in the ninth inning.
Unbelievable.
And they only gave up 4 runs. So if you think about it, throwing 54 pitches in one inning as a staff, because there were 3 guys that had to pitch that inning.
Yep.
That's pretty amazing. And the thing is you ended it by robbing a home run. Because I know that from Eric Nadell's view, you're way up there. There's no way you can tell live if it was close to being a home run or not, but it was a home run.
So I watched a big chunk of this game, but when we got to the ninth inning, it's 10-2. I pop on an episode of The Simpsons. If you didn't hear me say this in crosstalk,
I did.
When the episode is over, the ninth inning is still going on, and I was like, "What the hell happened? Did I push pause on the game?"
Was it a rerun episode of The Simpsons?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd already seen this episode.
Quality episode.
And
though.
they had taken out.
Focused on Otto.
Ah, I like that episode.
Otto?
Yes,
Otto Porter from Georgetown, who's been with a lot of
Otto
different
Graham,
NBA
former
teams.
Washington
Otto
Commanders
the
coach.
bus driver.
Otto Garfield?
That's Odie.
He's close enough.
So what I missed was the Rangers got the first 2 outs. Nobody was on base. Then they walked 3 straight people, gave up a grand slam, gave up 2 more singles, and then Giancarlo Stanton hit the ball over the fence only to see Wyatt Langford bring it back.
If you want to really disrespect him, just call him Mike Stanton. Then he changed
How many
his
people
name.
know that is
Probably
a real
not many.
thing?
Like, that's the weirdest. I guess
People
Joey
think
Bell and
we get-
Albert Bell,
yeah.
you're like, hey, you just changed your name, but like not legally, like Meta World Peace. You just
Right.
like call me this name now. You're like, no, we're not. You didn't shorten your name, or lengthen your name. You just totally changed your name.
Yeah,
I did. Giancarlo Stanton. So now this is gonna sound so stupid, but Simeon and Seager weren't in the lineup, and the Rangers had their best offensive game since mid-July.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
just imagine how quickly we could have won the World Series last year, Kevin.
What?
If those two hadn't
No,
played.
I
you
know-
would not have won the World Series.
I know that this is silly. Obviously, Seager is. They don't know yet. Chris Young said, look, he might be back in 10 days. He might miss the rest of the year.
Yeah. Yep.
So we'll just go with that, is what they said. But I think they're leaning towards not playing him the rest of the year. And possibly, like, who knows? He might have to have a minor surgery in the offseason. We went over that yesterday. I think he should move to first base. I think it's as logical as logic can be to move him next year to first base. But would you tonight give Simeon another day off just to see if, like, these young guys and this kind of like, hey, you can't rely on Seager and you can't rely on Simeon to score the runs. You guys are going to have to figure out how to get on base and how to score.
Yes, that is exactly what I would do. Not because I think that's the secret to opening up the offense, just to give them another chance to see what they can do.
And maybe Simeon does need it. Maybe he just needs some sort of break from this thing, man.
So it was honestly very surprising. When you looked at the lineup before the game, you're just like,
This is a loss, yeah.
We're in big trouble. But what is happening? I don't know if this is going to keep happening. Wyatt Langford is like turning the corner to possibly being that star that we saw. I guess I won't say we saw in the minor leagues. I wasn't watching the minor leagues. But we saw in spring training because I was there when he hit the grand slam. We were there together when we just saw how Mike Maddox, and there was articles on like the ball comes off his bat differently, all of these things. And now as this season is coming to a close, it's starting to look like spring training to him. And yesterday,
Starting to catch up to things.
he's so into the game this way. He hits a base hit to right field, and Juan Soto lazily goes and by the way, Juan Soto plays on the warning track, and I'm not lying. If you go to the warning track and you take 5 steps off of the warning track, that's where Juan Soto plays when Travis Jankowski is hitting or when Wyatt Langford's hitting. It doesn't matter. He is playing the warning track. And Aaron Judge is close to it too. I don't know how they're going to win in the playoffs if those guys cover such little ground in the outfield and are, in a way, such bad outfielders. So Juan Soto, the first hit that Wyatt Langford gets to right field. Wyatt Langford, I love watching him play live because you can see him busted out of the box. Like Bobby Witt Jr. plays this way too. He's not just like, oh, it's a single. Well, yeah, it is. But Wyatt Langford busts out and he takes a hard turn, the way that you'd love your kid to play baseball. And then he stops, but he registered. Oh, Juan Soto plays deep and Juan Soto's lazy and Juan Soto lazily threw the ball in. If I get a base hit to right field again in this game, because you're not playing the Yankees anymore the rest of the season, I'm going for 2.
I'm burning.
Because if he's going to show how lazy he is and everything's out in front of you, Wyatt Langford sees out in front of him, oh, he's lazily going after the ball again. I'm not stopping. And he easily gets a double on a single. And that is so fun to watch. And that gives your team energy. Now, Corey Seager cannot provide that energy. He will never provide that energy. He can't run. One thing is he's always dealing with a lower body injury because he's playing shortstop and his body's not built for shortstop. He can't play shortstop the way that you want to at his age anymore. It's over. He will get hurt if you play him at shortstop. I'm ready to make that strong opinion. If you keep him at shortstop in 2025, he will go on the injured list multiple times because at his size, 6'4", 230 pounds, at his age, his body cannot handle it. It's been proven in 2023 and 2024. It's time to look at that contract and go, we need 35 plus home runs and 100 plus RBIs. And the only way we're going to get that is for you not to play shortstop. Yeah. So I love what Wyatt Langford provides because last night, one of the reasons they scored 10 runs is because there was a lot of energy coming from these young guys led by Wyatt Langford. And Marcus Semien, he's a leader in work ethic. He's a leader in playing every day. I need him to still be a leader in work ethic, and I need him to be a leader in being ready to play every day. But I can't play him every day because he's 34 years old next year.
Yeah.
So I think he's turning 34 in this month if I have his birthday right. But he's going to be 34 next year for most of the season. And so I look at those two guys, and they can't lead through energy. Wyatt Langford can lead through energy. Josh Young is the leader of this team.
Yes, he is.
So Corey Seager's the best player, or I should say the best hitter. Marcus Semien is getting paid a lot of money and a great leader through just showing work ethic. But Josh Young is a leader through spark, through like, let's go, celebrating when he hits a double. When he hits a homer, he's going through the dugout and he's like, let's go. Wyatt Langford can be a leader through energy. And I'm hoping when Evan Carter comes back, because they're both very quiet guys, they're not going to lead through talking, is hopefully Evan Carter comes back and he leads through his energy and stretching doubles into triples and stretching singles into doubles. So anyways, I really liked what I saw last night from Wyatt Langford and the young guys. Ezekiel Duran contributed tremendously with his 3 hits, and I know that he'll never be an everyday player for the Texas Rangers. Josh Smith, I think he can be our shortstop next year. Now, you can look outside the organization. And by the way, there's a 1% chance Corey Seager's not the shortstop next year. But I think this is the perfect opportunity that you could have Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran share that position. You can have Corey Seager go over and be a first base /DH to make sure that he plays 150 games. And then you have Jared Sandler talked about this on the postgame show last night here on 105.3 The Fan. I did the postgame show on television, so when I get to drive home, I get to listen to the postgame show, and Sandler does a tremendous job with that. And he was talking about there have been some really positive signs in the minor leagues with your pitching. Now, will it produce at the major league level? Nobody knows. But there are some guys, I think obviously the 2 leaders are Leiter and Rocker.
Sure.
Now, I know we've got to see Leiter in the major leagues, and it hasn't been good. Now, look, I know that Dawson's doubling down on his take of not watching the game but saying he struggled. But if you watch the game, and I'll just be specific here, in the first inning, I was worried. Why was I worried? Because the first guy got a hit. Gleyber Torres got a hit. Next guy, Juan Soto, he gets to hit a tailor-made ground ball to second base, and then he gets out Aaron Judge. Great first inning. Gets out. You don't want to be facing Juan Soto and Aaron Judge with runners on base, but he's able to do it. Third inning, not a good inning. He gives up a ground ball hit to Anthony Volpe the other way. He gives up an infield hit. I want to say it was Verdugo. I'm forgetting who was batting ninth in their lineup that night. And then he hangs a breaking ball on 3-2. He goes back-to-back sliders to Gleyber Torres. He throws a bad slider on 3-2. He throws a worse slider than the one he threw before, so it's a double in the gap, 2-run score. So now there's a double and Juan Soto and Aaron Judge coming up with a runner on second and one out, and he doesn't score. That's a positive sign when you're watching a young pitcher try to figure out the major leagues who hasn't figured it out. Great job. He strikes out Aaron Judge in the inning. Fourth and fifth, cruises. That's why Bruce Bochy decided to send him out for the sixth inning. Was it a mistake? Yes, in hindsight, it was a mistake by Bruce Bochy, and I think he knows it was a mistake. And so then Gleyber Torres gets an infield hit. That sucks because you make a good pitch and a dude hits a ball 70 feet and gets a hit. And now you're facing Juan Soto and you see the fatigue set in. He slide steps. He shouldn't have slid stepped. So if you're watching, now you can go 2-1. Why are you slide stepping? There's no way Gleyber Torres is stealing second base because Marcus Semien said, I'm never stealing second base with Corey Seager up. So why would Gleyber Torres ever steal second base with nobody out and Juan Soto facing a guy through it for a third time who's never faced the lineup for the third time and Aaron Judge, the best hitter in baseball, on deck? Jack Leiter will learn this. You don't slide step in that situation. 2-1, his arm trails. He throws a ball high and away. That means I'm a little bit tired. That's easy to tell as a pitching coach and as a manager. But they didn't have anybody ready to come in to face Aaron Judge because they weren't ready for that situation. Yeah. And then arm side, he misses. Arm side, inside. Aaron Judge hits a pitch that was a missed location, and then bam, it's 3-1. We have our guy now ready to come in, and the game is over, and Jack Leiter is out of the game. So, like, when you go through the whole thing, I wanted to do this yesterday. Yeah. Obviously, the Corey Seager breaking news took that away from me, so now I can go through it and explain how he gave up 5 runs in 5+ innings and why I liked what I saw. But yes, there are still plenty of things to work on.
An excellent breakdown right there from Mr. Mike Bassett. Coming up next, let's shift our attention back to football and talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're actually going to go to my buddy's an idiot here as opposed to Mickey Spagnola, because we shuffled some things around. Mike McCarthy is supposed to have his press conference coming up at 11:10. If we can keep an eye out for that, we're going to do my buddy's an idiot here instead. So I think I have to start off by saying I'm an idiot for teasing the wrong segment.
I would like to nominate Kevin Hagelin for my buddy's an idiot for teasing the wrong segment.
That's fair.
Hey.
Sorry about that.
From DMavs4131 on YouTube. No, what is this segment? I'm an idiot?
My buddy's an idiot.
Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. But
because you don't know the name of the segment.
Yep.
I know, that's true. I do know the name of it. I just forget tremendously.
I know.
So you are right, D-Mavs. Mike suggests Corey Seager playing first base every day now. It ain't happening for another 2 years, so LOL. That is true. I'm just want to make sure. There's only a 1% chance next year that they move Corey Seager off of shortstop. I don't think anybody is going to even suggest it to Corey Seager now or in the offseason. So I want to just defend myself. I'm not an idiot for suggesting that. I know that there's a 99% chance he's the shortstop next year. But if I was running the Rangers, which I am 100% not, I would want to have that discussion with Corey Seager and his agent about the possibility of staying healthier by moving to first base.
But when will you be the GM of the Rangers?
I would say never.
All right.
But I never thought I'd be calling games for the Rangers. So
there you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Never say never.
Maybe on the opposite of Tag, Tom Grieve. He started off as the general manager and then moved to broadcasting. I started off as the broadcaster and then moved to general manager.
I like it.
That would be, there's just no way that's happening.
You never know.
But you never know.
In the 817, my buddy's an idiot. He teases the wrong segment. Sorry about that. From the 940, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks Jack Leiter is a bust. Oh, man. That feels like that's not going to die anytime soon.
I don't think he's a bust, but I do think this. I think we are too quick to rush people to be great. Wyatt Langford, it's almost taken a whole year, and we're finally starting to see it. We're like, why is this rookie not producing like Willie Mays?
Sure.
And you're like, but here we are where,
question.
he might actually start getting to that point where he can do something like that. So I think, and with a lot of guys in the NFL too, rookie season doesn't turn out so great. Jack Leiter's taking a little more time. He wasn't pro ready out of college, and Mike's explained to us more college guys aren't pro ready that way. Paul Skeens, different story, but he's a very rare occasion.
Which one of these is the more shocking, my buddy, and is an idiot? You're going to think it's the first one, but hold on. From the 817, my buddy's an idiot. He wants me to sleep with his wife.
Okay.
But then
come on, dude.
The next one from the 817, a different 817, my buddy's an idiot. He drafted Mac Jones in the second round of our fantasy draft this year.
I like it.
What?
Which one is more shocking to you? Not the guy who wants his friend to sleep with his wife.
In the second round, that's a bit.
If you can find the cards at the Dallas Card Show, you can get the greatest Mac Jones rookie cards ever for about 4 cents.
Yes, you can.
Done, dude. He is done. He's a bust.
All right.
I'll tell you where I wasn't an idiot. I did pull a Mac Jones card numbered to 10.
Yeah, you got rid of it, right?
I did, and I traded it for, at the time, I took a loss on the trade, but I traded it for like a Patrick Mahomes Select Silver rookie card. And so at the time, that was a big loss for me. But now that Mac Jones rookie card, I can't even imagine it being worth $100.
Yeah. You make a good point right there. All right. Is Darius Slay an idiot, even though he has already apologized? Because remember, the Eagles and the Packers are playing tomorrow night in Brazil. He said this before going to Brazil, quote, "Man, I don't want to go to Brazil. They already told us not to leave the hotel. NFL, why do y'all want to send us somewhere where the crime rate is this high?"
Oh, my God.
Now, he has...
I wouldn't say that before I go
Bears
there.
playing Chicago. What are they supposed to do?
This is my favorite part. That's a good
Notice
point.
how Kevin, the Chicago guy, doesn't want to...
I got to defend it.
They're actually in a good part of Chicago. They're not where the White Sox play.
Darius Slay started off his apology with this. "I want to apologize to anyone I offended. That wasn't my intention." Okay. But you had to kind of see, right, how when you're like, why are you sending us to crime-riddled Brazil? Would probably rub some people the wrong way, right?
Yeah, man. Oh, absolutely. Well, who do you think it's rubbing the wrong way the most?
Brazilians.
The Brazilians?
Yes.
Pele? He's dead, Mike.
Pele.
Pele's family.
Okay, you know what? I get it. They are Brazilians. And they're probably Brazilianaires.
I honestly don't know any other Brazilians.
What about Mark? Okay.
Mark who?
Never mind. Nope, I'm not going to do this.
Were you going to say Stepnoski?
No, I was going to start talking about the UFC, and I was like, no, we're not going down that direction.
That's a good idea.
All right, guys. Can I give you a sad one real quick? Because this one was horrifying, and it took another horrifying turn. Don't set people on fire.
What?
So
I agree.
There was a Ugandan Olympian. She was a marathon runner. She was just in the Paris Olympics. Okay. So a couple days ago, her boyfriend allegedly set her on fire and it burned 75% of her body. And overnight she died.
What? Why did she set her on fire?
So supposedly they were having an argument and the dude threw gasoline on her. And then, well, you can figure out the rest. That is
over an argument, huh?
Horrifying.
That's wow. Over an argument? Giselle is Brazilian? I didn't know that. Sorry about that, Kevin.
Yeah,
I got a little distracted.
that sounds right.
Can I go back to Darius Slay's point real quick? Because the fire thing has me really stunned right now. I saw it this morning on the run sheet, but I was like, I have no clue.
She was 33.
Did Darius Slay say anything incorrect though?
I am not familiar with the crime rate in Brazil.
I have a
I'm not going to
friend-
base it on the Fast and the Furious movies either.
I
know that's what Chop would tell us.
Who's a lawyer, and he had to go down there, and he said it was literally bulletproof vests in caravans with big old tinted windows and armored trucks to get to the location, and then all that on the way back. So he is right. Why would you send them there? But that being said, don't insult them right before you get there. They might be mad about that. And Kevin, yes, idiot for lighting somebody on fire over an argument. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I assume that person will be brought up on murder or at the very least manslaughter. Now, this is a very weird My Buddy's an Idiot.
Yeah, it is.
Because that
started off with you, and we didn't expect that.
That's fair. Now are you ready to talk about Miller Moss? Miller Moss
Randy's
is a former, he's a USC player who's being investigated over a dispute with his roommate. And I was like, oh, okay. So he plays for USC now. And I was like, oh, okay. But then I started to read about it, and then Miller Moss put out this statement, and I was like, ooh, I'm more intrigued. 2.5 years ago, the university conducted an investigation related to a personal dispute between me and a roommate. I fully cooperated and took accountability for my decisions, and the matter was resolved. I regret my actions and have grown and learned from this matter. My focus on the season ahead. Okay. So who comes up with the video? Of course, it is TMZ Sports who has found the video. In one clip, Moss can be found taking one of his t-shirts before telling one of his friends off camera, I'm stealing this shirt, dude. And then in another one, he can be seen farting into a pillow that he took off the bed. And then in another clip, he is encouraging someone in the room to take a jacket out of the closet and steal that as well.
Really?
So
he's just stealing stuff from somebody else's rooms.
And it was his room. It was just with his roommate.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he farted into his pillow. I think the way he said, I'm trying to grow from this, I feel like that is the best way to describe this. Is like, look.
Does he have any
Great
older
news
brothers?
is you're starting so low. There's a lot of room for growth. I mean, that's the positive, right?
I guess that is.
It's kind of like when you go 2-15
positive.
this year as a NFL football team. You're like, I mean, honestly, we can only get better for the most part.
Okay, that's a fair thing. For the 817, my buddy's an idiot. He went on a Tinder date and said some things about the NFL and got fired. Yeah, so when we broke that story yesterday, he was suspended by the Commanders. And what we asked in our crosstalk with GBag was, that dude can't keep his job, right? And Broadus immediately is like, nope. And
he's done.
We learned this morning that, yes, he did indeed get fired.
In the Game of Thrones, when you do something like that, dude, they can get rid of you quickly.
Put your head on a
pike.
Yeah.
Would that throw you off even more? Not only that, like, they killed your dad or whatever, but then his head is on a spike.
Oh, that would mess me up.
Yeah, really? I think so, too.
I think even if it's not your dad, I think if you walked by a place and
Saw
you
a
just
real
saw
head on a
like
spike.
10 heads that were cut off, that would be pretty scary.
I would not want to go to that house.
That is fair. From the 817, is it not time for the McCarthy interview? He was scheduled to start his press conference at 11:10. Yes, that is true. However, he has not shown up.
It's also lunchtime.
What time do you think is lunchtime?
Anywhere between 11 and 1:30.
I'm with dude. Same cycle.
I agree.
I was thinking the same thing.
No, I understand.
Because 2
else
o'clock's
could it
too late.
mean? Yeah, 2 o'clock becomes snack.
Yeah, and it can
2
be a
to
big snack, not lunch. Though.
2 to 5 is snack time. 5 to, I'll go as far as 9 p.m. But that gets that.
That's late.
Yeah, 5 to
late.
9 is dinner time.
Yeah.
From the 204, Kevin, did you see the picture the TV broadcast used to show Miller Moss this weekend? You could tell he's the type of guy who farts on pillows.
Well, that's why I was asking.
I think most college kids look like that, though. So I probably look like that, I'm sure.
I just watch my boys and how they react to each other, and I feel like he didn't have any older brothers because older brothers beat the crap out of the little brother, and then the little brother beats the crap out of the older brother sometimes, and it's like you try to stop it, it's just inevitable. It's those two boys are going to fight.
Now, quick question, Corey. Are people who are trying to tear down the love of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce idiots? Because yesterday, there was a fake PR release going around that said they were scheduled to break up on September 28th, thus maximizing the start of the NFL season while still being able to break that apart for the rest of the NFL season. Why do people hate love?
Why do they need to be broken up for the season?
If that does happen, I just won't believe in any celebrity get-togethers ever again.
Is there any celebrity couple that you're like, they're doing a good job, that you can think of? Tom and Rita Hanks?
They're
Who's
doing all
Rita
right.
Hanks?
Tom
The
Hanks'
Obamas,
wife?
they seem to be doing all right.
Okay, yeah, they could be a celebrity couple. I was thinking more like Hollywood, but
I mean, they're
I get-
celebrities at
that's
this
true.
point. Yeah,
that is
But
a very.
I think
good
in
point.
Hollywood, it's very tough because
They didn't get married as celebrities. They got married as normal people.
that is true. Normal people, you know. But
So you think if they get married? I'm sorry, Corey. If they get married as normal people, better shot. Even if they make it to celebrities.
Yeah, because they started. Even though who's the multi-billionaire they got divorced? Like
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, that didn't end up well.
It did not.
Chris Hemsworth and his wife seem to be doing all right. Like
Who's he married?
she's that Elsa something.
Oh, and then
Elsa
the dude from The
Hemsworth?
Office, he's married to somebody famous.
John Krasinski
Yeah.
and Emily Blunt.
Aren't they
Yeah, they're
famous
doing all right.
together?
They seem to be doing okay.
They're famous
And
together.
they try to work together a little bit too. Like that's the thing about Hollywood marriages is I
They
got
try
a
to get their
movie.
schedules.
Yeah, I got a
like where
movie
they're
in
going to be husband
Europe
and wife.
for it's going to take a year. Or 6 months. I'm going to not see you. So
Tim McGraw and Faith Hill. Yeah,
that's a solid
that
one.
is
Stuck
one.
around.
Yeah. That is one I know.
Even though we didn't know what Tim McGraw looked like without a hat on for a long time until the
Man.
Friday Night Lights movie.
That was just as shocking as the Crying Game. When he takes his hat off, you're like, whoa! I did not know that was going to happen.
Garth and Trisha.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, this
Jay Z and Beyonce are doing all right. I mean, even after all the stuff they've been through.
Becky with the good hair.
Mm.
What, was that who it was? Or am I thinking of a movie that made a joke about that?
I don't know, man.
And didn't Shania Twain and her husband break apart, and
Mutt.
then those people married
The
each
people that
other,
they
and
cheated,
then
yeah.
they cheated? And
Yeah.
okay,
The
man.
Dennis Eckersley story.
So everybody's saying Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. They do have a lot of kids together, but wasn't Ryan Reynolds like married to Scarlett Johansson at one point too?
He was?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, go back and look at his history.
I was not aware of that.
So yeah, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The NFL is back. So who you got tonight? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Well, if you feel like, look,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Second and goal. It's back to Pacheco. Pacheco drives across for the Chiefs touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Cronuts.
Oh, he didn't play
No
it.
snap.
Yes.
No snap.
Gridiron
Delay a
Gravy,
game.
brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Football is back tonight. It's the Ravens and the Chiefs. I'm going to give you some stats, and I want to see who y'all got. Ravens are 3-point underdogs on the road against the Chiefs. Lamar Jackson has been an underdog in his career 14 times. He is 12-1-1 against the spread and 10-4 straight up in those games.
Does this include playoffs? Because were they favored last year against the Chiefs in the championship game?
Ooh, I think they were.
Because it was in Baltimore, so I'm just going to assume, I don't know if this is regular season, but this would be the one loss, right?
I think it is in the playoff. That's 12-1-1 against the spread.
Against the spread, right?
Straight up, yeah, he's 10-4.
Because I'm just assuming they were favored, so that means he would not have beat the spread.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Now, the Chiefs are definitely his kryptonite. Well, they're probably that for a lot of teams. Since Patrick Mahomes...
Joe Burrow's the only one.
That's true. And Lamar Jackson took over as starting quarterbacks for their respective teams in 2018. Mahomes and the Chiefs have won 4 times against the Ravens, and the Ravens have won 1 time in this same span.
How about that D, baby?
Yeah, so this does seem to be the team that continually bites the Ravens, and Mahomes has been fantastic against the Ravens. 73% completion percentage with a 13 touchdown to 2 interception ratio, and he's averaged 344 passing yards per game against the Ravens. Wow.
The 2 biggest things I'm fascinated to see is, will anybody let Xavier Worthy get past them? Will they just be like, nope, we're not letting that happen. We're not letting you get big plays like that. And then the other one is, will Derrick Henry be able to run the ball against the Chiefs? Can the Ravens run the ball the way they want to?
How much respect do you think defensive coordinators give a rookie receiver who hasn't played
None
yet?
Until they see it.
So that's what I'm wondering, is that I hear what you're saying, and maybe they're worried about Mo Brown or something like that. I wonder when there's a first-round pick or a high second-round pick, somebody that they knew that their team liked, so the scouting report they have is pretty much what they saw in college. How much respect do you give to a rookie receiver until, like, I don't know, they've played 3 or 4 games in the NFL?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, when it comes to that, I think, man, I would try to set it up as quickly as possible if I'm Andy Reid. Show them, hey, you're going to have to be deep on this guy, because if you don't, he's going to beat you. And that's going to set up all the things they like to do underneath with Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice and their running game.
Now, this is potentially big news for the Cowboys-Browns game. Patrick Wills said yesterday that he is not going to start this week. So that's the left tackle for the Cleveland Browns.
Yep.
Now, I know it was always going to be tough. He's coming back from an MCL surgery. Kevin Stefanski has still said it's possible Wills could play this week, but then Wills has come out and said, I'm not going to start. So if you do see him, it'll be in a rotational capacity as opposed to starting games for the Browns. And look, you don't want anybody to get hurt, but for the Cowboys, if somebody is still recovering from injury, not having their usual starting left tackle would obviously be an advantage.
Wow.
Would it not?
Yeah, yes, of course it is.
Bobby Belt's texting in trying to show me up.
Oh.
Disrespecting me. He said they respect the speed. This is of rookies. They will not respect the player until they see a diverse skill set.
Okay.
Disrespect me one more time, Bobby, and see what happens.
Are you daring him to call in and ask if you've watched any of these football games?
Thank you, Bobby.
That's probably going to happen.
That's good information.
Look, we can all have fun with our guys.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
You start talking about them, though, and now we got problems.
Trouble. Now, this probably won't surprise you, but the most money that has been bet on a Super Bowl champion thus far is the Chiefs. Depending on which casino you go to, they have anywhere between 13% and 17% of the Super Bowl tickets.
Gosh.
Yeah. And so a couple of people, including somebody from ESPN Bet, said it's not the end of the world because they're 5-1. And you can withstand a loss like that. Where the concern is second on the list is the Detroit Lions. Have the second most Super Bowl bets on them, and they're at 10-1.
Oh, yeah.
And so, again, you go back to the head of ESPN Bet. He's like, now, If it's 10-1, 12-1, clearly that's going to be significantly harder to deal with that loss. So if the Detroit Lions win, not only would it be historic for their franchise, it would be very, very bad for Las Vegas.
Yeah, it would. Who's got the best odds, like overall?
Like the lowest odds?
The lowest odds.
The Chiefs.
No, I'm sorry, the other way.
Oh, the worst
Yeah.
odds? Ooh, I have to check that.
Panthers.
It's got to be the Panthers or the Giants or the Patriots,
That's
right?
who I want then.
Okay.
Like 350,000 to 1.
Oh,
odds.
my. I think
tell
it's
you
going to be
what.
more like 300 or 400 to 1. Here we go.
Right now, bet me $100.
$1.
$100.
$1.
If the Patriots win the Super Bowl, I'll give you my house.
That's a heck of a deal, Corey. His house.
That is an old house. He talks about that all the
Just
time.
for the record, that
You can live
gives
in the
you
hood.
about a 10,000 to 1 odds
I
on your
think
money.
he told me once that he doesn't have any plugs in his room, and that's why he can't plug his phone in or something
that's
like
fine.
that.
You can
So
sell
Very
the
limited
house.
plugs.
they don't have outlets in his house.
Yeah,
so.
and there's no such thing as like a surge protector or anything like that.
Or tables.
Yes, no
Yeah.
tables,
You're
no
gonna struggle-
plugs.
You're going to struggle with the table situation.
But great Wi-Fi from what I was told. Also, like I can yell at people if they break into his house. So there's lots of good things there. Just the electricity is a problem.
Okay, that's good. All right,
a fan makes a noise too. I
Oh my
want
God.
to when we're sleeping is click, 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 and it drives me insane. Somehow my wife doesn't. It doesn't bug her, but when she goes to sleep, I have to just we're turning it off.
On the 817, Corey, if you get Mike's house, you'll have more space for all your tables. I'll have to get more tables.
We don't have the space for your table.
Well, I'll have my tables.
Well, that'll
and
be
then I'll
his
get new
decision now,
tables.
won't it, Mike?
It will be. I'm pretty sure I'll just have $100 on January 1st.
All right, Christian McCaffrey has 52 rushing touchdowns and 29 receiving touchdowns in his NFL career. How many players in the history of football do you think have 50 rushing touchdowns and 30 receiving touchdowns? Have both in their career.
I mean, I would say Marshall Faulk easily.
Marshall Faulk is one.
Emmett does.
He does not.
What?
I'm trying to think who were kind of.
You'll never guess the other one.
Is it like way back?
It's not Steve DeBerg. It is Lenny Moore.
Ricky Waters.
That's the guy who
played-
squeezed rabbits to death or something, right?
What? That like Lenny from of Mice and Men?
Oh yeah, he squeezed mice to death.
Not on purpose,
Not
though.
men to death.
So he played for the Baltimore Colts from 1956 to 1967.
Oh yeah, man, with old Johnny U.
Yes.
Raymond Berry.
He had 63 rushing touchdowns, 48 receiving touchdowns. Marshall Faulk, 100 rushing touchdowns, 36 receiving touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey is one receiving touchdown away from being the third player in that group
Exclusive.
ever.
What about Ironhead Hayward?
No. What?
He was not diverse. He just headed his way into the line for yards. Like he was not going to catch a ball.
Does Ironhead Hayward have any receptions in his career?
I would bet it's 10.
I don't know the answer to that.
I think
I'm
it's
sorry.
I think it's a great question.
I was not.
We should shut down
I was
the
not
show.
prepared for that.
He
All right.
died in 2006, Kevin.
Oh, while you look that up,
His receptions?
I guess I'm not entirely sure what Mike's looking for here. Let's talk about.
Holy crap. 177 catches in his career.
The head. Whoa.
Four receiving touchdowns, Kevin. So
Okay.
So he didn't make the club.
Maybe not in the end zone, but
So there's only two people.
that's right.
Lenny Moore and Marshall Faulk. I'll never forget. It's like Wyatt Langford and Jackie Robinson.
That's a fact.
Definitely forget this fact. I will ask you in a week, and you will forget.
I will, just because you said that, I'll remember that the rest of my life. I'm stupid in that way. Like,
Spiteful.
yeah, like I'm one of the dumbest people you'll ever meet, and remember that.
Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams. You know, we talked the other day about how he had come to a resolution on his contract, 3 years, $82.66 million, including $48 million guaranteed. Now, here's why that's such a huge deal. With and without Trent Williams, here are Brock Purdy's stats. With him, 41 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Without him, 3 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Now, clearly a significantly smaller sample size,
Terrible.
but that's wild. Pressure rate with Trent Williams, 36%. Without, 45%. in his QB rating with Trent Williams, 111. Without him, 94.
Trent Williams is a beast, man.
He is a beast.
That's why you said he was on the slate for Offensive Player of the Year.
One person voted him Offensive Player of the Year. And when you see numbers like that, I can kind of understand it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
one Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Love. First stroke in the middle. Love to the end zone, and the Irish take the lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola in just a minute, but a couple of notes for you. College Game Day at College Station, what a great job we did there. They said that was their highest rated episode since November of 2016 and their third highest rated episode of College Game Day ever.
Wow.
That's pretty freaking... It's up 47% from last year in week one.
Wow. Well, I am more...
Saban?
Maybe? I don't.
Could be because of Saban.
I'm not sure. That's an interesting question.
I mean, I feel like college football has been super popular for a long time.
Yes.
Could be because Texas is back. You know, like
it could be because Texas is back.
It also could be because the intrigue now of the teams that went to the SEC and
in the bigger playoff.
Yeah, there's a lot more, and the Big Ten.
Okay, that's true.
Everybody loves it,
right? Right now, we bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. We were a little bit late with the press conference, but I'm here.
Okay, I'm glad you're here. Sometimes I'm not always thrilled when those pressers don't go off on time, but that's neither here nor there.
He never expresses it, though.
Yeah,
he never says, hey, what's up with this guy?
What gems of wisdom did Mike McCarthy have to share with us in the presser?
Well, I thought this was interesting because I brought this up the other day. You know, everybody's worried about Kalen Carson, matching up with Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, well, why don't they just put Diggs over there, and wherever Cooper goes, Diggs goes? So finally, somebody asked that, and of course he wasn't going to say, yeah, that's what we're going to do, right? But
yeah.
I think the genesis of the question was, is he healthy enough to do that? Can he deal with, that much one-on-one with a top receiver? And his answer was, yeah, he's healthy, he's ready to go. So he didn't say he was doing it, but he said he was at least healthy enough if they wanted to try that. And my thoughts are they ought to try it.
Yeah. Now, I know you've been tracking this all week. Jedrick Wills came out yesterday and said he's not going to start at left tackle. Now, Stefanski said he could still play theoretically, so maybe they'll use him in a rotation, but that seems like a really tough break to know for sure now that your left tackle's not going to be able to start.
Yeah, and then I guess they've got to decide, do they move Jack Conklin from right tackle to left tackle, although he only played a few games last year before he had an injury, and he's a veteran, and it was a knee injury. And then I think the next guy up is James Hudson III. So I think it just illustrates that all these teams have got something, right? No one starts the season with everything perfect, and we know what warts we think the Cowboys have to cover, and that's what we ask about. Well, these, and the Browns are sitting there going, well, how are they gonna stop Micah Parsons? If he lines up over the left tackle and it's not the starting left tackle, how's that going to turn out? So I just think it just kind of shows that I don't know if anybody starts the season just perfect with everything set and you're ready to go. You got some questions when you're going into these season openers, and I think every team experiences that.
What's the matchup that you are anticipating the most? Like the one that you're like, I want to see if this works.
Boy, that's a good one.
You're welcome.
Because I guess I'm curious how the Browns, with, oh, by the way, their number one defense returning from last year. I don't know how many times we've heard that, right?
Mm-hmm. As many times as we've heard Dak was second in MVP last year.
Right? Or how many times have we heard that, they were first in defense and the Cowboys were fifth in offense.
Yep.
They were first in pass defense. The Cowboys were third in offense.
Yep.
They were first in giving up the fewest first downs. Well, guess what? The Cowboys were first in the most first downs on offense. So it's just kind of maybe the matchup is, if I don't know if this is a cop-out, it's just their defense against the Cowboys' offense.
Yeah, that's one. I mean, the fan text is actually coming in right now saying offense versus defense right there.
And see, which one gives, or and I think it'll, an awfully good. Now, obviously, this isn't the same Cowboys offense, right? With when you're starting two rookies on the offensive line, which certainly, I think in Mike's coaching handbook 101 that's not what you're desiring, but that's what you got, and that was kind of the plan and the best way to go from a financial standpoint. But other than that, it's kind of the same, and you're switching out, and I think that maybe the one edge, if there's an edge to the Cowboys, and I know you got to worry about the rookie starting, but I think Brandon Cooks is in a better place now with this offense than he was when he started last year. Because if you looked at his production the first part of the year compared to the second part, he was a lot better. And if you watched him in training camp, when he had to take on the role as the number one receiver, he really upped his game. So maybe that gives the Cowboys a little bit of an edge from a receiving standpoint than where they were when they started the season last year. And you remember, it was Michael Gallup coming back from, and what is he and what can he give? And I think Tolbert has stepped up, and I think they've done a good job of incorporating Kevontae Turpin in this offense and giving him more touches than they maybe did last year. So I'll be interested to see if they can hold down the fort on the offense, how well this team will function. And I don't know, and you may call me crazy on Monday, but I just think they can run the ball with what they have.
Okay. All right. That's because mine is obviously like I'm still connected in on the Tyler Guyton, Myles Garrett, but I want to see how BB handles his first NFL start too, and how is he that physical with those guys in the middle, especially that kind of defense, those big defensive tackles they have there. But if you're going to describe the Cowboys' running game right now, would you say dynamic or would you say plotting? How would you what word would you use to describe their run game?
I think from what I saw in training camp, especially in those scrimmages against the Rams, I thought it was very efficient to good. And I don't now, but a lot of that's going to have to do with not just the running backs, right?
Mm-hmm.
We keep talking about the two rookies starting on the offensive line, and it's not all about pass blocking. It's about being able to run the ball, and they ran the ball against the Rams defense, and it was with Zeke. And I'm not sure why everybody was surprised that on the depth chart he was listed, with the first team, because that's the way they've been practicing. And I've seen nothing that he can't provide in the running game. Other than, whatever veteran running backs were out there, I think he's fine now. Can he go 30 snaps in the game? No, I don't think you want to do that, but I think 15 to 20, I can see him doing that, and Rico keeping them fresh and kind of rotating those guys in there down in distance, or what you're trying to do in that part of the game. But I think they can run the ball. I don't think it's because you've got a running back on crutches out there.
Now, I was curious because you've been talking about a couple of things. I specifically wanted to ask about Cooper Beebe and the potential for him to up the run game, because you were talking about the offensive line as a whole right there. I know with the run game, I understand that. But I know there's a lot of people who are cautiously optimistic, I guess, that Beebe could elevate this run game past where Biadasz could, and maybe by a good bit.
Yeah, you know what? At this point, if he can hold his own to what Biadasz does, and I always thought Biadasz got, he got a bad rap. I mean, the guy went to the Pro Bowl the year before. So he had to do something, right? And I don't know that he got worse, but it's like, well, when he gets these big defense nose tackles, he struggles. Well, you know what? A lot of centers do, by the way. But I think Beebe, his strength in there and his ability, and I saw this before they drafted him, or maybe after, how he played at K-State. And I know it was guard, but he had this ability to make his initial block and then get to the next level, get to the linebacker. And I've seen him do that at the center position. And so that's always, really profitable for your run game if your center is that active and can move. And, if they want him to snap the ball and pull him, he can certainly do that. And they got two guards that can pull awfully well. You got to figure, Tyler Smith got to have improved over a Pro Bowl season of last year. Zach Martin, had a whole training camp, so he's ready to go. And talking to Terrence Steele, he feels like it's night and day between where he is now to where he was last year, just getting back from the torn ACL. So, there's possibilities that this offensive line can be pretty darn good. It struck me yesterday when everybody was standing around Guyton when he was doing his press conference. And I know it's just us, right? But he's head and shoulders above everybody. It's like if there was a scrum there and you'd see everybody's head at his shoulders, and then he's a really big man. So they got to hope he's capable of using that size to his advantage out there at left tackle.
Last thing I was curious about, John Stevens, on the injury report. How are we looking there?
Yeah, the hamstring. But think about this. You got to cut to 46, right?
True.
I'm not sure that he was going to make that cut.
Yeah, I got you.
What? So, well, you got to fight because they're so. Usually when you got to do this for a game, you got two or three guys that are nicked up, and it's like, okay, well, they'll be inactive, right? I don't know that you can keep 4 tight ends and a fullback and 3 running backs active. Somebody's got to sit. So I think they're going to have a difficult time getting down to 46. And then some of those decisions might be depending on who they feel like they can bring up from the practice squad, too, because you get the 2 elevations. So you might want to work on that today and see if you can get it to 46.
Great insight as always, good sir. We'll see you tomorrow, and be ready with that prediction tomorrow.
Oh, my. I almost forgot about that.
I figured you might.
Kevin will force it, so be ready.
And everybody's sitting on the edge of their seat just waiting for
Yes. Waiting for Mickey's, yeah.
All right, guys. See you.
Kevin, when he was talking about getting to the next level, that was something I felt that Bjadic struggled with last year, and he has struggled with that. But just a quick story. Carter's playing football now, my son Carter. And he's playing offensive line. He's asking me questions about it.
Did you already tell that one story on air?
I don't know yet. I don't know which one. Oh, where he threw up at practice?
No, where he got jumped.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah,
okay.
I did tell that one the other day.
Okay.
No, but to last night or a couple nights ago, he was like, "All right, so what do I do whenever I beat my guy, the guy in front of me?" I was like, "Can you run down and find the next person?" He goes, "So I get to hit somebody else after that?" I was like, "Dude, I love this kid." He's like already
That's
thinking,
awesome.
"I get to go hit somebody else." And I said, "But you got to beat the guy in front of you first." And he goes, "Oh, I already will." And the confidence on this kid's amazing. I love it right now. Trying to build up our next Cooper Beebe is what I'm trying to do right now.
That is some tremendous confidence. I think that is awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our carefully curated look at how the experts think the Cowboys will do this season. We're going to do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
nutmeg maple.
I just said that.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Football, NFL football begins again tonight. Then tomorrow, you get Packers and Eagles in Brazil. And on Sunday, all things Cowboys right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. So, I've put together a carefully curated look at how the experts think the Cowboys will do this season. Would you guys?
How many experts?
I found places that all have 7 or 9 or fewer experts. Some have less than that.
You always want to have odd experts, though.
Agreed.
I'm all right with odd
in
experts.
terms of the numbers, not in terms of the personality quirks.
And we're
of the
not in
expert.
double digits either.
True. I picked,
9's still a lot.
I picked specifically ones that I thought you might approve of.
Okay, all right. 9's still a lot, but you don't want to have double-digit experts.
Would you like Sports Illustrated, CBS, The Ringer, or The Sporting News?
Dude, I kind of like The Ringer sometimes. So
Ringer's a quality website.
They got
for sure.
quality stuff.
All right. The Ringer has 7 experts.
All right.
You approve?
I approve.
Okay. Question that you probably want to know first off. Who's going to win the division? The Cowboys or the Eagles? And remember, Mike, this is one of the reasons I like to do this too, because I get really tired of when people are like, oh, y'all are homers, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, this is literally somebody else's opinion. So, like, listen to the rest of people in the world, and this is what they think. Of the 7 people for the Ringer, 4 pick the Cowboys to win the division. 3 pick the Eagles to win the division. Of those 7, 5 pick the Cowboys to make the playoffs. So obviously the 4 that they have winning the division, and then only 1 pick them to get the wild card. So out of their 7, 4 pick them to win the division, 5 pick them to make the playoffs. Do you think that seems like a fair breakdown?
I do think it's fair. I just, in the weirdest way, the Cowboys can't win this division because you can't do it back-to-back years.
You can. Just
We
nobody
just haven't
has.
seen it in
History says that it hasn't
20
worked.
years?
But you
Even
can.
last year when the Eagles
Yeah.
looked like
It's
they
not
had it
against the
wrapped up
rules.
after 11 weeks, they were like, no, watch us dump this thing out.
It is not against the rules, though. And so you can do it. It just hasn't happened in a bit since we were born-ish, we think.
Was it Donovan McNabb? Was that the last quarterback?
I think that
do it?
is correct.
Was it before the merger?
Yeah, it was significantly after the merger, yes.
Okay, post-merger then.
Defensive Player of the Year, 7 experts. 1 for Myles Garrett, 1 for Max Crosby, 1 for TJ Watt, and 4 for Micah Parsons as Defensive Player of the Year.
Does he get knocked down in these votes because of this, the way Luka gets knocked down in these votes? It feels like last year and this year he's the favorite by experts. I don't know where the Vegas odds are. I think you told us
They're pretty straight up with him and Myles Garrett.
Yeah, so I feel like then you have to exceed that expectation.
Yep.
And when you're, not that Francisco Lindor is going to win National League MVP.
But no one was calling that.
No, so he is well exceeding expectations, where now, you have to exceed these expectations when you're considered the favorite.
I think that's a great analogy. Sorry, Corey. I thought about that immediately when I see these Micah picks and numbers. I was like, this feels very Luka-esque.
Yeah.
All right. You guys,
we all thought you were going to be better, and now that you're not there, then we don't think you're good enough, even though you had a freaking awesome season.
And if, I don't know, Defensive Player of the Year award, what would you put the percentage on? Your team success or, I'll say team success in that award.
Believe it or not, I actually think for that particular award, team success is pretty low.
I agree with you.
Yeah, because I think they could suck and Micah could have 20 sacks and he could get it.
Yeah, I think I hear you. I feel like that might be a little extreme, but I'm with you. I feel like it's only like 10% of the award goes to team success, where offense, obviously, I think that a lot of your offensive success will be based off of the Offensive Player of the Year.
Now, Corey, I feel like you enjoyed that list, but you demand fewer experts.
Less experts.
So
less than 7?
Less than 7. I take you.
I prefer 3.
One expert.
I'll try to get you that one. CBS Sports has 6. What do you think the breakdown is for divisional title?
3 and 3.
It is 3 for the Cowboys.
2 for the Eagles.
2.
And the Washington things.
For the Eagles. And yes, Ryan Wilson, he wrote Commanders, but he probably meant the Washington things when he put in his vote. Yes, he did in fact vote for the Commanders to win this division.
Kind of like the idea that the Commanders are thing 1 and the Nationals are thing 2, and that's how they do it in Washington.
That would be
DC.
kind of cool.
That is.
That would be kind of
all right. So 3-2-1. I don't think Washington's there yet. I think they're going to be a lot better, but I don't think they're there yet.
As we're getting close to the season starting, I'm feeling that way too. As much as I think Jaden Daniels will be their first quarterback in it feels like forever.
Yeah.
Because even when they were great when we were a kid, if I'm 46, so when they had Doug Williams, he was barely there. And then they replaced him with Mark Rippon, and he won the Super Bowl, and then he was barely there. They haven't had a consistent quarterback since Joe Theismann.
Do we have to caution ourselves about just this year then? Because I'm just thinking about RG3. That first year, you were like, holy moly, this dude's awesome.
But I mean, you think of they go through every 3 to 4 years. Like even their Super Bowl winning quarterbacks in the 87 and 91.
Correct.
Like
I believe.
They even barely lasted as a starting quarterback.
The thing about, like you said, RG3, we were talking about that going, crap, we got to contend with this for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
But then we also, in the same breath, we're like, but he can't play the way he's playing for the rest of his career either. Even Aaron Rodgers was like, he's going to want to stop getting hit at some point.
Kind of feels like Josh Allen-esque.
Yeah, and then it showed up that way because when you do run as a quarterback, unless you're Lamar Jackson, I mean, even Lamar Jackson, you got to, at some point, be able to make and deliver the big passes. That's got to be the element of your game that's most important first, and then the ability to escape is the next one.
Now, 3 of the 6 from CBS picked the Cowboys to win the division. 4 of the 6 have them making the playoffs. So very similar kind of breakdown again. But you said less.
3.
Oh, let's go to the sporting news. They have used all of their combined brain collective power.
Do they still put out a magazine or is it all online?
Ooh, I do not know the answer to
Call
that.
it Barnes.
Exist still?
Calls up Barnes Noble and see what we can figure out.
Yeah, if they still have it or not.
They only have 1 prediction.
all right.
So they've used all of their expert power together.
It's now digital only, by the way.
That makes sense.
The last one, I think, was a Randy Johnson cover with a Yankees uniform on.
Oh,
really?
I don't know about that.
I was like, oh.
They have the Washington Commanders going 9-8.
Okay, I can see that. As the division leader?
No.
Oh, okay.
10-7 Dallas Cowboys, 11-6 Philadelphia Eagles. That's my prediction.
Nope. The 8-9 Dallas Cowboys and the 12-5 Philadelphia Eagles is what the sporting news is going to go with. So, as you probably guessed, that boots the Cowboys out of the playoffs. So, sporting news is like, no, we're using one collective for this, and you are not making the playoffs. Now, you look angry, Corey, but they also have the Lions making it to the Super Bowl, where they lose to the Chiefs.
Are you thinking that having the Lions in the Super Bowl makes me feel better about it, softens me up here?
A little bit.
Are you predicting they're going to the Super Bowl?
Not.
What are you predicting?
I haven't decided yet. I guess I need to do that today, don't I?
Starts.
'Cause
I mean,
the season starts.
Earlier, I asked you who's going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I said Chiefs.
After today, it's off the board.
I didn't say who was going to be on the other side.
Sure
Peter
you can still
Schrager
bet
says
on
the
it after
Packers
today.
are going to be on the other side of that.
Oh.
So, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to go with the Cowboys.
This is the year.
This is the year.
Zeke's
It's either
back.
this year or Dak's gone with McCarthy. That's
I don't
what
believe
Jerry's gonna
that.
tell us.
I don't believe that.
Okay. Believe it when you see it.
Okay, fine. If he says that tomorrow, if Jerry, we're going to have Jerry on at 10:30. I promise you this. If he says, if Dak doesn't win the Super Bowl, we're not bringing him back, I'm going to say, forgive me, sir, but I do not believe you.
Oh, you know what? He just has to get to the NFC Championship game. That's right. That's all he has to do.
Well,
get to there.
I'll
and then
stand
he can,
with it. Forgive me, sir. I do not believe that is accurate, or otherwise, why are you having contract negotiations right now?
Is he?
Nobody knows.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like
maybe I've put everything on pause.
I think as we found out, Jerry has a lot of negotiations with a lot of people behind the scenes we don't know about.
That actually is true.
Business is business.
I feel like usually we find out about them. All right.
I know when with the Cowboys record, that 8-9, and the Washington record, I don't think that it's going to be as easy to just beat up Washington as we have in the past, and we've done that pretty consistently. But I can't imagine that, again, unless something catastrophic happens and the Cowboys start to crumble from within, I just can't imagine that that's going to be their record.
Can I give you one more media outlet?
Okay.
Sports Illustrated. They go back to 9 people predicting. How do you think they break down the division winner between the Eagles and Cowboys? By the way, if anybody's curious, none of these people have the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, let alone the Super Bowl or anything like that. That's why I've just kind of skipped
What about
over
the Pro Bowl?
those.
There'll be like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Did he just give us a hint, Corey, by saying how did they break it down between the Cowboys and Eagles, saying that they did not Washington one in?
Yeah.
I will say 6-3 Philadelphia.
Philadelphia 9.
9-1.
To 0.
9-0.
For Sports Illustrated, none of the selectors have the Cowboys winning the division, and only 4 of them have the Cowboys even making the playoffs. So this one, outside of the sporting news, you looked at the Ringer and CBS Sports, and it was closer to 50-50 win the division, 2/3 make the playoffs. Sporting news says no. Sports Illustrated says less than half, and none of them think the Cowboys will win the division.
And they don't have magazines anymore, so
that is true.
Neither one of them.
That's a great point.
I feel like we're wasting paper with magazines.
I used to love magazines, but you're right. You're right.
How do they make it so glossy and shiny?
Ink?
I don't know if it's the ink. I mean,
gloss?
Semi-gloss?
Probably.
All right.
Do you think it comes out flat and they have to dip it?
Maybe.
That feels like a lot of time.
Then it.
By the way,
put a clear coat on there.
Sports Illustrated, also 3 of their 9 selectors, Albert Breer, Michael Rosenberg, and John Plume, all pick Micah Parsons as the Defensive Player of the Year. All right.
You guys worked at a paper factory.
Okay, it was a newspaper. We didn't have a glossy magazine.
We make paper there.
They didn't make magazines
No,
ever?
we did not make magazines there.
I'm like, wait a second. You guys know how
We did not have magazines
paper's
there.
made?
Yeah, we printed
You know the old
newspaper
saying?
paper.
No. What is it?
About the sausage, you just change it to paper. You guys know how the paper's made?
Okay.
You don't
No
want
way.
to know.
I thought he'd be
don't
able to
want to know.
recover.
I don't want to know, but you guys had to know because you're in the paper factory business.
Papery. And by the way, Corey, you judged me with the way I said John Plume. It's spelled Pluym. So I believe I have
judging.
given you the correct pronunciation of that name.
I wasn't judging. I enjoyed it. It made me laugh.
But the point of that is 3 of the 9 picked Micah to win Defensive Player of the Year, despite the fact that none of them think the Cowboys can win the division.
I know I'm asking questions that you don't have answers to. Myles Garrett won it last year.
Correct.
Is it been in recent time that a guy has won back-to-back Defensive Player of the Year?
I think it's been a minute since.
Did Aaron
that
Donald ever do it?
happened.
Did
Probably.
J.J. Watt ever do it? Like back-to-back years? They
Yeah.
might have. I'm just forgetting. But I feel like it's tough to win it the next year.
Yeah, that has not happened the last several years. Sorry, I'm trying to look it up because I believe both of those players that you listed did get it done. So yes, they did. So J.J. Watt in 14-15, and then Aaron Donald in 17-18.
Wow.
But that's the last time there's been a repeat. So it's been 6 years since we've had a repeat winner.
I just reached out to my grandfather, who was he worked at the Morning News. He was a printer at the Morning News. I'm going to ask him how they made glossy paper versus matte paper.
That'd be fun to go watch, right?
Yeah. I wish I could have gone whenever I was younger to go work with him because that would have been a blast.
You really messed that one up, huh?
Yeah, he's still with us though.
He's not at the paper factory.
No, he can't.
Neither
do
are
that
you.
anymore.
What a whirlwind every segment turns out to be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the answers that'll determine if the Cowboys go boom or bust in 2024. Plus, probably further look into the publishing industry. Next, right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
Sound right.
Was it Seth Farm scored?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
Again, Pollard on his right, back to throw, looking right, deep to the end zone. Leaping catch for Jake Ferguson. Touchdown, Cowboys to start the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, I've got some more questions for you guys, but these are all particularly about the Cowboys. Hopefully they do better than I do saying that word.
You did great.
And I think that y'all's answers are going to kind of determine how this season goes for the Cowboys. So a lot of pressure.
Nostradamus.
A lot of pressure.
Hold on, so whatever we say, the Cowboys will have the same result.
You know what? I really wish I would have put together like a giant choose your own adventure map based on your answers to all these questions that would have led me into.
That would have been really fun.
I'm sorry. I did not do that. You guys can.
You know what I got to do? I got to get in the map.
You guys run your own adventure and tell us what this will lead to at the end of their season based on their answers. All right. My first Cowboys question for you. Will Jake Ferguson make another leap? Now, you look his rookie year to his second year, 19 catches to 71 catches, 174 yards to 761 yards, and 2 touchdowns to 5 touchdowns. Now, I realize there's not going to be quite as much room. I'm not saying, so is he going to get 1,300 yards and 120 catches? But do you think he can take another, pretty decent leap?
I think he can get into the 800-yard category this year.
Okay.
102 targets, a lot. 71 catches, pretty significant. I'd like to see the touchdown numbers around 7.
Okay.
And the yards around 8.
Will
50.
he? But will he do that?
Yes. My prediction is that he will, because Cowboys don't have a running game. It's efficient, from what Mickey told us, but it's not dynamic. And I think they're going to need to use Jake Ferguson a little more in the short passing game to pick that up.
I think he can, but then I quickly went to league leaders last year, and it's the tight end with 1,000 yards was George Kittle last year, and that was it.
Wow.
Now you did have 3 other guys finish in the 900 range: Travis Kelce, Evan Ingram, TJ Hawkinson. So there were only 4 tight ends to get 900 yards or more last year.
So maybe 900 is like,
yeah, that'd be great. You'd be top 5. Now, I know there's other years where tight ends had bigger numbers, but I think he can. But then when you look at what tight ends accomplished last year, there's probably not much more room for statistical growth. Okay. But I do think I think he's a really good player.
I do too.
I didn't understand at the time, and now it does look like a mistake. And I'm like, look, I'm not following the draft tremendously great.
But picking up Scooney?
Yeah, I didn't totally get it because I thought Ferguson was looking, even though he barely, I think this is like a good player. I don't know why you have to draft a tight end in the second round.
Yeah. All right. My next Cowboys question. By the way, if you want to answer along on the Twitch or the YouTube, I'd love that. Also, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. This is a tough one. Has the game passed Mike Zimmer by? Now, hear me out for just 1 second. He had top 10 scoring defenses from 2015 to 2019. So, we're clicking along. Everything's looking good. Hooray, hooray. The next 2 years, the defense in Minnesota went 25th and 27th, and Minnesota fired him. He had a run in, I think, with Colorado, I believe. That didn't go very well either. Are you concerned at all that the game has passed Mike Zimmer by?
A little bit. Yeah, I am. I think one of the things that this defense lacked was toughness, and I think he can apply that. But some of the formulas to stop offenses, I need to know that he's updated on that part of it, and I don't know. I haven't seen that, because this is going to be our first opportunity to see it.
The reason I'll lean to no is I just think most coaches, if not all, but most coaches, their message eventually becomes stale. And so I think a change of scenery to another team, obviously he's not the head coach.
Sure.
I think that can help him out. So I don't think the game's passed him by, but to Corey, there might be a couple nuances that he just still believes in that maybe have been updated a little bit. So yeah, you could, I think, lean towards, well, in maybe this case or that case, he's not up to date on the way that this tendency is going. But I think he's a good defensive coordinator. But I believe the last defensive coordinator was really good. I thought he did a tremendous job.
I do too.
But maybe it was very quick, but maybe at the end of last year, maybe his message, his style was getting a little bit stale to these guys. And so now you have a totally different personality, would you say?
Yes.
I think so.
I do too.
So,
I think completely different personality.
And maybe that will really help both Mike Zimmer and the defensive players.
I think so too, because those guys, if they got burnout, Kevin, at the end of the year last year, because they didn't have a hard ass on them.
Good luck this year.
It's not going to happen with this guy.
Will the new look offensive line have cohesion quickly? I believe eventually they can get there, but I guess my question is, how quick can two rookies work in and you're like, that looks pretty darn good? If at all.
I think he can. I think he will. I think it'll be about 4 games, Kevin, is where I'm going to say, man, it's starting to look really good.
And Mike, before you answer, if that's the case, that is a huge win for this team. If Guyton and Beebe look like, I'm not saying they're the best or anything like that, but if they look like they gel together in 4 weeks, that's a big deal for this team.
This is the one thing as a Cowboy fan you can say, the Cowboys are the best. There's not a organization better than this. They figure out the draft on the offensive line.
Yeah.
They are tremendous at it. How quick will it be? I do think it will be quick. The only issue they're going to have is they're going to have horrible numbers for running the ball, and it's not going to be their fault. It will be blamed on them by certain people.
I'm sure.
But I think Broadus, you got to trust Broadus. Broadus in this Metroplex, there's nobody like him when it comes to, like, I can't talk about offensive linemen the way Broadus can. I can't come close to it. And he said this the other day, so I'm just repeating what Broadus said, and I think it is highly knowledgeable. When you have slow running backs like Ezekiel Elliott, you have to hold your blocks longer, which lead to holds, which lead to mistakes. And because the guy's not on you can go to a second level. You just talked about your son, Carter, trying to learn what a second level situation is. Well, these guys, these young Cowboys players their first year in the NFL are going to have to learn you never get to go to the second level. You have to hold your first level as long as possible with the old fart you got back there.
Or push your first level into the second level. Like I see what you're saying.
But I think they're going to be great. I think they're going to give Dak time. I think that they will be the strength of the team, but I think that they'll get knocked for having a bad run game, which won't be their fault. It's that you're handing it off to, I don't know, an old person, to be nice. Ironhead Haywood.
Now, I'll give you the games. This is the stretch of the schedule that I honestly feel like will make or break this season. Can the Cowboys win at least 3 of these 5 games spanning from about mid-October right before Thanksgiving? Host Detroit, at San Francisco, at Atlanta, host Philly, host Houston.
Oh, crap.
That is a tough.
Can they win all of them?
No, can they win at least 3 of them?
No,
if they win 5 of them, all 5 of them, well, hell yeah, I'm going to believe.
Yeah, 3-2 is a heck of a record for that schedule.
And I think you're going to need that to.
I'll say 2 and 3.
Okay.
I mean, you never know where you're at health-wise, where the other team's at health-wise, where
Those are
you're at
battles.
confidence-wise.
Fair.
But right now, if those were your first 5 games of the year, I would say I'll predict 2 and 3 and hope for 3 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all very significant battles that you really would like to see them. This is the problem with last year. You had a game like that, and then you had 3 other games in between that were subpar opponents, and then you finally got to another one, and then you would lose to that good team. And so now you have a stretch where you can't lose to like 3 in a row to really good teams. But I think they can come out with a winning record in that stretch. I think they can.
By the way, real quick, Tejano Boy, Broadus played at LSU. He didn't play in the NFL, but he was a scout for a long time, and then was
for a Super Bowl champion.
Yes,
and then was elevated to the head of the draft for the Philadelphia Eagles in the late '90s.
They got multiple Pro Bowlers out of that
like
draft.
Hugh Douglas,
and,
and I forget the offensive lineman.
I think he called into an overnight radio host once and was like, "Hey, I'm going to draft this guy tomorrow, by the way." And then he did, and they were like, "What?" Yeah, it's a crazy. Ask him about that story.
Yeah,
it's really fun.
okay, should have listened. I'm with you, Corey. I think but I don't think you're wrong, Mike, if that makes any sense.
You better be ready to meet that challenge, man.
I think they can go 3 and 2, but 2 and 3 is not a crazy expectation either. If they vary outside of that window, well, that will give you a really good idea of where this season is going.
And the Cowboys do have to deal with this pressure that really no other team has to deal with. Is they are talked about so much. That's where, in a way, what the media says about the Cowboys affects their team more than any other team. So going into that stretch, if they're playing well and everybody's like, okay, this is going to be a tough week for the Cowboys, but man, have they done this and that? If they are a 500 team going into that and have been just struggling to win, but still are in contention for a playoff spot, the Cowboys are more affected by the media than any team in the NFL because of the coverage that they get. And they're young men, and they can be affected the most by social media and media. We can too. It's not like we're not susceptible to it at 40-something years old. But we have a lot better understanding of ourselves and stuff like that rather than a 20 to 29-year-old guy playing in the NFL.
Now, we've touched on this a couple of times with the offensive running game, but I want to look at the other side. Can the run defense be average in the key moments? And here's what I mean by that. If you look at last season as a whole, like if you just looked at the final numbers that you got for the whole season, the Cowboys' run defense was straight up in the middle of the pack. But when you were watching these games last year, it didn't feel like they were a middle of the pack run defense. So my question is, in the key moments and games in general, do you believe this run defense can be average? That's all I'm shooting for.
I say no, Corey, because when you're playing good teams, the flow of the game is dictated by the other team. When they're in games where they take the lead and they're playing average to below average teams, I think they do a great job against it.
Yeah.
So I think, unfortunately, I'll just throw it to Corey. My answer is no, but if it is a yes or maybe, Kevin and Corey, who's going to be the one or the two to do this for us?
I will wait for him.
Man, I didn't find it fast enough. I think so because of the premium that Zimmer does put on stopping the run. I think that is going to be, you are going to be seeing the effect of not as many turnovers because the pressure's different. It's applied differently. Last year, Kevin, there were so many times where overwhelming defensive line pressure was the way that they got a lot of these picks. Quarterbacks drop back and they're like, oh crap, I have 4 dudes right here. I have to throw.
Yeah.
And so they put a ball up and it was unnecessary. And then all of a sudden it's, these guys that are very good at running routes for wide receivers as cornerbacks got it done. I think because of the premium that Zimmer puts on, we have to stop the run, the way he calls games and the effectiveness of it and his history effectiveness of being a good run stopper, maybe not great at everything else. I think that's where, yes, I think they can be a little better than average.
I don't think
if they're a lot better than average, watch out for this team.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that. I think they can get to average. Corey, you probably won't be surprised to know that I think DeMarvion Overshone can make a difference in helping this team get to average.
To being an optimistic Cowboys fan, I never thought they could be average or above average the Micah Parsons rookie year, and they were slightly above average, right? They were like an above average defense, and I was like,
way better than
I was completely and totally wrong. I could be completely and totally wrong about what you guys just said because you guys are optimistic about it. I'm not, but I just know 3 years ago, I thought this horrible defense, there's like no way that a new coordinator and then a pick that was 12th overall was going to solve all the issues or most of the issues.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know what? Let's talk about that particular player. If the Cowboys make it, will Micah show up in the playoffs? And here's what I mean by that.
No.
He's had 4 postseason games. In those games, he has 1 sack. That's it.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, much like you don't believe that anything's really on the line for Dak Prescott's contract, I don't believe that that Micah will show up in the playoffs. I'll see it when I believe it, as Patrick Mahomes says. And I really like that line.
Yeah.
And so I have to see it first before I ever believe that it's going to happen. And it hasn't happened so far. So many times I've gone in and I've just jotted down on paper, yeah, that dude right there is going to have a big game, and then it's ineffective. Now, obviously, if I'm going to be an offensive coordinator, I'm doing everything I can to make sure he doesn't affect and impact my game. So he's got to overcome them realizing and zoning in on he's the guy. He's got to overcome that somehow, or other people have to be a bigger impact so that he can get a little less on his plate, or that he can be the distraction for those guys to get theirs.
Mike, what say you? If they make the playoffs, can Micah Parsons make an impact in the playoffs? Because thus far, he has not.
I won't put the hate on him that I have on Dak. Okay. Dak has been in the league 8 years, since 2016, so this is his 9th year, correct? So Mike has been in the league 3 years. The small history of Micah Parsons suggests that teams figure out how to slow him down in the playoffs. So I will say, yes, I think he can. And I'll say this again. I think because of Dak's fear of the playoffs, he has to. Micah is going to have to carry Dak in the playoffs. It can't be the other way.
Yeah.
If it is, great. But right now, the history suggests Dak cannot carry a team in the playoffs. He's good. He's just not that good. So it would have to be Micah and Diggs and maybe an Overshone and a CeeDee Lamb turning a 5-yard play into a 55-yard touchdown. And so I think that this team has to care if they make the playoffs. If they're going to have any success, they have to carry Dak. Dak cannot carry them.
I gotcha. Now, I'm not guessing you changed your opinion, but as you gave your answers and we walk through all these questions, does that kind of solidify where you are with the Cowboys in terms of, they look like a playoff team? I don't know how much beyond that, or did that change?
It doesn't change anything. They are exactly what I like. All those answers were exactly what I think they are. Yeah, the Denny Green line is. They are exactly where my answers were exactly what I think about this team right now. And two things to send it either direction hinge on whether or not this team plays as a team. If they're going to be a good team to a great team this year, they have to play as a one team. They have to all be together on this thing. They have to be rooted. And if they're going to and if it's going to go the other way and they're going to be a crap team, then it's going to be because they weren't together. They weren't a complete unit together. And that's what it all hinges on. And that's the gamble that I think Jerry Jones is kind of taken with not supplying this roster with even better talent and saying we're going to go at it this way in the offseason.
And I'm assuming you're about in the same place, right,
I'm thinking
Mike?
10-7.
I think that's probably where I'm
maybe 11-6. And I just think that they're going to lose by double digits in the playoffs, the first round.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a reminder, tomorrow we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. And Corey, I hear there might just be giveaways happening.
Yes, we are going to be giving some stuff away. I don't know if we need to scream like that tomorrow.
Not till tomorrow, but yes.
If you come out to the Lemon location, Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon, there is parking underneath, by the way. There's parking underground. If you're like, I can't find a parking spot, go underground. And then walk back above ground to get to the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Don't let that deter you.
If you come out there, you just sign up and you could win Cowboys tickets thanks to Miller Lite. Miller Lite absolutely crushing it and also delivering us $4 Miller Lites tomorrow as well.
All right, Mike, you'll be there. And now,
sure about that.
Remember that time that we were out
as
there?
Sure as I can be.
Mike started drinking like early in the show.
Yes, because he was going on vacation.
Yeah, that was great. I'll be going to the Dallas Card Show after the.
Oh, that's right. So
after it's over.
Got to limit that drinking.
Yeah,
I'll be there too. So
right.
There you go. Well, just in case you get super trashed, I can be your designated driver.
All right.
Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
I teased this yesterday a lot, but we had Bruce Bochy on. Great interview.
We broke the Corey Seager news.
Yeah, and without like giving us all the details, he was like most likely going on the injured list. And then a couple hours later at the ballpark, him and Chris Young discussed the injury a little bit and then discussed he's going on the injured list. And then it's like 50-50 if he plays again this year. So I wanted to go back to the 2021 MLB draft because, look, there's been obviously a lot of discussion based off of Gavin Dawson and Jared Sandler. And there have been people, I looked last night, Dawson doubled down on Twitter about his take. Fine, I'm not saying it's right or wrong right now. But I looked at the comments because he was saying he's just getting crushed by people, and he's like, look, I'm right. I'm not wrong. I'm right. I can't believe I'm getting crushed on the thing I've been like most right about ever on an opinion.
And by the way, that does happen. And then you're like, all right, I'm vindicated.
So some people are like, you are right, Gavin. He is a bust, or he is Jack Leiter. He is struggling so much. Why would anybody even want this guy? So I decided, well, let me go back to that draft. Because you can say, well, this is what they should have done. Or, man, look how bad Jack Leiter is doing compared to the competition in that draft. So Jack Leiter, the number 2 overall pick out of college, Vanderbilt. We know what he's doing. But the number 1 pick, you didn't have a chance to take him, but the number 1 pick was Henry Davis, a catcher from Louisville, University of Louisville. Well, this year, he is 24 years old. He's turning 25 on September 21st. So he's turning 25. So far in the major leagues, he has 326 at-bats. He's batting 193 with a 595 OPS. They've actually moved him at times to outfield or first base and catcher. They're trying to figure out where he might fit in the major leagues. So he has not had a good start to his major league career. Played a little last year, started this year, didn't do well. So they sent him back to the minor leagues. And right now in AA and AAA this year, he's hitting .299 with a 936 OPS. Oh. He has 13 home runs, 43 RBIs in 59 games.
Wow.
So in the minor leagues, he's really improved this year, but he just wasn't able to do it, at least early in the year, in the major leagues. Now, I would say I don't think the Pirates should give up on him because he's turning 25 in a few weeks and he has not had success in the major leagues. But I'm not also suggesting he's going to have success in the major leagues. Maybe he is Joey Bart. If you don't know who he is, he's a San Francisco Giants number 2 overall pick in the draft. He stunk so much that they designated him for assignment at the end of spring training. Now, he was traded because, if I have this correct, because he had enough kind of that recyclable talent in the draft that Pittsburgh, I believe, said, well, we'll take a chance. And Joey Bart's actually pretty darn successful this year in Pittsburgh. It's kind of the reason Henry Davis is in the minor leagues. So you go to number 2 pick, Jack Leiter. We know what he's doing. He's improved in the minor leagues. He hasn't done well in the major leagues. His last game, I did like what I saw. I went over that earlier. I was super specific on every hit he gave up, every inning that he pitched. The number 3 overall pick was Jackson Jobe. He is a pitcher out of Oklahoma, but high school. So he is a younger prospect. Number 3 overall. He's actually was born in Irving. He's 22 years old, just turned 22. He this year has pitched in A-ball and AA. Now he's having a great year. He's only pitched in 18 games, 75 innings, but he has a 2.02 ERA.
Wow.
In those 75 and 2/3 innings. He's 3-3, so they're definitely limiting his innings. He's only given up 43 hits in 75 and 2/3 innings. He struck out 81. In today's game, I guess you'd like to see the strikeout rate higher than that. He's walked 38, which is a little high for 75 innings, but not too bad. So Jackson Jobe, number 3 overall pick, will probably be in the Tigers rotation next year. He was the number 3 overall pick, but we can't discuss what he's done in the majors. He has not made the major leagues yet. Number 4 pick. This was the guy that the Rangers were thinking about taking too. If you want to know who the Rangers were deciding between at number 2, once Henry Davis was taken number 1, from what I understand, it was between Jack Leiter and Marcelo Meyer. That was who the Boston Red Sox took 4th overall, a shortstop out of high school. This year, in 2024, in AA, he's having a great year. He's batting .307 with an .850 OPS. He has, I know this is, the numbers then don't get great here when I say 8 home runs, 38 RBIs in 77 games. I don't know why he's only played in 77 games. I didn't follow up on his injuries this year. But if you look at his numbers at 21 years old, he is having a very good year in AA, and at some point in 2025, the Red Sox are expected to make him their everyday shortstop. Okay. So that's where you're at through 4 picks. Number 5 pick, you're going to know this guy pretty well. It's Colton Cowser. He was the Baltimore Orioles' 5th overall pick. He's
probably going to win Rookie of the Year.
Probably win Rookie of the Year. He's batting .247 with 20 home runs, 62 RBIs. He's having a very good year, most likely Rookie of the Year. So there's your first success. Out of the first 5 picks, we have 1 successful major leaguer so far. And he's not tearing it up, but he's having a good year. Number 6 overall pick, local product from Dallas Jesuit, Jordan Lawler, shortstop from Dallas Jesuit. He's been hurt all year long.
Really?
He's played 9 games in the major leagues this year, and he's played 13 games in the minor leagues. So there's no reason to go over his numbers. He's been hurt the whole year, so he is not playing this year because of injury. Number 7 overall pick, do I have his numbers pulled up? I don't. I'll just tell you, I haven't heard of him yet, and it's Frank Mazzucato, pitcher out of high school for the Kansas City Royals. So because I haven't heard of him, I'm sorry I don't have his numbers pulled up. I don't know what he's doing in the minor leagues, but I haven't heard of him yet. So now we are at pick 8 in the 2021 MLB draft. We have Benny Montgomery, Colorado Rockies. He's a high school kid, 8th overall pick, pitcher. He's a hitter. He, for some reason, hasn't played much this year. He only played in 11 games this year. So he's been hurt. His year before, he hit .251 with 10 home runs and 51 RBIs in high A ball. Not even close to being a major league player yet. So now we're to pick number 9, Sam Bachman. He is in the major leagues for the Los Angeles Angels. This year, he has pitched in 11 games. He's a relief pitcher. He's pitched 17 innings, and he has a .318 ERA. So far, he's done pretty good this year in the major leagues in a very limited amount of games. Now, in AA and AAA this year, he had a .482 ERA. So that doesn't suggest that 3.17 or 3.18 ERA is real, because I can go to this year he has a 4.82 in the minor leagues, and last year he had a 5.81 in the minor leagues. So those are not good ERA totals. This also shows how tough it is in a major league draft to get this right. The number 10 overall pick.
He didn't sign.
Also a Texas Ranger now, Kumar Rocker. So out of your top 10 picks, literally one guy has helped out a major league team. And it's this year, Colton Cowser, the number 5 overall pick. Nobody in the top 10 has helped out their major league team, except for one. So we are still, my point being...
Can I ask a question about that?
Go.
Okay. I hear what you're saying about comparisons in the top 10. Absolutely. Do you look down, and I know it would have been later, but do you look down at whether it's Jackson Merrill or Mason Miller, who I know you're a huge fan of, and say, the guys were there, who've made that early impact. That's not to say Jack Leiter can't make an impact, but that made that early impact.
Yes, but how crazy would that have been? Because 20-something teams didn't think they were worthy of that pick yet.
You're definitely right about that. I think about that sometimes with Evan Carter, though, where everyone's like, what the hell are they doing?
Yeah.
And if not for injuries, I think we all be super stoked about that pick.
And to your point, I know Tanner Bybee, and now I believe it's Grant Williams. I might be getting his name wrong because now I'm thinking that's the Mavericks Celtics player. But Gavin Williams, both for Cleveland. They were both in that draft, and Bybee has had a major impact. Now, he was a 5th-round pick. It does go to show that Cleveland does a great job of developing pitchers. I will give them that. And Gavin Williams just had a really good start for Cleveland lately, which they need him. He's been hurt most of the year. He was their 1st-round pick, I believe. So they have a 1st-round and 5th-round pick as pitchers that are helping them out. But I guess my point being is Jack Leiter, I'm rooting for him. I knew him as a little baby.
Yeah.
I know his dad well. I love his dad. He might be a bust. He might not make it in the major leagues. Maybe he ends up being a solid middle of the rotation pitcher for you. I don't know. Time will tell on where it is, but you're not wasting even a year on him this year. Like, this doesn't even qualify for a year. Now, starting next year will kind of start his clock. So you have 6 more years of having him before he would be a free agent. You can let him go at any point if you want, but like, you still have 6 more years of control. Point being is, Gavin might be right. He might struggle and throw him in the bullpen and it might never work out. He might end up being very good. I will tell you this. I see signs of him being very good. Can he put it together consistently? I don't know. I would guess I would put this like as a, it's tough in the NFL or NBA because guys immediately play. Right?
Yes.
So it's tough to compare the 2 other sports that are as popular. Obviously, NFL's a zillion more times popular, but it would be like you see a receiver and he makes a great route and then drops the ball. Then he's a bad route runner on the next play. And then he runs a great route, snatches a misthrown ball out of the air, makes a guy miss and runs in for a touchdown. And you're kind of like, which one is he? Is he a great route runner with bad hands? Is he a bad route runner that doesn't know what he's doing? Or is he a great route runner who really has great hands? That's where we're at with Jack Leiter right now. We're trying to determine it, and September will help us out. This September means way more than spring training. This September for him, starting every 5th day, means more to if he will be in the rotation to start next year than spring training will. They both have relevance, but this September means more to Jack Leiter's ability to be one of your 5 guys next year to start the year than spring training will.
The K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We take a quick dive into the psychology of what we discussed yesterday in the C Block, and should this guy pay this speeding ticket? Next to The Fan.
If you're laughing, and we're happy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And Mike Bassick and Kevin Hagelin, Alec Medford, Carter Freeman, as he's making sure you're getting the videos if you're on the YouTube and Twitch. And don't forget, you can listen
for that, Carter.
If you're like, hey, I want to listen to some football games. Make sure to have the Odyssey app up, Kevin.
True.
You can listen to the football games right there on the Odyssey app, not just the Cowboy games. NFL, baby.
You're home for the NFL.
We love NFL football on the Odyssey app, so make sure you have that thing up. And don't forget GBag Nation today, 5:20. Eric Kendricks joins the show for his weekly hit. Kevin, you and I had a fantastic time with him at camp this year. I'm hoping G-Bag has just as much fun with him all year long as we did. So I'm looking forward to hearing Eric Kendricks today at 5:20. Now, I gave a lot of thought to yesterday's C-Block conversation. And Kevin, I have decided and concluded that you are a depressed Cowboys fan.
Oh, no.
Because no matter how bad it is somewhere else, you think your situation is undeniable.
Fair.
And just as bad.
Fair.
And whenever people are dealing with depression, isn't that the thing? You're like, hey, somebody else has it worse. And you're like, doesn't matter. Does not matter how bad it is for them. My stuff is, I got to deal with it right now.
And I think that's a general rule of life. You probably shouldn't gauge your success or failure against other people. And so the same thing comes with the sad part.
And then Mike is, I'm going to call it, he's in the stage of acceptance. he knows what the Cowboys are, and he's accepted they are what they are, and he's like, look, our relationship, as far as I'm concerned, is no more. But he has accepted that relationship. I am in the stage of still bargaining.
I'm divorced from the Cowboys, but I still have to have a relationship with my spouse because of the kids.
Yeah. You know about
Are
that,
we
Kevin.
the kids in that scenario?
No, I have to watch them and talk about them because of the job.
Okay.
Just and every once in a while let mom know how things are going. Yeah.
Sure.
But I'm still in the stage of bargaining because, Kevin, in the 5 stages of grief, it's denial, anger, bargaining, depression, then acceptance. And so,
Okay.
Kevin, if a Super Bowl happens, now, like if they get the Super Bowl, your whole life has changed. You go
Sure.
back into, you could get into denial real fast.
Yeah.
Like we are with the Rangers right now. We're
Sure.
like in denial with the Rangers that season was a fluke and all this stuff. We're like,
I
they're
don't
better than
believe
they're
that.
playing right now.
They just scored 10 runs last night.
Without their best players.
I know.
Ninth inning was 30 minutes long.
It really was.
I know.
His 54 pitches, and we didn't even get to hit.
That was the top of the ninth was 30 minutes long.
Somebody said, can we call it apathetic Cowboys fan instead of depressed? Again, depressed is part of the stages of grief. And it's the part where you're just like, it doesn't matter. Any of the other stuff that's out there. This is my situation, and I'm dealing with it. So there you go, Kevin. You're still in that phase.
Okay.
Hopefully you never have to get to acceptance like Mike. But
I don't know I don't know if I'm capable of acceptance with the Cowboys because I saw the Rangers go a really long time without ever winning it, and every year I was still like, this could be the year.
it could happen this year if some things fall our way.
Yeah.
This could be it. So I wanted to kind of have a quick visit on yesterday's conversation because I'm trying to trade like players around, and I'm telling myself it's not that bad because it could be worse. That's where I was yesterday. I was like, Kevin, look at all the other teams that have years and years of terribleness. At least we get to go to the playoffs.
But I'm not disputing that, but just because it could be worse doesn't mean it's not that bad, right?
I mean, do you really want to have to root for Bryce Young?
Okay, but if you got your foot chopped off and then the guy next to you lost both of his legs, they're going to go, well, it's not that bad. No, it still sucks that your foot got chopped off.
Yeah, but for him, it's worse.
So if you're a Metroplex fan, here's kind of the cool thing. You have both spectrums of the teams you cheer for. You have the Cowboys, which are like the Yankees. Going to these Yankee games that I just went to, man, there's so many Yankee fans.
Oh, yeah.
And you are joining the biggest fan base in the world when it comes to baseball. Being a Cowboys fan, you are joining the biggest base of fans, and probably not in just football, in the world. And so you get to be part of the biggest team. Now, that doesn't mean they win. We know that. But you get to join the one that when you turn on whatever channel you turn on and they're talking football, there's literally a 50% chance or better they're going to talk about your team.
Yeah.
Now, we also have the opposite. It doesn't matter what the Mavericks do. It doesn't matter what the Rangers do. It kind of doesn't matter what the Stars do. They're never going to be covered as an important team in their sport. You can win the World Series, and they're like, this World Series stunk. Why did it stink? Because the Rangers were
John
in it.
Smoltz.
Yeah, and so, hey, you played the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals, and in a weird way, it might not be super remembered because the Mavericks were in the NBA Finals, and that's a worthless team. The NBA
Against
offices
Boston.
in New York
Yeah.
are like, this is a worthless team. We need, and honestly, it's weird, in the West, you just need LA, and at this point, I think Golden State has done their job.
And so that shows you the only way you clear that gap is to win a whole bunch of titles, and then they'll be like, okay, you're okay.
Yeah, and maybe you can't do it in San Antonio. I don't know if they ever got.
Actually, that is true. It is Golden State popped San Antonio now.
Yeah, and maybe it's because they were just so entertaining, where the Spurs were just like so
boring,
mechanical in their championships. But like we get to have both spectrums. Where if you're in LA, I guess if you want to be an Angels fan. But I kind of, in a way, I'm going to ask you guys this question, Corey, even though I know it's the C block, is do you like being a fan of the team that is the most popular, or do you like being the fan of a team where you know there's not many fans of them and you're one of the few?
I don't care that much about that. And I think a lot of mine just tied to I decided I was going to be a DFW fan, and that's where I am. I think that's where my allegiance and loyalty is I grew up in East Dallas. I went to Bryan Adams High School, Gaston Warriors back in the day, Gaston Panthers now, over in East Dallas. And that's kind of like, that's where it is. That doesn't matter to me, because otherwise I'd go be a Yankees fan. You know, if I wanted to be part of the most popular teams, I'd be a Yankee, and there's no way I could do that.
I guess I was jealous of it this weekend.
Oh, I can see that, yeah.
Or not this weekend, but Monday through Wednesday. You're just like, gosh, like, I mean, wherever you go, you have all of these fans with you. No matter what city you go to, 25% of the city you're in, they're fans of the team you root for.
All right. So the example I want to give is when the Cubs won the World Series. I got a whole bunch of family that lives in Chicago. When the Cubs won the World Series, everyone was celebrating. It was all across our family discussion. Can you believe it? The Cubs finally did it. They did it, blah, blah, blah. When the Rangers won the World Series,
they didn't care.
Me, Jess, my mom, and Brandon were all super stoked. But it wasn't like this, can you believe the Rangers finally did it? That didn't come up at all.
Yeah. I'll be honest, when the Mavericks won it and when the Rangers won it, were the most elated I've ever been for a championship of our DFW franchises. Like, it became more of, I expected it with the Cowboys, even though it hasn't come lately, but back then I did expect it. And with the Stars, I was like, well, that's great. But with those teams, I've battled through so many bad times that when we finally got there, it just made everything else awesome.
I know that this isn't going to sound right, but the Cowboys are like friends. The Mavericks, the Stars, and Rangers, if you're supporting them throughout thick and thin, they're like family. So when you win, you feel like you just mentioned, the family.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys ever win, I'll say win just to be nice. When the Cowboys win, you're going to feel like, oh, there's so many friends. Like, just for example, I worked on ESPN in 2007.
What?
After the regular season, I did.
Dare
it's
you.
called Good Morning Pizza or whatever it was back then.
Cold pizza.
Cold pizza.
Oh my gosh, can't really remember that.
And then I was on Baseball
I
Tonight.
really don't know if I knew you were on that show.
Yeah, I did that for 3 days. I was there with Skip Bayless when Skip was there, and it wasn't Skip and Stephen A. yet. Skip Bayless didn't care at all about the Cowboys. Had no clue. Like, he didn't turn to the Cowboy fan until Stephen A. came aboard, and Stephen A.'s like, I hate the Cowboys. All right, I'm going to love the Cowboys. Like, those are just friends. So if the Cowboys ever won and you saw Skip Bayless go on, social media like, we finally did it again, I'm back, he's not a real Cowboys fan. And there's a lot of people who are just like, I'm a casual Cowboy fan because it's just cool to be a Cowboy fan. So I'm like, you're celebrating this with a lot of friends. Your Rangers and Mavericks and Stars, they're like hardcore, like, we're family no matter what you do type of deal.
I will say this, though, I see where Mike is with that. If the Cowboys win again sometime, my family and I will be very happy.
Yes.
My parents, that's lots of memories right there. Even though they're divorced and they went on their own separate ways, that's still a lot of memories we had on the couches watching games on Sundays. All right. All right, this guy, he and his wife went on their honeymoon in Italy exactly a year ago. Mike's heading off to Italy
in
soon.
1 month.
And I really still want to know how it was, because I'm deciding between that and Greece.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
When I get back, I'm not going to tell you while I'm there.
Well, you can text me if you want.
Does it cost money to text?
I don't know.
I'm not sure either.
A year after he and his wife go on their honeymoon in Italy, he gets a speeding ticket in the mail. And he says, do I have to actually pay this thing? What happens if I don't? Ooh. Now I ask you, do you always pay your speeding tickets? Because I've told you, speeding tickets and like the HOV lane ticket I got, I look at those as fees because I cheat a lot.
Okay.
And I'm more than happy to pay this fee every 1 to 3 years as long as I can keep doing that.
All right.
But this is Italy. You might never go back.
I do
What are they
for
gonna do?
a variety of reasons. I need everything to be settled and taken care of. And so, like,
No surprises?
Yeah, that's something that bothers me. But also, this is a while ago, a long time ago. I was in the car. Stop. I was in the car with a couple of friends, and we got pulled over, and the person who was driving was like freaking out. I'm like, dude, it's okay. Like, I don't think he had her turn signal on or something. Like, we'll be all right. And he goes, no, you don't understand. I have like a bunch of outstanding tickets and I think warrants and everything. And so he ended up getting arrested. And
you got to pay him right then before the cop gets to your window.
Hold on, let me get to the
online.
Yeah. And so he got arrested and taken to jail. And so and we had to drive the car home. And it was crazy. And I was like, I do not want that to happen.
Yeah, I do wonder if they're like, hey, they send like a letter to the government. They're like, this guy has a speeding ticket. You need to send him back over here to Italy to take care of this. Or if they trying to hunt you down. Somebody said, just forget about it. And then somebody also said, please pay. We needed the money. So there you go. That's the thoughts on.
I don't think I'll pay if I get a jaywalking ticket in Italy because I'm not driving there. I don't think I
can't drive there.
What?
The steering wheel.
You just said that person got a...
You can't drive to Italy.
Yeah, they changed the steering wheel too.
What? To the other side?
Oh,
right?
to the...
Yeah, nobody knows how. I had to do that in wherever we went, Bahamas or whatever, during COVID. And the car we got was the opposite.
Did it throw you off?
It is different. It is very different. You get used to it, but I wouldn't say super used to it. But it is different.
And then lastly, Scott Matlock. Kevin, did you discuss this yesterday? Scott Matlock.
Yeah, he solved crimes.
Former attorney.
Or no, he didn't solve crimes. He was an attorney who handled the cases, and the old people love him.
He is a 6'4", 300-pound defensive line / fullback for the Chargers.
Awesome.
He is, Kevin, as you like to look at, as Mickey told us yesterday, you like to look at the depth charts.
I do.
And he has been listed as a fullback / defensive lineman at 6'4", 300 pounds.
Neat.
And Mike said yesterday with baseball, if you're out of position, the ball finds you. And you were talking about Aaron Judge and how he's not quite a center fielder, but he is a giant out there in center field. I do kind of like in other sports when you have the gigantic fullback, or like in the NBA when you have a big that can dribble, like Luka. Luka's out of position in what the NBA should be. He's not supposed to be able to do what he does as a ball handler. Wembanyama can handle the ball better than any of us ever expected. But growing up, we all had like Chris Paul is your idea of what a point guard is, not what it is now. But I always love when people are like, hey, let's try stuff out like this. Let's throw a 6'4", 300-pound pounder back there, and he's our fullback for this one.
I love this because, Mike, I don't think I got to tell you this. When I was in Oxnard, I had a dream that the Cowboys had a 7-foot running back on the practice squad, and then I so desperately wanted to see that happen in a game. I know it won't. I understand many reasons why it won't, but I always wondered if on the goal line play you could just be like, whoop, look how big I am.
Just sign Wemby for a week.
Yeah. So I am super intrigued because it's another step in the right direction towards the 7-foot running back.
And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Cleveland Browns beat writer for The Athletic, Zach Jackson, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Minshew stands on the goal line and waits for the shotgun snap. He stands 3 yards deep in the end zone. Under pressure from Miles. Ball out. Fight for it to the end zone. Miles got home again. Who's got it? Browns do. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here. Oh, sorry, Corey. Got to play both sides because right now we bring on Browns beat writer for The Athletic. It is Zach Jackson. Good afternoon, sir.
How we doing, guys?
Well, I was doing good until my co-host was mad at me for playing a Browns highlight to come back here. So
trying to make you feel comfortable, I guess.
I might be in trouble. We talk a lot about expectations, as I'm sure literally every fan base in the NFL does. Cleveland's coming off 11-6 season, lost in the wild card to Houston. What are the expectations for Cleveland this season?
Well, they're high, and in some areas they're super high, starting with that guy you just played, the local guy to you guys, Myles Garrett, right? But they're a little bit tempered, and there's a little bit of curiosity and skepticism because they just haven't seen it from the quarterback, you know, and this is year 3 of Deshaun Watson, and there are reasons that he has not excelled, both in the first 2 years and in what's been kind of an ugly summer and a really long buildup. So, you know, this is a good roster, and they proved that last year when they won 11 games despite starting 5 quarterbacks. And, you know, it's a roster that without Nick Chubb right now and with some offensive line questions probably isn't great. But, I mean, to me, it's a high ceiling and maybe a really high ceiling because there really are good players all across the board. And if they do get it all to click with the quarterback, then to me they're as good as anybody.
You're talking about Deshaun Watson. Obviously, every team in the NFL, every player is going to want to get off to a fast start. But because of the variety of reasons you talked about that he's struggled, does it feel any more imperative for Deshaun Watson specifically to get out to a quick start this season?
It does, but to be frank with you guys, they have lowered expectations and the bar for this guy so low that it's just kind of like, okay, well, as long as the Browns are 1-1 after 2 games and as long as he's healthy and the line gets healthy, they'll be fine. So, yeah, you know, in the realm of it is imperative for everybody, sure. And I totally think the first 10 or 15 play script will be all about getting him confident. And, you know, letting him take a hit that he sees coming, letting him complete some easy ones and maybe taking one shot, you know, before things settle in. But, you add the shoulder injury to just the inconsistent mystery that he's been, and we don't know. So Amari Cooper has been rock solid for this team. David Njoku finally had his breakout. And, Nick Chubb has been who they can rely on with this offensive line, but a lot of those guys are missing. So I don't know. And to me, reaching the ceiling comes down to the quarterback eventually, you know, raising that bar again that's been lowered so much.
Zach, could you ask the Cleveland airport to open up some more of those security gates? Because I always have to walk to the very end of the airport to get in through that one that they have open, but they always have those other two.
It's awful. I fly out of Pittsburgh and Akron Canton more than I fly out of Cleveland. It's awful.
I'll have to
Because of that?
What's that?
Because of that he just mentioned?
It's terrible. Like you show up there in the morning early and you are basically waiting at the Browns facility, which is 3 miles away.
Wow.
All right. Hey, so like we did play the highlight and we do have a rookie tackled. Is Myles Garrett, are y'all just kind of looking at it going, man, we're frothing at the mouth to get this rookie up against Myles Garrett here?
Yeah, I think Myles is, certainly, and I think just playing Dallas in the first game, he would be regardless of who it is. So the Browns certainly respect the Cowboys' talent, and the thing that gives the Browns the most confidence is they feel like Myles is good enough to win a couple games almost by himself, but they don't need him to. They like to scheme, they like the talent around him, and they move him around. It is not going to be him against Guyton on 90% of the snaps, and so they're going to try to mess with the other rookie and try to mess with Dak by moving them around. So, they know that the Cowboys are going to have to pay attention to Myles. They know there's going to be double teams in that. So they counter that with some of the moves. But, they have Zadarius Smith, who's healthy and still a good player. They have Obo Okoronkwo, pass rush specialist, who's a good player. They have a linebacker, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who a lot of people don't know, but was just phenomenal last year. So they can get back there quickly. And they have they probably have the best corner trio in the league. They certainly have 2 of, I think, the top 10 corners. They don't mind playing man on the outside. That doesn't mean that they're going to be single on CeeDee Lamb all day, right? But between the corners and Myles, they feel good about it, and they feel like that Myles, and I feel like Myles is ready for a big game on Sunday, and obviously a big year ahead.
I realize these two won't be going to head-to-head, but it also seems like another fun aspect of this is you have the defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett, and one of the presumptive favorites in Micah Parsons. That feels like a fun thing to see, right?
Sure. And the Browns, respect Micah Parsons. The Browns have some uncertainty about exactly how he's going to be used, kind of in the way we just talked about. I think the Browns know who's going to be their starting left tackle, guys, but right here, 72 hours out, we don't know. And if I had to guess, it's going to be James Hudson, who's played left tackle never as a starter only in maybe 100 snaps over his 3 years. So, the other option is Jack Conklin, who's coming off a complete destruction of his knee and has not had competitive snaps since week 1 last year and didn't even get back to practice until last week. So Micah and Myles both could be sitting on big games on Sunday.
Oh, man, this could be a lot of fun right there. You talked
Not
about,
if you're the quarterback.
right? Yeah, the quarterback's got to be terrified. You talked about respecting certain aspects of each side there. Do you think Cleveland has much respect for the Cowboys' running game, considering who's back there?
Probably not, but I know they have a ton of respect for Dak. Schwartz coached against him early in his career, right?
Mm-hmm.
When this Browns defense was good last year, obviously Myles gets the headlines, but they were getting in the backfield just against almost everybody, right? And at home they were especially good. So their best defensive tackle, Dalvin Tomlinson, is getting older now, and he's coming off a knee scope. But he was so good last year at plugging up the run and about just doing the dirty work to free up the other guys. So I would say there's some concern because we just don't know if he's at 100% or he can play, his full amount of snaps. Now it's going to be like 65 degrees and not 95 degrees like it's been around here lately. So maybe, but I think they're focused on just speeding up Dak, making Dak look over his shoulder for where 95 is coming from. I certainly think on the list of concerns, probably the Cowboys' run game is pretty low.
Talk with Browns reporter Zach Jackson right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I know the same question could be asked about the Cowboys last year, but I'm curious, is there anything you saw last season that led to the giant record discrepancy between home and the road?
Some of it is the quarterbacks they played at home were Clayton Tune, Ryan Tannehill, and whoever the Jets started in Week 17, which I don't even remember who it was.
Right,
guys. But some of it was more than that. They definitely played better competition on the road. And frankly, one of the only good games Russell Wilson had all year was out in Denver against the Browns when Denver won the game. But a lot of it just was they played Matt Stafford in L.A. They played Lamar Jackson both places. They did not they caught Joe Burrow in the opener last year in Cleveland when Joe Burrow had missed the entire preseason and wasn't healthy. And they dominated the game, but even then they didn't really pull away until the last 8 or 10 minutes. So some of it was that it is real. They've talked about it, but I don't know that it's like a huge thing going forward. I just think that they really did get exposed, and that's what makes this a valid question in the playoffs. It was a great defense by the numbers and by the eye test all year long, and then they no-showed the one that really counted. So
I feel you on that.
Yeah,
I think all Cowboys fans feel you on that.
Right. I remember getting off the plane and seeing the Cowboys down like 42-7, right, coming home from that. So the big question is, was there something schematically that got exposed, or did they just pick a bad day to have a really bad day? And, maybe we'll get part of that answer at least this Sunday.
Okay, the other side of it, because, we all have tons of respect for Nick Chubb, and so much so that even though I know he's going to be out for a while, I still drafted him in the fantasy league. The running game without him, still effective. Stefanski does a pretty good job there, and Cowboys' run defense was miserable last year. How's that match up this game?
Yeah, they don't have anybody that's going to go right at you like Nick Chubb did.
Yeah.
Their short yardage back is Deontay Foreman, who you guys probably know because he's played all over Texas, right?
Yeah.
Jerome Ford's going to be the starter. It's going to be more – I think how they want to attack is in the spread, and when they run, I think they want to run jet sweeps. I think they want to run quick pitches. I think they want to run the quarterback, right? So if it gets to it, everybody knows that was a weakness for the Cowboys, but I don't think this Browns offense wants to do it. Now, Stefanski's roots are in power it up and run it right at you. And with left tackle issues and with the shortage of tight ends, they might have to go heavy and do that. I would not be surprised if they do. So we'll see. But, they miss Nick Chubb in many ways, and they don't know, they know they'll have him back. They don't know what he's going to be. But trust me, Jerome Ford is going to get the bulk of the work. And he is a wide receiver running back combo and a perimeter guy. He is not a run it right at you, at least not more than a couple times a game type of guy.
Obviously, we're very familiar with Amari Cooper around here. You talked about what a great season he had last year. What challenges do you think Amari Cooper presents to the Cowboys secondary, especially since you're looking at an injury with Bland there and another rookie that's going to be starting?
Yeah, you guys know Amari. The route running is immaculate, right? And he just uses that body both before and after the catch. He got hurt a little bit, just something minor in the joint practices. They don't play in the preseason. Even if the rest of the starters would have played in the preseason, Amari at 30 wasn't going to. So, just short of actual timing, although this is his third season with Sean, he's the same guy. I don't think he's as explosive as he was when he came to the Cowboys, but he is the same guy. He knows where he's supposed to go. He can really punish you with the ball in his hands, even if he doesn't really run by you. And, if it gets to a situation where the Browns need plays down the field and they're out of the script and they're running around they want to do, they're going to throw it to Amari, and they trust that he's going to make the play.
Before we let you go here, man, if there's one player that you're like, we would be going, man, that was a surprise that dude just took over this game. Who would that guy be that we need to look out for?
You mean outside of Miles?
I don't feel like that's a surprise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would say David Njoku, the tight end. It's very rare for a year 7 breakout, but that's what happened with him last year. And there were many factors, but one of them, guys, was he's so big and fast. They finally tore up the pages of the playbook where they started trying to chuck it to him down the field all the time. And they just started getting him the ball in short areas and letting him create. He really is bigger and faster than all the linebackers. He's bigger and faster than most of the safeties. And you just kind of saw the light come on. He's just really confident. So I think early part of this script is going to be Njoku and Jerry Jeudy catching short ones and trying to create. And I know they have an entire section of the playbook that is just short throws to David Njoku and see if he can either run the first guy over or jump over.
Excellent stuff, man. We really appreciate you jumping on, and hopefully your team loses this weekend.
Enjoy that airport.
There you go.
Thanks a lot, man.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Jackson from The Athletic right here on 105.3 The Fan. I was hoping I would have just a second to throw the story out there because I think it is intriguing.
Do we?
I think we do.
Okay.
So Stephen Belichick is the defensive coordinator for the Washington Huskies. Yes.
Is he Bill's
Yes,
kid? All
he
right.
is Bill's kid.
Steve.
So Bill Belichick is teaming up with one of their NIL collectives, and they're hosting an evening with Bill Belichick. And for the low price of $25,000 per plate, you can take part in an evening with Bill Belichick. Now, I think by per plate, they just mean
$25,000 a plate
per seat. I think you could maybe get seconds, and they're not going to be like, that's $50K. I think they just mean in terms of the seat that you take up at the event.
Do you think you spend $25,000 on food a year?
I don't know. I don't know.
You
Probably
budget
personally,
I
or
don't,
for the
well,
family?
for your whole family, do you think you spend $25,000 a year on food?
Yeah.
Is it right around that number?
Man, that's.
I mean, I'm not saying that's high or low. I'm just trying to think of like.
Is that's $500 a week? That feels high.
Yeah,
but I guess if you include like when you go
Yeah,
out,
like
and
all your you're paying for like
a
I'm
whole
thinking-
year of
I feel like
food.
you're paying
Snacks.
for a year supply of food.
Well, again, that's not for me. That's not a thing.
And where does this
for
money
me.
go to?
it goes to the boosters for the NIL boosters for Washington because his son is the defensive coordinator. I mean, I get why Belichick's doing it. And I'm sure there's plenty of rich people who are like, I was going to give you that money anyway. Now I get to hang out with Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. We're the KNC
Not
masterpiece
that cool.
right here on 105.
Like, I'd like to meet Michael Jordan. I'm not paying $25,000 for it.
But if you had,
You had the money
like,
to spend.
But don't you
Then
think
he'd want to hang out with me?
Don't you think if you had $100 million and you were like always donating to Texas Tech, if for some reason Tech was hosting an evening with Michael Jordan, don't you think you would pay the $25K for that?
No, because
Yes, you would.
I don't think it'd be personable either. I think it'd just be like a line of handshakes.
Then
Is that-
buy out the whole place. And it's just a night with Mike and Michael Jordan.
I'd rather buy the team.
Then you could really
well, not
be
the
like
college. I don't want to run a college. I saw Deion Sanders run a school here. It doesn't go too well.
The KNC masterpiece. Fair. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing better than Chiefsaholic. I don't know how much you've cared about this case or kept up with
17 years, huh?
Yeah, 17 and a half years in prison without parole and 3 years of supervised release was the sentence that came down
being a
today.
Chiefs fan?
No, it's for all the bank robberies.
He was a robber. He's a bad man. Got to see 2 Super Bowl wins. At least if he was with the Cowboys, he'd be out.
See,
and it might be 30 years. He could have been in jail for 30 years and not seen it.
Broadus, you've just set a dangerous idea in our heads. Now I want to do a segment tomorrow. How many years in jail would you spend for a Cowboys Super Bowl victory? Because I know there are people out there who are like, I'd do some hard time for that. Wolchuk, are you one of those
Wolchuk, how many
people?
years?
I definitely consider it, but I don't think I'd last very long.
I'm terrified of jail.
Yeah. I'm
That's fair. It's
losing,
jail.
Keep losing. If you said, hey, they get a Super Bowl, you go to jail, I'm like, well, you're just going to keep losing then.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can we get, since our background should be considered here, would we get like first-time offender jail? Not like
So you want the fancy jail?
Not like a maximum security
if
type
I
of
get
spot.
like home arrest, give me 10 years.
Okay, I'll give you fancy jail,
like a white-collar crime.
but you got to give me 3 years in the fancy jail.
No way.
They have tennis there. You can do other fun things.
How many Lombardis?
You just get one.
Oh, you should get one.
But if you do 5 years, I'll give you 2.
Okay, Rangers won World Series, Bassick. How many years of jail are you doing now?
0. I'm with the players that say this. Every player in the history of sports, and I won't say every, but it's very close to 99%, regret taking less money to join a better team. 5-10 years after their career's over, they'll say, you know what? It was stupid of me to take $3 million less to join this team that maybe they won, maybe they didn't, because most of the times they don't, right? There's only one team that wins. They're like, now that if I could do it all over again, I would much rather have $3 more million in the bank than I played that 1 year on a better team.
Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I mean, it happens, but
did he take less? How much less did KD? I don't
not
think KD
that
really
much less.
I'm just saying though, he went for the better team.
Superstars had probably a different
I think you're right on that. Take like I can't remember who said it.
I will say this:
who's the dude who likes smoking weed with Stephen Jackson on his podcast?
Matt Barnes.
Matt Barnes. I think he was one who said it. I think Jalen Rose has said it. So those guys that are like role players that make $5 to $10 million a year are like, you should never, if somebody's offering you $12 million and somebody's offering you $10 million per year, you should always take the $12 million. Don't worry about the team you're playing.
As nice as the championship is, the ability to like buy options and free time and live a casual lifestyle, by far outweighs.
I kind of feel like that Brandon Ayuk thought about it, and then he said, I don't need to be leaving this.
Well, they offered him $33 million for the Patriots, and he's like,
that's what I'm saying.
No thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, well, especially when you hear about the Taxachusetts.
Yes. I saw Belichick and a couple other people like, we can't get free agents because of Taxachusetts. I hear you. We've been in this Metroplex. They have a really high tax rate in Massachusetts.
Well, especially for
in California
for anybody who no, that's a fair point. It's a fair point as it pertains to Ayuk for sure. But apparently in Boston or whatever, New England, that area, or Massachusetts, they had like once you're at $1 million as an income for the year, you get an additional like 4% or something like that, which apparently, according to Belichick and these guys, is like it's a nightmare.
Although on the flip side, I mean, we talked about it. I know Chu said something about it, maybe one or two others along the way, but the lack of state tax here does not seem to be as appealing as we all think it should be when athletes are negotiating contracts and everything like that. Yeah. Maybe that's because the agent's like, hey, don't worry about that. Worry about the big number that I'm going to take my commission off of because I don't give a crap about your tax status and everything like that.
You should ask Jerry tomorrow how many years in prison you would serve for a
I got a lot of questions
because he'd write a big check.
Jerry.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you don't want me to ask that other one, and I would just want to be like, what did you think about the Commanders person who got fired for saying you don't like gay or black people?
But you have to say that if
that would be a really good question. Though.
I'm going to ask him that question. I might not say it exactly like that, but
yeah.
So Sean's
have a more nuanced.
You'll make ESPN and all these shows. You might not be able to see it on DirecTV, but you'll make it.
I think it's a good question.
Yeah, I'll try to come up with a more nuanced version of that question.
He just says F that guy.
Sean's going to ask McCarthy in the morning why he's never on time for his press conference, and in exchange, Kevin will ask that.
I would
question.
hope that Bobby would go into McCarthy. I heard him this morning say that he feels like he's the reason why they don't win. So I would wonder if Bobby would ask him, like, do you feel like you're the reason why this team doesn't have success in the playoffs?
Because wouldn't you love it if McCarthy asked Bobby back, well, why do you think that is? And then Bobby went through the list in the midst of this interview. Yeah. It would be gripping radio.
It is weird that McCarthy would be the reason they don't win, though, right? They've done so much more substantial
Bobby
winning.
was adamant that they don't.
Than when Garrett was here.
Yeah, he thought
same quarterback too.
Same guy. Like Bobby was adamant that Garrett and McCarthy are the same coach.
Yeah, no, Garrett would never have 3 straight 12-win seasons. That's a bad take.
He'd have 3 8-8.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that.
That is very fair. Now tonight, NFL is back.
Yes, it is.
Ravens,
Let's go! Yeah.
Chiefs. How do you guys see this game playing out? And I guess what's your general excitement level for like actual NFL football?
Dude,
it sounds like it's pretty
110%. Yeah, we're ready to go. I'm going with the Chiefs tonight. They lost last year in the opener. Don't think it happens again, although Derrick Henry 3-1 in his career against Kansas City. He's now with the Ravens, and he has a really good success. I think he's like over 5 yards a carry against the Chiefs in his career. So maybe Derrick Henry goes off, but I'm taking Mahomes and the Chiefs at home tonight. I think they cover the 3.
Does that mean the Ravens will then win the Super Bowl because they lost the opener like the Chiefs last year?
No, the Bengals are winning it this year.
Oh, okay.
Exciting matchup. I think I just go in with curiosity, like, will the Chiefs offense be better in the regular season than it was last year? Are they going to have another struggle Super Bowl, or will it be a Super Bowl in style?
I think I'm going to watch the Rangers and the Angels tonight and not worry about it.
You can listen to that.
That's smart stuff right there.
Here you go. Yeah.
Always want to watch the game.
Well, you know me.
Which, by the way, I did.
I listened to the game. Did you watch it last night?
I went back and watched the extended highlights of the Monday night game.
I feel like, though, that I do listen quite a bit because I asked Jared a question yesterday. I said, the Aces. The thing, the Aces or whatever that thing is.
Aces Update.
Aces Update. I asked him about that, so I knew the sponsor. I worked it into the deal. Yeah.
Was Cole Hamels an ace?
Yes, I think Cole Hamels was an ace. Do you guys have any interest in the Netflix Untold Hope Solo versus U.S. Soccer? Because Alex Morgan retired today, and she was one of, I don't know, like 15 or 20 people that they showed on the screen that refused to take part in the Hope Solo documentary.
They must really hate her.
Yeah, they really do. And so it seems like very pro Hope Solo, but I'm like, maybe everybody else to tell the rest of the story is like, hell no. Because there's a lot of positivity for her in that documentary.
Yeah, didn't she like beat up her nephew once in a drunken rampage?
She
was
claims,
just a piece of
though,
work.
that was not her fault. That was other people's fault. It wasn't her fault that she hit her sister. They don't even mention
it's not my fault
when her and her husband took the U.S. team van and got busted for drunk driving.
That's right.
That doesn't even come up.
How did that not make it?
I don't know. I really am not
That's
sure.
the best stuff.
It's like Hard Knocks when I knew it was a complete and total joke when they were covering the Raiders and Antonio Brown is going insane and it's all we're talking about. And then you turn on HBO and they're like, we don't even know Antonio Brown's on this team. And I'm like, this is just propaganda. It's a propaganda show for the team. It's
when he was
not.
getting like summer frostbite and stuff and missing practice.
He's painting his Pittsburgh helmet gray because he wants to wear his Pittsburgh helmet. And they're like, no, we're not covering this on this show because the Raiders told us not to.
How could they not cover the Hulk Hogan mustache that he put on his face there as well? Fu Manchu, blonde.
Good question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sorry, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks so much for asking. Hope you have a great day. We'll have Eric Kendricks on at 5:20, the first Cowboys Player Show.
He is fantastically fun to interview. And tomorrow, KNC and GBag Super Show at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas.
Can't believe
off
you drug
of
us
Lemon.
into that.
What's that?
I can't believe you guys drug us into that.
So much. I'm so excited for
The
you guys.
parking's so terrible, but you should show up anyway.
Show up. Please show up because usually there's 4 of you that show up to that
Say
Buffalo
goodnight,
Wild
Kevin.
Wings.
Good night, Kevin.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running. The NFL season just over 5 hours away from being underway. Jennifer, at your service, salute to you. Congratulations. You made it back to the start of the NFL season.
Football. We did it. We're back. Let's go.
These nosebleed boys are fired up. More than anybody I think I've seen. But it's a big one.
Glorious.
The NFL doing it right tonight. Chiefs-Ravens. That'll get you fired up.
I mean, the entire slate of action. We got an AFC Championship game rematch. Derrick Henry added to Baltimore now. You got Xavier Worthy, Texas Longhorn, who's probably going to end up being a big-time playmaker tonight for the Chiefs. They don't have Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice of SMU. No suspension for you, sir. No suspension. So you get to continue the party. Chris Jones is playing. Didn't play a year ago this time. And then tomorrow in Brazil, the Eagles and the Packers. Two teams that also have very, very high aspirations.
Incredible. 3 out of the next 4 days. Terrific NFL matchups to look forward to. That's Wolchuk. Of course, Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Mounts Control. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And it's a big Thursday here in the nation. We'll get Eric Kendricks' thoughts. The new Cowboys starting linebacker with us at 5:20. Cowboys Player Show. Lights Out Sean Merriman is going to join us at 4:20 to talk NFL Week 1. And we're going like across the field or something, aren't we, at 4 o'clock with the Browns rider?
Behind enemy lines with Daryl
that's
Ryder.
right.
Ryder.
Across the field. Like
that's right.
Rooter Ryder?
Ryder.
What were you trying to say?
That.
He knew.
Across the field?
I knew what he meant. It was like telepathic.
Yeah, we're doing something there.
Dun, 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 dun. Across the field with Gavin Dawson.
It's a new segment.
G-Bag of the day coming up here.
See, what he's going to do is he's going to walk from here to there.
That's what the Cincinnati Bengals do every day for practice.
Yeah. I can't believe the Bengals have to walk across a main street. They got to have like a they got to have
cleats on.
They got to have a cross guard and everything with their cleats on. Professional athletes like jogging from the high school over to where the actual football field
Hitting that
is.
button on the lamppost.
Yeah, like
waiting.
Yeah,
we're
cars are
clear.
just blowing by.
So good.
Speaking of like things that happen, like for sporting events and things, did you see the girl for the soccer team, the professional soccer team that was throwing out the first pitch and hurt her knee?
Yeah, she got banged up.
That's too bad.
I didn't see this. I saw.
She was throwing it. Was it for the Angels?
Oh no!
This is the problem with being like a single sport athlete, man.
She was. Yeah. Their team was getting honored. She was an Olympic athlete, Olympic soccer player, and she's throwing out the pitch. They announce her, and she wrecks her knee throwing, and she's out for the year for her team.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, that was a season ender.
That was a season ender. Like the coach was basically addressing the media and says, "Yeah, we've lost her for the year. It's one of those unfortunate things."
One of those
She
unfortunate.
was throwing out the first pitch and got her knee wrecked.
Oh, that's too bad. That's crazy. Why couldn't it have just been ludicrous last night? You know what I mean? He could
Dude,
still
last
be.
night was an epic night for first pitch. Like Hesley
How did he
Rivera
balance that
crushed it
ball
too.
like that, though?
How did he balance
with
that
the
ball?
like the
Yeah,
big
that was a good
hands
throw.
that he's wearing, the big shoes? It's nuts. But Hesley Rivera, I think, won the night with the flip and an awesome pitch.
The aerial, I believe it's an aerial. And then she got it right down the middle.
Nuts, dude.
Come on, man. There's other people that throw it way over here to the side bleachers or whatever. My man, like aerial, then got it right down the middle.
Crushed it.
Oh.
Yeah, this is Spirit rookie midfielder and U.S. women's gold medalist Croy Bethune. Torn meniscus. Could she have invented a new pitch?
Her name's Croy.
Are guys going to start trying this? Trying a little aerial before ripping it down the.
I think
the plate.
Simone Biles did that. I think she did a flip. She did a flip and then
The flip and throw?
threw the ball. Yeah.
The more you can dress it up, the better, I always say, with those first pitches, because you're most likely not going to throw a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, right? So what else can you do? Well, I'd say speak for yourself. If you don't throw it perfectly.
Yeah.
I ever tell you about the time Abby threw a perfect first pitch 5 years old?
I heard it. Yeah, I
Trained for
remember
a couple of days.
Yeah, I remember
This
this.
makes
She trained-
sense now.
Yeah.
You got a very strict eye on the pitchers.
Absolutely.
At 5.
Yes, sir. Okay, Kansas City 3-point home favorite tonight. I can't wait to see how good they are compared to last year. What do you guys say?
Much better.
Is this wire to wire? And do you also look at Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs as kind of like a proxy home football team, like your AFC team? Light it up in text. Do you look at the Chiefs the same way I do? Like Mahomes is a Dallas guy. He's a Texas guy. He likes to hang out here. I like to pull for his football team.
Well, and outside of the Cowboys, like if the Chiefs are on, that's when, okay, my wife is open to joining me to watch the game because she's a Tech alum. So all Texas Tech Red Raiders also claim Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
so
that's
they're
a lot of
rooting
fun.
for Mahomes. So, yeah, I think there is some of that. He's just so much fun to watch. And Andy Reid offense, I was so damn happy when he left the Eagles because I've always admired the way, like screen games, you're always going to have an incredible screen game. But I think their biggest weakness last year was clearly the receiving core. That's now something that they attacked aggressively in the offseason, and it's much better. You won't see Hollywood Brown tonight. He's hurt. But Xavier Worthy, I think, can be electrifying in that offense. The offensive line, we'll see what happens with Kingsley Suamataia, the rookie from BYU. But we were fans of his in the draft. I mean, he's a mammoth human being, and we've seen them shuffle and be able to get production from a variety of different offensive tackles. So I think L'Jarius Sneed, losing him, that's kind of a big question mark, but they've still got Trent McDuffie, and they just seem like they've always got somebody to be able to plug in there in Spags' defense. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a much more dominant regular season for Kansas City than it was last year.
How about year 7 for Lamar Jackson? Are you still considering this guy can join the elites and lead his football team? Do you think it's got to happen soon? Has that ship already sailed? Yeah, I mean, I think you're definitely your process is expedited in terms of how long you have when you're a guy who runs around the way he does and leaning on the athleticism the way he does. So I think, yes, it's sooner rather than later for him. And you can say a little bit with Josh Allen as well with the way he likes to run around and things like that. So, but yeah, the jury's still out. There's no reason to have faith that he's actually going to get it done when it matters, when the defense has become super, super legit. And now everything starts to become, hey, can you win with your arm? And oftentimes, can you win from the pocket? And it's not been something he's been able to do. So you'll doubt it until you see it come postseason time. Yeah, no, there won't be a big surprise if he can get it done tonight. But yeah, in January, ultimately, is when he's got to get it done now with a 2-4 postseason record. Update on Dak. It appears the Diana Rossini story is just opposite.
The national media doesn't seem like they got a pulse on this one.
No, they don't. I think Clarence Hill's done a really good job of some reporting for that and kind of getting an idea. Those guys and gals that visit that locker room have access and opportunities that a lot of the national media don't. And so maybe you're getting some stuff second or third hand, but if you have the ability to walk in there and ask a question or two, you might get the answer you're looking for. And I think Chill, him, Todd Archer, John Machota, others that walk in there do a really good job with that. And I think they have an understanding. We haven't heard a whole lot from the guys and gals that go in that room. It seems it's always been the national folk.
Mm-hmm.
But the question I wanted to know was the Cowboys, was it really true that the Cowboys were looking for short years? And was Dak looking for long years? And it seems like that was not.
Her report was right that it was just the time period that's off.
Yeah. Well,
the amount of years that's off.
The amount of years.
Yeah.
That's the thing about
And
it.
she flipped it.
Yeah.
The Cowboys want the long years.
They want
so
the
they
long
can use
years.
the voidables and stretch the money out. Dak's like, no, I'm good with a 3-4 year deal.
That's what surprised me about the whole thing was that Dak was really looking for long years, and that's not.
It
the
didn't
case.
make the most sense.
No, and see, Dallas has got to think about not only Dak long years, they got to think about the fact they've got others that they're going to have to sign.
Mm-hmm.
If they go short, then that's going to put Dak back at the table again, with them having to okay, now they have to sign Tyler Smith to an extension. Oh, here's
Ron Bland.
Here's Bland.
But this
here's
is just
Carson.
like it was 4 years ago where the Cowboys wanted to go long, Dak wanted to go short, and right up at the deadline, the Cowboys agreed to go short. So don't you expect the same thing to happen by Sunday?
You know what? I would not be surprised if Eric and I are doing the pregame show and then we get a report from Jay Glazer that says that Dak Prescott's signed. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
I agree. I mean, I think educated guess right now, I think this thing's done by kickoff on Sunday unless Dak just says, I'm going to wait this out.
That might be. I know that Nick Harris was on this morning with the morning guys, and he was saying that he would be shocked if Dak would sign early now.
Yeah, I think it's Dak.
too, man.
Dak's not the one that is very aggressive in getting this done. I think the Cowboys want this done.
Yeah.
Okay, so stay tuned. I think something could happen today, tomorrow, definitely Saturday, Sunday. I think ultimately there is enough money on the table if you're going to make him the top paid quarterback in the NFL. There's enough incentive to do it now if ultimately this is where you want to stay. If you want to potentially leave and maximize your payday, put another season of injury risk out there, bet on yourself again. I could see that for a lot of situations, but if you've put roots down at this level and understand the value of being Cowboys quarterback ultimately, the only reason you would leave is if you're just disgusted by the lack of winning and the coaching situation.
Or maybe the situation where he wakes up every day and he's having to take the arrow for something that, 12 wins and it's still not good enough. And I know the playoffs and the Super Bowl and all that, it's huge. It's huge, but there's a lot of great quarterbacks that have never won the Super Bowl. I think the thing with Dallas trying to go long here too, by the way, I think they want to stagger some of these contracts. That's been a little bit of a problem for them where the contracts have seemed to have come all at the same time. So maybe that's why, you're looking for better financial flexibility, but maybe stagger some of these deals you got going forward. If he keeps coming back to the table when other big time players are up for contracts, that doesn't do them any good. So I think they're looking for a little stagger here right now if they can.
Rangers and Angels going to get underway tonight. Our guy Cody Bradford on the hill at about 7:05. Pregame coming up at 6:30. Coming off a nice little win over the Yankees, 10-6 the final, 14 hits. Our guy Bang Bang was 3 of 4 with 2 ribbies.
What a great defensive play.
Man, saved the game again.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Clutch Gene offensively and defensively.
Stud. Unbelievable what he's doing. And now you take a series from the Yankees. I mean, at this point in the season, that's beautiful to see. I mean, try and just play a little spoiler right here.
Yeah, build momentum. Show that you can get this done. Rangers are 6 games from 500. I think, ultimately that could be your goal. Jack Leiter's next start will be Saturday. It's become quite the topic. Does Jared attacking me over his last start make you more likely to watch his next game? Truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. I know I'm anxious to see, but I'm not rooting against him, and I'm not necessarily picking that he's going to be bad for his career. I just said he struggled. You know, that's really all I said on
So
Tuesday's
did you say
show.
you went back and watched the extended highlight from the game?
Yeah.
And you still same feelings?
Yeah, I was surprised. You know, I would like to ask Jared what was so encouraging about that. You know, to give up 7 hits in the 21 batters that you faced, and so many of the outs that he got were ground balls that
hard hit balls.
Were right in the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, oh, okay, that's going to be a double play. Oh, and 2 like at the wall. You know, that one I think Judge got. I forget the other one that was hit, but you know there were some really hard hit baseballs. So I would ask,
Volpe.
Yeah,
Volpe almost donged on him,
which is his buddy.
Yeah, and the play-by-play crew jokes that it's your buddy, so you tell him I'm going to challenge you right down the middle of the plate. You know, and the play-by-play crew is making a joke out of it. It's like, okay, well, like almost all of his outs were right down the middle of the plate. They just didn't, get hit into a gap.
He even admitted it, though. He remember when he was on with us, he talked about, I thought I missed high.
Yeah.
The guy Judge still hammered it. He goes, I went and looked at it, and I didn't miss high enough. You know, he talked about expanded strike zones and stuff. So those are the things he's going to have to get used to.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's a little, like he said, it's a little different playing Salt Lake City and Peoria and places like that as the Yankees and the Orioles and teams like he's
also no walks right in that game. That walks have been a big time issue. So that I think was a step in the right direction against a lineup in the Yankees that's good and hits righties pretty hard. But yeah, I mean, I agree overall big picture with what you said in terms of second overall pick. We were super excited about it, and at this point in his career, he has been disappointing. But the story's not written yet.
Do you think? Can you be a real big success as a ground ball pitcher, and is that what he projects towards?
I don't know if he projects towards that. You can be successful as a ground ball pitcher, but
you're a little bit more volatile.
You're limited at times, right? Like Martin Perez, to me, look, ground ball out kind of guy, made an all-star game. But I think, now with like how the launch angles and the velocity, and it's all about swing and miss stuff for the elite guys.
Big day tomorrow if you don't have tickets. Elvis Andrus retiring as a Ranger. Ends his career 269, 325, 370 with 102 bomb skis, 347 stolen bases. He developed some power later on in his career. Speaking of soccer, though, Alex Morgan retiring at the age of 35, the 2-time World Cup champion, the Olympic gold medalist, ranks 5th in women's national team history with 123 goals. And she was left off the most recent Olympic team. She also announced she's pregnant for the second time, so congrats.
Congratulations. Hey, what did you just say? I was getting everything together in here. Did you triggered somebody out there? What did you say?
We were discussing Jack Leiter.
Is that what it was? Mike Bassick's on the telephone. Here, hold on, let me pull this up on Mike B.
Oh, sweet. Let's go, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, so I think a couple of the pitches that you saw down the middle that ended up being, let's say, outs.
Yeah.
He threw the ball inside effectively and knocked guys off of the plate. So you can get away at times with crap pitches after that happens. And so that's what I was impressed with. In fact, after the game, I was talking to Al about it, my former teammate, his dad. And I was like, you know what I like? And I said, I don't know. Only the person inside can tell you. Even Al doesn't know. Were those intentional good misses or were they unintentional good misses? Because then when he threw a crappy slider in the middle of the plate, instead of the guy taking him deep or hitting a double in the gap, at times it ended up being out. So I was like, that crappy pitch was only effective because of that pitch that moved the guy's hands, that moved the guy's feet. So I'm with you. There were some out pitches that weren't great pitches, but luckily a pitch or two before he knocked the guy off of the dish, which kind of was his ability to do that. And then without being a strikeout pitcher, I don't know if he's going to be a strikeout pitcher or not, but it was encouraging in his 9 previous innings in the minor leagues. He struck out 20 guys.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
So it shows, I say this, when he struck out all 11 guys in the minor leagues, I was like, hell, 6 of those strikeouts, major leaguers aren't going to swing at those pitches. So that's always the thing that we'll never know is it's just the level you're at, right? AAA, I can't make them face major league hitters unless I bring them to the major leagues. And then you understand that that pitch probably won't work against most major leaguers. But you kind of have to figure that out over trial and error, and sometimes guys figure it out. Sometimes guys like me never figure it out. But I was like, the pitches down the middle, you're correct, and there are a couple balls, Volpe and Judge, who like almost got him, and that game can change tremendously. And then the last thing is, Bochy made a major mistake, and the reason I know he made a major mistake, and I can back it up, is the next night, Andrew Heaney, who has an under 4 ERA, who hasn't given up a run in the 6th inning with less than 80 pitches, throws to Soto. He hit Soto intentionally, by the way.
Takes him out.
And he took him out of the game. Why didn't he, if he's not giving up any runs and he is a 10-year vet with an ERA under 4, why did he take him out and not allow him to face Judge, but he wanted Leiter to face Judge?
So I'm with you, because I think that was something that Boch got super criticized for. Now, CY, when we had him on, defended Boch.
Yeah.
He said he loved that he put Leiter back out there. I wonder, Mike, if it's where the Rangers are right now in the standings and they're not competing, with Leiter being where he is in his career, this is a learning type of moment. They said, you know what, go back out there, let's see what happens.
I think that's a bad decision because you got to give the kid confidence. And if you take him out after 5 innings, now you're like, hey, great job, way to go. That's a great 5 innings. He's never pitched a fifth a day in his life, which is crazy. They're doing it wrong in the minor leagues. All organizations are. But I would just say that doesn't make any sense to me, except I didn't have a guy ready. I was sitting next to Madison, who I was working with on the postgame show. And as the 6th inning was starting, before he even threw a pitch, I said, Boch should have a guy up, because if this thing gets out of hand with 1 or 2 batters, Leiter doesn't need to be facing Soto and Judge for a 3rd time with guys on base. And by the time it happened so quickly. By the time Chase Anderson was ready, it was 2nd and 3rd, and one run was in with nobody out. And I will say, Boch has managed most of his life without a pitch clock. The game moves a lot faster now, and I think at times the game will move fast on Boch, where he's like, crap, my guy's not ready yet because my guy's already thrown 4 pitches in 30 seconds, and it used to be 4 pitches in a minute and a half.
Well, great stuff, man. Appreciate your insights.
Yeah.
We got to run. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. There he goes, Mike. I love that. You earn the ability maybe to get away with that one in the middle of the plate if you're doing your job of going inside and setting up the hitter. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Can we squeeze out an NFL true or fart next, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's do it. We got some bold predictions when it comes to your Dallas Cowboys season. You think it's a true or you think it's a fart? That's next in the nation.
This nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Jory Epstein, USA Today, formerly of the Morning News. She's done a number of stories with Dak over the years, said in a podcast today.
She's a Dak buddy.
Dak's buddy?
She's a Dak buddy.
Good
buddy.
reporter.
Mhm.
She said she believes that Dak is going to table conversations until the offseason at this point.
Yeah.
What do you think? Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. I mean, I thought if the Cowboys were willing to go to the 4 years and make him the highest paid quarterback, that would get it done.
No, I don't think
that's
so.
what you'd be talking about.
I think it's going to have to be by they're making him the highest paid quarterback by a good chunk because he knows the financial opportunities that he will arrive at once he gets to the open market and free agency, and now he's being wined and dined, and there's bidding wars, and this can go from what we're talking about 60 right now easily to 65. This could get
Maybe
up
even
close
70.
to 70. I think that is very much so on the table. So if you are Dak and his agents, you're going, okay, yes, I can make $2 million more than the next guy, or I can wait one season and make $5 to $10 million more per year for the next guy.
Agreed.
So to me, and
It's huge money. That's $40 million over the life of a contract.
Oh, yeah, it's huge money. And to be fair, like the Jory Epstein stuff, I saw this last week because it was about a week ago when she said it. So to be fair, who knows what's changed in the last week where you have Matt Pittman Meat Church saying, hey, guys, we're closer than anybody thinks with Sean and RJ this week. And you have the report today where perhaps they are getting a little bit closer to getting this deal done. But I think if it's getting done, it's because the Cowboys are definitely like all in on the idea of not letting him go. And so they're willing to come up to minimum 60 per year.
That's why we've been throwing off that 60 number, because I agree. And I think the Cowboys are looking at this where it doesn't make any sense. If he leaves, we are still on the hook for $40 million in dead money next year. So the thought process of, man, it would really be nice for the fans that are out on Dak, and there's a lot of you, to go with Trey Lance or Cooper Rush or name X quarterback that you can go get via free agency, and now you can build a super team around him. The Cowboys aren't going to be able to do that financially. So that is a pipe dream that isn't a reality.
No, you got to move on from Dak and know that you're eating a crap year for 2025 season.
And it's exactly the same reason why they weren't able to maximize Dak on the rookie contract, because they then had dead money based on voidable years with the Romo's contract that they were still paying on Romo. So for the Cowboys, I think there should be urgency to get this thing done now. And maybe they do by the end of the week end up saying, you know what, Dak, that $60 million number, here it is.
What do you think if it goes to next March happens? Is there any way the Cowboys decide to match anything?
I think there's a point in time where
totally depends on what happens in the postseason, dude.
I just feel like I think some teams will just make it too difficult for them to do. I think there will be some teams that say, you know what, it's almost like the old. Let's just talk about the poison pills and things you put in the contracts where to make it where teams. And I know they're not using poison pills and stuff, but it's just, I think there's going to be a team out there that just makes it very, very difficult for Dallas to even consider to match.
Don't they want to just incrementally go up, though?
I think so.
Because if you go up 10, then everybody has to pay an extra 10. You're the most hated guy at the NFL meetings.
Yeah, there's people out there that, like I said, but there's teams out there like the Raiders. They don't give a damn. They don't care. If they give a guy $70 million to get a quarterback. And even Jerry Jones and Mark Davis are the best of friends. Yeah. But it's about the Raiders are probably going to go through another year of not being very good, and they've got to do something with that fan base out there. They're going to show that we're willing to kind of go get a quarterback, and I wouldn't be surprised. I think there's going to be a team that makes it difficult on Dallas.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it here.
Go.
Do you want to honorary this one, or are you cool with me playing this like 2 times a day now?
Oh, come on, bring it. I like it. I don't mind it.
That's what I'm talking
about.
about.
It makes my fire burn.
That's why you get paid the big bucks, dog.
I noticed that chip on your shoulder.
You know what I mean?
It's getting bigger and bigger.
The swagger today.
Golly, I
think there's some good challenges here today.
Imagine my delight when I actually decided to go watch the game and realized how wrong Jared was the whole time.
He was sitting there grinning.
That's what I'm talking about.
Scout Gavin.
Lean into it.
Yeah.
Jared Sandler called into the GBag Nation with some smoke the other day. Went viral.
Oh, we got Jared.
I think.
Yeah, he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants to
got
get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson. Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. Wait, so this is true or true? Jared's here.
I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive-aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text. Knocked down like a total...
Okay, so you say you were trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
I mean, he was angry.
Screw you. Goodbye. You stopped him from calling you a jackass.
He actually said there before I cut him off, I'm trying to help you not sound like a total dip S.
That's exactly, No, I used the word jackass, but I knew there was another
This is how the guy comes at me, and then we talk on the phone later, and he's like, "Man, you know how much I respect you and how much I value our friendship."
That's Jared, man. It's just how he gets down. He can talk to you about anything, and it sounds like he's charging you up. Especially if you see him face to face, he makes a little dumb look, like Tucker Carlson makes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why the door's open. I don't understand. Is there a reason why that's open? You're like, damn, is he confronting me, bro, about this door? That's Jared.
I mean, if he wants to have an adversarial relationship, I don't want it, okay?
No, you don't want to smoke with Jared, bro. No. Because it's every day. He'll never give up. I like this drop you gave me, though, right here.
Short guy like
Be
that.
honest.
Be honest. Be honest.
People are not a fan of how you dismounted that argument, though.
Is even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye. Bye. There it is.
There he is. There he is.
Okay, so there he is.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Jared Sandler. Hey, somebody tag awful announcing.
Oh, no.
Somebody tag awful announcing. Let them know what's popping over here in Dallas.
So as far as how I ended that, it was time for the G-bag of the day.
Yeah. No,
it was 2:29:40.
Hell of a lead in, bro.
Some damn respect for
GBOD.
I felt like this is a perfect way to exit this conversation here. Plus, I was unprepared for the debate, as you could clearly hear, but now I am prepared.
That's right.
Call
back. He doesn't have the balls to call you back.
Why don't you circle back, Jay?
But I was listening. That ticked me off.
I was just wondering when the last time you were worried about the clock.
It's really just for G-Bag of the Day. And LA Live.
Let's go to Lucius. 4 minutes late.
Let me catch your vibe.
The challengers.
Let me catch your vibe. Hold on, let me catch your vibe. Let me catch your vibe. Oh! You wanna keep yourself from me. Ozzie Guillen, baseball player Ozzie Guillen.
Yeah.
One of the greats.
He went off on an umpire during the post game, with him and Frank Thomas.
Oh, yeah.
You seen this?
No, dude, I'm just excited.
Yeah,
I love Ozzie.
I couldn't keep it all because it was like 2 minutes. Maybe at a stretched out segment I can do that. But right here, I kept the very end. This happened during the White Sox and Baltimore game. The ump was pretty bad that game, I guess. And Ozzie has a history with him, so it all came out.
And what did Wendell say here? I mean, I'm trying to speed the game up. I'm telling you, it's 9-0. Worst team in baseball is playing right now. You're not going to get great calls.
Frank.
You're not going to get great calls.
Yeah, I know that.
You played this game long enough.
I know, but the guys are bad. I know the umpires, the way they were thinking, hopefully they never do take it like that. The one thing about it, pro to Sizemore. Finally, I see a manager out there. You know what? I hate that.
Wow, look what he just did there.
I hate that. Look at he saying.
Wow, he just gave an F-bomb.
I swear to God. Yes, he did.
Wow.
He did. Major League Baseball.
He's bigger than the game.
He's bigger than anything out. Look at how fat he is. Look at how fat he is. He should be embarrassed and wear that uniform.
Okay.
Said you wanted Ozzie Guillen.
Look at how fat he is. You're so fat. Your woman so polluted.
Like the Tony Montana of baseball analyst.
Very, very
I do. I
much,
love it. The beginning of it was pretty good, too, because he told a story. It's pretty awesome. Let's see right here. Yesterday was a church day. Shout out to Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes over there at Friendship West Baptist Church. And, of course, Reverend Ike. He's no longer with us. He's in that big bank vault in the sky.
On that G6 flying somewhere.
Big bank vault. It's my guy, though. Let's see right here. This pastor calls out his choir for sounding bad.
Oh.
Another pastor mad at the choir situation.
Come on, clap them hands, sir. Hey. That's a
what y'all practiced and came up with?
Oh, no.
That's what practice did for y'all?
They did the brakes on the music.
Holy cow.
Y'all don't ever need to practice again if that's what it did for y'all.
Oh,
You can stand.
jeez.
Y'all practicing for sounding like that. I told y'all that's not going to work in Jacksonville.
My bad.
The organist feeling
Yeah.
the vibe. He's like the sad music.
Yeah, look, the organ. Did you hear how
The organ guy went. He was like,
they
oh.
jammed the brakes on the music, though. Listen to this part.
Amen. That's what y'all practiced and came up with. That's what practice did for y'all.
They jammed the brakes on the music.
A little unfair. I didn't think it sounded that bad.
Oh, man.
Can't say anything back, but I sure can jam this part of the keyboard.
He's got the honesty thing down. It's
He's
just
got
the love and the grace and stuff like that he needs to keep working on.
I don't know, man. I think I'm taking off my robe right there and just kind of walking off.
You're going to get naked and then
The
just...
robe, the robe, my
gonna
choir
derobe?
robe, my choir
Your choir robe?
Yeah, I'm taking it off. I'm putting it on the table, and I'm just maybe dropping it at his feet.
You're going to be Antonio Brown in that Bucks game.
Yeah,
just take
I
off
am.
your clothes and
You know?
prance around and leave.
I got 7 jobs.
I said I was sore, damn it.
Yeah, I got 7 jobs. You know, I'm out here. You know, I'm sorry, I don't get to practice every day here, but you know, you're gonna do
we
that.
can tell.
Yeah, I'm leaving that. I'm quitting on that guy.
Looks like Mr. Broadus doing a lot of podcasting. Not a lot of practice time for
Not
the
a
music.
lot of practice time. Yeah, a lot of practice time.
I thought it was kind of a jam, too. The tune overall.
I thought they did a pretty
just
good
had
job.
a bad mix. I needed more volume on the microphones.
I go to church at 8 a.m. on Sundays. We have no music because we can't sing, but I appreciate people that can. So I feel bad. I really do feel bad for these folks.
Music-free environment.
Yeah, I do. I go. The service lasts 45 minutes because there's no music.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, man.
45 minutes. Me and Pops sit there and just, oh, here we go. Blessings, goodbye. 45 minutes. We're out of
it.
it.
Would you turn to Psalms 23?
Yeah,
the address
exactly.
over there.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Like we're all looking at our watches. He's up there giving the talk, and everybody's kind of looking at their watch, kind of like, okay, let's wrap this thing up. Let's go.
All right, speaking of that, is it Sandler with Dawson, our current GBag of the Day champion? Is it Ozzie Guillen?
Meanwhile, you go to my church, you say, I'm almost done here. That's 3 more hours.
No, I mean,
almost done here.
Broadus is clock watching in a 45-minute service. Unbelievable.
Chief hasn't done that since 6th grade.
Yeah,
have some
man.
class up in there.
Seriously.
Pastor calls out choir for not jamming. I'm going to go with the champ here,
The
Chief.
champ?
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
I'm going with the champ as well.
How about you, Lucius?
Just to make it interesting, I'm going to go with the pastor. R.I.P. Rich Homie Quan. Y'all quit playing with them drugs out here, man. It's not what's up. It's not what's up. Because it's not clear. It's not, it's stepped on.
Who did lose?
Rich Homie Quan. Rich Homie Quan.
Okay.
Out the game.
Well, Chuck.
Be careful. R.I.P., brother. Rest his soul.
I think I got to go with the champ here.
3-1.
Vote for Fat Umps.
By a score of 3-1. And you're still your GBag
This
of the Day
strike
champion.
zone is so parodied.
That's a bar, man.
Football and food coming up, Chief?
Yeah, that's what America does, right? Especially in Kansas City, Minnesota, and Chicago. Which of these passed the sniff test next year in the nation?
Okay, let's talk about a different nation, though. That would be my friends at Window Nation, the best window company out there.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. GBag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers pregame tonight, 6:30. Angels and Ronnie are in town. Gonna have a big old, group hug tomorrow with Ron and Elvis retiring as a Ranger. It'll be a majestic Friday. Anyway, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings. Hope you can join us here with the Chief.
Yeah, that's perfect. Welcome to football and food. That's what America does. And tomorrow it'll be What the Fan Does with the KNC Masterpiece, and then the GBag Nation dueling remote shows from Buffalo Wild Wings. It's going to be a full-on football Friday takeover at B-Dubs off Lemon here in Dallas. I'm excited. I am going to do the long-awaited wing challenge. I was supposed to do it in Oxnard.
Mm-hmm.
Things got away from us.
They did.
The rigors of training camp. All of a sudden, the schedule changes.
Maybe the quality of wing not very good.
Yeah, well, I was a little bit down on that.
I think there were a couple times we went to some wing places and we looked at them and they were kind of, as Dawson would say, kind of mid.
That'll rattle you.
Yeah, kind of mid.
And we just pretty much said
they were kind of
any
mid.
opportunity to go to dinner, it was
You
Spencer
ain't
McKenzie's.
Well,
Spencer
yeah.
McKenzie's?
Yeah,
let's do that.
We went to places that like that legitimate seafood
Yeah.
stuff, but the wings that we tried, it was kind of mid.
Well, I'm going to go the 3-minute wing challenge. For reference, Joey Chestnut, the greatest American eater in the history of the world, he had 38 wings in 3 minutes. So that's like the highest of bars.
Holy cow.
Now, the South Carolina Gamecock, who just crushed it at a local wing spot in South Carolina, he had 20. He won the challenge. He had 20 wings in 3 minutes. So that's just kind of the general context of what we're going. Obviously,
Man, I think anything in double digits is great.
Yeah, I think I'll walk out of there with my head held high if I at least had double digits. I'll feel real good if I got to 15. I'll be like, hey,
As you should.
Yeah, like you kind of
15 would be
went toe to
that'd be a
toe.
good mark.
I think you're going over.
Over 15?
Yeah, because I sat there with you. Where were we? Were at the last week? We're at Shell Shack, right?
That's right.
Yeah, we
Shell
were.
Shack. And there was probably 10
Probably 10
in front. I had 1. You had 9, and those were gone quick.
Yeah.
And
I
within
tried-
3
I-
minutes, you think?
Not within 3 minutes.
But they were gone quick.
Right.
Now, when you say gone, how do you make a ruling on these things? Are there no chicken morsels allowed?
I would like to think that I'm going to be like
Bone clean.
my toughest critic on that. Like, I'm passionate about don't leave any meat on the bone. Let's not be disrespectful.
Is there official rules for eaters that
listen, at the end of it, you guys can count them up, and if you guys want to discard a couple because you think there was too much meat left on the bone, then so be it. Because I don't want to be I'm not going to be half eating these wings. Okay, at least that's not my intent.
Can you order all flats? Is that possible?
Yes, you can.
If I could do
I'm
all
checking-
flats, that would help.
I'm checking the official wing eating rules.
Yeah, I
here.
think there's got to
Thank
be
you.
some kind of clarification that, like, okay, you can only have so much left.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
got to go cartilage like Choppy does.
No, yeah, I think we just have to honor system here, and if you feel in your heart that wing has too much meat left on the bone when the clock strikes 3 minutes, then hey, we'll discard it.
I believe in you, man. I do believe you're one of our 3 best eaters.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian, you bringing your 3 best?
Yeah, Broadus, you got 3 best.
I'll bring my 3 best.
Tolos, come and watch that. Well, maybe we'll do it at 2:20 tomorrow during the Survivor or something like that. 3 minutes, we're in,
Okay.
we're out, but that'll be B-Dubs tomorrow. Looking
Oh, we
forward to
got
that.
Survivor
in a huge way.
Day tomorrow, right?
Yeah, get your pick ready.
Oh, geez.
You want to
Yeah.
go Chiefs or Ravens? You better get that in now.
Speaking of football and food, we go around the NFL with some of the newest menu items. We know that our very own Dallas Cowboys have the pizza burger, which really took the entire sport by storm just a week ago. But
insane to see it.
Teams are starting to try and level up here. What do you guys think of the Minnesota Vikings unveiling the lobster mac and cheeseburger? So cheeseburger as you know it, but it's with a Vikings Minnesota style melted cheese.
The Juicy Lucy.
Yeah, but they got cheese all over this thing. And then
Okay.
they got a good-sized lobster. That just feels like, hey, if the Baltimore Ravens are doing this, sign me up.
Yeah, but
the Minnesota
Minnesota?
Vikings, are we getting good lobster there? I don't know.
Even if the Patriots wanted to do
Yeah,
it,
the
like
Patriots.
Boston.
Yeah, Patriots did this. I would feel
Or there you go, yeah.
Hey, hot take here. In terms of the mac and cheese.
crab cakes would be Baltimore.
Yes, they would be.
Good call. Thank you. Good
Give
correction.
me the crab mac and cheese over the lobster mac and cheese.
I respect your opinion on that.
Wow. I think the sweetness of the lobster really helps the mac and cheese.
Honestly, you use some Dungeness crab, sweeter.
I think you might be right. Yeah, good call.
There is a photo. Thank you, Carter. If you guys want to see that on the fan cam there, you can see what that sort of looks like. I mean, it's certainly passing the eye test.
Looks good, Brian.
You also are going to have a buttermilk brine chicken thigh coleslaw tzatziki and Nashville hot sauce. It's just like a good old-fashioned Nashville hot chicken sando there in Minnesota as well. Looks pretty good.
Chicken sando with the Greek
tzatziki sauce.
The Greek,
Tzatziki?
that
Yeah.
Greek,
It's like a
the Greek-
cucumber
I don't
yeah,
know.
cucumber yogurt on that. That seems kind of strange.
I don't know. Yeah, it
Is
looks
this
like
they're
a blue
playing on
cheese thing.
ranch? Are they playing on the ranch deal here?
It doesn't say anything about ranch.
No,
It
but I'm
adds a
saying
refreshing-
are they playing on the ranch?
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Their own twist on a ranchy,
On the ranchy,
kind of
yeah.
blue cheesy kind of deal. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like blue cheese to me. In Kansas City, you can get the carne asada waffle fries. We've seen this done before. The staying power of a fry in chilly temperatures of Kansas City doesn't seem like that. That's a September order if you're going to Arrowhead. You're not buying that in December and expecting those fries to last longer than 5 seconds. So be careful there. You have at the Commanders games, okay, as you might be getting urinated on or something because of the piping at FedEx Field.
Maybe fecal matter. What did I say?
Fecal matter.
I'm short-circuiting.
No, the fecal
Poo
does
chili
matter.
is what you're getting there, huh?
You could get poo chili.
Poo chili.
Raising Hail nachos, smoked brisket, cheese, jalapenos, onions, and barbecue aioli in the stadium container. So that's like a nice little, you're carrying FedEx Field. Literally, you're carrying around feces field, if you will, as you load your nachos.
Oh, so it's
into
just
it.
like
a
ice
little-
cream helmet?
Yeah, ice cream helmet. That's sort of the idea, but
I
it's
still need
it's
to
the
do
stadium.
that. Gosh.
Why would they want to do anything with that
We
stadium?
talked about that
there?
for 3
We
years.
do. We talk about it, and we walk by the thing every damn time. I'm like, I'm going to do this one time, and you're like, someone needs to say you're not. Just you're not. We keep walking by. You're not.
You're not going to do it.
You're not going to do it.
You're not a man
You're
of your
going to keep
word.
walking is what you're going to do.
Yeah.
I like this one. This one makes a ton of sense. The Chicago Bears at Soldier Field, you'll be able to get the Bear Claw pretzel.
Okay.
So it's a giant, a giant pretzel as you know it, but it's in the like Bear Claw
there you
donut
go.
style.
There
It looks
you
like a
go.
catcher's mitt.
There you go.
Could I get some donut glazing maybe and some?
If you want somebody to glaze that thing for you, we could probably get that done. Old Chuck, tag along.
I got you. I'll glaze it for you, Brian.
That's for
Gavin.
Dawson.
That's for Dawson, not for
by
me.
the way,
I know
if I'm
everyone's
doing-
getting stupid glazing.
I'm not
going to
say that.
You might not glaze it for Bros, but
No
I
more
definitely will
glazing
for Dawson.
talk.
You're looking at 90% of the wing must be finished. You can leave the skin flap, by the way.
What is the skin flap?
That's usually something that I want to go ahead and take down.
Big skin guy.
Speaking of more food around the NFL right now, the Kelsey Mix cereal, Reese's Puffs, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Lucky Charms all in the same box. It's out and about now.
Are they
in
selling
stores.
at Chiefs games?
Yeah,
Wow.
I don't think they're selling that at Arrowhead
Dang it, they
now.
should be
But
able to get a bowl of cereal. at a
I
Chiefs
just
game.
wanted to throw that out there that is something that's taking place.
Just grind up the cereal and use it for dust.
Yeah. Grind it up and throw it in the bowl.
Hey, here's newly signed center, big money center Creed Humphrey of the Chiefs telling you that he didn't go crazy with his signing bonus money that he just received, but he did take the O-line in Kansas City out for a meal, and this is kind of how that meal went.
I mean, you got steaks everywhere. You got probably 20 appetizers on the table. You got dessert coming. You got so much food. And it's impressive to watch some of the guys eat that stuff. It's pretty insane what guys can put in their body.
What are the sides? Give me the sides. What are the sides?
The
You're gonna have
sides.
mashed potatoes,
Make you fancy.
au gratin potatoes, French fries, mac and cheese, cream corn, cream spinach. I mean, you're getting everything. There's lobster on the table. I mean, it's a feast now.
It is, man. He said just steaks everywhere. Like that was just a perfect way to start.
Steaks
like just
everywhere.
You're just sort of surrounded by steaks. Even when you're trying to get out of them, it's like no.
Crap, man.
Just more
Can't
and
put my
more.
beer down. There's too many steaks on
Damn
the
steaks.
table.
Do you guys go
Steaks
tomahawk?
everywhere.
You just straight tomahawk that thing?
Oh yes, yes, 100%. Yeah, and if you're one of those offensive linemen, you're like, that's all mine, and I'm just gonna hold that
I think
tomahawk and
Dawson's-
eat it like that.
I think Dawson's going strip.
I mean, sell me on the tomahawk.
Dude,
what do we
there's
got?
there's steaks everywhere. You
Yeah.
get to have a little bit of
There's a
everything.
ribeye
dude.
there. There's a filet over here.
Okay, so you're just saying it's
just steaks
smorgasbord of
everywhere.
steak. Okay.
I think I'd like to sample everything as long as there's steaks everywhere.
all over the place,
Within
dude.
reason. You can keep the
So you're like
sirloin.
Fogo de Chao kind of thing?
Yeah.
What'd you like? Do you like the idea of the 3 different types of potatoes there? Au gratin, mashed, and the French fries. It's like it's a who's who of potato options.
Everybody's happy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Give me the starch.
Yeah, somebody's going to like those potatoes at gratin.
Darn right they will.
To each their own.
It won't be
The
Dawson.
mac
You'll
and-
actually like
I'm
them.
going to say the mac and cheese overall.
NFL News of the Day coming up. Thanks, Chief. Where are we going, Wolchuk?
We got Gronk defending Dak, the playmaker, and how have repeat champions fared in their season opener. That's next in the nation.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's Hour 2, GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3:40, Broadus has Krusty's Corner, and he's going to preview the Browns defense for you, see what the Cowboys are in for. Time now for the NFL news of the day, and here's Wolchuk.
Well, congratulations to Caleb Williams. USC has just announced that they will be retiring his number 13. So that will be retired in the history of Trojan football lore. Wow. Good for him. Now, I did see this just because we're talking about Caleb Williams. history heavily against Caleb Williams beating the Titans in his debut in the NFL.
2002?
Yeah, David Carr.
David Carr against
the Cowboys. So the last 15 quarterbacks to be selected number 1 overall have a combined record of 0-14-1. There's a damn tie in there on their first career starts. Last quarterback to win it, 0-2.
Was that Joe Burrow?
Did Burrow get the tie?
Is it Joe Burrow?
It was Kyler Murray tied 27-27 with the Lions, and he had a heck of a game. 308 yards, a couple of touchdowns.
Burrow might have tied a game there too. Along the way.
Burrow lost 16-13 to the Chargers, so he might have tied, but it wasn't in the season
Maybe
opener.
Week 2, okay.
But it would be quite historic if Caleb Williams gets to win Week 1 against the Titans, and that's 2 young quarterbacks. Will Levis, mayonnaise man himself, trying to bounce back. New era there in Tennessee. New head coach, Derrick Henry's gone. Let's see what happens between those two.
I wonder how many number 1 overall quarterback picks went into that game as a favorite, let alone like a 4 or 4.5 point favorite like they are on this game.
I would highly doubt any of them.
Yeah.
Yep, I really, really would. I mean, I'm assuming David Carr was not a favorite.
Chicago's a unique number 1 overall
David Carr should have been
team.
a favorite that day. We were awful.
Yeah, they were.
God, we were
that
bad.
was really a heartbreaking game.
That was so bad.
to watch.
We've had a lot of bad losses. That was as bad as one.
That was atrocious, Brian. I still haven't forgiven you for that as a child. Little Wolchuk still hates you for that one.
You should.
Now let's talk Chiefs-Ravens tonight. Chiefs are beginning their quest for the three-peat. Last 5 repeat champions. How have they fared in Week 1? We go back to 2005, New England. They knock off Randy Moss, and that time the Oakland Raiders, 30-20. 1999, the Broncos, they lost Week 1, 38-21 to the Miami Dolphins. The Cowboys in 94, do you remember what happened there, Brian?
No.
Knocking off the Steelers, 26-7.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking down at my phone. I thought Dak information was
That
going
was
on.
that were Barry Switzer's first game as head coach of the Cowboys. In 90, the Niners beat the Saints 13-12, and then the Steelers got the win. So, defending champs 4-1 in their last seasons going into the three-peat voyage. So, history would say the Chiefs have a really good chance to win tonight. Travis Kelce is saying he's got at least 2 good seasons left in his career. My bet is he retires after this season.
I think false.
But he's saying he's got 2 good years left, and if you're hoping we don't get much Taylor Swift coverage, maybe hope some more. She is going to be attending the game tonight. So I don't know what you guys want to set the over-under, how many times we see Taylor Swift chilling in the box tonight. But, 2.5?
I thought that'd be as long as they don't show Travis. I do. I mean,
Jason?
They showed him they showed her 6 times in the 30-second NFL hype video for the season. They showed her 6 times.
Wow.
So I mean, they'll show her 6 times in the first quarter of this game.
Good Lord.
Very, very likely.
That is insane.
I do think Travis Kelce's one of these guys, though. Like the way he turned it on in the postseason. If he wanted to, he's he's got 2 full seasons left in him, but he's probably got 5 or 6 postseasons if he just wants
he could
to
go full
hang
Gronk.
around. I'll see you guys in December, and I'll catch all the balls on 3rd down in the postseason.
I agree. I mean, what he did, he just turned right back into prime self as soon as the calendar hit January. It was absolutely incredible. And he can set records, I think, break Jerry Rice's records for greatest receiver all time in the history of the playoffs this year. I think he's very, very close to breaking receptions, yards, touchdowns. He might have them all by the time he decides to hang him up if they go on another three-peat run this year. Mike Tomlin told reporters Russell Wilson has calf tightness and is going to be checked out by doctors. He was limited in practice, so maybe it ends up being Justin Fields. Now, did the Steelers give Russell Wilson the kiss of death as he was voted captain for the 2024 season? Recent captains at quarterback for the Steelers.
Trubisky.
Ben Roethlisberger, one and done in the playoffs before retiring. Trubisky benched for Kenny Pickett, and then Kenny Pickett then traded after being a captain. So we're talking about pretty crappy quarterbacks here, but maybe Russell Wilson just falls in line here and ends up getting benched.
Yeah, we're still talking about crap quarterbacks when we're talking about Russell Wilson at this point.
At this point in his
now,
career.
when are we going to get the report his injured finger from a couple of years ago that he's working 27 hours a day to get this calf figured out?
Yeah, I know he's definitely.
I bet he's doing high knees on an airplane right now.
You're damn right he is. And I don't even know where they're playing on Sunday. I got to look that, get ready for tomorrow. Let's get to some audio here. You want the playmaker or do you want Gronk first?
I'll always go playmaker.
I agree. All right, here's Michael Irvin, the playmaker. He's getting us hyped. He's on FS1. What do you think about Dak and the Cowboys this year, Mike?
He was second in voting last year, very close to getting it last year. Dak still, I would say CeeDee Lamb is still developing as that number 1. He's still learning and growing. They got young receivers that are stepping up and making plays. I know the Michael Gallups and all of those guys are gone. Absolutely. I think Dak will have an opportunity. I actually think he will win the MVP. Dak Prescott came in as a fourth-round draft pick. I always say, as much as you want to say about Dak, he's always over-delivered. He over-accomplished. He comes in fourth round and becomes a starter. He's been a starter his whole career in Dallas. Took the job from Tony Romo. Stayed and made that fight. So I absolutely believe he will have an MVP-type season. But this is how I absolutely know he wants to be with the Dallas Cowboys, because if you know you're going to go have an MVP season and you're going to be a total free agent, you should tell your agent, don't even talk to them. Let's just wait, because I'm about to break the bank. But no, he said, go get me my money from Dallas. That's how I know he's going to be a Cowboy forever. Y'all can talk now.
Think he got the personnel.
So the playmaker doesn't think Dak's going anywhere. Now, I know Bobby shared the news with us that Jory Epstein went on a podcast, and Jory very plugged in with Dak. They have a great relationship.
Very great relationship. Is that a word? Very great. Yeah.
Very great.
Very
great
great
relationship.
Very great.
Homies. She said she believes Dak's going to table these negotiations until next offseason.
I would believe her.
I would too, 100%. I think the Cowboys are really pushing to get this thing done before the season kicks off. But I understand Dak's side of this, thinking, you know what? The money's only going up. He bet on himself once, bet on him again. And if he gets hurt, I think we just saw with Kirk Cousins, who's 5 years older. He's probably still going to have a suitor out there that's willing to pay him, if it's not even Dallas.
Are you willing to gamble with 2 rookie offensive linemen if you're Dak?
Yeah, why not?
I think he clearly is.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, if you were his agent, would you recommend that?
I don't think it would bother me that much. I think Dak has shown there's been some patchwork offensive lines, and he's going to keep this offense humming and probably in the top 5 of scoring.
Yeah, the regular season's not an issue. The questions with really the entire
No, I don't have
team.
any questions. I'm just talking about, can he...
I think that's a fair question.
With two rookie offensive linemen, you're betting on yourself?
Yeah.
There's not much drop-off from Biotish to Beebe. Not a ton.
I actually think you're better at center.
Yeah, I think Beebe's going to be better.
I don't know. Right now, day one, you're not better at offensive tackle, left tackle.
No.
But in week 5, you could absolutely be better at left tackle.
Wow.
Now,
awesome.
Here was Gronk with Kay Adams, makes his weekly appearance during the NFL season up in Adams. And Gronk also coming to Dak's defense here.
Dak, I think he'll be re-signing with the Cowboys. I mean, the guy puts up numbers. It's so hard to find a franchise quarterback. Who are you going to move on to? Are you kidding me? The guy knows the playbook in and out. He knows the system in and out. He's been having great years. It's a team game. When they lose in the playoff, it's not just the quarterback's fault. It's everyone's fault as a whole. You can't just put the blame on Dak, and everyone does because he's the quarterback of the franchise. So it's hard to find a replacement at the quarterback position, especially with the numbers that he's putting up. So I think he'll be back eventually. Just let this year play out.
I mean, they have 12 wins in 3 years straight, you allude to, but they don't, Jerry wants to win the Super Bowl. He's getting, there's time's a ticking. So do you think are you saying you think Dak can do that?
I think he can possibly win a Super Bowl, but
Yep.
if you look at the big picture and you're winning every year and you're going to the playoffs every year, that's success in the NFL. Imagine getting rid of him and then they bring in another quarterback who's throwing for less yards, less touchdowns, and they don't even make the playoffs. That will sting even more. When you're already having success, you got to stick with it, especially in the NFL. Every single team that's on the top wants to win the Super Bowl, but it's the hardest thing to do in sports. So when you're winning, though, you got to keep those guys around because they're going to give you the best chance to win that Super Bowl.
Thank you, Gronk. Now, I think the pause.
Can I ask a question?
What do you think, Wolchuk?
Yeah, well, he's going to ask anyway, but yes.
No, I mean, seriously, what kind of analysis is that?
So,
I mean, she asked a legitimate question. He really didn't give her an answer. The answers he gave about Dak and that just seems like a guy that he's not really plugged into what's going on.
No, and I agree with you.
And why have somebody on that's kind of like that? That's just going to be, you're not learning anything. Kay Adams is like, hey, we'll have Gronk on, great. he's better off being, funny guy than he is answering serious questions about the NFL.
But it's
I
the
don't know.
personality of him.
I think he kind of showed a business savvy. Like, that's how the Joneses look at it. Like, this is success. We're putting up stats, putting on a good show on Sundays, and making the playoffs.
He said he did everything defending Dak. As a quarterback,
but
and then when it came time to say, do you feel like that you can win a championship with him?
That's exactly it.
He paused.
That's where we are, right?
Yeah.
Because Dak is good. Dak wins in the regular season, but that's where we are. Do you think Dak can win a Super Bowl? And he's right. It is a team game, but I've said this all offseason. It's only the quarterbacks that are measured by what do you do in the playoffs, and that's just the nature of the business.
Well, it's especially for the Dallas Cowboys.
Damn right it is. And now, we're like the NFL, the athletic survey, they do this every year with the agents. This is what agents said about Dak and the deal. Pay Dak, make him the highest paid quarterback in the game if he helps the Cowboys reach or win a Super Bowl this season. Another agent, yes, but I would love to see him hit free agency to see how the leverage plays out for that level of quarterback. Another agent. The issue is whether Dak is a top 5 quarterback. He was in the regular season, but is he a difference maker? I think Dallas is doing right by seeing what he's worth. You play it out. Does it change at all this postseason? If you believe that he is a guy that can go win you a Super Bowl, you pay him. If the answer is, and you're pausing and you're Gronk there, and you're Jerry or Steven or Will McClay, and you're pausing, and your immediate response is not yes, he can win a Super Bowl, you can't pay him.
Well, I think you should make the decision before you get there because this team is not going to be able to run the football very well at all. And I think once the Cowboys get in games like that, defenses have answers for what Dak does. That's, the truth of what we've seen for several years now.
And the nature of the beast is, look, if they don't pay him, they're going to be screwed for 2 years. Your cap situation's not going to be good, but after that, you might be in a much better place as an organization, and maybe you do stink, and you're in a spot to draft your next legitimate Troy Aikman #1 overall pick type quarterback.
Indeed,
I just wonder if the reason why they haven't got this done is Dak. What we're talking about.
I think it is, and I think Jory saying that Dak wants to table conversations. I think it shows you Todd France and Dak's side is the one that's not really. And look, the Cowboys have gotten a lot of heat this offseason for not getting this done earlier.
Right.
I don't think they really have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, they're being it appears that they're being the bad guys right now, not signing him. But if people like Jory, who we all trust her, if she's saying now he's going to table this, how interested then is he really to coming back to Dallas?
I wouldn't be playing it this hard if I'm Dak. If they're willing to make me the top paid guy right now, I'm very happy to sign this contract because I think another big injury. We had the shoulder.
Well, that's what I was asking about. 2 rookie offensive linemen.
The leg, sure, the Cowboys have historically just continued to pay their guys, but I think it's different if you're going to negotiate that hard. Now, Jerry might just look at the player and the agent and have nothing but respect for how amazing you negotiate it, and he wouldn't let that get personal because he knows how hard they negotiate contracts, so he might not let that be a factor at all. But, if you can push it to 70, I think at that point you're at risk of leaving and going to a different organization that might not be able to make the playoffs, that is going to give you very little endorsement deals. I think all this talk about Dak possibly wanting to go everywhere you go in the NFL, if you don't win as the quarterback, you are the problem. That's not unique to Dallas. Maybe it's a little bit louder in Dallas. We got a sports hodgepodge to get to. Chief, where are you taking it?
Unfortunate nicknames, unique record setters, and we have our schmuck of the week all next here in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's Tea Clinic before we do that, though, because they can help you get your
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have.
So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. John Machota posting just a few minutes ago about Dak Prescott on contract talks. Says, quote, I know both sides are working. Dak on what his feelings would be if a new contract isn't done by Sunday. People change their feelings daily. I can't say I have the same feelings that I had last week. Okay? Plot thickens. Kind of cryptic. I'm not quite sure what to think of that. If anybody does, go ahead and jump in here. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. Here's Chief with the Sports Hodgepodge.
What you're hearing is football knocking on that door. What you're smelling is the pigskin in the oven right now. The return of football is here. Yes. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. And in honor of that, 877-881-1053, the return of the pigskin. What is your favorite pork dish? We will read them here on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text lines. Your favorite pork dish. You got one pork dish for the rest of time in honor of the pigskin being back in our lives. What say you? When you're just shout it out when you're ready. Once you feel good about your answer, you know what I'm saying? Let's make sure that this better be well thought out between you guys.
It's not very
here.
Kosher. I got a bow out of this one.
Oh, okay. You got yeah.
Although it'd be bacon.
Well, I was about to say, okay, Woldchuck. Don't say bacon. Don't say bacon.
There's a lot of ways I think we could go with this, and I will not be surprised if I change my mind a couple, 2-3 times during this segment.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm probably going to go with a steakhouse pork chop.
Boom.
Ooh.
Okay. Yes.
I like that.
Like a Perry's pork chop.
Heard that Perry's pork chop's legendary.
Bone in, probably.
Bone in, 100%. The pork chop off the bone, just like pretty much all meat off the bone. Better flavor. Pork chop's no different. You okay over there?
I need to hear the question again because I was doing.
He's working.
Oh yeah. He's doing that.
Give me the question.
Swirls and stuff.
Yeah.
Give me the.
He's doing a podcast right now.
Give me the question.
In honor of the pigskin being back today, what's your favorite pork dish? And you can think through that as long as you need to, and then just let me know. Like the 972 smoked pork belly burnt ends. Yes, every day for the rest of my life, guaranteed. And shout out to Hurtado getting it done in a big way when it comes to the burnt ends. Holy smokes, dude.
The perfect baby back rib is pretty much goated.
Ooh, the ribs.
Hard to disagree with that. And you're doing the party ribs on Sunday.
Yeah, probably going to do some St. Louis, I think, with that.
Back to football rib Sunday at the Dawson household. That's freaking fantastic. We got pork tenderloin coming in the 817. Carnitas tacos, slow cooked pork there in the 817. How about some cochinita tacos coming in the 469? You got the kielbasa sausage. The versatility of that is, it speaks for itself. You have the smoked butt roast. You have the breakfast sausage. Beer braised pork belly al pastor. I mean, think about this, guys. The options are really endless.
I didn't know what to do with the breakfast porks. The sausage, the Jimmy Dean style, whether the link or the patty, and then the bacon by itself. That's kind of like a piece of it. So would you go like a bacon omelet? Or is that just slabs of bacon?
Bacon sausage omelet.
Yeah. Ooh.
Go the meats.
I'm going bacon sausage here, Lucius. When you have your pork dish. When you're ready to pork it up, you just let us know what's your go-to.
Shoot, man, I gotta stick to my roots, bro. It's gonna be something you probably never heard of.
Yeah, okay.
Hog maws. Yeah, hog maws. It's getting that season. You can eat them in the fall. Usually a Thanksgiving dish, maybe around Christmas type of vibes. You don't eat it all the time because you run your blood pressure up. You mess around and die, might lose a foot type of vibes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But 2 times a year, I'm getting into them hog maws.
Also known as pig stomach or tripe, the muscular wall of a pig's stomach that is prepared as food.
And I had some tripe in South Africa. Oh my gosh, it was not good.
I think that's what you make the pork belly burn ends out of.
Really?
Is that right? Wow, dude, look at this. Okay, now Lucius, when you think
It's
about
so damn good, bro.
Okay, does it taste better than it actually even looks sometimes?
100%.
Lucius? Okay, cool.
It tastes better than it smells too, by the way.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, it looks like it smells.
Just don't smell it.
Louisiana
Absolutely
hot
awful.
sauce, lots of onions, rice. Yeah, bro.
Looks good, man.
I'm from the country, dog.
No, you
know what I mean?
Hell yeah, you are.
All right.
And that's been proven true in a huge way. Hog maw. That feels like a bet payoff situation. The more I Google
Sticking to
it
my
and
roots.
look at it. Yes.
It's like haggis.
Thank you for introducing me
Ooh,
to
that
something
haggis.
new here.
Ooh.
Welcome back to football. A
That
very
sheep intestine,
educational
right?
return to football here in the GBag Nation. Very exciting.
It's not chitlins.
Yeah.
It's hog maws.
Hog maws.
Hog maws.
Hog cheek is good.
Does anybody do pig's feet?
Yeah.
Look, sign me up, bro, but not the ones that's in the jar pickled vibes.
Yeah.
No, I want them cooked properly
That's
by
all
somebody's
I'm thought.
auntie. You know what I mean? And I want the auntie where she got the elbow fat right there,
Yeah.
and you can pinch it. She wouldn't even know.
Aunt Booby.
Aunt Booby. I don't know if Aunt
makes
Booby
them.
can cook.
Aunt Booby.
She's got other talents, apparently.
She's good at the party, though, for everybody.
Pickled pig feet sounds like maybe the most
No, thank
disgusting
you.
thing known to man.
No, thank you.
And for that reason, we're putting it on the Survivor payoff board, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
now that's scary.
That
I wouldn't eat
feels-
that. That's scary.
Eat some pig's feet?
Can't do that.
I think
one.
a pickled
Pickled pig feet.
a pickled pig foot
I think chicken feet are
feels
worse.
like a bet
Chicken?
payoff for the freaking
Chicken
ages.
feet, I think, are worse.
Wow.
It just makes it so obvious that it's a pig you're eating when you look at the feet. You know, I just it would play with my head.
Hey, let the record show that the 469 says hog maws are fire.
Yeah, a lot of
Okay.
people-
It's
I'll
a
take your
delicacy
word.
out here in these
A lot
streets,
of people
brother.
backing you up here, Lucius.
Yeah.
That's Lucius's phone number in there. I think he texted.
How do you spell the mall part?
MAW,
Okay, MAWS.
like
hog
George.
Yeah, but you gotta say it with an L.
Yeah.
Hog.
Yeah, I'll be honest. When I Googled it, I spelled it MALLS.
Yeah, that's all good. He got you there.
But it hit me with the "Did you mean?" I clicked on it and I was
Did
like,
you
"Wow,
mean?"
those photos are intense. Not safe for work to some extent, man. They look pretty ridiculous." We exit from football for just a brief second to acknowledge that Drew Gooden on his NBA, his basketball reference page,
Yeah.
and the nicknames.
New nickname.
Rasheed Wallace. That felt disrespectful to me. That Pro Basketball Reference is putting Rasheed Wallace as one of his couple of nicknames for Drew Gooden.
You've
who
seen
is
Brock
a
Bowers. We'll
famous
bring it
bald
back
guy.
to football. Brock Bowers getting trolled pretty bad for his receding hairline.
That dude needs to come home with it.
He probably should
It's
just.
pretty bad.
He needs to shave it.
Yeah, and he's
Jason Witten style?
It's full on Rex Burkhead style. I love
is
your
it?
Rex, but Rex had the same thing going on, and that was like as a
Was-
senior at Plano.
Was Witten a paint?
And Rex
Was that
shaved it.
paint? What was he going with?
Witten did, yeah.
Was it paint?
And
when he got on TV.
he almost nailed the sides matching the color of the top like perfectly.
The toupee, yeah.
He almost absolutely nailed it.
Or did he go for the choppy thing with
Hair
choppy-
plugs?
Yeah.
Hair plugs thing.
I could see him swinging through Bashara from time to time. Just getting a little re-up there. Sprinkle dinkle, some
I don't think I've ever
new
seen
follicles.
choppy without a hat on.
Yeah. He
Fair.
actually sleeps in it. I knocked on his
Yeah.
door in Oxnard, mistakenly, of course. I thought it was somebody else's room at 3 a.m.
Sure you did.
And he opened the door. He is obviously completely naked, but he was wearing that hat.
Yeah.
Wearing the hell out of it, too.
Which hat?
We have the Commanders guy. He's been fired. The
Oh,
guy who was
imagine
calling
that.
people out. Yeah,
Oh,
he got bleep
pretty
canned.
quick.
First prediction I got right this year.
Nice, dude. You're 1-0
Yeah.
to start the season.
Been there.
Yeah, this dude went buck wild, and he thought he was on a Hinge date. And we were talking about it yesterday. Like, man, he thought he was on
Unhinged date.
That's entrapment, isn't
an
it?
unhinged.
It is entrapment.
It's entrapment.
It definitely feels a little bit sleazy with the way they went about getting this. But when you hear the audio, listen to this. Okay, let's play this clip here of our guy sitting down. He thinks he's on a date, but when you get a question asked like this, okay, listen to how this question gets asked and tell me, am I on a date or am I in the hot seat?
Okay, just walk me through again your breakdown, your just description of the Commanders players.
Over 50% of our roster.
Okay, and that's when he goes
You're
on
doing
the
way too much talking on a date, first of all.
That's when he goes down the everybody's
First of all.
racist and homophobic and everything like that. But just play that one more time, Lucius. Listen to the question and tell me, does this guy now still think he's on a random date with a random girl, just wants to know this?
Okay, just walk me through again your breakdown, your just description of the Commanders players.
Over 50% of our roster.
No, speak right into my lapel over
Yeah.
here.
Just walk me through this.
Why does it feel like he's like dating a sideline reporter?
Yeah.
She must be
she
attractive.
Yeah.
And he's like, wow, this gal's really taking an interest in my career.
Yeah, dude. She actually likes me.
Touchdown.
7 drinks later.
Well, for that, he is schmuck of the week because he should have caught on to this.
Through.
Yeah, like let me
right.
walk me through breakdown. Let's circle back
Word
here.
for word.
Follow up question here on this interview date, sir. What was that about your NFL players being racist and stuff? Now here he is.
Sorry that I'm a moron.
This is definitely not a surprise, but he worked for the Commanders. We know for their stadium to have the, have that reputation for at times urinating and defecating on its clientele.
Yeah.
It's not FedEx Field anymore, right? They changed the name.
Feces Field. They're leaning all the way in.
Okay.
But he listened to him say like what his job was and how he had to put a spin zone on the fans being peed on.
My job is to sell hope to the fans, right? I need them buying tickets. When there's not much hope to sell, I still gotta dig deep to find it.
Why do you think there's not much hope to sell right now?
Because we had like pipes leaking sewage on our fans in the middle of the game. And I have to put out a social post saying like, it wasn't sewage water we promised. That is state-run media.
Jeez, bro.
It wasn't sewage water, okay? It was.
They're literally peeing on you and telling you that it's raining.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like this. I don't know. This story's crazy to me because he's saying a bunch of things that the Commanders are doing illegal, and he's the one getting fired. There should be investigations into like.
Oh, there will be.
There
will be
sewage going on fans.
Yeah.
Seems like the health department or something. I don't know.
Did she just leak this audio? Did she sell it to somebody? And that's how we got. I would have sold this to TMZ, bro. I'm running the price up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Good Morning America I'm selling it to.
You're right, dude.
Michael Strahan's going to talk to me about this.
John Van Natta.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, dude. Once she got that audio, she needed to pivot and like, hey, we need to go to the very top of the news breaking food chain here.
But what did
and
she
that
do?
is
She went to
TMZ.
some silly.
Well, she works for some silly.
Yeah, she was working for him.
She literally works for somesilly.com.
Very silly, yeah.
Some silly.
It's really called somesilly.com?
Yeah, by the way, that is a great.
Come on, bro. We trust you.
That is a great
Your
name.
best ability is your gullibility, sir.
That's a great name for us. Yeah.
Some silly. Yeah.
Somesilly.com.
I think it's the O'Keefe.
And then you just F people over.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. You voyeur on them and whatnot.
Hey, where do you work? Somesilly.com.
Do you even put that on your resume? Like, well, what did you do in your previous job? Well, I took guys on fake dates that worked for NFL teams and got them to tell me stuff.
You're hired.
Don't really worry about that, though.
Brilliant. I love it.
The
You're a
blip
real
on the radar.
go-getter.
I'll do anything for this job.
Cooper's Pork Chop in the 817. The return of football brings all the love of the pork. We're getting a lot of menudo. We're getting a lot of other delicious things like hog maw and stuff like that.
How much of a killing was that back in the day when you'd be watching your Saturday morning cartoons and then they'd stop and menudo would come on? Did that happen to you too?
Yeah.
You guys know what we're talking about?
Nope. I have no idea.
They don't know Ricky Martin.
There was this boy band group. Ricky Martin was in it.
Ricky Martin.
Okay.
But not menudo.
And like you'd be enjoying your cartoons, and all of a sudden it would stop, and the show after that would be menudo.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my goodness,
Never heard of that
cartoons are over.
I got to get out of here.
Google it.
It's a boy band. Yeah, bro.
I bet there's a bunch of people out there that loved it. They're like, yeah, it's menudo time, finally. So sick of Scooby-Doo.
It's best to watch it when you're hungover. It'll cure it.
Okay, time now for
I like that.
Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Brian, what kind of content we got?
Yeah, you got your hands full this weekend. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Mike McCarthy.
Isn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Krusty.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you, Reliant. Appreciate you guys as well. Hey, how familiar are you guys with sunglasses? The type of sunglasses, the brands? A group called Blenders?
Blenders
Sunglass Company?
Nope. Is that
Blenders Eyewear?
No, not familiar.
Haven't heard of them.
Never heard of them?
No Ray-Bans.
Well, they're the official, they have the Deion Sanders.
Okay. Then yes, I saw the commercial for it the other night during his game. I was like, wow.
Yeah, the Coach Prime collection.
Yeah.
Oh, well, those look awesome.
They've sold over 200,000 pairs of sunglasses in
Prime
1
effect.
year in with the Coach Prime collection.
Yeah.
$13 million.
Good for them.
Worth of sunglasses for the Blenders, for the Coach Prime collection.
I like that.
I got to try them out.
They look
very
pretty sharp.
very reasonably priced.
Are they
under $100?
Do they look like sturdy and like if they got knocked off your face, they wouldn't break?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always worry about that because I fall down a lot.
You never know when you're going to be in an Avis parking lot.
Yeah, you never know when you're going to trip.
Wishing
and
you had
fall.
sturdier glasses.
I still lost that earbud. It hurts.
And sturdier legs and whatnot.
My right knee's still a little sore.
Is it?
How could it not be?
Still got some aches and pains.
A little bit. That's okay. $13 million worth of sunglasses.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot of sunglasses.
That's a lot of good sunglasses right there.
How many of those people bought them, lost them, and had to buy them again? Because isn't that just what happens with sunglasses?
I'll tell you what happens to me. Like when I didn't have the LASIK, when I had LASIK, and you're getting like nice pair of sunglasses, I would lose them, sit on them, something would happen.
Sit on them.
But I could like go to some like gas station and get that pair. You get the cheap sunglasses like the ZZ Top song.
Lasts forever.
I could throw them and they boomerang and come back on my face.
You try to lose them.
I would. I mean,
bam! There they are.
I looked like an Alabama State trooper, with the mirrored kind of thing, and it's crazy.
Had a lot of love for Blenders. $214, $59 at Academy. 817 Blenders started as kids sunglasses.
Okay,
and now Deion's launching an adult line.
Okay, can you tell me if they are polarized? Because then I can wear them to fish. Got to be able to see in the water.
Absolutely.
Got to be able to see down in that water. But anyway, Costas are the best.
I think the Coach Prime ones are more polarizing than the others.
Oh, I like what you're doing there, Dawson.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good at this. Professional.
Every now and then. Stumble into something.
All right. It's Cleveland Brown defense. This defense just isn't about Myles Garrett on that edge, but I guess that's where we'll start because they've got some legitimate players here. I watched 49 sacks last night, and I was just curious. I go,
That's a weird sentence.
It's a lot of sacks for one night.
Yeah, I watched 49.
What is that streaming on?
It was. I had my. I'll tell you later.
All right. Well, Medford's big into the blender game as well.
Is he
You can
really?
ask Medford about him.
Okay,
he just
cool.
said he got a new pair.
Good. But the Browns had 49 sacks last year, and I watched, which was the sixth best. I watched them all. I was just curious about Myles Garrett. He accounted for 14 of them. In those sacks, he forced 4 fumbles, and one of them resulted in a touchdown. He blasted Gardner Minshew in the Colts game. Minshew drops back in the end zone, and Next thing you know, the ball's flying in the air, and it's a touchdown for the Colts.
Was that your favorite sack of the night that you saw?
Gardner's?
No,
the one from Myles Garrett where he punishes Gardner Minshew.
I see where you're going here, but yeah, okay.
I'm asking you a football question. Was that the most impressive one?
I was not sure. I was not sure what you were doing there. I was not sure.
You knew what he was doing.
I don't know why you're so unsure about talking football.
It's not. You're not talking football.
It was 49 sacks you saw.
49,
and there wasn't one that stood out above the rest.
When you picked this one was the most impressive sack. Clearly,
this is one of the better segments we have on radio, guys, and you're now hijacking it like this.
Well, the ball got lost on
how
that.
Does it feel,
like Carter doesn't. Carter's not going to be able to post this because you clowns. And we're going to lose out on it.
This is hypocritical, right here.
We're going to lose.
Everybody stand back and let Broadus give serious analysis about all 49 sacks that he saw. And don't have any fun with the sacks.
Mute button, mute.
These are not fun sacks.
These are not fun sacks. But no, seriously. Okay.
No, please, Brian. Please take it away.
All right, now I'm going to get back at you guys. You know I will.
I know you will.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm going to get back at you. Yeah, get back at you.
Bring it back to the sack.
Bring it back to the sack. It was an all-timer. I do appreciate your effort over there. I had to say something. I had to defend myself. But Garrett, 25 of the sacks that they had lined up over, he was lined up at right defensive end. He had 10 snaps over the left defensive end, and then as a left defensive end, and 3 snaps as over the center. So we were kind of talking about, this guy's going to move around. He's really a true right end, but they will move him around.
So right end on your left tackle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that goes.
That's 25, 10 for the left, and then 3 over the center. I thought he would be over the center much more.
I did too.
I remember, there's distinct moments where he's there and he wrecks shop, but maybe the volume isn't quite there.
Yeah. The Browns had 11 sacks where he wasn't even on the field. So when you're looking at him and his game and stuff, he is going to rush you in a lot of different ways. Where he was able to grab an advantage is right off the snap. Just right off the snap.
First step quickness?
The first step. It's not the quickness. It's just he hits so much ground. He gets on blockers before they even have a chance to get out of their stance. Like there were a couple different times where blockers were, literally trying to kick to get width to get to him and still couldn't get to him. Couldn't get wide enough with him. What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry. I just keep thinking about that line from Chief, and it keeps cracking me up. I'm sorry.
The sacks?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Chief.
I'll keep my mic off. Sorry.
Oh, no. But, it's okay. Don't worry about it. But the thing about it is when you look at...
it's about time we urinate on one of his segments, no?
Who, mine?
Yeah.
I don't urinate on all your segments, right?
No, you usually give me at least one good...
one good one, yeah.
Urine-free segment of the day.
But anyway...
FedEx Field.
But yeah, you're gonna look with him the way he's able to get off the snap, the way he's able to break down these blockers. They've got Zadarius Smith who is an edge, and then Koromora, also at linebacker. Owanku is the other defensive end you're going to have to deal with in this game.
How much how much moving around is Koromora doing? Is he like one of these Swiss Army knives? Is he a safety linebacker kind of dude?
He's a hybrid player.
He's their best tackler in the run game is what he is. And so what happens is when you put him in space, he's going to be all over the field. They use him as a blitzer. He had 3.5 sacks as a blitzer. In 2023, he's a really, really good run player. I think that's where he does the best. I was watching the 53 tackles that he had. They had 291 run plays when he was on the field. He had 53 tackles.
He just covers so much ground.
He's just all over the field.
He's a freak.
Yeah,
that was one the NFL missed. They let him slide.
Second round, though.
Yeah.
Second round player. But the key for these guys too is their secondary, and I think it's a solid secondary. When you start to talk about Martin Emerson is in the secondary,
yeah, underrated dude.
I love Greg Newsome coming out of Northwestern. Big fan of his.
Denzel Ward as well. This crew, they're the starters with Delpit and Thornhill at the safeties. I think where you can take advantage of these guys might be at the safety spot. It's going to be tough because what happens is they play they play a lot of man coverage on early downs. So like the first and second down, if you're thinking about throwing the ball, you're going to get heavy man coverage. You get to later downs, they play more zone, and they just sick that rush on you, is what they do. So
blitzing dudes.
They think that the rush could get home before you can get the ball out. So if you're going to get them, you've got to get them early. You got to get them, I think, late downs because they play more zone coverage in that way.
This is Jim Schwartz. Was he still doing a lot of that wide 9 type of stuff like he was doing in Philly?
Oh, he's but that's the thing about it. He's got a guy that plays in that wide 9 that that covers that ground.
It's unreal.
So yeah, but the Browns, they are really, really good. Like I said, in man coverage, like they only allow like a 46% completion rate when they play man coverage, and the third lowest yards per pass attempt at 5.6 was a number that I pulled up when I was watching them. But like I say, early downs very, very man coverage heavy, 38%. That's the second highest in the league. But on third down, they only use man coverage 39% of the time. So they go away, which was only 19%. So again, early downs for these guys, you got to be aware of that. The something that might help you in this game is that Dak Prescott did have the highest completion percentage and the second most yards per attempt versus teams that played man coverage. So that's something you can kind of keep an eye on as well. But the Browns were one of the best teams in the league when it came to third down defense, but one of the worst and bottom of the league in red zone. So if you get into the red zone on them, they tend to struggle. And I watched all their touchdowns that they gave up in the red zone. And a lot of it had to do with not some coverage problems, but the fact that they don't tackle particularly well, which is surprising to me. They get down there and teams, I'm not talking about like tight red zone, like 4 or 5 yards away. Like teams were getting in like the 16, 17 yard line and able to like run it in or throw it in. Yeah, a chunk run or a chunk play where their safeties missed a tackle or a linebacker missed a tackle. But they were a team last year that was a little bit susceptible to problems in the red zone for them. But on defense in the field, on third down, they were one of the best. So it's kind of one of those things you're like, damn, how can you be so good on on third down defense, but so bad in the red zone?
Yeah, it's weird.
The tackling was not good at all. So maybe Dallas could take advantage of that. But they're, like I say, you're going to have to deal with this pass rush. You're going to have to deal with a linebacker that plays really good in the run with Koromora. And then these 3 corners all play pretty well. But like I said, try and get them when they're not in man coverage. That's when teams have had a little bit more success against them.
Sounds like a plan to me. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant. Daryl Ryder, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, will give us the local perspective on this Browns team as Week 1 approaches next year in the nation.
But let's chat some Prize Picks. Week 1 starts tonight.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the nation, and 72 hours from right now, we'll be in the middle of the first half. Cowboys and Browns live in Cleveland. And joining us now, Daryl Ryder from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland to talk Browns with you here on your home of the Cowboys. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me, guys.
It's great to have you. What do you expect from the Browns offense and Deshaun Watson? Is it possible to have a really good idea of what's coming at this point?
No, I have no idea what to expect from Deshaun. I know what Deshaun tells us we should expect. I know what the organization is telling us we should expect, but I am of the mind that I'm past the talk. I just want to see it on Sunday. The message coming from everybody is that Deshaun's shoulder is fully healed. He is fully recovered from that injury a year ago, and he's ready to return to the Deshaun Watson that everybody saw with the Houston Texans. But I have to admit some of my skepticism. He's not played a full season of football since the 2020 campaign when he did lead the NFL in passing that year. Of course, he sat out in 2021, suspended for 11 games in 2022, and only played 6 games last year again because of the broken bone in his shoulder. So I don't know if it's possible for Deshaun Watson to return physically to the player we saw with the Houston Texans. I guess we're going to start to find out come Sunday.
Beyond the missed games last year, how much did injury cause him to play poorly?
Well, he played well at times, especially early in the season. And the second half comeback against the Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore, in which he completed all of his passes in the second half, and the Browns were down double digits, and they rallied to win at the gun, might have been one of the more impressive wins in the expansion era for the Browns since 1999, especially on the road against that Ravens team. Of course, the Browns were the only team in the NFL last year to beat the number one seeds in each conference. They beat the 49ers. They also beat the Baltimore Ravens. So we've seen flashes. We've seen glimpses from Watson. We just haven't seen it consistently because, frankly, he hasn't been on the field consistently.
Daryl, I know you had posted the video of Jedrick Wills in the locker room yesterday saying he was not going to be playing. So what is the status of the Browns offensive line, specifically at that tackle spot?
Well, right now it is in flux. I have been under the impression that it was going to be Jack Conklin. I've said so on my podcast. I've said it on the station. I've written it. And then today, seeing, Will's not practicing today, not all that surprising because, again, I don't expect to see him at all Sunday. But Conklin's limited in these reps. And remember, he's coming off a very significant knee injury he suffered last week in week 1, ACL, MCL, PCL, and meniscus repair made to that knee. So the door has been open now for James Hudson to potentially step into that spot, and that might be the best news Michael Parsons gets all week.
Daryl, when you mentioned Hudson playing, and I remember I watched tape of the game in the playoffs against Houston, and he was the right tackle. Where do you think they would line him up if they had to play him either the left tackle or the right tackle?
Well, he'll be the left tackle, and DeJuan Jones will be the right tackle. Jones they drafted last year.
Sure.
They have been really reluctant to move him from right to left at this point. There's part of me that thinks that he is the left tackle in waiting because Wills is in the final year of his contract, but I'm not so sure because they don't seem like they're in a hurry to move him. And this is an organization just from a philosophical standpoint. They view the tackle positions very similarly. A lot of teams put a premium on the left tackle spot over the right tackle spot. And the Browns, they view both of those positions equally. They don't prioritize one over the other or feel one is more significant than the other. And they also feel that the skills on either side are transferable as well. So I think if Conklin is not available to play left tackle, it'll be Hudson at left tackle. And then again, as I said, DeJuan Jones, he's pretty much written in stone right now that he'll be the right tackle until everybody's healthy. Then the starters would be Wills at left and Conklin at right, and DeJuan Jones on the bench ready to hop in if needed.
Getting you set for Browns and Cowboys with Daryl Ryder right here in the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. How you feeling about our old buddy, Amari Cooper? Are you getting a sense that this is a revenge game for him against his former team?
Well, I love Amari Cooper. He's one of my favorite Browns on this team. He just goes about his business, doesn't say much. He's real quiet. He's a lot like Nick Chubb. And he's also just a very, very good football player. And it's been an interesting offseason for him. He really wanted a contract extension from the Browns. The Browns really didn't want to do that. Of course, he's 30 years old now. And so he's going to get into free agency. They fully guaranteed the final $20 million on the contract for this year. That's what got him to training camp. They also threw some performance incentives in there. So maybe if he hits those, he can give himself a little bit of a pay bump heading into free agency. But I just love Cooper. As far as the revenge game, and his name even popped up in trade rumors, the Brandon Ayuk stuff, Browns 49ers talking trade there in August. And Cooper said today he's a very unemotional person. He doesn't take it personally that his name may or may not have popped up in trade rumors. He's not worried about his contract situation. He did admit, though, because he was asked about the extra emotions playing against his former team. He did admit that had this game been sooner, as in, 2022, after he was traded to Cleveland, maybe there would have been a little extra sauce for him. But because time has now passed, right? He's been with the Browns 2 years. He's the first Browns wide receiver in franchise history to catch for 1,000 yards in back-to-back seasons. There's just not as much mustard on this one for him. Personally, he just wants to go out and win a football game Sunday.
Well, you say Amari Cooper's one of your favorite players. You can't say he's absolutely your favorite player on the team because Jameis Winston's on the team, right? I mean, my goodness, how awesome is it covering that guy?
Yeah, look, Jameis Winston's a walking soundbite. There's no question about it. And, nothing personal against Jameis, but I hope we don't see him this year. And hopefully we don't have to talk to him this year. That means that Deshaun Watson is available each and every week and, performing well and is healthy. So, but yeah, Jameis is a lot of fun to talk to. He's a ball of energy. That's one of the things the Browns really love about him, that, he brings that level of energy, not just to the quarterback room, but it kind of reverberates a little bit throughout the entire locker room.
It's Daryl Ryder from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland to talk Browns with you here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, what do we expect with this Browns running game with Chubb out?
Well, Jerome Ford's the number one back. It's going to be a three-headed monster, Pierre Strong. You'll see some of him. Dante Foreman. You probably see him in some short yardage situations. He's kind of like a battering ram, type of guy. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know what to expect from this run game, because Kevin Stefanski does not run full contact practices during training camp. So there's no live tackling. There's no taking guys to the ground. And so it's really hard to gauge what is a good productive run in those practices, because you really don't know where the play got stopped. So that is just like Deshaun Watson. That is an unsolved mystery going into week one.
Daryl, when Ken Dorsey was brought in as the OC, and I know Kevin calls the plays, have you noticed anything different with Dorsey and his work with Watson and stuff? Because he seemed to do some wonders when he was with Josh Allen at Buffalo.
Yeah, and also Cam Newton, the year that the Panthers went to the Super Bowl and Newton won the MVP, Dorsey was with him. And that's what really appealed to the Browns. They really wanted to make sure that, Alex Van Pelt did a great job in the 4 years he was with the Browns, especially considering the volume of quarterbacks that the Browns had to go through because guys kept getting hurt. He did a really good job, but they wanted to bring someone in that really could accentuate what Watson does well, and that's the off-schedule stuff. And so you can see some differences in the offense when you watch practice. It is about getting the ball out real fast. The timing route stuff that was emphasized the previous 4 years, there's not much of that now. There's a lot of receiver choice routes things where the quarterback and the receiver better be on the same page how they're reading those corners and safeties and linebackers in coverage. If not, there's going to be a lot of turnovers because if Watson's thinking one thing and the receiver's thinking something else, that's where you have problems. But it's all about giving Deshaun Watson flexibility to make those off-schedule plays. He's not an on-schedule quarterback, so they have pretty much scrapped that idea under Dorsey. And this offense, I think you'll see Sunday, involves a lot of off-schedule plays.
How about the defensive side of the football? Cowboys rocking with two rookies, with Guyton at left tackle, Cooper Beebe at center, and this Browns defense, at least from a year ago, they were a sensational unit.
Jim Schwartz may or may not have noticed that the Cowboys are starting two rookies on that defensive line. Myles Garrett, the reigning defensive player of the year. I know Micah Parsons this year would like to have a word with Garrett about that particular award. I'm pretty sure Myles is aware of two rookies being on that defensive line. So, but we talked to Schwartz today, and he said that those two young guys, he was really impressed with the preseason film that he saw on them. He really felt they acquitted themselves very, very well. So while they may be rookies, the Browns are not expecting an open invitation to the backfield to get after Dak Prescott, but they are going to dial up the pressure because that's just what they do. It just so happens that the Cowboys are going to start a couple of rookies up front, but the Browns are a pressure up front defense. They are a man-to-man in the back defense. And so, last year they were able to play some real good complementary football in that regard with the pressure up front and, tight coverage on the back end. We'll see. They're going to be tested, obviously, right out of the gate here because of the explosiveness, not just of Dak Prescott, but his favorite target, CeeDee Lamb.
We were so blown away at the red zone numbers for the defense, though. How much conversation has been about that in this offseason? Such a great defense, but worst when it comes to the red zone.
Not only that, red zone as well as on the road. The home versus road splits were Jekyll and Hyde. They were just dominant at home and then they would go on the road and they just weren't the same defense. So those are two things that Jim Schwartz has been chewing on all off season, and those are two things that Jim Schwartz has been beating into his players' heads all off season about tightening up and improving. And so I am real curious to see because, again, Dallas has a prolific offense. There's no question about it. In fact, the Browns will play every elite quarterback there is in the National Football League. Patrick Mahomes is on the schedule. Tua is on the schedule. Lamar Jackson, the two-time MVP, he's on the schedule twice. Of course, Joe Burrow down in Cincinnati is on the schedule twice, divisional games there. Justin Herbert, they're out with the LA Chargers. So this is just the opening act of what the Browns defensively are going to face. And so while there's been so much talk about tightening up red zone, making sure the defense travels on the road, there's also a lot of talk of the level of play has to be elevated, or else they're going to find receivers and quarterbacks picking them apart on a weekly basis because they are facing the best of the best starting this week with Dak Prescott.
No question about Daryl. We really appreciate the time, man. Cannot thank you enough for all the insights. This has been a real treat. Looking forward to maybe we'll I'm sorry about that. Looks like my guy Wolchuk's got one more question for you. Daryl, here he is.
What's your secret with the pork chops?
My secret with the pork chops? I don't have a secret with pork chops. Barbecue sauce. That would probably be my secret.
That's a damn good answer right there to an awful question. Sorry about that. I'm going to deal with this guy in the break. Daryl, you're a beast. Appreciate the time, my friend.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
Salute. There he goes. Daryl Ryder, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, passing all the tests.
Took it in stride, man.
Barbecue sauce.
Look at that
go.
guy.
It's a radio pro.
Especially if you make it on a Weber. Ooh, dude, it sets it off.
I think years ago when we first hit that to Broadus, he obviously thought long and hard about that.
I think I did too.
He was like,
I was talking about it being dry and
applesauce.
We got to go. Sean Merriman joins us to preview NFL Week 1. That's coming up next. The GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How about a message from Diamonds Direct before we get there, though? These guys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
It's game one of the NFL season tonight. Sunday is Cowboys-Browns. Joining us now here on your home of the Cowboys, lights out Sean Merriman. coming in courtesy of BetOnline, betonline.net, betonline.ag. Segment is presented by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's been in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. As Sean Merriman joins us now here in the GBag Nation. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's up, my man? How's it going?
We're doing great. Let's start with the Cowboys. What kind of a season do you think they're going to have coming off a last year's playoff disappointment against Green Bay?
So the talent's there. I don't think that's ever been a problem. I think right now is what's the mindset in the locker room and the distractions because of contracts with Dak and Micah. I mean, I don't think we've ever heard Dak speak this way in a press conference about possibly moving on to a new team and it's a business and he's prepared. So when you have those level of distractions, it's hard to talk about the first game. It's hard to talk about the next game, the third game, because people want to know about the situation. So it's really going to be how they handle the distractions this year. It's not going to be the talent. They got all the talent in the world to get things done, but it's really how they handle the distractions leading into this year.
Sean, so what was your experience during your career? Big contracts are out there for very important players. Does that have like a trickle-down effect on role players? And, what happens if a guy can keep it silent and professional? Is it possible that benefits by making that, key player extra motivated in a contract year?
Yeah, for one, with a guy like Dak Prescott, you don't have to motivate him. He is going to be self-motivated. He wants to go out, and he's a winner at heart, right? He's going to go out and get it done. I think what happens is the questions are going to be asked by the teammates and the media and people outside of the building. That's where the distraction is going to be because you're going to have to answer those questions. They're going to throw a microphone in Micah's face at some point and ask him, hey, how do you feel about your contract? And they're going to ask the teammate. They're going to ask another guy about how do you feel about Micah's contract. And so those questions are going to have to be answered, and that is how they deal with it is going to be to reflect on how the season is going to go, man. So I don't think it's a talent issue. I think that them bringing in, I think Dalvin Cook, right? They brought in Dalvin, and they made some key late, acquisitions, bringing guys in. I think they got talent, but man, they got a lot going on. They have a lot going on that they have to battle through contract-wise.
Yeah, a lot of expectations around here, a lot of pressure. In a team game like football, how fair is it to put postseason success on a quarterback's shoulders?
Well, look, we judge quarterbacks now based off of championships, right? We know some of the best quarterbacks in history, and I played with one of them, in Phillip Rivers. Mm-hmm. Phillip will always have that question mark, and he was a great player. He's a great player. But he was always going to have that question mark because he doesn't have a ring, because we value championships. We value how many times, how deep you go in the playoffs, and it's going to be no different from Dak. We know that Dak is going to give you one of the best regular seasons we've ever seen. We know he's going to go out and put up big numbers. He's going to win a lot of football games, but he's never going to, get that 800-pound gorilla off his back until he gets these guys to an NFC championship game at bare minimum and then the playoffs.
You mentioned Phillip Rivers. Did you ever have a teammate that came anywhere close to doing as much trash talking as him?
No. And the great thing about Phillip. So I think that now, because with the mic'd up and we're starting to see a lot of cameras everywhere. I played against Phillip when I was in college. I went to University of Maryland. He was at NC State, and I hated him. I just thought he ran his mouth so much. I was like, no, I can't stand this dude. I cannot wait to play him. And then you get in the locker room with him, you get him on a team, man, and you just realize he's talking to you. He doesn't curse, obviously, for one, but two, he's not saying anything negative or mean. You're just not used to a quarterback chirping back with you. I hated it as a competitor of his, but being in the locker room with him, he is probably the most competitive player I've ever played with in my life.
When it comes to all the quarterbacks entering this year, and we've talked, you mentioned Dak, Lamar Jackson, who's playing tonight. It's the postseason success that is kind of, hey, that's what they're still waiting on. Who do you think has the most pressure at the quarterback position? They have the most to prove this year.
I would say Dak, man, because he's already gotten a big contract, and he's won a lot of games. I mean, he's had MVP seasons. But that stamp is never really he's never going to have that elite stamp until he gets those guys into an NFC Championship game or a Super Bowl. He's just not, he's never going to get the respect, right? Because he has numbers-wise, he's up there with the best. He's put up, godly numbers, but he's never going to have that stamp of being elite until he gets those guys to the next level. So you look at the rest of the quarterbacks in the league. I mean, who else has that pressure that already hasn't won at least one Super Bowl already? No one.
Lights out. Sean Merriman here with you in the Nation.
Hey, Sean, I was going to ask you about with Micah Parsons, and we're hearing him and Mike Zimmer seem to get along very, very well, and he's asking Mike to move him around a bunch. Is that something as a pass rusher, as good as you did, as well as you did that? Is that something that will benefit from him? Will he get benefit from it by always moving around, or did you just like to kind of stay and work on one guy that you felt like you could take advantage of?
A guy like Micah Parsons, with that level of athleticism, explosion, and the capabilities, the things that he can do on the football field, it is a discredit to put him on one side of the field with his hand in the dirt. And I don't want to take a shot at Dan Quinn at all, because obviously he had something in the scheme that he thought that Micah can do. But when I saw Micah lining up and he put his hand in the dirt at the end, it was like, man, it hurt my stomach, because what he's capable of. You should never know what Micah Parsons is going to be lining up at when he comes pre-snap. And it was a conversation I had with him a couple of years ago when he had a big year a couple of years ago. I said, Micah, this year when you come in, you are a target. Everybody's looking. When pre-snap, they're looking to see where you line up at. They're going to slide protect, call the strong side. Wherever you are, you're getting most of the pressure. Well, guess what? If they know where you are pre-snap because you got your hand in the dirt, well, you just made it a lot easier for the offenses. And it never should be that. And one of I would guess the privileges I had is playing for Wade Phillips. Wade Phillips, you didn't know if I was lining up at weak, if I was lined up as strong, if I was going to come around on the jack blitz and loop around to the A-gap. You never knew where I was coming, which led to me being one-on-one with running backs, one-on-one with tight ends. That's the kind of situation you create. So Micah is smart, man. And I think Mike Zimmerman, he's been around for a long time. He loves nasty guys, though, and he has a great defensive mind. He's going to know what to do with Micah, and that's not lining him up on one side of the football.
If Zim does that, do you think Micah wins Defensive Player of the Year this year?
Yes, absolutely. No question about it. Because his ability, man, he's a 15-plus sack guy. And more importantly with that, he has the ability to drop into coverage if you need him to. He can cover out the flats. He can step up in the A-gap and then, kind of hang right there and spot protect. He can do so much. And it really, man, it pained me. And outside of the 37 holds that was not called against him last year, I mean, that was just embarrassing. The NFL and the referee, they should be ashamed of themselves as much as he was getting held last year. But it just hurt my heart to see him lining up on one side of the field.
How unique is Myles Garrett, who the Cowboys are going to have to match up with this week?
Oh, God. I mean, look, and he's going against a rookie tackle, man. I'm just, and I'm sending prayers and thoughts, man, to the rookie because, you're coming into a game and you're playing against the best. And Myles Garrett is such a freak of nature and what he can do on the football field. We just talk about Myles Garrett. I mean, we just talk about Micah Parsons, what he's able to do. Myles Garrett's the same way, but he's bigger. He's a bigger guy. And so that rookie, man, he's going to have his hands full this week coming out. But he's going to get a good test because if he can stand up and play well against Myles Garrett, you can stand up and play well against anybody.
Hey, Sean, I was listening to you talk like that, and I was just wondering, when you think about that and you think that rookie's going to get all that help, and on the other side, Terrence Steele, you kind of watch him, and he'll struggle a little bit with power and that. Do you, as a coordinator, would you be tempted to say, I know that rookie's going to get all that help and rush Garrett on the opposite side and see if you can get more one-on-ones with Terrence Steele?
Yeah, and look, you're not going to be able to cover him up all night, right? You're not going to be able to cover him up all day where you got a tight end anywhere, but you want to chip off the edge.
Sure.
Maybe have the tight end to hit Myles Garrett before he gets out in the rush where we don't have a clean rush. Some kind of motion or some kind of near set over there where bring the tight end in the slot area. You don't want Myles Garrett having a clean rush, but there's going to be some points of the day that he's going to be one-on-one and he's going to have to man up. And you almost, in a sense, you want that. He needs to be tested early. That way he's ready for the rest of the season. But it's going to tell a lot, man. So if he can handle, in those bad cases with Myles Garrett, he's going to be able to block anybody.
Okay, true or false, if Sean Merriman was playing against the Browns this weekend, he would have at least one or two massage jokes to throw at Deshaun Watson in the middle of the game.
Oh, I mean, 6, 7. I mean,
6.
with me, man, I believe, first of all, having a good time. And two, I would do anything to get under people's skin on the field. I said things to Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, all the greats. That's what this game is about, man. I know it's kind of I wouldn't call it soft, but the game is different a little bit. But it's still football. It's still a mind game out there. And if I didn't go out there and crack some jokes or pull his towel and help, just little things to mess with him, man, I would love to be in a position to do that.
Does Brady ignore you? Does Manning ignore you? Which one of those guys barks back a little bit?
I would say that Peyton talked back to me the most. Tom just, with his crazy eyes, just looked back at me like I wasn't supposed to hit him. But I would say Peyton always had some good words back. I used to love going back and forth with Pete.
Were there any quarterbacks that you just reduced to nothing, like you got inside their head, psyched them out?
I think it was Matt Castle, actually, when he was with the Chiefs. He got to the point where he just almost full sprinted back to the huddle so he didn't have to see me. But I had a couple guys in the heels, man. And that's one thing about it. And I watched Lawrence. The reason why I won number 56 because of Lawrence Taylor and the fear that he struck into all the offenses. And I learned watching him a lot. And so it was great to do.
Did you ever play against a player like Andrew Luck who would just slap you on the rear and be like, "Hey, good hit, man, really good hit"?
Yeah, I got Andrew Luck towards the end of his career. He actually got me one of those when I was in Buffalo, and it was the weirdest thing. I didn't even know. It kind of you put your guards down, man. It's like, man, how can you really say anything bad to this guy? He's sitting there being nice and complimenting you and everything else. And I'm so used to the opposite and going back and forth with Phillip, and I couldn't realize that somebody was being nice to me, and it just felt weird.
Sean, you're a super beast, man. We cannot thank you enough for the time. This has been incredible. We're back to football. Life is good. And, wow, as soon as I say that, we're in preseason form here. It looks like Wolchuk's got one more question for you. Sorry about that, Sean.
What's your secret with the pork chops?
What was that again?
What's your secret with the pork chops?
What you mean the secret?
I have Sean, I am just so sorry about that, man. We look forward to hopefully the next time getting to do this with a little bit more professionalism. But we're back to football, back to pigskin, pork's in the air. Enjoy yourself some football tonight.
You guys, man, make sure you guys download Lights Out Sports TV as well. Make sure you guys download Lights Out Sports TV. It's my new free ad-supported sports streaming service, completely free, available on every major smart TV, Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Vizio. So if you've got any one of those major TVs, we've got a big fight tomorrow. We'll download Lights Out Sports TV.
I love it, Sean. Thank you so much. Have a good one. There he goes, Lights Out, Sean Merriman here with you in the GBag Nation, lightsOutSportsTV.com. What are these guys doing over here?
It's the poor guy comes on and he's talking.
The pork guy came on?
The poor guy came on. Poor guy came on and he's trying to offer some insight, and then you're going to give him an opportunity to promote, hey Sean, what are you working on? But no, we're over here like,
what's the secret to the pork chops?
What's the secret to the pork chops?
I've always felt like a good meat thermometer.
Yeah.
You don't want to overcook that pork chop.
You don't want it to be dry.
People wanted to know.
People get so fearful of the pork chop that they have to overcook it. Like, you can have a little bit of pink in there, right?
You could grill it pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the rules of steak. Like 130, really 125, you're good to go.
Shout out to the quickness on Lucius there with the follow-up question there. He's like, I'm sorry, come again? And it was like, boom, there it is. Pepper and
badass.
Let's do a top 10, Wolchuk. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do it, man. We'll do a top 10 next on the fan.
I want to chat about the Frankels before we do that, though, because, life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one gets hurt in an accident, 18-wheeler, commercial vehicle, rideshare, something like that, or maybe just a regular negligent driver out there, your entire life's turned upside down. You might have a struggle getting around for the rest of your life, dealing with pain and suffering. Frankels, make sure you don't settle for less. These things go six figures quite easily when you think of maybe you got to change a career. Maybe you're out of work for months. You have to get a new vehicle. You were in the hospital, 6 figures, 7 figures and beyond when you start talking about
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
ability there in Paris. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Thank
Wooly
you.
Bully.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the tremendous texts that we've gotten for what are the true secrets with the pork chops. I actually had a chef text in, pork chop, deep fried brown gravy. So we're getting a lot of quality input.
You deep fried the pork chop inside of brown gravy? That feels revolutionary.
I think he's saying, or she's saying, you deep fried the pork chop and then you put the brown gravy on
you
it.
smother it.
Yeah, you're making it like a chicken fried steak, except you're making a pork chop.
I don't know. I like the idea of using the brown gravy as the cooking oil.
I like that too. This is going to be outstanding. We're going to do a top 10 most popular cuts of pork in the USA.
Back to football. It's
That's
a
what
return
we're
to
gonna
football
do.
Thursday,
All right?
baby.
I went ahead and I pivoted. I said bleep the other top 10 lists I've got, although we did get great news.
Can we judge what the other two were?
I was considering, we just got news that Ocean's 14 is in the works. George
Get outta
Clooney
here.
and
Really?
Brad Pitt are going to reprise their roles.
They've really done 13 of those
you
things
know,
already.
Is everybody still alive for this one?
I think that we lost Bernie Mac,
yeah.
certainly.
Yeah.
I can actually confirm that.
I don't know about the other old guy, Saul. Is he still around?
Saul Goodman?
That's Rob Reiner. That's Reiner.
Is it?
I think it's
you
Rob
know?
Reiner's dad.
Okay.
Carl Reiner.
Well, Carl,
Yeah.
I'm not sure Carl is still around for the Ocean's 14, but it's not going to be the same without Bernie. But Clooney and Pitt are back, and I assume Matt Damon's going to come back. I hope Don Cheadle's back as well. But we're going to get Ocean's 14. I think 11 and 12 were fantastic.
What else do we have to do with the Ocean series?
You know what?
Dude, if you don't think
We're
there's
having fun
another
with it, okay?
casino that needs to be, put in their
Terry
place.
Benedict? Is there another Terry Benedict we're going to go after
You're
here?
damn right there is.
Okay.
All right.
Is Terry Benedict going to jump on sides with us now?
Terry Benedict actually ended up teaming up with them.
That's what I'm saying. Who else are we going to team up with?
I think
We
maybe,
went after Al Pacino,
maybe
right?
Julia Roberts now owns her own casino, and they want to get back at Julia Roberts and rob her. I don't know. Something's going to go on here, and I'm here for it. I'm into an
You
Ocean's
brought
14.
it up. I thought maybe you knew.
No, that we don't have any details on the film, Brian. It's just that we know that it's going to happen according to Deadline.
Well, Broadus likes to ask the tough questions
So
that he can make you feel like you weren't prepared enough for your segment. That's what he likes to do.
Well, hey, and I appreciate that.
He asks the unanswerable questions.
When we get more information, I will pass it along to you. Don't
Appreciate
you worry,
it.
sir.
You know me, I love movies.
We're all over this beat.
I know you're going to be first in line. You might even see this thing at midnight.
Might.
I'm excited.
Might be there.
USC, I mentioned earlier, Caleb Williams, number 13, is getting retired.
That's crap.
Broadus will show up to the movie right after his podcast is done.
They're also going to retire Reggie Bush's number 5. Oh, well, he's got to judge all the sacks, Eric.
Wow, how I mean, this feels kind of like a throw in The Reggie Bush thing? Like, hey, guys, if we're doing the Caleb stuff, don't we need to probably do Reggie's as well?
Well, both
he should have had
players-
his own day, his own moment a decade
It's the
ago.
Heisman Trophy retirement.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
Caleb's got the Heisman Trophy. They stripped Reggie Bush of his Heisman. They just gave it back to him.
But
so now we're doing a big Heisman off.
in USC's personal record book, though, Reggie should have never lost the Heisman. He should have had the Heisman jersey number retired. Hey, we're not talking about college football. We're talking about USC.
Take it up with Jared. Okay, you can fight with Jared about it when we talk with him a little bit later.
Did you see?
I'm just the messenger.
I'm just here to defend Reggie.
Gosh dang it.
Did you see Heisman House commercial? They had him on
Yes,
ice.
they did.
Okay, I haven't even seen the commercial yet, but I heard it was
was pretty
great.
funny. Like
He's putting his picture back up there in the hallway.
Cryogenic, like he was frozen. Like, what I miss?
That's awesome.
It's
He was
so
frozen
good.
in time.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, top 10 best pork cuts. 877-881-1053.
Pork.
Let us know what your favorite pork cut is.
Pork cut. What's an
Didn't we
example
do
of a
this
cut
earlier?
of pork?
We did pork dishes. These are like specific pork cuts because I really was struggling to find. They only had 9 pork dishes on Taste Atlas. They didn't even go to 10.
So it's like
there
your
was only
favorite,
9.
like your favorite part of the pig.
Like a pork chop is a cut. Baby back ribs, cut. Spare ribs, tenderloin, pork shoulder. I'm going through the list right now. Bang, 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 booted, boom. There it is.
Those dumplings, those pork dumplings.
Pork dumplings are delicious.
Yeah, was that number 10?
How about a pork bao bun? You can do the pork fried rice.
There you go.
All good stuff.
Yeah.
Number 10 is ground pork. Ground pork serves as a versatile ingredient. It can be used in a variety of different recipes.
Chili? You chili it up with something like that?
Meatballs.
I think what you do with the ground pork, though, you put it with some regular, like you do it with some other meat. So you make it, that's your fat.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're making a combo. You're thinking 2 pounds of ground beef, 1 pound of pork, putting them together.
Ooh, salami's one that we did not get to earlier. Salami's good.
Dude, salami's incredible.
Salami's
Heartburn
very good.
City, but it is good.
That's not a cut, though.
214's not into this, though. God, you guys are annoying with the pork stuff.
I would say
I am
probably
sorry.
your ribs are the best.
I'm really sorry. That
And I'll tell you why ribs are the
I think
best.
the guy's right myself.
Here, 214. I hear you. 214. We're going to make this up. Come on out tomorrow. It's going to be the first time that KNC is followed by GBag at a Buffalo Wild Wings on a Friday football feast. All right, so we're going to be out there tomorrow.
Eric's going to eat wings.
Off Lemon Avenue in Dallas. We're going to have giveaways throughout the day, including Cowboy tickets, courtesy of Miller Lite. So come by, register to win 214. We're going to make it up to you if you're annoyed by the pork.
Well, the
And we're going
praise
to have chicken.
The praise is pouring in here from the 646. What a dumbass segment on NFL season opening night.
I had an NFL bucket list stadium list ready to go. I can pivot, but I'm not going to. Now I'm leaning into it.
Yeah, you have to lean into it.
Number
And
9,
I'll
pork
take
belly.
the blame for this one.
Belly
for the
pork.
record.
I'm with you, man. What my baby wants, my baby gets.
Thank you.
You wanted a pork list? I got you.
pork
Pork
it.
belly coming in at number 9.
Dawson, I think they got too much power on the show now.
Well,
Yeah,
they're
they're
giving
all
us so many damn segments, I guess.
I think we're a little suspect, but
Yeah,
you know,
You want to do more than one segment?
one bad list a month.
Maybe. If you just keep interrupting me, I'd
Maybe.
love to. Yeah.
Bacon.
That's the pork belly.
Bacon comes in at 8.
It's the belly.
We got the pork loin.
The belly of the
That's
beast.
the belly of the pork.
Lean, tender cut. Now, what's the difference between this and the tenderloin? Pork loin. Flatter, wider.
Oh, there is something.
Ham, classic centerpiece for holiday feasts and celebratory meals. You can
That's
go
pretty good.
bone in, bone out, cured or smoked.
Better on a sandwich afterwards with
See,
mayonnaise.
the problem with smoking a ham or a Boston butt is there's too much meat in the middle. You can't get that smoke on that meat in the middle.
yeah, it's
You know?
tough.
That's why the ribs are the best.
Pork shoulder.
That's why some people score the top of that ham. You know
Oh,
what I'm
yeah.
saying? Open it up
Could
a little
see
bit.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Better smoke coverage.
Just trying to get through this piss poor segment, guys. Pork tenderloin comes up
You
next.
failed already.
The
Regardless.
tenderloin.
The tenderloin's delicious. Tenderloin's very good. Spare ribs are next up. Meaty, robust flavor. They're larger and more substantial than baby back ribs. Just the spare
Yeah,
ribs.
more fatty.
Didn't know
Yeah,
that.
overall easier to not screw up.
Next up, number 2 is the baby back. Unquestionably the favorite in America. Taken from the upper rib cage area. They're succulent and meaty, and they offer a delicate texture and sweet flavor.
Yeah.
You get too dry.
Oh, God dang it.
Dang, for real, you don't like baby back ribs,
You just
dog?
said, now, what are you talking? You just said earlier you like baby backs.
Spare.
I do like them. Yeah, I like the spare.
now they're
The
dry,
St. Louis
The word
cut.
succulent was used, and Dawson
number
nearly goes,
one's pork
dry.
chops. Just get us out of here.
A succulent meal.
Number 1 is pork
A
chops.
succulent meal.
Wool Chuck throwing a fit.
Double barrels on his way out.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Nice work, man. Welcome to football season, folks.
We are now 45 minutes from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. We're 25 from the Expressway. Get you caught up on the day's news. But Eric Kendricks is actually going to join us there at 5:20 today in the Expressway. Where are we going next, Eric?
Football's finest, why America's team is a laughing stock in Australia right now. And the Eagles actually have quite the home field advantage in Brazil. That's next here in the nation.
I want to chat about Men's Tea Clinic.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Even he's covering all the NFL for ESPN Australia.
Yeah.
So he popped through and we were having a good old time with him. Well, he's a lot of fun. Great guy.
Australian Jewish brother.
Great guy.
Correct me the way you did, but do it into the microphone.
What, Lori Haresh?
Haresh. Okay, my apologies. So Nick Harris
Sounds dirty.
unveiled the news yesterday. The theme for the Dallas Cowboys last year was Carpe Omnia, sees everything. And this year it is just simply one word, rooted. ROOTED. Okay,
from the rooter to the tutor.
That's right.
Rooted.
Shout out to the pigskin. Football's back.
Split over there.
Rooter to the
Yeah. So our guy Laurie Haresh decided to,
close,
as an Australian man,
I think you nailed it.
give us the Australian slang dictionary version of what rooted means.
Yeah.
Which of course means F in nearly all its senses.
Yeah.
I feel rooted. or like I feel bleeped.
Yeah.
So in Australia this year, the Cowboys fans know that their season theme is literally effed. Like when you see Mike McCarthy roaming the sidelines on a game day with a hoodie that reads "rooted," he's basically just
we're bleeped.
He's
bleeped.
admitting it.
I love the self-awareness here, and I'd like to think he did this on purpose. He was just hiding in plain sight. This was his plan. He's like, McCarthy's looking around going like, this is the roster you're giving me. You're lame ducking me. Okay. If you're ducking me, then we're
rooted.
Yeah.
If you're lame ducking me, you're effing me.
Yeah, and this isn't even like up for debate or like a piece of modern slang in Australia. This is it. You put what does rooted mean in Australia? To have intercourse or something is not working or broken.
That's pretty dang phenomenal, man.
We're America's team, guys. Okay, America's
rooted.
Yeah,
and they've just as rooted as they've been for the last 30 years.
We're not world's team. We're not the world's team.
Is it too late to change this? You think?
I think this is one where you just.
No, I think you're rooted.
Roll with
I think
it.
you're rooted to it.
You're rooted, man.
You're rooted to it.
The Jones family's going to be laughing about this one for a long time.
Well, Jonathan Jones is reporting on the home field advantage in Brazil that the Eagles actually have. I wasn't expecting this, but this feels like huge advantage, filthy. As the home team.
You mean Park Shores didn't have anything about this?
Park Shores?
Yeah, what's my name?
Park Shores.
Elliott Shore Parks.
Haresh.
Haresh. Park Shores. What's my guy's?
Elliott Shore Parks.
Elliott Shore Parks. He's not over there like giving us home field advantage in South America.
He probably thinks they won the game already.
As the home team Friday in Brazil, the Eagles got a hotel closer to the stadium. The Packers, on the other hand, will have a game day commute that is estimated between 90 minutes and 2 hours based off heavy traffic.
Don't we have security getting us to the games?
It's ridiculous.
I have no idea, dude. We're in Brazil. I don't know what this is going to look like.
I'm going to say we probably have some security getting us to
They
these
probably
games.
do. Maybe the people in Brazil just don't care about your security.
We're still sitting on a bus for 2 hours.
It's a long time.
Sounds brittle.
That feels like a huge disadvantage for the Green Bay Packers. And I'm sure it's a comfy ride. I mean, you'd like to think it's probably as comfy as a bus can be, perhaps.
Snacks and waters along the way.
Yeah, you're gonna be snacking or whatever, but a game day commute of 2 hours, I think, is definitely not cool. And if I was a Packers fan, I'd be a little bit bummed about that. Speaking of being bummed, we're already on the injury report in San Francisco with Christian McCaffrey. A lot of people's number one overall fantasy pick in the fantasy drafts, battling a calf/Achilles issue.
They
will
go together.
be limited in practice. So I mean, it's just. You never want to start the season when you're starting the season on the injury report. That is, I mean, literally limping into the season.
I thought he was hurt. All
training camp.
All training camp, he was hurt, and they were bringing him back.
The rules say that they've got to put this on the report, on the injury report.
No, I'm just saying though, wasn't he coming back from this?
He's back. Like he's going to play on Sunday, but they've got to report it.
Oh, okay.
Or else they're going to get fined.
The 816 thinks we are ball sacking them with how rooted we are this season. And I cannot begin to tell you how not true that is in terms of us ball sacking. That's 100% facts.
Look it up.
It's 100% facts. That's just what it is. So I'm just reporting to you the true news of the day.
Cowboys rooted themselves once again.
We have Jason Kelsey's parenting advice. Apparently, he tells his kids that cats are poisonous, so they don't have to actually get one.
That's genius.
I think this was a ball sack.
I told Abby.
No, that's real.
I was allergic to cats.
Did he not come out and say that this was not true?
For the longest time, he said he was
just
joking about it.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, of course.
But it's something. To be honest, it's something that as a dad of young children, you need to be thinking about right now. What's going to be your strategy for telling them no, you can't get this
Trying
pet?
to get out of these things.
Because at about age 5 until age 9, it's going to be constant. Can I get a gerbil, a guinea pig, a cat, a dog? It's unrelenting.
I'm just going to say mom's allergic. It's part of the celiac disease.
All three of them are going to team up on Chief. I want a cat. And they're going to cry and scream about it, bro.
Gosh, that's going to be tough.
I know Chief's just going to tell him no. He's not a pet guy at all, are you?
Yeah. Chief, have you ever got him a pet?
No.
No, they just shoot him.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's right. We're like, we're the family.
We don't shoot pets, okay? Wild raccoons are not house pets, okay? First and foremost.
All
They love their
all
raccoons.
animals in the woods are meeting right now, talking about the Chiafalo family.
We have
Hey,
a
there's
couple.
this family, and we need to be aware about them when they come into our area.
We have a couple of cats that roam the neighborhood, and you can't even say they're stray cats because they have a house there, but their owners just let them roam, and they just barely crack their garage door so he can just like come and go as he pleases. But he's also just arriving in our backyard and dropping grumpers back there.
What?
And so, I'm serious. I discovered this while mowing the lawn, and then you run over it unbeknownst to me, and now you're living in a world of disgust. You feel like you're at FedEx Field watching the Commanders play football all of a sudden, just surrounded by disgust. So I brought my kids out, and I said, hey, this is what happens when you bring cats around. Okay, you smell how bad this is? You see how disgusting this is? Now get back inside and don't ask me again.
Wow.
There you go.
I thought maybe the porch poo guy, maybe he's showing up with the cat stuff in the backyard.
They did think it was cat poop, for the record. I guess.
They did think it was. No, this cat's been running amok a little bit.
You see Eric after he drags him outside, like points stuff up. Now
Genius.
get back in the house.
Genius.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, man.
I stand in awe of his vision.
I appreciate that.
How to cut these things off.
Go watch some Ted Nugent videos.
Oh man.
Hassan Reddick's still a no-show, by the way, with the Jets. So that's becoming more and more disastrous by the second. I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't shown up just to be like, are you really going to lose money here? It doesn't seem like the Jets are ready to play any type of ball with you on a contract.
Man, I didn't think he would. I didn't think he'd stay out this long, but he is. He's rooted.
Wild.
In the athletic,
account is
they're talking about the Jets and where things stand right now and where Aaron Rodgers is at with coming off the injury and whatnot. And the report is that Rodgers didn't look hindered by his surgically repaired Achilles. He was moving around in practices fairly well and even making some plays on the move. The offense was just sloppy at times, and this summer included Rodgers' worst practice in a Jets uniform when he completed 11 of 27 passes back in mid-August. There were some snapping issues. He and Garrett Wilson had to reestablish their chemistry at one point, but once they did, Garrett Wilson became a monster, and Rodgers and the offense took off. So that's the assessment of where Aaron Rodgers and the Jets offense is, but we'll all find out in San Francisco on Monday night.
You fantasy football guys and gals out there, is he a draftable guy? Was he a draftable player?
Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, of course.
Draftable in the sense that like towards
top
the
10?
Absolutely not. Not even top 10 rounds.
No. He was drafted in every league that I drafted in. But he's probably drafted as a quarterback too, like a backup option.
So he is a backup quarterback on most fantasy football teams.
Yes, until he proves that he's good again.
Okay.
Injury really rooted him last year.
Yeah, I mean,
Hard to come back
that whole
from.
Jets
I'd say
organization's pretty rooted.
Dawson, you know what you're talking about over there.
Do you feel more or less rooted after hearing this sound from Jerry Jones when talking about Ezekiel Elliott? Listen to the comparison. Listen to the name drop here as Jerry talks about current Zeke, like what we just saw, Patriots Zeke. This is Jerry with Stephen A. yesterday.
I personally thought that his work there in New England was better than maybe a lot of other people evaluated it. I thought he did carry the mail in some critical times for them. And by the way, I saw those old boys getting up with that Jimmy Brown look, the way those players used to look when I was watching him on television, and they'd look like they'd just hit a brick wall, or an old Jimmy had just ease up. I saw some of that still in the way that New England with Zeke got the job done in the running game. I have more belief that Zeke gives us what we need in our short yardage than maybe a lot of fans do.
Oh, root me running. This is really disturbing.
I was literally jarred this morning when I heard Jimmy Brown. How many folks were calling him Jimmy? I don't know. I'm sure Jerry and Jimmy were good buds, so he could get away with that. But I was not expecting the Jim Brown name drop when speaking about current sub 4 yards per carry Ezekiel Elliott.
That was Jimmy Brown, and he kept saying that we've spunt the money.
Oh, we have that.
We've spunt it.
Yeah, have we heard Jerry ever say
never
that?
Heard him say spunt.
Here's Jerry spunting his balls off with Stephen A.
There's no question that I got some of that off my credit card.
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, I spunt some money that I didn't have. Very common in the NFL. But the facts are that not only have we had great supporting cast around Dak, we have also spent some of the money that we've got to spend on Dak in the future.
That's country. That's just country right there, bro.
It's not a biggie.
That's a little country.
No, I hadn't.
But I haven't heard him say spunt before.
I hadn't heard it, and it definitely the same way, Chuck, that you felt like you got like tased a little bit when you were listening, like woke you up.
It's jarring.
That's exactly what happened.
A little jarring. Yeah.
And then he doubled down on the spunt.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Stephen A. was agreeing with him on it.
Screaming A, I mean, he is the biggest butt kisser. He will rip the Cowboys for the ratings on First Take, and then he's just going to sit. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I agree with Zeke. He's much better than people thought he was last year. You're right. You're right.
He's a showman like Jerry, though. You know, they're akin that way.
Exactly. Screaming A.
I do think it was. I mean, Stephen A. asked him about like you guys are not spending near as much cash as
he had good questions.
He had a couple of
he did.
Like, hey, how can you say you believe in Dak and you believe he can get it done when he hasn't done it in the postseason? So respect to Stephen A. on a couple of those questions. Now, here is Jerry with the euphemism of the day. Jerry, how did you grow up?
I grew up being taught to have a big front door and a small back door.
Well said. There it is. Football's finest, ladies and gentlemen.
300-pounders. All on the waist down.
Zigging when others zag, baby.
Thank you, Chief. Love in addition to the finest most afternoons at 5 o'clock here in the GBag Nation. Time to hit the expressway and the start of the Cowboys Player Show. Linebacker Eric Kendricks joins us next right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, buddies, it's time now to hit the expressway where we take you commercial-free to the top. I think we're going to have to be a little flexible with the schedule. It is time right now at 5:20 every Thursday for the Eric Kendricks show here. We talk with the Cowboys linebacker, but he's still in meetings as they're wanting to make sure they get everything set. So, we're going to float the sked for them.
I just found out how rooted they were.
That's right. Segment's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And we'll get to Eric Kendricks here in just a second. But we're going to do LA Live early, so kind of flip-flop that order. A lot of stuff going on in the world of sports right now. Chris Young does not have a contract for next season. What that means about the Rangers' future. Evan Grant just posted that on the morning news. So we'll talk about that probably with Sands coming up at 6 o'clock. The top story of the day is the Cowboys want to do a longer deal, not a shorter deal. Diana Rossini's report yesterday said the opposite, and that was kind of a surprise, but Clarence Hill cleaned that up, saying it's Dak that wants to go short. So, a couple of days before the NFL season started. Of course, Texas, Michigan is out there as well, but it is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has an early edition of LA Live.
Don't want no short man. Hey, y'all see that fool that got the airplane turned around because he wouldn't stop vaping?
My cousin was on the flight.
No way.
He called me 2 days ago. He's like, dude, we're flying from Milwaukee to Dallas, and we have to peel off and to Tulsa or whatever because a grown middle-aged man is fighting people because he's not allowed to vape. I'm serious. I was like,
hold on. We might have a little situation.
Okay.
Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, vaping on a plane at 46 years old, he was throwing punches, kicking around or whatever. He was in first class, though. So my cousin was like, I had my kids with me, but we were far enough away. But it was like anytime I've never been on a plane situation like that, and especially when you're with your kids, you're just like, whoa, what is about to happen here, dude?
Yeah, I've seen that every now and then, and it seems like you can get away with ripping one or two as long as you're willing to very quickly put it away. Like, oh, my bad,
Yeah, I smoke them all the time on there. Really? I sure do. I enjoy myself.
How long are you holding
about
that
two
in?
Orange juice and vodkas deep. You stop pulling that thing out.
Do you even go take it to the restroom?
No, I sit right there in my
Club?
chair. Yeah, blow it right at the window.
Well,
we had a phone call. I'm waiting for him to call back. I don't want him to interrupt LA Live.
Yeah, no, that's good. We'll just talk about some Cowboy stuff here until he joins us, and then we'll knock out some Eric Kendricks, and we'll get this Cowboys Player Show going properly. Excited to talk about it, talk about football with him. If you heard him on KMC Masterpiece during training camp, he is one of the best interviews in the NFL. So we were very interested in booking him, and he agreed to join. But so much of the conversation right now is around Dak Prescott and Clarence Hill's clarification of that story. If negotiations continue, as Machota, gave us a quote from Dak a little bit earlier, that the conversations are still ongoing, and it's just a 1 year difference, 4 or 5 years. Aren't things adding up to a resolution on this in the next couple of days, one way or another, Brian? Or do you think it can still wiggle off the hook?
Do you think it's just 1 year?
I think it's 4 or 5 years, right? And last night Jerry said 5 with Stephen A. Smith.
Okay, I just was kind of wondering with that.
I think they like to do the 5-year deals.
They absolutely want to do the 5-year deal, and I was asking that in a way that it seems like that if it was just down to a 1 year, that maybe it absolutely that's what we're dealing with 1 year. To me, if you're holding. This might be more about Dak just saying, you know what, we've come this far with it. Let's just keep riding this thing.
If you're Dak's side, if he gets to free agency and he's even able to flirt with other teams, don't you think naturally that's going to raise the price tag to where now the Cowboys have to match it?
Yeah, well, they either have to match or they let him go.
Right.
That's where they're at. But I just kind of feel like that if you're Dak Prescott, and everybody's kind of been talking about why sign. You've carried. You've given them an opportunity to negotiate this deal, and now we're getting to the point where the season's about to start, and he's going to say, "Hey, I'm not going to." Most of these guys do when they get to a contract situation, and then the season does start. They say, "Well, we're putting it on the back burner, and we're worried about it afterwards."
Yeah,
and a lot of people, and so I could see Dak once again betting on himself, even if it is just like you asked me, 4 to 5 years. I could say, well. Heck, maybe we could get more. Maybe we could get more years. Maybe we could get more money. Maybe he really honestly has no reason to sign with you right now, unless he is worried about injury. Or he
really doesn't want to leave.
Yeah,
and I don't think he does. He was talking about.
I think well, think about this then. If he really doesn't want to leave, wouldn't he just go ahead and sign then now?
To try to get the most money possible. You're threatening I'll leave, and
but
they're threatening we might not want you.
They're saying, okay, 5 years this, you're asking for 4 for this.
Yeah.
If you really didn't want to leave, I think you would sign this contract. If it's the highest paid guy or the highest paid quarterback, I think that you would sign it,
and I think you will.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
You just want to walk this to the longest possible moment, put that fear in the other party, and
man, he's holding all the cards.
CD waited and got what he wanted.
Sure did.
I think you have to wait until they see it as the deadline. Joining us now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, is our weekly guest here for the Cowboys season, linebacker Eric Kendricks in the GBag Nation. And good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing wonderful. Looking forward to this, weekly conversation we're going to have through the season. Thanks so much for agreeing to it.
I think this is the best mic that I've ever used, so I'm hearing myself loud and clear, and I get used to this.
Yeah, you sound fantastic.
Sounded good. How was practice? How was the meetings and everything? What's new?
Practice was good. It was a little sticky out today. Got some sweat in. Just went over the film. Went over some 2-minute stuff, and feeling good, feeling confident.
So one of the big questions that you're equipped to answer probably better than anybody is, what's it going to be like for a team transitioning into the Mike Zimmer defense? Are we ready to hit the ground running?
Yeah, I mean, we got to be ready to hit the ground running. I feel like we got a lot of good work with our offense and various other offenses during camp, and now it's go time. So obviously, we got a little bit more pressure on the line, but at the same time, we know the looks we should be getting. Essentially, we're always going to get some unscouted looks in this first game, but looking to bring some pressure, looking to strap some people up, cause some turnovers, cause some havoc, and get it going, get it rolling.
How different is this version of the Zimmer scheme and defense compared to what it was when you were playing with him in Minnesota?
It's definitely different. There's different players on this team. One of the things I like is always, we've always utilized the players that we do have. The nucleus of the defense is definitely the same. Some of the coverage concepts and things like that are the same, but we have a lot more different. We have a lot more variety in our looks, especially with Micah and D-Law and those kind of guys up front. I'm looking forward to it because this is what we've been working on for the last month or so. So it's about time that season comes.
We're pumped to see it, man. We got to catch up with Zim a little bit out there in Oxnard, and he was reflecting on his time in Minnesota. Have you noticed any difference in his coaching style?
I mean, not really. He one of the things I remember from, him being my coach previously was how consistent he was. I feel like, he has a standard of what he wants on defense, and he's very, very meticulous, very detail oriented, and that's what he counts on us to be the same way. He wants us to know our stuff. He wants us to be, on point and accurate, and he doesn't want us to make mistakes. But at the end of the day, he wants us to play football too. He wants us to play free and fast. So you can use your instincts for sure as well.
Hey, Eric, it's funny. I was circle back. You were talking about the microphone. We got media background looking at right now with you. What do you do some of these things, podcasts and things like that?
Not really. I've done my fair share of being in the NFL and things like that, but
Sure.
I'm leaning into it a little bit more. I feel like my personality is coming out more so now than it used to. I used to be kind of like, we want to play good defense, and I don't want to say anything that's going to be affecting the team and things like that. And now it's like, okay, I put the work in. People know who I am and what I bring to the table. I can relax a little bit and just chat.
Look, you've been around the league a long time. You've been a great player. And we oftentimes talk when free agency rolls around that the Cowboys seem like a destination that players would want to play for because of what comes with being a Cowboy. For you, I mean, is that something you thought about at all when you were coming here? Like, what for players around the league, how much of that is real, or is that just a media stereotype?
No, that's accurate. I feel like, in order to be the best, you got to play the best. You got to play against the best. You got to. And I feel like the Cowboys are always known for having, the primetime games, tough schedules, and, to get it rolling. So I feel like that definitely came into play in preseason. The NFL is tough all around. You can't hide that, but it puts a little more pressure on you, with the star on. So I kind of like that.
Which one of the young linebackers asked the most questions of you?
I honestly don't know. Probably between either Damone or Maris for sure.
I would bet Maris. I would bet Maris is a very curious.
Smart.
He seems very curious a lot about just the way he plays and stuff like that. That he's probably a guy that wants to know everything that's going on with the scheme.
Yeah, he's building some really good habits, man. I really like what I'm seeing from him, and he's going to be a special player for sure.
It's Cowboys linebacker Eric Kendricks here in the nation.
Was he the most impressive rookie talent show at training camp guy? We heard him sing, and he's got, amazing pipes, but did anybody compete with Maris there?
Nobody came close, and I'm happy to say it came from the linebacker room. The voice of mix between Fergie and Jesus, it was nice to hear.
I love the reference.
It was good to hear, especially in the dog days of camp. You get the rookies up there. Sometimes they don't take it seriously, but we didn't have to worry about that when my dog Maris got up there. He took the mic away and stole our hearts one note at a time.
What did you do as a rookie?
I actually made a rap up. It was like a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Nice.
And we had camp in Mankato in Minnesota, and I made like a Fresh Prince of Mankato type of rap, and I played the beat behind it. So I got pretty creative, So I don't want to see anybody go up there and take a day off, You got to come with it.
Do you remember the rap?
No, not at all.
Dang it.
And I wouldn't repeat it either.
I totally remember.
How has the rookie hazing changed since you were a rookie compared to what it is now? I mean, do you have these guys? I mean, what do you got? You got a road trip to Cleveland. Is there a rookie? Like, is Leofound knowing that he's bringing a particular food item on the plane for you, or what's the deal?
I don't even think he knows. Like, I mean, like for me, I remember the first week I came in, the first 2 weeks, it was I think the basketball playoffs are around, time of OTAs, minicamp kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to go watch a game. I got invited to watch a game with some of my teammates at this restaurant. And I'm there. This is my second week there. And the bill got handed to me immediately.
Oh.
And so it was, and I thought they were joking, but, $2,000 later. And, I mean, it's, little things like that. But, I feel like even I didn't have it as as bad as the rookies of the past before then. We there's probably some stories out there that are crazy.
Yeah, if you see Dez around, ask him about his rookie dinner experience. I think Jerry had to step in actually and write a check for that one.
See, that wasn't my rookie dinner was a different night, so I still had that experience, but this was just my first outing with the team.
Okay. Eric Kendricks here. What are your interests outside of football, Eric?
Big car guy. Hard for me not to say cars every single time. I don't know, what I would do without them, but I've always had a passion for cars, from Hot Wheels to, RC cars, now actually cars. Love working on them, tinkering on them in the off season. Love driving. But, other than that, big traveler. I love food. So me and my wife, we always check out all the local food spots and, we chef it up as well.
Yeah, I bet you guys are having fun exploring in Dallas. But if you're tinkering on cars, that's got to be like classics, right?
Yeah, the new ones are super hard to work on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so one of the cars that I recently have worked on was my grandpa's 1995 Dodge Viper, which was in pretty bad shape when we got it, but it's running great now. We kind of just like replaced little things on it that it needed, fuel lines, oil, spark plugs, just the basics, and just good to get underneath it and change it out. That car is insane. It's completely sketchy, but I love it.
You talk about replacing things and working on the car. Is this stuff you do from like memory, or you sit there and go to like YouTube like the rest of us and say, oh, this is how I need to learn how to put this in, and you like watch a video on how to do it before you actually do it?
Oh no, YouTube is great for sure. YouTube is fantastic.
Unbelievable for that.
But like, I actually I've been lucky to have a lot of mentors in the space, and for the most part, I work on cars with my buddy Carter, who is younger than me, but he has way more experience working on cars than me.
Sure.
So it's kind of nice to have somebody who I can just ask the dumbest questions and he'll show me how to do it, or we'll get under the car together. It's been a lot of fun.
So is there anybody on the team with what they're driving right now? You're like, man, we need to get you a new set of wheels.
There's a lot of people, but I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. We're just going to work on it in silence, and see what their budget is and try to push for things that I like.
I think DeMarcus Lawrence has got some really good wheels. He had
a cherry red Benz the other day.
Oh wow, there you go.
The other day,
yeah. So it was. I was like, hey, D-Law, that's you right there. Okay.
What's your favorite that you have?
My favorite that I have, I have an R34 Skyline, which is it's from Japan, and it's my favorite. It's just super nostalgic for me and growing up, and that's the car that we knew we couldn't have here in America, but it's all-wheel drive. Paul Walker, jumped over the other car and Too Fast, Too Furious with it, and I've been driving that a lot lately, and it's just so much fun. All the turbo sounds and things like that. It just that's what I work. I work hard for a multitude of reasons, but I've always wanted to get into cars, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to afford them before.
Well, what I am curious. I know you're about to take on the Browns here. I don't know how much of a trash talker you are, but would you be willing to at least try and keep tally of how many massage jokes get thrown at Deshaun during the game, and then report back next week with?
I will
number?
report back to you. I personally. I kind of black out during games, so sometimes people come up to me in the off season and are like, "Man, you talk crazy during the games," and then I'm like, "What?" And then sometimes I feel like I'm more on the quiet side, but we'll see.
Yeah, man, keep a little tally for us.
You got to
get that.
Yeah, you got to be aware though, Eric. They have a thing called sounds from the sidelines. So if you see like this boom over the top of you while you're standing there, just go off on it. It's okay, man. They make you sound like it's some of the greatest audio and visual stuff we get from a game. So
okay.
If you feel like they're getting filmed, just go ahead, just go off like you're always
It's
like
a
black
fun one.
out. Yeah, it makes it fun for all of us to really get the feel of it.
Just get fined.
Yeah, just fine. Yeah, they bleep. Don't worry, they bleep you out. They'll bleep you out and stuff. So
Just say some outlandish.
exactly.
Off the wall stuff.
Exactly.
What is the scouting report on this Browns offense before we let you boogie out of here?
Man, honestly, they have a really experienced O-line. We know that their O-line has been working together for a while. We don't know the status as far as right now, but at the same time we know they work really well as a unit. Run game is very strong. Quarterback, we know what he's capable of. Out of the pocket plays. Extended plays. And they got a guy who was formerly a Cowboy as well, so we know about him. And hopefully we just run and hit everybody and take care of business.
Sounds like a plan to me, Eric. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks.
Cheers. There he goes. Cowboys linebacker Eric Kendricks every Thursday at 5:20 here in the GBag Nation. Set bye week and Thanksgiving.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, it's time now to go into that Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has an edition of LA Live.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, I wonder if Eric knows that Meekum is in town, brothers.
Yeah, I tell you what, I almost brought that up. I really did.
The auto auction is in town.
The auto auction, man, that is awesome. If you want to just go and watch some beautiful cars,
just watch some ballers.
Yeah, some
buy
ballers.
the first Trans Am or something like that from Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Yeah, baby.
Everybody get high.
Yeah. Ladies!
We're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook. And I don't like the internet because I can't find a job.
Yeah.
The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
Ma'am, we're not here to discuss your personal life. I'm sorry. Do you have any comments about the rezoning?
No, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I think he should have been clear right off the jump. Yeah. I mean, be clear.
Come on, man.
Yeah, comments.
Yeah, this is LA Live for Thursday, September 5th, 2024. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Always for the ladies. Always for the ladies.
Or I hate women.
Oh,
Who said that?
AI.
AI.
Stop it.
Yeah, Eric, that's embarrassing.
Cats, dogs, now women.
Yeah. Always for the
You're
ladies.
so toxic on this show.
It's hard. You fit on that morning show so well.
LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Hey, there's a beautiful woman right here. I mean, a very, very attractive, beautiful woman doing a man on the street type of vibes. Is she speaking facts or no?
One thing you wish men understood better about women, what would it be?
Like when something is fine, it's not fine. Like read between the lines.
You mean be a mind reader?
Yeah, exactly.
So men are expected to be mind readers.
Exactly.
Why do women often expect men to do things that they're not physically capable of?
I don't know. I haven't I don't do that. I don't expect men to do things they're incapable of.
Isn't that what you just said, though?
Being a mind reader?
Well, you want us to read between the lines, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. Who's better at communication, men or women?
Women.
So if men are worse at communication, why do so many women expect men to read their body language?
I think men are better communicators logically. Women are better with communicating emotionally.
Okay, can you think of any situation where logic wouldn't outweigh emotions?
I think logic should always outweigh emotion.
Always.
Wow.
You got us, ladies. Congratulations.
Yep, you win.
Oh my gosh. This one was full of contradictions.
Amazing.
My brain was scrambled.
Yeah.
She did it to herself.
Totally rooted.
Yeah.
That guy was confident, though, asking those questions.
Oh, he knew it.
He knew exactly where he was going.
He had her punch drunk on the first one. He's like, oh, I got you.
He did. No rope-a-dope there.
Bait. Yeah. Hey, vibes on a ladies' night. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook if you still go to that thing. And follow us all on GBag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, very controversial. Jared Sandler called into the GBag Nation. He asked some smoke for our general, Gavin Dawson.
Oh, we got Jared.
I think.
He got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants
He's
to
got
get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson. Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. Wait, so this is true or far true, Jared's here.
I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text. Not sound like a total.
Okay, so you say you were trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
I'm just trying to help you out.
He did say not sound like a total dip ass.
That's where you got sideways with me, Jared. There was a lot of anger coming from that man. And I did watch the game.
You did now, yeah.
And I could see why he was so angry now. He's fighting reality.
Stop it, dude. People are kind of upset about how you dismounted from this conversation.
This is legendary.
It's time sensitive. Is even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing the, I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second
insult
you've given me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye. There it is.
See ya.
There it is.
I was totally listening.
There it is. There it is.
Screw you,
Just
Jared.
make up stuff about my experience.
It's wonderful.
Choke the life out of that.
Screw you, Jared, you twerp.
Yeah.
This is LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Hey, I got a woman right here. She recorded herself getting fired from her job. A woman on TikTok got fired from her job and shared the awkward conversation she had with the HR, with her followers. Man, tell you what, anything happens in your life, give it to the timeline, I guess.
Yeah.
Give it to the timeline. This lady's name is on TikTok is @WeSickAndTired. HR explained HR explained the company had previously spoken to @WeSickAndTired about her absenteeism, as well as her tardiness and her failure to improve. You can get rid of people for failure to improve?
Yeah.
Depends what state, I think.
They do the whole thing with the interview.
I mean,
you know,
if you
they
ain't getting
interview
better
you.
every day, you're getting worse, man.
They tell you what you're doing wrong, and if you don't get better, then that's grounds to fire.
Every day's the Super Bowl.
I wish that can work in all aspects of life. Improved. Yeah, let's listen to this girl right here.
Okay, can you? I'm sorry, I didn't. What? Can you say that again?
Yeah. Hi, Tatiana. This is Shelly from HR.
Ooh, Tatiana.
From HR, okay.
Bust it down, Tatiana.
Yeah, bust it
No,
down.
I don't remember you, but what's going on?
Uh-oh.
Well, we had a discussion a couple weeks ago about your absenteeism and tardiness.
Okay.
Do you know what time you have to be clocked